Ye Linfan traversed into a parallel world where spiritual energy had revived, and 10 years later, he found himself abandoned by the system, reduced to an ordinary existence. Little did he know that the dog he had raised was, in fact, a divine beast, Qilin. The chickens he tended were phoenixes, and the koi fish he nurtured transformed into a magnificent golden dragon. The peach tree he cultivated bore an abundance of celestial peaches. The system's 10-year usage period has expired, commencing uninstallation. Uninstallation countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. Upon hearing this proclamation, Ye Linfan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if a multitude of monstrous beasts were roaring within him. Do not uninstall. You haven't taught me how to cultivate yet, Ye Linfan exclaimed in panic. A decade ago, he had arrived in this world where countless creatures had morphed into terrifying demon beasts, and humanity embarked on the path of cultivation. Ye Linfan had awakened the system immediately, filled with excitement, for it was the quintessential tool for any traveler seeking greatness. He envisioned becoming an unparalleled powerhouse with the system's guidance. Yet, over the years, the system had merely imparted mundane life skills and artistic talents. Music, chess, literature, painting, cooking, sculpting, even smithing and healing. Though he had honed these skills to an extraordinary level, the system steadfastly refused to teach him the art of cultivation. In a world that revered martial prowess, such skills held little significance. Now, with the 10 years concluded, this wretched system began its automatic uninstallation. Ye Linfan felt his mindset shatter. He had attempted to participate in the Martial Arts Academy's assessments, but had been eliminated in the first round without exception. Now, without the system, he was a mere nobody in this perilous world, easily vanquished by even the weakest child. Regardless of how Ye Linfan pleaded, the system remained emotionless, counting down. 3, 2, 1. Uninstallation successful. Farewell, host. With that final statement, the system fell silent, and no amount of calling could elicit a response. You wretched system. Though I am human, you are truly a dog. After a decade of companionship, you abandoned me at your whim. What a scoundrel. No, a scoundrel of a system. In his despair, Ye Linfan began to vent his frustration vociferously. Without the system and unable to cultivate, the days ahead promised to be exceedingly arduous. He raged for over an hour, until his voice grew hoarse and exhaustion enveloped him. Eventually, he resigned himself to reality. With the system gone, he would have to endure. Sighing, he opened the door and stepped outside. Before him lay a spacious courtyard enclosed by a fence. At the entrance stood a peach tree, its fruit gleaming a luscious red, tantalizingly ripe. This tree, planted 6 years prior, bore fruit throughout the year, yielding an endless supply. In the yard, an old hen foraged with her chicks, while a large yellow dog lounged lazily in the sun. In the backyard, a pond sparkled, where a koi fish joyfully swam, occasionally surfacing to blow bubbles. Beside the pond was a flourishing vegetable garden, vibrant and lush, a picturesque pastoral scene. This was Ye Linfan's home for the past decade. Unable to cultivate, he had sought refuge in this unremarkable mountain and built this humble abode. Though the outside world was fraught with peril, he had remained secluded, venturing only to the nearby city of Luoyun, where the Dragon Martial Arts Academy provided a semblance of safety. Whenever beast tides arose, it was the warriors of the academy who defended the realm. Otherwise, Ye Linfan would not have survived a decade in this world. Big Yellow, guard the house well. I am going to chop wood on the mountain, Ye Linfan declared before departing with his axe. As Ye Linfan's figure vanished into the mountains, a transformation unfolded in the courtyard. The seemingly ordinary animals began to radiate a resplendent aura. The once tranquil pond erupted as a colossal dragon burst forth from the water. At last, the master is gone. I was suffocating pretending to be a fish, the dragon exhaled. Relieved, be cautious. The master hasn't ventured far. If he discovers us, you shall face dire consequences, the hen warned. You, a mere phoenix, dare command me, a dragon? The dragon retorted with a scoff. In ancient times, the dragon and phoenix clans had waged a fierce war, leading to the cataclysm known as the Dragonhan Calamitous Era, leaving both clans with deep-seated enmity. Naturally, the hen's words irked the dragon. What's this? Do you wish to fight? The hen challenged, an ethereal phoenix image materializing above her. Let us fight then. I am not afraid. The dragon shot back defiantly. Tension thickened as both creatures stood their ground, an atmosphere of hostility pervading the courtyard. Enough. A languid voice interrupted the standoff. It was the large yellow dog, the most respected creature in the yard. At his command, the hen and koi fell silent, casting wary glances at the dog, who had been Ye Linfan's companion from the outset and possessed far greater strength. If you two engage in battle and ruin this courtyard, provoking the master's ire, I shall not spare you, the dog warned. Indeed, cease your squabbling. I sense the master growing increasingly formidable. Look at the peaches on my tree. They are on the verge of becoming spiritual peaches. The peach tree chimed in. If any bystander had heard this proclamation, they would surely have been driven to madness. Spiritual peaches, capable of resurrecting the dead and restoring vitality, were treasures of unparalleled worth, and to possess so many was unfathomable. As the mention of their master quelled the animals' discord, the koi returned to the water, the hen resumed her foraging, and the yellow dog sprawled out once more, as if the courtyard were just an ordinary home. Unbeknownst to Ye Linfan, he had ventured to a nearby mountain, intriguingly named the Desolate Mountain. Despite its name, it was lush with vegetation and notably devoid of demon beasts. Ye Linfan often came here to gather wood, as it was typically deserted. Yet today was different. A throng of people had gathered at the mountain's foot. Chapter 2. They Call Me Senior? Before the Desolate Mountain stood a throng of individuals, elegantly attired and exuding an imposing presence. Each individual radiated an aura that was utterly daunting. Ye Linfan, gazing upon this assembly, swallowed nervously. These individuals were warriors, truly extraordinary beings. Ye Linfan watched them with a sense of envy. The group, however, remained oblivious to his presence, their expressions grave as they surveyed the foreboding mountain before them. To the untrained eye, the mountain appeared deceptively tranquil, yet to the warriors, it was fraught with peril and laden with prohibitions. An infinite halo of ominous energy enveloped the desolate peak. This was the annihilating divine light. Even a seasoned warrior, should they inadvertently brush against it, would be reduced to ashes. Additionally, the howling divine winds roared through the valley, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Miss, are we truly venturing inside? Inquired a robust middle-aged man. My father's life hangs by a thread, and the second and third elders are poised to act. I have no choice but to take this risk, replied a young woman in her early 20s. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she possessed an ethereal beauty and a demeanor that exuded an icy grace, evoking a desire to conquer. The dangers within the desolate mountain are extreme, with numerous prohibitions. We must exercise utmost caution once we enter, cautioned the middle-aged man. With the Li Hua divine armor, we shall fear no restrictions within the mountain, the young woman declared, producing a fiery red suit of armor that resembled a flickering flame. The others promptly donned similar armors, transforming the scene into a vibrant display of crimson. Ye Linfan, observing from the sidelines, felt his mouth water at the sight. This armor must be of considerable value. How he longed to possess even a single piece. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why did these warriors approach the desolate mountain with such trepidation, adorned in such exquisite armor? He often traversed this mountain to gather firewood, encountering no real danger at all. Thus, he found himself perplexed by the intentions of this group. Shaking his head, he resolved to proceed towards the mountain. As an ordinary person, it would be wise to avoid provoking these formidable warriors, for if they were to become incensed, he could very well meet his end at their hands, leaving him with no recourse to lament. Miss, look, there is someone attempting to enter the mountain, the middle-aged man observed, his gaze falling upon Ye Linfan. The group turned their attention to him, their expressions morphing into astonishment. This young man appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet he dared to venture into the perilous mountain unprotected. Surely, he was courting death. Hey, you must not ascend the mountain. It is exceedingly dangerous, the young woman exclaimed, her voice ringing out urgently. Ye Linfan, taken aback, wore a bewildered expression. Pointing to himself, he questioned, Are you speaking to me? Indeed. Do not enter the mountain, or you shall perish. She insisted. Scratching his head, Ye Linfan thought it odd. He had visited this mountain countless times. It was nothing but an ordinary hill. If danger truly existed, I would have perished countless times by now. My dear lady, this is merely an ordinary mountain, devoid of peril. Ye Linfan, undeterred, strode confidently into the valley. Do not go, the girl exclaimed anxiously. A middle-aged man grasped her arm and remarked, Miss, if he seeks death, let him be. In his eyes, Ye Linfan, who appeared to be an ordinary individual, was undoubtedly doomed. However, soon after, a gasp of astonishment reached his ears. How is this possible? It's terrifying. The girl and the middle-aged man looked up, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Ye Linfan, having entered the valley, advanced slowly and remained unscathed. Wherever he tread, the dissipating divine light parted to either side. The celestial winds within the valley could not even ruffle the hem of his garments. Everyone gazed at Ye Linfan in utter astonishment, their minds racing with a singular thought. The only explanations for such a phenomenon could be twofold. Either this young man was an unparalleled master, or the dangers of this desolate mountain were grossly exaggerated. To all observers, Ye Linfan exhibited no signs of power, appearing to be an utterly mundane person. Thus, it was likely that the mountain was indeed not as fearsome as rumored. With this thought in mind, confidence surged among them. If an inexperienced novice could traverse the desolate mountain with ease, surely they could as well. Miss, let us proceed, the middle-aged man urged. The girl nodded. Raising her hand, let us depart. The group immediately ventured into the wilderness. Upon entering the desolate mountain, their expressions dramatically shifted. The howling celestial winds assaulted them head-on, rendering their eyes nearly shut. Had it not been for the protection of the Liang divine armor, they would have already been swept away by the tempest. Additionally, the dissipating divine light swirled around them incessantly. The crimson glow emanating from the Liang divine armor quickly dulled under the relentless assault of the divine light. The harsh environment made every step arduous, and moving forward became a formidable challenge. They cast glances at Ye Linfan, who seemed to walk effortlessly ahead, their faces etched with utter disbelief. To thrive in such conditions without any protection was an undeniable indication that he was not an ordinary person, but rather an extraordinary master. Miss, this cannot continue. The Liang divine armor won't hold out much longer. We must retreat, the middle-aged man urged. At that moment, the crimson glow surrounding them had grown exceedingly faint. Once it faded completely, they would be utterly obliterated by the divine light and tempest. No, if we retreat now, my father will surely perish, the girl asserted through gritted teeth. But if we stay, we will all meet our demise, the middle-aged man exclaimed. After a prolonged pause, the girl suddenly called out to Ye Linfan, Senior, please wait. Ye Linfan, who had been walking slowly, turned at the sound of someone addressing him as Senior. Intrigued by the voice from behind, the group of martial artists knelt on the ground, their faces etched with pain, motionless. Are you calling for me? Ye Linfan inquired, perplexed. Had these martial artists mistaken him for someone else? Why would they address an ordinary person as a senior? Was this a deliberate jest at his expense? Yes, Senior. Could you assist me with something? A young girl asked earnestly. I am merely an ordinary person. I fear I may not be of much help, Ye Linfan replied candidly. The onlookers grimaced in disbelief. If you are truly a mere mortal, I shall wash my hair while standing on my head. I have never heard of a commoner who could traverse the wild mountains with such ease. You are being modest, Senior. I implore you to help, the girl pleaded, her demeanor exuding an air of vulnerability that no man could resist, Ye Linfan included. Clearing his throat, he asked, What is it that you require of me, miss? Chapter 3, The Unparalleled Master Senior. We are members of the Lin family from Luoyang City. Please, lead us up the mountain, the young girl beseeched. Upon hearing this, Ye Linfan's expression shifted. The Lin family of Luoyang City was indeed one of the most influential martial families in the region. However, he soon furrowed his brow at the sight of the group. Their physical condition was alarmingly poor. Having only just reached the foot of the mountain, they were already exhausted. Were they truly martial artists? You are from the Lin family of Luoyang City? Ye Linfan queried. The girl promptly responded, Yes, I am Lin Ruo. As I mentioned, I am merely an ordinary person, not a senior. If we are to ascend the mountain, I fear I cannot carry all of you, Ye Linfan stated slowly. Lin Ruo's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Senior. You need only take me up the mountain. Very well, come here, he said, waving his hand. A miraculous scene unfolded as the oppressive divine light of annihilation dissipated within a radius of several miles, followed by the vanishing of the heavenly wind. The pressure that weighed upon them lifted, and all eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at Ye Linfan. He had effortlessly dispelled the divine light of annihilation. How could this possibly be the work of an ordinary person? He was undoubtedly an unparalleled master. You all may leave. I will ascend the mountain with the senior. Lin Ruo instructed her companions, who obediently retreated. May I ask your esteemed name, Senior? Lin Ruo inquired. Please do not call me Senior. I am Ye Linfan. He replied gently. Ah, so you are Mr. Ye, Lin Ruo said, bowing respectfully. It seemed this martial artist possessed a commendable sense of propriety, Ye Linfan thought. Nodding in acknowledgement. Let us ascend the mountain quickly. I still have firewood to gather, he added as they began their ascent. As they walked, a vacuum zone formed wherever Ye Linfan passed, rendering both the divine light of annihilation and the heavenly wind unable to penetrate this space. Consequently, Lin Ruo had long since removed her Liang divine armor, for it was of no use. The mountain was not particularly high. After a leisurely hour and a half, they reached the summit. The mountaintop was expansive, covering thousands of square meters, adorned with a variety of flora. Under the radiant embrace of the annihilating divine light, the flora here has transformed into rare and precious treasures of nature. The fire departure wood, the celestial sunflower, the purple grass. Lin Ruo gazed in astonishment. These items are indeed seldom encountered, and the mere dispersal of one would incite a tempest of bloodshed. Are you thirsty? Perhaps you should have a sip of water, Ye Linfan suggested, unfastening his water flask and extending it to Lin Ruo. Thank you, esteemed senior, she replied, feeling a twinge of thirst, and took a sip from the flask. As the water coursed down her throat, her expression rapidly transformed. This was no ordinary water. It was a spiritual spring. She quickly felt her internal spiritual energy surging wildly, like tumultuous waves crashing relentlessly. Her strength escalated swiftly. Dark Realm 5th level, Dark Realm 6th level, Dark Realm 7th level, until it finally halted at the 1st level of the Transformation Realm. In this world, realms are divided into 7 stages: the Bright Realm, Dark Realm, Transformation Realm, Pill Realm, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, and Saint Realm, with each stage comprising 9 levels. At 18 years of age, Lin Ruo was at the 4th level of the Dark Realm, a talent deemed commendable. Typically, to advance to the 5th level of the Dark Realm would require at least 5 years of diligent cultivation. Yet today, she had made a breakthrough with just a single sip, leaping directly to the 1st level of the Transformation Realm. It is worth noting that her father had only attained the 9th level of the Transformation Realm. Lin Ruo gazed at the young man before her with profound reverence. Not only could he traverse the desolate mountains with ease, but even a simple flask of water exuded extraordinary qualities. She understood in her heart that she had encountered a master today. As for why this master appeared so unremarkable, it was undoubtedly due to her own insufficient strength that prevented her from perceiving his true prowess. "What is it that you seek upon this mountain?" Ye Linfan inquired slowly. "I am searching for the red flame grass, a herb characterized by its 6 fiery red leaves," Lin Ruo answered promptly. "I have seen that herb before. I will gather some firewood first, and then I shall take you there," Ye Linfan replied nonchalantly. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Lin Ruo expressed her gratitude. Ye Linfan unfastened his axe, which had previously been wrapped in a cloth. As the cloth fell away, Lin Ruo felt a shiver run through her. An overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from the axe. She cast her gaze upon it. The axe appeared mundane, yet it shimmered with a bluish light, resonating with an ethereal rhythm. A chilling aura of deadly intent enveloped the mountaintop, causing the surrounding annihilating divine light to retreat in its wake. "Is this an exceptional celestial artifact?" Lin Ruo wondered, swallowing hard. Such a formidable weapon was a sight she had never before encountered. Ye Linfan carried the axe into a grove where the trees were all dark and imposing. These ebony trees shimmered with a black sheen, resembling iron. Lin Ruo recognized them immediately. They were known as the celestial black iron trees, one of the hardest types of wood in existence. The mere inclusion of a trace of celestial black iron tree in weaponry would weapons become invincible, remarkably sturdy. Could it be that when he spoke of chopping wood, he referred to the formidable Tianwu iron tree? How could one possibly cut through it? Lin Ruo pondered silently. At that moment, Ye Linfan had already swung his axe. Lin Ruo's eyes widened in astonishment. Ye Linfan's swing appeared utterly mundane, yet to Lin Ruo, it unveiled a vast expanse of principles and rules surging forth, akin to an unparalleled sword technique radiating a chilling aura that soared to the heavens. The moment he swung the axe, Ye Linfan seemed to merge with the very essence of nature. If one were to close their eyes, they would hardly sense his presence. This state left Lin Ruo astounded, her throat dry with disbelief. This was the state of unity between heaven and man, a condition fervently sought after by countless warriors, yet rarely attained. Any warrior fortunate enough to enter this state would experience a profound enhancement in strength. The fact that Ye Linfan could achieve such a state, even while chopping a tree, was nothing short of extraordinary. Boom! With that single swing, the unyielding Tianwu iron tree was cleaved asunder, as if it were mere paper. Ye Linfan did not pause. He continued to wield his axe, reducing the tree to several dozen pieces of firewood. In Lin Ruo's eyes, each swing of the axe followed an exquisitely profound trajectory, each cut revealing the cyclical nature of the heavenly way and the flow of laws. Observing Ye Linfan's mastery, Lin Ruo felt a sudden clarity regarding the stagnation she had previously encountered in her martial pursuits. Truly, he was a peerless master, capable of applying extraordinary martial arts even to the simple act of chopping wood. She gazed at Ye Linfan with immense reverence. The firewood was quickly split, each piece uniform in size and thickness, a rare feat of control and strength. Ye Linfan bound the firewood effortlessly upon his back, leaving Lin Ruo once again astounded. It should be noted that the Tianwu iron wood is not only hard but also exceedingly heavy. A single tree weighs at least several thousand pounds. Yet, when Ye Linfan lifted it, it felt as light as a feather. Such physical prowess was truly formidable. "Miss Lin, are you all right? I've finished chopping the firewood. Shall I take you to find the Hongyan grass?" Ye Linfan, noticing Lin Ruo lost in thought, roused her from her reverie. Chapter 4. Acquiring the Yangyan grass. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Lin Ruo exclaimed joyfully upon hearing his words. Ye Linfan led her deeper into the mountain's summit. The deadly divine light and the fierce celestial winds at the peak were several times more perilous than at the foot of the mountain. However, for Ye Linfan, There was no impact whatsoever. Wherever he traversed, a vacuum formed in his wake. This treacherous wasteland felt as familiar to him as his own backyard, allowing him to navigate with ease. Linruo gazed at the seemingly ordinary young man before her, filled with profound awe. He was undoubtedly a peerless figure. If the Lin family could forge a connection with such an extraordinary master, their rise to becoming the most powerful clan in Luoyang City would be all but assured. She had firmly resolved this in her mind. After returning from the desolate mountains with the medicinal herbs to cure her father's ailment, Linruo was determined to bring her father to visit Ye Linfan at the earliest opportunity. After walking for a short while, Ye Linfan halted. "We have arrived. Ahead lies the flame sungrass." Linruo looked up to see several clusters of vibrant red grass before her. Each plant bore 6 leaves, each resembling a flame. Strikingly vivid. "Indeed, it is the flame sungrass," Linruo exclaimed with delight. However, her joy was quickly shadowed by a frown as she noticed a shimmering barrier enveloping the grass. This barrier was clearly a formidable restriction, pulsating with a radiant aura and densely inscribed with runes, indicating its immense power. Linruo cautiously extended her hand, but upon contact with the barrier, she was forcefully repelled several meters back, gasping in surprise. With such a potent restriction, how could she possibly obtain the flame sungrass? A hint of despair crossed her face, for the desired object was so close yet utterly out of reach, an unbearable sentiment to endure. Observing her distress, Ye Linfan felt a wave of confusion. "Miss Lin, why do you not attempt to gather it?" he inquired. "Could Mr. Yi assist me in plucking it?" Linruo implored. Given the strength of the barrier, perhaps only someone of Ye Linfan's caliber could breach it. Ye Linfan shook his head, realizing that this young lady was indeed a pampered heiress accustomed to relying on others. Nonetheless, he bore no resentment. After all, it was merely a matter of collecting an herb. "Very well, I shall retrieve it," he affirmed, extending his hand toward the flame sungrass. Linruo watched anxiously, fearful that he too might be repelled by the barrier. To her astonishment, when Ye Linfan's hand made contact with the barrier, it yielded effortlessly, as if it were mere paper. How could a restriction that had resisted all her efforts crumble before him? Witnessing this, Linruo was left questioning her perceptions. At that moment, Ye Linfan had successfully plucked the flame sungrass. "Here you are, Miss Lin," he said, handing it to her. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi," Linruo replied, her face radiant with gratitude. She quickly produced a wooden box, carefully placing the precious herb inside, aware that it was a matter of life and death and must be safeguarded without fail. "Do you require anything else?" Ye Linfan inquired. "The flame sungrass is sufficient," Linruo responded hastily, her father's dire condition pressing her to leave without further delay. "Very well, let us return," Ye Linfan agreed. And the two retraced their steps back to the edge of the desolate mountains. Upon their arrival, the Lin family members gathered eagerly around Linruo. "Miss, how did it go?" asked a middle-aged man. With a smile, Linruo replied, "Thanks to Mr. Yi, we have successfully obtained the flame sungrass. It is wonderful." The crowd erupted in cheers. "Miss, let us return swiftly," said the middle-aged man. Linruo nodded and turned to Ye Linfan, inquiring, "May I ask where you reside, Mr. Yi? I would like to express my gratitude in a few days. I dwell upon that mountain." Ye Linfan indicated the direction of his abode. It was not far, easily visible from their current location. "Understood. Farewell." Linruo clasped her fists in respect and departed with her entourage. Ye Linfan shook his head, amused by the fervor of the martial artists, and soon followed suit. In Luoyang City, within the Lin family's assembly hall, a middle-aged man in his 40s, gaunt and weary, sat in a position of authority. This man, Lin Langtian, the patriarch of the Lin family, appeared gravely ill, persistently coughing, revealing the severity of his condition. Flanking him on either side were 2 younger men, resembling him with striking similarity. They were the second elder Lin Yuntian and the third elder Lin Haoyan. "Brother, how fares your health?" Lin Yuntian inquired, his expression devoid of warmth. Despite their brotherly bond, no concern was evident in his demeanor. "There is no need for worry. My condition has improved significantly," Lin Langtian replied with a hint of indifference. "Brother, you must not overexert yourself. Given the gravity of your injuries, it would be prudent to relinquish the position of clan leader," Lin Haoyan interjected with a mocking tone. "What do you mean by that, third brother?" Lin Longtian's expression darkened. "The meaning is quite clear. The leadership should be entrusted to another," Lin Yuntian stated calmly. "I intend for Roruo to inherit the position, so you need not concern yourselves." Lin Langtian retorted with a scoff. "A mere girl? If she is capable of fulfilling the role of clan leader, I have heard that the young master of the Yin family holds her in high regard. A union between the Lin and Yin families would surely elevate our clan's standing," Lin Yuntian remarked coolly. At these words, Lin Langtian's face flashed with anger. If Ro were to be married off, she would lose her claim to the leadership. And upon his demise, the Lin family would fall under the control of the two elders. Do not indulge in such daydreams. I shall never allow Ro to marry into the Yin family, Lin Langtian declared, his expression grim. This matter may be out of your hands, Lin Haoyin mocked. Lin Longtian's countenance shifted as he queried, what do you mean? Tomorrow, the Yin family will come to propose. If you refuse, they will not show you any mercy. Lin Haoyin replied with a sneer. Despair crept onto Lin Longtian's face. Severely wounded, and with his life hanging by a thread, he knew the Yin family would seize the opportunity to act against him. Once he was eliminated, Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyin would effortlessly ascend to the leadership of the Lin family. Ruoro has already ventured to the desolate mountains in search of the yin-yang grass. Once I have that, I shall not fear the Yin family, Lin Langtian stated, his expression resolute. The peril of the desolate mountains is beyond your comprehension, is it not? I fear she has already perished amidst that wilderness, Lin Haoyin chuckled heartily. Third uncle, as an elder, to curse a junior in such a manner is rather unbecoming of your stature. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the door. Chapter 5. Resurgence. Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyin's expressions shifted upon hearing the voice. They raised their heads to see Lin Ruo entering with a frosty demeanor. Ruo, you have returned? Are you unharmed? Lin Langtian inquired with palpable relief. Lin Ruo had ventured into the desolate mountains in search of the sunfire herb, and he had been anxiously concerned, fearing she might meet her demise there. Now, witnessing her safety, his heart was at ease. Father, I am perfectly fine. Lin Ruo affirmed with a nod. Ruo, did you not go to the desolate mountains? Did you not even enter? Lin Yuntian asked mockingly. In his eyes, Lin Ruo must have retreated in fear of the mountain's dangers, thus failing to procure the sunfire herb. Rest assured, second uncle, I have emerged from the desolate mountains and successfully obtained the sunfire herb, Lin Ruo stated calmly. She was aware that her two uncles were primarily focused on the position of the clan leader and often targeted Lin Langtian, which is why she rarely bestowed them with a pleasant expression. What? You entered the desolate mountains and managed to procure the sunfire herb? How is that possible? Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyin exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. They were acutely aware of the perils of the desolate mountains, even with their own cultivation levels. It was exceedingly unlikely to return unscathed. If you doubt my words, allow me to present the sunfire herb, Lin Ruo remarked as she produced the herb. It truly is the sunfire herb, Lin Langtian exclaimed in astonishment. Only the sunfire herb could save his life, and he was intimately familiar with it. Recognizing it at a glance, she truly managed to retrieve the sunfire herb from the desolate mountains. How could this be? Lin Yuntian said, his expression darkening. Seeing Lin Yuntian's gloomy countenance brought Lin Ruo immense satisfaction. Second brother, third brother, you may take your leave. We shall discuss the matters at hand later. Lin Langtian stated with a calm demeanor. Once he consumed the sunfire herb, he would undoubtedly recover from his injuries and regain his strength, allowing him to firmly suppress these two. As you command, Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyin reluctantly acquiesced and exited. Once outside, their expressions were grim. This is outrageous. To fail at the last moment, Lin Haoyin fumed. Lin Yuntian spoke in a low voice, with Lin Ruo's cultivation. It is utterly impossible for her to have successfully entered the desolate mountains. Are you suggesting that someone assisted her from the shadows? Lin Haoyin inquired, his expression shifting. Indeed. Lin Yuntian replied slowly. I shall see who possesses the audacity to meddle in the affairs of our Lin family. Lin Haoyin scoffed, in the coming days. Keep a close watch on them. Observe for any unusual movements. Lin Haoyin nodded and said, understood, second brother, rest assured. At that moment, a sudden surge of powerful energy emanated from within the room. The expressions of the two men shifted, revealing an undeniable gravitas. It seemed that Lin Longtian's injuries had healed. Lin Haoyin, with a grim countenance, remarked, the matter ends here for today. We shall ponder our strategies at a later time. With a sense of indignation, the two departed from the location. Within the conference hall, Lin Langtian had already consumed the sunfire herb. Truly, it was a celestial elixir. Once ingested, the immense potency of the herb surged through his meridians with fervor. His internal injuries began to mend at a visibly accelerated rate. Surrounded by an endless glow of crimson light, his once pallid visage transformed, becoming vibrant and flushed. Boom. Soon after, a formidable wave of power radiated from his being, amplifying his presence several-fold. With a crack, his body trembled as he achieved a breakthrough, ascending from the 9th layer of the transformation realm to the 1st layer of the Dan realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and sparks of fire flickered within them. I have finally broken through, Lin Langtian exclaimed with hearty laughter, releasing the pent-up frustrations of his recent tribulations. It is noteworthy that just moments before, he had been on the brink of death. Now, Not only had he escaped peril, but his cultivation had also ascended to new heights. Such dramatic fluctuations left him feeling as though he had slipped into a dream. Congratulations, father, on your significant advancement in cultivation. Lin Ruarua knelt, her face alight with joy. The strengthening of Ye Linfan meant he would no longer be hindered by the second and third sons, nor would she be forced into an unwanted marriage. This was indeed a momentous blessing for her. Ruarua, how did you acquire this sunfire herb? Ye Linfan inquired, fully aware that with Lin Ruarua's strength, it was inconceivable for her to have ventured into the wild mountains, let alone procure the herb. Father, I owe it all to a remarkable individual, Lin Ruarua replied. She then recounted the events that transpired in the wild mountains. Upon hearing her account, Ye Linfan was utterly astonished. To traverse the wild mountains without protection, to wield an axe in a state of unity with nature. This axe was likely a top-tier celestial artifact. Even the formidable Tianwu ironwood could be effortlessly lifted without strain. All of this sounded utterly incredible. Ruarua, it seems you have encountered an extraordinary person. Ye Linfan swallowed hard and remarked. Indeed, though this remarkable individual is quite peculiar, always claiming to be an ordinary person. Lin Ruarua said with a resigned shake of her head. This extraordinary being is exceedingly humble, refusing to acknowledge their own prowess. It is often the case that such exceptional individuals possess eccentricities. Perhaps they wish to interact with others in the guise of an ordinary person. If that is the case, let us not unveil their identity and treat them as a common individual. Ye Linfan said slowly, I understand. Lin Ruarua immediately responded, indeed. Ye Linfan continued. Since we are destined to meet an extraordinary individual, it is an opportunity for our Lin family that must not be squandered. Tomorrow, take me to pay our respects to this esteemed person. At that moment, Ye Linfan was unaware that he had already been regarded as an extraordinary figure by others. He had returned home, and everything seemed to have reverted to normal. The hen remained a hen, and the yellow dog continued to be a yellow dog. In his eyes, his courtyard was simply an ordinary yard, devoid of any anomalies. Yidage, are you home? Just then, a voice called from outside the courtyard. Yes, come in. Ye Linfan promptly replied. A girl, around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in the uniform of a martial arts academy, entered the courtyard. Yidage, I've come to see you again, she said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 6. Help me paint a picture. The girl bounced into the yard, radiating youthful vitality. As charming as a sprite. Her name was Yuan Xiaorong, a freshman at the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy. Last year, Ye Linfan and Yuan Xiaorong participated together in the academy's selection process. Yuan Xiaorong was accepted, while Ye Linfan was eliminated, leading to their acquaintance. However, Yuan Xiaorong did not look down upon Ye Linfan for his elimination. She frequently visited his home to play. Over time, their relationship blossomed into a close bond. To Ye Linfan, Yuan Xiaorong felt like a younger sister. He often gifted her with paintings he had created. Yidage, today is another selection day for the Martial Arts Academy. Why didn't you go? Yuan Xiaorong inquired. Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness flashed across Ye Linfan's face. It seemed he would never step foot into the Martial Arts Academy. After all, what could he do with his poor qualifications? It's all right, my talent is lacking. Even if I went, I wouldn't be selected. It's best for me to remain an ordinary person here, Ye Linfan replied with a forced smile. Yidage, you mustn't give up so easily. I brought my senior sister today. If you help her with something, she can find a way for you to enter the Martial Arts Academy, Yuan Xiaorong urged eagerly. What is it? I'm just an ordinary person. How could I possibly assist her? Ye Linfan asked, puzzled. Let her explain it to you, Yuan Xiaorong called out towards the door. Senior sister, please come in. As her words fell, a girl in her early 20s walked into the courtyard. Upon seeing her, Ye Linfan's eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl. The young woman had a tall, slender figure and an air of cool elegance. Even draped in the loose Martial Arts Academy uniform, her exquisite curves were undeniable. Her skin was as pure and flawless as snow, and her large eyes sparkled like a clear autumn lake. Brother Yi, allow me to introduce my senior sister, Qilin. She is quite formidable at the Martial Arts Academy. If she is willing to assist you, gaining entry into the academy will undoubtedly pose no challenge. Yuan Xiaorong remarked with a smile. Miss Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you, Ye Linfan greeted promptly. Despite Chu Yinyun's striking beauty, he dared not display any overt admiration, for she was a martial artist. Should he inadvertently offend her, he could find himself swiftly dispatched with a single blow, which would be an egregious fate indeed. Mr. Yi, I have heard you possess a talent for painting, Chu Yinyun inquired slowly. Her voice, though cool, was also gentle, evoking a sense of tranquility in those who listened. She observed Ye Linfan quietly. The young man before her emitted no discernible aura of power, indicating that he was an utterly ordinary individual. In a world dominated by martial prowess and rampant beastly threats, Such a person would inevitably dwell at the lowest echelons of society, living a life of mediocrity. Thus, her interest in Ye Linfan waned swiftly. While I wouldn't dare claim to be skilled, I do enjoy painting as a hobby. May I inquire as to why Miss Chu is interested? Ye Linfan responded with curiosity. He recalled a time when he had been compelled by a system to paint for 3 long years, progressing from appallingly crude attempts to lifelike renditions. The memories of those years were tinged with both hardship and sorrow. Of course, painting was but a fragment of his experience. He had been ensnared by that wretched system for a full decade, a truth known to no one. Well, my grandfather is about to celebrate his 100th birthday, and he has a great fondness for painting. Yuan Xiaorong mentioned your remarkable talent, so I came to request a painting from you. If my grandfather is pleased, I shall certainly find a way to assist you in gaining admission to the Martial Arts Academy, Chu Yinyun explained softly. In this era of rejuvenated spiritual energy, the lifespan of individuals had greatly extended. Even ordinary folk could expect to live to around 150 years, let alone martial artists. A century of life was akin to being in the prime of one's 30s. May I inquire who Miss Chu's grandfather is? Ye Linfan asked. My grandfather is Chu Mingyang. Chu Yinyun replied with a hint of pride. Upon hearing that name, Ye Linfan inwardly gasped. Although he lacked martial abilities, he had always kept an eye on the martial world. Naturally, he had heard of Chu Mingyang, the esteemed president of the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy and a formidable figure at the first level of the sacred realm. While the Lin family was quite powerful in Luoyang City, they paled in comparison to the Chu family. He had not anticipated that Miss Chu was the granddaughter of the illustrious academy president, and he felt a pang of humility. Mr. Yi, might I ask for your assistance in this matter? Chu Yinyun inquired evenly. She was not surprised that he had heard of her grandfather. As the president of the Martial Arts Academy, his esteemed reputation was known to all, whether they were martial artists or commoners. Of course, I would be delighted to help. However, may I ask what exactly Miss Chu wishes for me to paint? Ye Linfan replied with unwavering resolve. If one were to suggest that he cultivate martial arts, it might prove unattainable. However, painting for him is as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. My grandfather is a dragon. Perhaps he could create a depiction of a dragon soaring through the heavens, mused Chu Yinyun softly. Certainly, Ye Linfan responded without a trace of hesitation. Merely painting a dragon is quite simple. The 3 of them entered the room together. Upon crossing the threshold, Chu Yinyun immediately sensed something amiss. Although the furnishings appeared utterly ordinary at first glance, upon closer inspection, they exuded unusual waves of power. These fluctuations were cleverly concealed. Yet Chu Yinyun could feel that should they erupt, they would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. What is the meaning of this? Is this not merely an ordinary farmhouse courtyard? Why do I sense such terrifying power? Chu Yinyun's heart raced in astonishment as she hurriedly attempted to sense again. However, she found that she could no longer detect any power fluctuations. Everything seemed utterly mundane. This realization left her in a state of bewilderment. Could it have been merely an illusion? Chu Yinyun furrowed her brow in contemplation. Miss Chu, please wait to the side. I shall begin painting now. Ye Linfan's voice interrupted her thoughts. Thank you, she nodded, taking a seat on a nearby chair. Yuan Xiaorong had already prepared the paper and ground the ink for Ye Linfan. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the brush. Yet he did not immediately put it to paper. Instead, he closed his eyes, entering a state of contemplation. Painting requires emotion. Devoid of it, one cannot create a masterpiece. With emotion, the creation of art flows effortlessly. Initially, Chu Yinyun paid little heed to this process. However, upon sensing Ye Linfan's current state, she was instantly astounded and leapt from her chair. Chapter 7. The River of Tao Rhythm. At that moment, Ye Linfan sat with his eyes closed, seemingly merging with the heavens and the earth. If one were to shut their eyes, they would scarcely perceive his existence. This state was one of unity between man and nature. Chu Yinyun gazed at Ye Linfan in utter astonishment. The state of unity, even for those of the sacred realm, is a coveted aspiration. To think that this seemingly ordinary Ye Linfan could enter such a state while painting. Could it be that he is not as simple as he appears? Just then, Ye Linfan opened his eyes and began to paint. As the brush tip touched the paper, an eruption of azure light emanated from around his body. The quantity of this azure light was immense, gathering together like a river, flowing incessantly through the void. This was the rhythm of the Tao, and it was abundant enough to form a river. At this moment, Chu Yinyun was utterly transfixed. The series of revelations had left her in a state of numbness. Within the rhythm of the Tao lies the essence of universal truth. Even a mere fragment is exceedingly rare. Now, astonishingly, there existed a river's worth of Tao rhythm. This was a sight she had never witnessed before. This individual was undoubtedly no ordinary person. He was a true master of unparalleled caliber. It was no wonder he refrained from joining the Martial Arts Academy, not due to inferior talent, but rather because the academy was unworthy of him, leading him to feign failure in the selection process. Such a formidable being would be underselling himself even as the head of the academy. Ye Linfan remained oblivious to Chu Yinyun's thoughts, deeply engrossed in the creative process of painting. As time progressed, the ethereal currents of Tao began to multiply around him, their flow accelerating with each passing moment. These energies gradually descended onto the canvas, emanating a subtle yet oppressive aura. Though merely a thread of this majesty, it was immensely powerful, instilling within Chu Yinyun a sense of unease as if she were being scrutinized by an overwhelmingly potent entity. Soon, a resonant dragon-s roar began to echo, drawing Chu Yinyun's gaze towards the canvas. There, she beheld the image of a colossal dragon, already half completed. Even in its incomplete state, the dragon exuded an awe-inspiring presence. Ye Linfan worked with remarkable speed, each stroke landing with impeccable precision. After the span of a single incense stick, the artwork was finally complete. At the moment Ye Linfan set down his brush, a thunderous dragon's roar resounded through the heavens, and a spectral dragon materialized above the canvas. This dragon, resplendent in golden hues and adorned with 5 claws, radiated an endless aura of dragon might. All the creatures in the courtyard trembled in fear, some even kneeling in submission. The 5-clawed golden dragon was the most powerful divine beast in existence. Although the animals in the courtyard were formidable in their own right, they could only yield to the overwhelming presence of the golden dragon. The hen looked on in terror, recognizing the power of their ancestor. A carp leaped from the river, gazing up at the dragon's projection with immense admiration, while the large yellow dog lay lazily on the ground, seemingly unaffected. As for Chu Yinyun inside the house, she was struggling against the immense pressure, her body bending under the weight of the dragon's majesty. Ye Linfan, having set down his brush, turned to her and noticed the pained expression on her face. Mistakenly believing she was unwell, he gently patted her back and inquired with concern, "Miss Chu, are you all right?" To her astonishment, this simple gesture caused her to feel an immediate lightness as the oppressive dragon's might dissipated. "I'm fine," she nervously swallowed, realizing once again the extraordinary capabilities of this master. With a simple clap of his hands, he had dispelled the dragon's aura. The spectral 5-clawed golden dragon had vanished, and clarity returned to the surroundings. "Miss Chu, the painting is complete. Please have a look," Ye Linfan said with a smile. Chu Yinyun approached the desk and beheld the lifelike image of a 5-clawed golden dragon leaping vibrantly upon the paper. The majestic 5-clawed golden dragon winds and spirals across the canvas, exuding an aura of strength. Surrounding its body are several white clouds, enhancing its appearance of soaring through the heavens. Each line of the dragon is subtly enveloped in a greenish light, which Chu Yinyun instantly recognizes as the essence of Tao. This revelation causes her to draw a sharp breath. Each stroke is imbued with a whisper of Tao. The painting contains an astonishing multitude of Tao, numbering in the tens of thousands. Never before has there been any celestial treasure known to encapsulate such profound Tao. As she absorbs this essence, Chu Yinyun feels the spiritual energy within her surge violently. Crack! She senses a breakthrough, ascending from the 3rd to the 4th level of transformation with remarkable ease. Is it truly this effortless? A tempest of astonishment swells within her. Under normal circumstances, she would require at least 3 years of arduous cultivation to reach the 4th level. Yet today, a mere glance at this painting has facilitated her advancement. The incredible depth of Tao within this artwork marks it as a supreme artifact. The ability to create such a masterpiece suggests the artist is undoubtedly an extraordinary sage. Contemplating this, Chu Yinyun's respect for Ye Linfan deepens profoundly. However, a slight imperfection remains. The dragon is devoid of eyes, its gaze represented only by 2 hollow voids, detracting from the painting's overall beauty. "Mr. Yi, why did you not paint its eyes?" Chu Yinyun inquired, perplexed. "If I had, it would fly away," Ye Linfan replied with a smile. "Surely, you jest," she retorted lightly, unconvinced. "I speak the truth," he asserted earnestly. 5 years prior, on a whim, he had painted a dragon, and when he attempted to add its eyes, the creature sprang to life from the canvas and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Since that day, he has refrained from painting the eyes of dragons. This extraordinary tale had never been shared with anyone, as it seemed too fantastical to be believed. Unbeknownst to Ye Linfan, the dragon that ascended had not ventured far. It had settled in the pond within his courtyard. Indeed, it is that very koi fish. "Miss Chu, are you satisfied with this painting?" Ye Linfan inquired. "Absolutely, thank you." "Mr. Yi," Chu Yinyun replied immediately. "How could I not be satisfied? Since you prefer not to paint the eyes, I shall not press the matter. After all, a sage's choices surely follow their own wisdom, and it is best I refrain from unwarranted speculation." "Sister Chu, I told you that Brother Ye is an exceptional artist. I was not deceiving you. Yuan Xiaorong approached, smiling. Thank you, Xiaorong, for introducing me to Mr. Ye. Chu Yinyun expressed sincerely. Without you, how could I have met such an extraordinary sage? And let us not forget Brother Ye's enrollment in the Martial Arts Academy, Yuan Xiaorong added. Chapter 8. Are you aware that he is an extraordinary master? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yinyun found herself at a loss for words. Was there truly a necessity for Ye Linfan to join the Martial Arts Academy? This modest establishment could scarcely accommodate someone of his stature. Yet, to voice such thoughts in Ye Linfan's presence seemed inappropriate, considering he always claimed to be an ordinary person. A master seeking to masquerade as an ordinary individual undoubtedly intended to traverse the world incognito. If she were to expose his true identity, it might provoke his displeasure. Thus, she replied ambiguously, I shall inquire upon my return. Thank you, Miss Chu, but please do not feel overly pressured. Let nature take its course. Should I be unable to enter the Martial Arts Academy, it would bear no consequence. Ye Linfan nodded in agreement. After all, he had not set foot in the academy for a decade. His desire to join had long since waned. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinyun experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, a master would disdain joining the Martial Arts Academy. Yet, this matter required reporting to her grandfather upon her return. Such an extraordinary individual, if not befriended, would surely present a missed opportunity of great significance. Mr. Yi, if that is the case, I shall take my leave for now and return to visit you in a few days, Chu Yinyun said with great respect. Very well, I shall not see you off. Ye Linfan replied with a smile. Chu Yinyun displayed remarkable courtesy, addressing him with such reverence despite his claims of being an ordinary man. It seemed that, in this world, martial artists tended to be more amiable. As Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong departed from Ye Linfan's abode and stepped outside into the courtyard, Chu Yinyun glanced back at the seemingly unremarkable dwelling, akin to that of a peasant. Initially, she found it quite ordinary, yet now it appeared that every detail harmoniously blended, exuding an aura of naturalness as if it had been divinely crafted. Chu Yinyun sighed inwardly, acknowledging the place befitting an extraordinary master. Xiaorong, are you well acquainted with Mr. Yi? Chu Yinyun inquired. Of course. We participated together in the selection for the Martial Arts Academy. I passed, but he did not, so I often visited his home afterward. Yuan Xiaorong responded. Then do you realize that Mr. Yi is, in fact, an extraordinary master? Chu Yinyun asked, her expression earnest. She understood that Yuan Xiaorong, being somewhat naive, might not perceive Ye Linfan's exceptional nature, and she wished to caution her against inadvertently offending him. After all, incurring the wrath of a master would undoubtedly result in dire consequences. Really? How could I not have noticed? Yuan Xiaorong exclaimed in astonishment. Despite her frequent visits to Ye Linfan's home, she had failed to discern any extraordinary traits. I would never deceive you. Henceforth, you must treat Mr. Yi with utmost respect. Chu Yinyun insisted. So, Brother Yi is actually that remarkable. I always thought he was just an ordinary person, Yuan Xiaorong exclaimed joyfully. Just remember that. And I must hurry to take this painting home. It is truly a treasure, Chu Yinyun said, holding the painting carefully. This is a top-tier celestial artifact. If revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. Sister Chu, are you suggesting that the paintings Brother Yi gifted you are treasures? Yuan Xiaorong inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. Of course they are. Why do you ask? Chu Yinyun responded. Over the years, Brother Yi has presented me with over a dozen scrolls. Each time I visit, he offers me another. Are all those paintings truly treasures? Yuan Xiaorong questioned incredulously. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinyun immediately declared, take me to see them. The two hurried to the Martial Arts Academy, to Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory. Yuan Xiaorong opened her personal storage cabinet, revealing indeed a collection of paintings. Each piece emanated a remarkable aura of Tao rhythm. Not one of these artworks paled in comparison to the one held by Chu Yinyun. Upon seeing these paintings, Chu Yinyun nearly fainted. Could this truly be the handiwork of an extraordinary master? Bestowing top-tier immortal artifacts as casually as one might hand out cabbages. Was this not excessively extravagant? Yuan Xiaorong unveiled each scroll, laying them out upon the table. Sister, do you see now that these paintings are treasures? Indeed they are. Just look at this painting of swordsmanship. It unmistakably depicts an unparalleled sword technique. I merely glanced at it, and was nearly harmed by its sword intent. And this script clearly outlines a sophisticated internal cultivation method. If one were to practice from it, they would surely progress at an astonishing rate, Chu Yinyun remarked, swallowing hard. This was her first encounter with so many supreme immortal artifacts displayed before her, all crafted by the same hand. That individual was simply formidable. If they are so remarkable, why can't I sense it? Yuan Xiaorong asked, perplexed. It is because your strength is too weak. Once you break through to the dark realm, you will certainly perceive it, Chu Yinyun explained. I see. Then I must strive even harder in my cultivation, Yuan Xiaorong declared, her gaze resolute. You must keep these treasures safe. Do not let others see them, or many will come to seize them, and your life could be in peril. Do you understand? Chu Yinyan warned. Understood, sister. I will ensure these items are well hidden, Yuan Xiaorong promptly affirmed. Though she was innocent, she was not foolish. Naturally aware of the adage that a common man is innocent, yet possessing precious treasures brings trouble. Meanwhile, Ye Linfan remained oblivious to Chu Yinyan's perception of him as an extraordinary master. He continued his tranquil existence in his small courtyard, tending to chickens, feeding fish, and walking his dog. Though this life was somewhat mundane, it was filled with contentment. At that moment, a large yellow dog bounded over, barking excitedly, drool dripping from its jowls. You gluttonous dog, you're hungry again. Look at the other dogs that can soar through the skies and swim through the seas, while you, incapable of anything, only know how to eat. Ye Linfan chided playfully. This large yellow dog was the first pet he had acquired upon his arrival in this world, having accompanied him the longest. Though he often teased it, it remained his favorite companion. Strangely, this dog did not share the usual penchant for bones like other ordinary dogs. It possesses a fondness akin to that of humans, relishing cooked food. It can be asserted that in matters of cuisine, the golden retriever exhibits considerable discernment. Nevertheless, the dog remains indifferent to Ye Linfan's remarks, incessantly barking away. With no alternative, Ye Linfan sighed. Just wait, I shall prepare a meal. Over the years, thanks to the system, he had acquired culinary skills, rendering him quite adept in the kitchen. In the early days of his arrival in this realm, he was utterly incapable of cooking. The art of gastronomy was the first skill the system had imparted to him, ensuring he would not go hungry in this world. Ye Linfan rose and proceeded to the kitchen, commencing his culinary endeavors. His backyard was abundant with vegetables, providing him with readily available ingredients. After a flurry of activity, the meal was finally ready. Just as he prepared to plate the dishes, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Mr. Yi, are you home? Chapter 9. After dinner. We must drink tea. Upon hearing this voice, a wry smile crept across Ye Linfan's face. This fellow had arrived rather opportune, as he always seemed to appear whenever Ye Linfan was cooking. Come in. I am at home, Ye Linfan responded with resignation. A disheveled middle-aged man, clad in tattered clothing and appearing as though he were a beggar, stepped inside. You old rascal, why do you always show up when I'm cooking? Ye Linfan shot him a glare, irritation evident in his tone. The man chuckled. Isn't it because I'm hungry? Your cooking is simply too delectable, once tasted. It lingers in the memory. Always flattering. Ye Linfan laughed heartily. This middle-aged man had stumbled upon Ye Linfan's home a year prior. Observing Ye Linfan enjoying a meal, he had unceremoniously entered and begun to eat without invitation. Noticing the man's ragged appearance and pitiable condition, Ye Linfan had refrained from shooing him away. When he inquired about the man's name, the stranger had audaciously claimed to be Lu Dongxian. Infuriated, Ye Linfan had slapped him out of the courtyard, exclaiming, You, Lu Dongxian? The Lu Dongxian who is one of the 8 immortals? You, a beggar, could never be compared to the ethereal Lu Dongxian. However, he also recognized that this world was not his original one, and thus, there was no character named Lu Dongxian here. The coincidence of the name was merely that. After partaking in a few meals, Lu Dongxian had settled nearby on an uninhabited hillock, and as mealtime approached, he would invariably come by. Gradually, Ye Linfan became accustomed to his presence during meals. After all, it seemed that Lu Dongxian had no legitimate means of income, and accommodating an extra pair of chopsticks felt like a charitable act. Ye Linfan emerged with the dishes, which, while simple, were quite plentiful, comprising 4 dishes and a soup. He first placed a platter of meat before the golden retriever. Then, he served a bowl of white rice to Lu Dongxian. Without uttering a word, Lu Dongxian immediately seized the rice and devoured it ravenously. In truth, Lu Dongxian was no ordinary individual. He held the esteemed position of one of the elders in the martial alliance, possessing a lofty status within the martial arts realm. To Ye Linfan, the meal was exceedingly mundane, yet to Lu Dongxian, it was anything but ordinary. The rice and vegetables cultivated by Ye Linfan were nourished by spiritual spring water, imbued with the purest essence of the heavens and earth. Lu Dongxian vividly recalled his first passage through this place, where he sensed the extraordinary quality of Ye Linfan's dishes. At that time, he was ensnared at the 9th level of the celestial realm, mere steps away from breaking through to the sacred realm. With audacity, he entered without hesitation, clearing the table of its offerings. Upon tasting the food, he was astounded to discover that the rice and vegetables contained astonishing Tao rhythms. After consuming the meal, he achieved his breakthrough, finally ascending to the sacred realm. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, for he had been trapped at the 9th level for nearly a decade. He could scarcely have imagined that a single meal would propel him into the sacred realm. From that moment forth, he recognized Ye Linfan as an extraordinary sage and resolved to cling tightly to this esteemed figure for companionship with such a master promised abundance. Thus, he promptly constructed a small dwelling on a nearby hill, establishing his residence. Lu Dongxian swept away the entire meal with the ferocity of a tempest, akin to a starving ghost reborn. Once he finished, he let out a resounding belch, proclaiming, "Delicious, truly delicious." Should anyone acquainted with Lu Dongxian witness this spectacle, they would surely be astounded, for though he typically eschewed grooming and maintained an aloof demeanor, he now resembled a clown, a stark contrast to his usual self. However, Ye Linfan remained oblivious to Lu Dongxuan's true nature. He merely perceived him as a gluttonous sloth. "Are you full? If so, be on your way," Ye Linfan said brusquely. "After such a hearty meal, wouldn't you indulge in a cup of tea before departing?" Lu Dongxian cheekily inquired, a grin plastered across his face. Ye Linfan wore an expression of utter disbelief. He had never encountered anyone so unabashed. Not only had Lu Dongxian consumed his food, but now he sought to partake in his tea as well. Nevertheless, Ye Linfan ultimately restrained himself, silently reflecting, "The world is so beautiful, yet I am so irritable. This is not good at all. I shall not quibble with an old beggar." Resigned, he stood and said, "Wait here." "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Lu Dongxian chuckled. His insistence on remaining for tea stemmed from the fact that Ye Linfan's tea was no ordinary brew. It, too, was infused with the essence of spiritual spring water. After finishing a cup, one can experience a significant enhancement in power. Over the years, he had been enjoying the hospitality of Ye Linfan's household, and his cultivation had already ascended to the 3rd level of the sage realm. Before breaking through to the 9th level of the sage realm, he had resolved to completely rely on Ye Linfan. Not long after, Ye Linfan brought forth the tea, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air, enveloped in a mystical green light. Just inhaling its scent caused his internal spiritual energy to circulate rapidly. Such was the potency of the spiritual spring water. Merely a whiff could augment one's spiritual power. "Please, drink." Ye Linfan placed the teacup on the table. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Lu Dongxian expressed his gratitude. He lifted the teacup and drank it in one go. The tea was scalding, yet with his cultivation, he was unperturbed. As the tea slid down his throat, an intense, rich flavor filled his mouth, and the tea even had a hint of sweetness. Upon swallowing, the inherent Tao rhythm within the tea erupted within him, stimulating his internal spiritual energy, which surged and roared. In mere moments, his power reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the sage realm, with only a single step remaining to the 4th level. What an exquisite tea! Lu Dongxian smacked his lips, savoring the aftertaste. However, he had no intention of indulging in another cup, for the energy contained within the spiritual tea was overwhelmingly potent. With his current strength, he could only handle 1 cup at a time. The first time he had tasted the spiritual tea, his power had soared, but in his greed, he had consumed a 2nd cup. The resultant surge of power had caused chaos within his spiritual energy, nearly leading him to the brink of losing control. Fortunately, Ye Linfan had sensed something was amiss and had patted his back, stabilizing his internal energy and averting a potential crisis. Since then, he dared to drink only a single cup at a time. No matter how exceptional the spiritual tea was, he refrained from excessive indulgence. "Have you finished? If so, be gone," Ye Linfan said with evident impatience. "Understood." Lu Dongxian placed down the teacup and hurriedly departed. Ye Linfan watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, Chu Yinyun had arrived at the office of the principal of the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy, Chu Mingyang. "Grandfather, I have returned," Chu Yinyun announced. Upon seeing her, Chu Mingyang's expression subtly shifted. "Have you broken through to the 4th level of the transformation realm?" he asked incredulously. "Grandfather, you noticed." Chu Yinyun replied with a proud smile. "What on earth transpired?" Chu Mingyang inquired hastily, fully aware of his granddaughter's talents. It was inconceivable for her to have advanced to the next realm so swiftly. There must have been some extraordinary occurrence. "Grandfather, I just encountered a remarkable individual," Chu Yinyun explained. "A remarkable individual? Where?" Chu Mingyang asked, puzzled. "Actually, I had intended to present you with a gift for your centenary birthday." But unexpectedly, Chu Yinyun recounted her encounter with Ye Linfan in full detail to Chu Mingyang. Upon hearing the words, Chu Mingyang's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were on the verge of transcending into a realm of unity between heaven and man. The painting before him seemed to encompass countless nuances of Taoist rhythm. With a mere stroke, it transformed into a supreme celestial artifact. In the vicinity of the martial arts academy resided an unparalleled master, of whom he was utterly unaware. "Quickly, show me the painting," Chu Mingyang exclaimed eagerly. Chu Yinyun promptly unveiled the artwork, which had been wrapped in cloth. As the painting was revealed, a faint sense of pressure enveloped him, startling him to his core. Indeed, this painting was extraordinary. He hastily accepted it and spread it across the table. In an instant, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the air, causing all beings to tremble in awe. A colossal dragon, stretching dozens of feet in length, materialized as an ethereal apparition. This dragon was a 5-clawed golden dragon, resplendent in its golden hue, exuding an air of nobility and majesty. Before this magnificent creature, all beings could only entertain thoughts of submission, daring not to resist in the slightest. Fortunately, it was merely an illusion. Had the true dragon descended, even Chu Mingyang would have been compelled to prostrate himself beneath its overwhelming might. The manifestation of the true dragon, resonating with power that shook the heavens, was indeed a rare treasure. Chu Mingyang expressed his exhilaration. Initially, he harbored a sliver of doubt regarding Chu Yinyan's claims, but upon witnessing the painting, all remnants of skepticism evaporated. After a considerable moment, the dragon's apparition gradually dissipated. Only then did Chu Mingyang approach to scrutinize the painting in detail. Within it, a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon soared gracefully, coiling and twisting in the air. As he beheld it, he felt as though he were transforming into the dragon itself. Ascending towards the heavens, the lines that formed the dragon morphed into Taoist rhythms, entering his very being. These rhythms detonated within him, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently. Crack! He had unexpectedly broken through, ascending from the first to the second layer of the sacred realm. An immense wave of power surged from within him, erupting into the sky. This force transformed into fierce gales that ravaged the room, leaving chaos in their wake. The furnishings were tossed about as if caught in a tempest. Even Chu Yinyun was flung into a corner, desperately bracing herself against the wall. After all, a breakthrough by a sacred realm practitioner was immensely terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial artist like her. Fortunately, Chu Mingyang's breakthrough did not linger for long. Soon, the storm subsided, and tranquility returned to the room, albeit amidst the disarray that bore witness to his achievement. I have finally broken through, Chu Mingyang declared with immense satisfaction. Since advancing to the sacred realm, each layer had proven to be an arduous ascent. Chu Mingyang was acutely aware that, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 30 years to ascend to the next level. Unexpectedly, today, merely gazing upon a painting has led to a breakthrough. This occurred just moments ago. He must surely think he is dreaming in broad daylight. Thus, the newly enlightened individual remains in a daze, as if still ensconced in a dream. Congratulations to grandfather on his breakthrough. Chu Yinyun is equally elated. Yinyun, did the esteemed master mention any requests when he gifted you the painting? Chu Mingyang inquired slowly. Given that Ye Linfan has presented such a precious item, he must surely have ulterior motives. Moreover, having received such immense favor, it would be remiss not to express gratitude. He expressed a desire to join the martial arts academy, citing his previous eliminations during the selection process. However, I suspect that the master intentionally allowed himself to be eliminated. Otherwise, with his prowess, how could he have failed the selection? Chu Yinyun replied. You make a valid point. Since the master wishes to interact with us as an ordinary person, let us treat him as such. I have just had my breakthrough, so I shall take a couple of days to consolidate my realm. In 2 days, accompany me to pay him a visit. Chu Mingyang nodded in agreement. Understood, grandfather. Chu Yinyun assented. Time swiftly passed, and a day later, Ye Linfan continued his routine, tending to the chickens and feeding the fish in the courtyard. Is Mr. Ye at home? At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Ye Linfan looked up to find Lin Ruo approaching, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Oh, Miss Lin has arrived. Please come in. Ye Linfan quickly stepped forward to open the courtyard door. Mr. Ye, this is my father, Lin Langtian, Lin Ruo introduced, gesturing to the man beside her. Indeed, the middle-aged man was Lin Langtian. At this moment, Lin Langtian's complexion was rosy, a stark contrast to his previous ailing state. I have the honor of meeting you, Mr. Ye. Lin Langtian bowed respectfully. Upon first seeing Ye Linfan, he perceived him merely as an ordinary individual and initially believed that Lin Ruo had been deceived. How could such an unremarkable man navigate the rugged mountains with such ease? However, as he stepped into Ye Linfan's courtyard, a profound tremor coursed through his body. This place is extraordinary. On the surface, the courtyard appeared to be a typical rural abode, yet every blade of grass and every brick and tile seemed to exist in perfect harmony. Nestled within the embrace of nature, it exuded an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Furthermore, upon entering the courtyard, he felt an incredibly pure spiritual energy enveloping him, gradually enhancing the spiritual force within him. Ruo, the spiritual energy here is astonishingly rich. Lin Langtian exclaimed in amazement. Really? I can't feel it. I merely sense a great comfort in this place, Lin Ruo responded. That is because your realm is still too low to perceive it. Clearly, this Mr. Yi is an extraordinary master. Lin Langtian regarded Ye Linfan with a grave expression. Father, see, I wasn't lying to you, Lin Ruo said with a smile. Lin Langtian nodded in agreement. An unparalleled master resides in this place. Certainly, one must intend to traverse the earthly realm, honing one's disposition. Such extraordinary beings undoubtedly act at their own whims. To reach such a realm seems an unattainable aspiration for him in this lifetime. Please wait a moment. I shall feed the chickens before attending to you, Ye Linfan remarked. Feeding chickens? I never imagined that a paragon would engage in such a task, Lin Langtian mused inwardly, casting his gaze towards the chickens pecking at the ground. At that moment, a hen suddenly lifted its head to gaze at Lin Langtian. An electric shock coursed through him, akin to being struck by lightning. Chapter 11. The Chilean pendant. Lin Langtian regarded the hen with a look that sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. What sort of gaze was this? He felt as though he were being scrutinized intently by an unparalleled beast of ferocity. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, rendering him rigid and immobile, too terrified to utter a word. What was happening? Wasn't this merely a hen? How could it exude such terror? Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he felt himself teetering towards the ground. Fortunately, a strong hand caught him just in time. It was Ye Linfan's, Lin clan leader. It's surprising that as a martial artist, you cannot even stand firm. Ye Linfan remarked with a hint of exasperation. The physical prowess of the Lin family's warriors seemed rather lacking. Just the other day, on the desolate mountain, Lin Langtian struggled to take even a few steps. It was truly astonishing that this so-called leader of the Lin clan could not maintain his footing. Could it be that martial artists in this world are inherently feeble? That seemed implausible. Upon Ye Linfan's support, Lin Langtian felt a sense of normalcy return, regaining control of his body. The dread of being fixated upon by an unparalleled beast vanished in an instant. He looked up at the hen, which was now foraging for food, an utterly ordinary hen, devoid of any peculiarities. What had just transpired felt as though it were but an illusion. Nonetheless, Lin Langtian was acutely aware that what had occurred was certainly not a mere figment of his imagination. He dared not glance at the hen again. The creature that a sage cared for was no ordinary chicken. It was far more formidable than the Holy Realm's mystical beasts. Contemplating this, his respect for Ye Linfan deepened. A person capable of commanding such a formidable beast could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Please, do come in, Ye Linfan invited, leading Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo into the parlor. Once they were seated, Ye Linfan inquired, I have already discerned the purpose of your visit. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo were taken aback. Truly, a sage is a sage, possessing an uncanny ability to anticipate. They had yet to articulate their intent. Yet he had already surmised it. The Lin clan leader's cold-spirited ailment should be nearly resolved by now, Ye Linfan asked nonchalantly. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Langtian's face. It was well known that Lin Ruo had never divulged the purpose for seeking the yang flame grass. Yet here, Ye Linfan spoke with such certainty, as if he were fully aware of its purpose in treating Lin Langtian's affliction. This individual is truly terrifying. The flame sun grass, known for its fervent medicinal properties, is primarily used to treat the chilling affliction of the falling sky. In the entire Lin family, I can only surmise that it is Lin Patriarch who could persuade Miss Lin to venture into the desolate mountains for medicinal herbs. Thus, I deduce that the person whom Miss Lin saved with the flame sun grass must undoubtedly be you, Ye Linfan remarked slowly. Having traversed a decade in this realm, the system has imparted upon him a wealth of knowledge, including the art of medicine. Yet, he remains uncertain of the true extent of his medical prowess. Occasionally, he tends to the ailments of the common folk in Falling Cloud City, who invariably hail him as a divine physician. Hence, he speculates that his medical skills must be of considerable merit. Indeed, Mr. Yi possesses remarkable foresight, which I greatly admire. It is for this reason that I have come today to express my gratitude in person, Lin Langtian sincerely stated. The head of the Lin family is being overly courteous. Retrieving the flame sun grass was merely a trifling task. Ye Linfan waved his hand dismissively. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo exchanged glances, their faces reflecting profound admiration. A true master effortlessly accomplishes what others find insurmountable. This difference is striking. Mr. Yi has saved my life. Thus, I have prepared a small token of appreciation. I hope you will graciously accept it, Lin Langtian concluded, producing a wooden box. This box, roughly the size of a palm, was exquisitely crafted. You are too kind. Lin Patriarch, Ye Linfan replied, shaking his head as he accepted the wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a jade pendant inside, intricately carved with the image of a mythical beast, the Qilin. However, the depiction was rather indistinct. To Ye Linfan's discerning eye, the The craftsmanship appeared rather crude. "What is this?" Ye Linfan inquired with curiosity. "It is merely a token of goodwill, a trinket of little monetary value." Lin Langtian chuckled, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. In truth, this jade pendant is a treasured heirloom of the Lin family, the Qilin pendant. In this world, all weapons are categorized into 5 tiers: precious artifacts, Tao artifacts, spiritual artifacts, immortal artifacts, and supreme immortal artifacts. The Qilin pendant is a spiritual artifact. It possesses autonomous protective capabilities, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 9th-tier celestial expert, harnessing a fragment of Qilin power. Ye Linfan may not have recognized its true worth. Yet this was the most valuable offering the Lin family could provide. Lin Langtian refrained from disclosing its significance, knowing that Ye Linfan must understand its value, which is why he claimed it to be a mere trinket. "I see. Then I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Lin patriarch." Ye Linfan nodded in acceptance. Upon witnessing Ye Linfan accept the jade pendant, Lin Langtian felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as the other party was willing to accept it, it signified that the esteemed individual was open to maintaining a relationship with the Lin family. This was the ultimate aim of gift-giving. "Lin patriarch, I find this jade pendant somewhat rudimentary. Would you mind if I modified it?" Ye Linfan suddenly inquired. It is worth noting that his carving skills are quite formidable. Seeing such a rough piece, he naturally wished to refine it. "This pendant is now yours. You may alter it as you wish," Lin Langtian replied. Lin Langtian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly replied. However, he remained somewhat skeptical. It is important to note that this jade pendant was, after all, a spirit artifact crafted from the 9 heavens cold jade by the ancestors of the Lin family. The 9 heavens cold jade is renowned as one of the hardest jades in the world. Even blades of the spirit artifact level cannot leave a mark upon it. Thus, he did not believe that Ye Linfan possessed the capability to alter it. Nevertheless, since the master seemed pleased, he decided to let him proceed. Ye Linfan nodded and retrieved a small knife, entirely black in hue. This was the very knife he typically used for carving. Upon seeing this knife, Lin Langtian's skepticism grew stronger. The knife appeared dull and unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary carving tool. How could such a knife possibly alter my Qilin pendant? It seemed the master was overly confident. Unbeknownst to Ye Linfan, Lin Langtian's thoughts were quite different. He lowered his head to examine the Qilin pendant, contemplating how to begin. After a brief moment, he lifted his head and smiled, stating that he was ready to commence. With that, he slowly raised the small knife in his hand. In an instant, Lin Langtian felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Ye Linfan's body, evoking an indescribable sense of trepidation. This sensation was not overpowering, but was profoundly oppressive. What was happening? He quickly turned his gaze toward Ye Linfan, and upon meeting his eyes, an expression of utter astonishment spread across his face. Chapter 12. Cooking porridge with spiritual spring water. At this moment, Ye Linfan sat in his seat, seemingly merging with the cosmos. If one were to close their eyes, it would be as if he had vanished completely, rendering his presence undetectable. Lin Langtian understood well that this was the state of unity between heaven and man. Previously, Lin Ruo had informed him that Ye Linfan had entered this state while chopping wood, which he had found hard to believe. After all, achieving the state of unity is a rare occurrence, not easily attainable. Yet, he was now witnessing this remarkable state with his own eyes. It became clear that a master could enter the state of unity at will, showcasing their capriciousness. At this point, Ye Linfan had already begun to carve. A flash of the knife revealed a distinct mark upon the Qilin pendant. Lin Langtian was nearly propelled from his chair at the sight. This seemingly unremarkable small knife had indeed left a trace on the jade pendant. His gaze toward the knife transformed instantaneously. A knife capable of leaving marks on 9 heavens cold jade could hardly be considered ordinary. Ye Linfan, of course, was oblivious to Lin Langtian's reaction. He was entirely immersed in the state of carving, unaware of the external responses. In the void, shadows of black light flickered. With each stroke, fragments of jade danced in the air. Lin Langtian watched intently as each of Ye Linfan's cuts traversed an incomprehensibly intricate path. Each stroke was akin to a masterful sword technique, and Lin Langtian's own swordsmanship flourished as a result. As time passed, the intricate design of the Qilin on the jade pendant gradually became discernible. As the final stroke was made, a sudden roar reverberated through the air. All the creatures in the courtyard lifted their heads in unison. "The master has stirred up quite a commotion again," the old hen remarked with resignation. "Without such tumult, it wouldn't be our master," lazily chimed in the big yellow dog. "I wonder whom the master has summoned this time," mused the koi fish from the pond. Before long, a colossal ethereal silhouette began to materialize in the void. This apparition bore the head of a dragon, antlers of a deer, eyes of a lion, the back of a tiger, the waist of a bear, and the scales of a serpent, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. In ancient times, phoenixes led the birds while the Qilin was revered among terrestrial creatures. It was evident that this spectral figure was none other than the legendary king of beasts, the Qilin. I can hardly believe that the master has summoned the Qilin. It is truly terrifying, the koi fish exclaimed in profound astonishment. Ah, the Qilin. What a familiar companion it is, the old hen remarked, her face reflecting a deep sense of nostalgia. But it is merely a shadow, nothing to be overly concerned about. The big yellow dog replied nonchalantly. If the real Qilin were to appear, it would warrant some caution. A mere apparition, indeed, poses little threat. Meanwhile, in the room, Lin Langtian and Lin Ro were utterly transfixed, their gaze locked onto the Qilin's silhouette hovering above Ye Linfan's head. This was a mythical beast, symbolizing auspiciousness and longevity. The previous jade pendant merely contained a flicker of Qilin's power, while Ye Linfan had summoned the Qilin in its entirety. If the former pendant could withstand a single blow from a heavenly realm expert, the current pendant could directly contend with a sage realm master. They turned their attention to the jade pendant in Ye Linfan's hand, which now depicted the Qilin in vivid detail, every scale on its body rendered with remarkable clarity. The pendant radiated a serene azure glow, imbued with profound essence. Clearly, this jade had transformed into a supreme immortal artifact. In such a brief span of time, it had metamorphosed from a spiritual tool into a top-tier celestial treasure, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, the Qilin's ethereal form lunged toward Ye Linfan. Lin Langtian and Lin Ro's expressions shifted dramatically. This is not good. Though the Qilin was merely an apparition, it was still a divine beast, and even a shadow could possess extraordinary might. If it were to harm Ye Linfan, it would spell disaster. However, what transpired next left them wide-eyed. The Qilin approached Ye Linfan, not to attack, but rather to kneel before him, extending its tongue to gently lick his pant leg. This sight caused Lin Langtian and Lin Ro's hearts to skip a beat. A divine beast, proud and untouchable, should never submit to anyone. Yet here it was, bowing to Ye Linfan, a testament to the formidable power he wielded. Lin Langtian recalled the old hen from the courtyard. Just a glance had left him utterly captivated. Perhaps, within this seemingly ordinary courtyard, there exists an abundance of formidable entities. Yet, these powerful beings are merely the pets of Ye Linfan. The extent of Ye Linfan's strength has transcended the realm of Lin Langtian's imagination. After a while, the ethereal image of the Qilin gradually dissipated. Ye Linfan gazed with satisfaction at the creation in his hands. I am deeply grateful for the gift from the head of the Lin family, he remarked slowly. Lin Langtian quickly responded, you are far too gracious. I have just prepared some rice porridge. Why not stay and have a bite? Ye Linfan suggested. That would be. Lin Langtian began to decline, but Lin Ro discreetly nudged him from the side. Then I shall accept your kind offer, Mr. Yi, Lin Ro said with a smile. Ye Linfan nodded, please wait a moment. With that, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. Roro, what is the matter with you? A distinguished guest offers you to stay, and you simply oblige. You are quite thoughtless, Lin Langtian expressed with some displeasure. Father, consider this. Every drop of water from a master is infused with spiritual essence. How could their meals be anything ordinary? Lin Ruo replied with a grin. Hearing this, Lin Langtian's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, Ruo gained a breakthrough after just a few sips of water. This porridge must be even more extraordinary. It is truly a must-have. He nodded vigorously. You have reminded me well. I nearly missed a grand opportunity. Before long, Ye Linfan returned, carrying 2 bowls of porridge. As he set them down, both Lin Langtian and Lin Ro were enveloped by an enchanting aroma that wafted through the air. This delightful fragrance penetrated their senses, causing a subtle increase in their internal spiritual energy. Their faces once again displayed astonishment, despite having been astonished numerous times throughout the day. It seemed that in this place, aside from shock, no other emotion could manifest. Come, eat, Ye Linfan urged as he placed the white porridge before them. Lin Langtian's first thought upon seeing the bowl was, this porridge is truly exquisite. The grains of rice shimmered like pearls, distinct and translucent, as if the bowl were filled with crystal, captivating to behold. The porridge itself was remarkably clear, with wisps of white mist rising gracefully. This porridge must be made with spiritual spring water. No wonder it is so fragrant. A master indeed. To cook porridge with such water is simply extravagant, Lin Langtian thought eagerly as he seized a spoon and took a bite. As soon as the porridge touched his lips, his expression transformed. This porridge is wonderfully fragrant and sweet. Lin Langtian felt as though all 3,600 of his pores had opened wide. The delightful white rice porridge cascaded within him, bestowing an indescribable sense of refreshment. He had not anticipated that such an ostensibly ordinary dish could be so delectable. He swallowed it down without even chewing. Once the porridge was swallowed, his face shifted once again. The porridge contained an essence of the Tao. The Tao's resonance erupted within him, causing a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy. He directly shattered the barriers of cultivation within him. Crack! His body convulsed slightly. This convulsion was not one of agony, but rather of a delightful nature. It felt as though he had soared to the clouds, oblivious to the concepts of time and space. He wished for this exhilarating sensation to last forever. When the convulsions subsided, Ye Linfan discovered, to his astonishment, that he had once again achieved a breakthrough, now reaching the second level of the Dan realm. This was nothing short of miraculous. Just yesterday, he had been trapped at the 9th level of the transformation realm, unable to progress, and was on the brink of death due to severe injuries. It was only thanks to the yin-yang grass brought back by Linfan that he had salvaged his life and inadvertently reached the first level of the Dan realm. To think that today, after merely tasting a bowl of plain rice porridge, he had achieved yet another breakthrough. When did breakthroughs become so frivolous? What did all his previous efforts amount to? For the first time, Ye Linfan found himself questioning his existence. However, he quickly regained his composure. It was only the porridge prepared by this esteemed individual that could facilitate such advancement. Thank you, Mr. Ye. Ye Linfan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank me? For what? Ye Linfan inquired, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Ye Linfan's expression shifted slightly. Oh no, the master had been feigning the guise of a commoner all along. If he said this, wouldn't he inadvertently expose his identity? If he angered the master, the Lin family would surely face dire consequences. With a swift change of thought, he replied, I meant to say that this bowl of rice porridge is simply exquisite, so I thank you. Ah, I see. Since the head of the Lin family finds the porridge delightful, please indulge yourself. I have plenty more, Ye Linfan said with a smile. As a chef, receiving affirmation of his culinary skills brought him immense joy. Then, thank you very much, Mr. Ye, Ye Linfan exclaimed, filled with elation. Subsequently, he and Linfan consumed 2 or 3 more bowls of rice porridge before finally stopping. After finishing, Ye Linfan's strength had ascended to the 3rd level of the Dan realm, while Linfan had even more astonishingly broken through to the 5th level of the transformation realm. Given that Linfan's cultivation was at a lower level, her breakthrough came more easily. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Ye. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to enjoy your cooking again in the future, Ye Linfan sighed. To him, such rice porridge was akin to heavenly treasures. Being able to partake in it once was already a profound blessing. He suspected that Ye Linfan would not easily prepare it for them again, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Whenever you wish to come, feel free. It's no trouble at all, Ye Linfan said slowly. Is that true? I am immensely grateful. Ye Linfan responded with delight. Of course it's true. It's just a few bowls of porridge, hardly a treasure, Ye Linfan replied nonchalantly. He found Ye Linfan's reaction somewhat peculiar. Wasn't it merely porridge? Why such a grand response? Could it be that the warriors of this world could not even afford plain rice porridge? How pitiful, he thought, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Ye Linfan. As the head of a martial arts family, it is truly lamentable that he cannot even afford a bowl of plain rice porridge. In the future, I shall take the opportunity to disturb you. Upon hearing Ye Linfan's words, Ye Linfan's face displayed profound admiration. The rice porridge, which would surely incite a frenzied rush among countless people if it were to circulate, held little value in Ye Linfan's eyes. Truly, a master is unmatched. Their perspective is beyond comparison. After sitting for a while, Ye Linfan and Linfan returned home, only to find Ye Linfan and Lin Haoyan regarding them with unfriendly expressions. Beside them stood a middle-aged man with a round face and a long beard, whom Ye Linfan recognized as Yin Songlin, the patriarch of the Yin clan. Patriarch Yin, what brings you to the Lin family today? Ye Linfan inquired slowly, fully aware that Yin Songlin's visit indicated ill intentions, as they had never gotten along. Now that his own strength had increased, he felt no need to be courteous. Is it not customary to invite guests to sit? Lin Yuntian interjected. Do I require instruction on how to conduct myself? Ye Linfan shot him a cold glance. Nevertheless, he addressed Yin Songlin, Patriarch Yin. Please take a seat in the conference hall. Upon entering the conference hall, they took their places according to rank. Patriarch Lin, I have come today because my son has long admired your esteemed daughter, and I wish to propose marriage, Yin Songlin stated with a smile. Upon hearing this, Linfan's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly exclaimed, Father. However, Ye Linfan raised a hand to halt her words. Patriarch Yin, my daughter is still quite young. I wish to keep her for a few more years. Matters of marriage should be considered with care, Ye Linfan replied calmly. Brother, considering Patriarch Yan's earnestness, it seems rather inappropriate to refuse so outright, Lin Yuntian remarked coldly from the side. Indeed, Ruo has reached the age for marriage. And with the Yin family's young master being both capable and handsome, he is indeed a fitting match for her. Lin Haoyan chimed in. If the Yin family's young master is such a commendable match, why not marry off your own daughters? Lin Ruo could no longer contain herself and retorted. She was well aware of Yin Feng's character, having practiced the arts of yin and yang, leaving countless virtuous women in his wake. To marry into such a family would be akin to leaping into a fiery abyss, with a certain and tragic end. How dare you speak out of turn when your elders are conversing? Lin Yuntian admonished loudly. Ruo, we are only looking out for your best interests, Lin Haoyan added, shaking his head. Uncle, you are merely putting on a facade of concern. You wish to drive me away simply because my branch lacks male heirs, so that your descendants can inherit the position of clan leader, Lin Ruo remarked with a cold smirk. Her words struck a nerve, causing both Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyan to leap from their seats in indignation. Lin Ruo, how audacious you are to tarnish the reputation of our elders here. Are you aware that you have violated the family rules? I implore the clan leader to revoke Lin Ruo's cultivation and expel her from the Lin family. Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyan shouted in unison. Enough. There are outsiders present. Do you not feel ashamed? Lin Langtian inquired darkly. Clan leader Lin. I harbor no interest in the internal affairs of the Lin family. Regarding the marriage proposal, do you consent or not? Yin Songlin asked calmly. Chapter 14. Chu Mingyang, I apologize, but I wish to keep Ruo by my side for a few more years. Let us not discuss marriage at this time. Lin Langtian replied with unwavering firmness, showing no willingness to negotiate. Clan leader Lin, my father has already advanced to the 3rd level of the Dan realm. Yin Songlin said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Longtian's expression shifted. The father Yin Songlin referred to was the previous head of the Yin family, Yin Yunfan, who had secluded himself 50 years ago, turning a blind eye to worldly affairs and passing the clan leader position to Yin Songlin. 50 years ago, Yin Yunfan was already a practitioner at the 1st level of the Dan realm. It was astonishing that after half a century, he had broken through to the 3rd level of the Dan realm. One must understand that advancing through each level in the Dan realm is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. If Lin Langtian had not encountered Ye Linfan, he might still be stuck at the 9th level of the transformation realm, let alone breaking through to the 2nd level of the Dan realm. Unfortunately, the strength of the 2nd level of the Dan realm is utterly insufficient to contend with Yin Yunfan. In an instant, Lin Langtian fell silent. There was no alternative. His father had passed away many years ago, and he had been shouldering the responsibilities of the Lin family alone. Moreover, his 2 younger brothers were constantly causing him trouble. However, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes as he thought of Ye Linfan. Consulting this esteemed figure could prove advantageous. With such a powerful ally, what fear did he have of the trifling 3rd level of the Dan realm that was Yin Yunfan? With this thought, Lin Langtian coolly remarked. Congratulations to Uncle Yin on your significant progress in cultivation. I will pay a visit to celebrate in the future. He made no mention of the marriage proposal, clearly rejecting it in a veiled manner. At this, Yin Songlin's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that even invoking his father would not sway Lin Langtian. Since clan leader Lin has made up his mind, let us not waste words. I will arrange for my father to visit soon, Yin Songlin stated icily. His words were a direct implication of sending Yin Yunfan to the Lin family, and when that time came, if blood flowed like a river, he would bear no guilt for his actions. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. At that moment, Lin Langtian called out to him. Yin Songlin believed that Lin Langtian was intimidated by him and wore a disdainful sneer on his face. He coldly asked, has the clan leader had a change of heart? I believe it is best not to disturb the elders regarding the affairs of the younger generation. I have a compromise in mind, Lin Langtian said slowly. Originally, he intended to seek assistance from Ye Linfan. However, after careful consideration, he realized that one should not approach a figure of such stature lightly. He had already received a significant favor from him previously. To trouble others would indeed be most inconsiderate. Should we incur the displeasure of a formidable individual, the consequences could be dire. Hence, he reconsidered his approach. What method do you propose? Yin Songlin inquired with curiosity. As members of martial arts families, the emphasis naturally lies on martial prowess. My daughter has long harbored grand aspirations, desiring to wed a man stronger than herself. It would be fitting to have them duel. Should your son triumph over my daughter, she would willingly marry into the Yin family. Lin Langtian stated with a calm demeanor. Had it been yesterday, he would have hesitated to suggest such a course of action. However, after spending time at Ye Linfan's residence, Lin Ruo had significantly advanced in strength. She was no longer a match for Yin Feng. Moreover, this secret remained unknown to others, who still believed Lin Ruo was merely a dark realm martial artist. Should Lin Ruo emerge victorious against Yin Feng, the Yin family would have little recourse. It would not be a matter of my refusal to marry you, but rather the inadequacy of your kin. In that case, even Ye Linfan would have no grounds for objection. That is a fine proposal. When and where shall this take place? Yen Songlin replied, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. His son, Ye Linfan, had already attained the first level of transformation, while Lin Ruro seemed to remain in the dark realm. Such a duel appeared to be devoid of suspense, and thus he had no reason to decline. 3 days hence. At the Lin family's martial arts arena, Lin Langtian responded slowly. Agreed. I trust that the Lin clan leader will uphold his word. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the consequences that may befall the Lin family, Yin Songlin remarked before turning to leave. Lin Yuntian rose, a cold smile gracing his lips. Brother, Yin Feng has already reached the transformation stage. By sending Ruo to duel him, is it not tantamount to ensuring her defeat? I perceive that you are intent on marrying her into the Yin family without stating it directly, thus devising this scheme. Truly, you are astute. Lin Haotian laughed heartily. In their eyes, this duel was a foregone conclusion, with Lin Ruo destined for defeat. Once she faltered, she would be wed into the Yin family, leaving Lin Langtian without an heir. Inevitably, they would select a successor from among their descendants, placing the Lin family within their grasp. Contemplating this, their laughter grew even more boisterous as they exited the council hall. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo observed their departing figures, their expressions devoid of emotion. Father, I shall not be defeated in 3 days, Lin Ruo stated calmly. I am aware that only by defeating Yin Feng openly will the Yin family have no further objections. Lin Langtian replied slowly. My only concern is that Yin Yunfan may resort to underhanded tactics. Lin Ruo frowned. Focus on your cultivation for these 3 days, honing your skills to their utmost. I shall pay a visit to the esteemed one, Lin Langtian remarked, a hint of gravity crossing his face. If Yin Yunfan were to act irrationally, no one in the Lin family could withstand him. To be safe, a visit to Ye Linfan was prudent, based on his experience. Such an endeavor would surely yield benefits. I understand, Father, Lin Ruo replied affirmatively. At this moment, Ye Linfan was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within the Lin family. His life remained unchanged by the appearances of Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo. Each day was filled with the simple tasks of feeding chickens and fish, occasionally venturing into the mountains to gather firewood, and on rare occasions, hunting to enhance his meager diet. His existence was tranquil and contented. While he had contemplated a more thrilling and adventurous life, he was constrained by his inability to cultivate, resigning himself to the ordinary existence of an average person. One day, as he was engrossed in writing within his humble abode, he was suddenly called from outside. Mr. Yi, are you home? Halting his pen, Ye Linfan stepped outside to see Chu Yenyun standing at the entrance alongside an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, yet remarkably vigorous. Upon recognizing the elder, Ye Linfan felt a jolt of surprise. Wasn't this the esteemed President Chu Mingyang of the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy? What brought him here? Ye Linfan had previously participated in the Academy's selection process, having seen Chu Mingyang from a distance amidst the crowd. This eminent figure was far more impressive than Lin Langtian. The unexpected arrival at his modest yard was truly astonishing. Could it be that he had come to personally invite Ye Linfan into the Academy? The thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. Mr. Yi, this is my grandfather, Chu Mingyang, Chu Yenyun introduced, pointing to the elder. I am aware of who he is. I have encountered President Chu before, Ye Linfan responded with utmost respect. You have seen me? Chu Mingyang inquired with a smile. Indeed, I have. I participated in the selection for the Academy and caught a glimpse of you from afar, but alas, my talents were deemed insufficient, and I was eliminated. Ye Linfan admitted, scratching his head in an awkward manner. Chu Yenyun internally rolled her eyes. The extraordinary master humbly claimed to possess inadequate talent. Wouldn't that render those of us who are ordinary utterly ashamed? Yet, she dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Chu Mingyang scrutinized Ye Linfan. The young man before him exhibited not a trace of power fluctuation, appearing entirely like an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, Chu Mingyang did not dismiss Chu Yenyun's claims. After all, someone capable of producing such a magnificent painting could not possibly be an average person. Please, come in. Ye Linfan gestured for the two to enter. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Chu Mingyang's pupils constricted sharply. This was no ordinary yard. As soon as he entered, he sensed a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy compared to the outside world. In this era of spiritual revival, energy was no longer scarce. Yet the concentration within this yard felt akin to a world before the Resurgence, remarkably barren in comparison. The overwhelming richness of spiritual energy enveloped him, even causing a surge in his own spiritual power. It was noteworthy that, given his current cultivation at the Saint Realm, any increase in spiritual power typically required extensive periods of diligent training. This revealed just how potent the spiritual energy in this courtyard truly was. He instinctively surveyed the small courtyard, increasingly alarmed by its simplicity. The courtyard, seemingly unpretentious, possessed a natural essence in every brick, tile, blade of grass, and tree, as if it were seamlessly integrated with the heavens and earth. These bricks and plants appeared harmless, yet Chu Mingyang, being a formidable cultivator at the sacred realm, could sense the immense power concealed within. Should anyone dare to cause trouble here, they would likely be reduced to mere dust. At that moment, a clucking of a hen echoed through the air. Chu Mingyang turned his gaze towards the hen, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was no ordinary creature. It was a divine beast, the phoenix. To encounter such a legendary creature in this place was astonishing, and it was merely a pet. The one capable of taming a divine beast could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Once again, he looked at Ye Linfan, who still appeared as an ordinary person to him, devoid of any palpable power fluctuations. However, Chu Mingyang's doubts dissipated entirely. The inability to sense the other's cultivation level could only imply one possibility. Ye Linfan's prowess far surpassed his own. Suddenly, he recalled the legends of a realm beyond the sacred realm, known as the divine realm. For countless years, no one had managed to break through the 9th layer of the sacred realm, leaving this realm shrouded in mystery. His knowledge of it came solely from the ancient texts in the martial arts academy. To reach the divine realm meant becoming a spokesperson for the heavenly Tao, in essence, merging with the very essence of the heavenly Tao itself. He was astonished to discover such a powerful being hidden so close to the martial arts academy, and he had been oblivious to it. Yet, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that such a formidable individual would naturally wish to remain undetected. Perhaps he would never have noticed otherwise. With these thoughts, his gaze towards Ye Linfan transformed into one of profound reverence. Soon, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to instinctively sniff the air. "What is that delightful aroma?" he exclaimed. "It's the scent of my peaches." Ye Linfan indicated towards the peach tree at the gate. Chu Mingyang looked up and nearly stumbled in awe. The tree was laden with spirit peaches, hundreds of them. These were invaluable treasures of nature. An ordinary warrior consuming one could instantly elevate their strength, while a common person could extend their life by several centuries. Even a dying individual, as long as they had a single breath left, could be rejuvenated by consuming one. The conditions necessary for spirit peaches to form were exceedingly stringent. They could only grow in an environment where the spiritual energy was tenfold that of the outside world. Even the presence of a single peach could incite a whirlwind of chaos within the martial realm. Yet, here was an abundance, which was simply unfathomable. As the head of the martial arts academy, Chu Mingyang possessed considerable insight, but upon entering this courtyard, he felt as though a mere country bumpkin had ventured into the city, overwhelmed by the astonishing sights. The resident of such a place could undoubtedly be none other than an extraordinary master. Such an extraordinary individual, I must certainly cultivate a friendship with him in the future. Perhaps, my moment of fortune has finally arrived. Ye Linfan observed Chu Mingyang staring intently at the peach tree, his mouth even watering, his expression a comical blend of astonishment and delight. "You are the esteemed head of a martial arts academy. How could you lack such discernment? To be so tantalized by mere peaches. Is it possible that the academy offers no peaches? How unfortunate for the head of a martial arts academy. Does Director Chu have a penchant for peaches?" Ye Linfan inquired softly, rousing Chu Mingyang from his stupor. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this remarkable person wishes to share peaches with me? Surely not. These are incredibly precious spirit peaches. He would not easily bestow such a delicacy upon me. "I do enjoy peaches, it's just," Chu Mingyang replied. "Since you fancy them, then let us indulge shortly," Ye Linfan stated without hesitation. "Are you truly willing to treat me to peaches?" Chu Mingyang asked, utterly astonished. "Not just you, but all of you. Miss Chu is included as well. After all, these peaches are not overly valuable, so why not allow you all to partake?" Ye Linfan remarked nonchalantly. His words flowed with such ease, as if he were offering not the immensely precious spirit peaches, but rather ordinary fruit. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyang's admiration for Ye Linfan deepened further. A true master perceives what is deemed invaluable by others as mere trifles. Such vision, such grandeur, one cannot help but feel dwarfed in comparison. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," Chu Mingyang expressed with deep gratitude. His emotions surged with overwhelming excitement. To think that I would have the fortune to taste spirit peaches today. Perhaps I could further my cultivation after having just broken through yesterday. Ye Linfan invited the two into the room and then proceeded to gather peaches. Inside, only Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun remained. "Grandfather, what prompted this sudden desire for peaches? Is there something special about them?" Chu Yinyun inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, the peach tree at the entrance bears an abundance of spirit peaches," Chu Mingyang replied solemnly. "What? Spirit peaches?" Chu Yinyun gasped, covering her mouth, her voice trembling. She had certainly heard of their renown. However, Her cultivation was too low to discern their extraordinary nature during her previous visit. Consuming spirit peaches would significantly enhance her cultivation. Just then, Ye Linfan re-entered. Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun's eyes were fixated on the two vividly red spirit peaches in his hands. Their hearts seemed to skip a beat. These are spirit peaches. To partake in spirit peaches is a fortune reserved for the blessed. Little did I expect that I would one day have the opportunity to savor such a rare delicacy. Please, indulge yourselves, Ye Linfan said with a smile, placing the spirit peaches upon the table. Observing the expressions on Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun's faces, he secretly chuckled. These two, after all, are esteemed martial artists. Upon encountering two peaches, the reaction was rather exaggerated. Could it be that they have never tasted peaches before? If Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun were aware of Ye Linfan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Oh, esteemed one. To you, these peaches may seem trivial, yet to us, they are more precious than elixirs." Grateful, Chu Mingyang eagerly seized a spirit peach and took a bite. The exquisitely sweet juice burst forth in his mouth. The delightful aroma of the peach resonating on his palate, transporting him to a world brimming with blooming peach blossoms. He felt as though he were floating, the fragrance permeating every pore of his being. Delicious, utterly divine. Chu Mingyang marveled, swiftly finishing the spirit peach, leaving not even the pit behind. As a powerful being of the sacred realm, consuming the pit was a trivial matter. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous surge within him. The juice of the spirit peach merged with his internal energy, causing a significant increase in his spiritual power, which surged wildly through his meridians. In no time, a crack echoed as he broke through to the third level of the sacred realm. Achieving 2 breakthroughs in 2 consecutive days felt like a dream to Chu Mingyang. Oh dear, I cannot take it any longer. At that moment, a moan escaped from Chu Yinyun nearby. She bore a pained expression. Yet within that pain lay a hint of pleasure, a complex visage indeed. Soon, her body trembled as well. She broke through, not just 1, but several levels, advancing from the 5th layer of transformation to the 6th, then to the 7th, and finally halting at the 9th layer. Such is the power of the spirit peach. For Chu Mingyang, who was at the 2nd layer of the sacred realm, a breakthrough to a higher realm was remarkable. Let alone for Chu Yinyun, who effortlessly transcended 4 or 5 levels. Both gazed at Ye Linfan with profound astonishment. A person of such caliber, residing in seclusion, indifferent to worldly affairs, truly a legendary sage. These peaches are exquisite. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Chu Mingyang said, bowing deeply. He recalled how Ye Linfan regarded him as an ordinary person, hence refraining from mentioning anything else. Director Chu, you are too kind. Ye Linfan replied with a wave of his hand. Mr. Yi, we are here today primarily to express our gratitude for the painting you gifted us, Chu Mingyang said slowly. It's merely a painting, no need for such formality, Ye Linfan chuckled. Hearing this, Chu Mingyang exhibited a hint of admiration. Indeed, a sage who perceives a precious artwork as nothing out of the ordinary. I truly cherish that painting. As the saying goes, one should not visit empty-handed. Hence I have brought a gift as well. Chu Mingyang produced a wooden box. What is this? Ye Linfan inquired with curiosity. The ice crystal, when hung in a certain location, can transform that place into a winter wonderland, responded Chu Mingyang. Upon hearing this, Ye Linfan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a remarkable item exists. If that is the case, hanging it in one of my rooms would essentially create a natural refrigerator. I could prepare numerous icy beverages. After traversing into this world, where no refrigerators or similar conveniences exist, Ye Linfan found himself unable to create many things he desired. With this crystal, he could finally concoct a variety of drinks. Excellent. Bring it to me at once, he exclaimed eagerly. Seeing Ye Linfan's enthusiasm, Chu Mingyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he had chosen the right gift. He promptly opened the box, and a chilling aura emanated from within, causing even the weakest among them, Chu Yinyun, to shudder. Frost began to form in her hair and on her clothing, compelling her to channel her spiritual energy to withstand the frigid temperatures, lest she be frozen solid. Although Chu Mingyang did not require spiritual energy to combat the cold, he too felt discomfort. Only Ye Linfan remained unaffected. His curiosity piqued as he gazed into the box. Within lay an exquisitely white orb, exuding a steady stream of mist. It felt refreshingly cool and rather amusing, prompting him to marvel at the treasures of the martial world. Such a simple orb could possess such formidable powers, unlike himself, whose pursuits were limited to raising chickens, fish, and walking dogs, with only a modest garden of peaches and vegetables. He reached out to grasp the ice crystal. But Chu Mingyang's expression changed dramatically. Do not. The chilling energy of the orb was terrifying. Even a 9th-level sage would risk being instantly frozen if they attempted to seize it with their bare hands. Sadly, it was too late for him to intervene. Ye Linfan had already taken hold of the orb. To Chu Mingyang's astonishment, nothing happened to Ye Linfan. The once fierce ice crystal lay obediently in his palm. Could it be that this orb recognized its master, showing fear of the strong while being gentle with the weak? Chu Mingyang silently critiqued as he recalled how he had to handle the orb with extreme caution, employing multiple layers of protection. He had never anticipated that Ye Linfan would so effortlessly grasp it. How refreshing and delightful. Ye Linfan laughed heartily, to everyone's astonishment. He placed the orb against his neck and forehead, savoring the cold emanating from it. This spectacle left Chu Mingyang and Chu Yenyun in stunned silence. Was he truly human? They approached the orb with trepidation, fearing for their safety, while he toyed with it as if it were a simple plaything. The disparity in their levels was staggering. If such a person were deemed ordinary, then all in the world must be ordinary. Director Chu, are you truly gifting this orb to me? Ye Linfan inquired. The bead that emanates coldness is undoubtedly a rare treasure. It feels somewhat inappropriate to simply take it. This bead holds little value. You can rest assured and accept it. Chu Mingyang said with a smile. No matter how precious the ice bead may be, it pales in comparison to the painting gifted to him by Ye Linfan. Thus, in essence, he was the one who had gained. Since Ye Linfan appreciates it, why not do him a favor? In that case, I must express my gratitude. Ye Linfan replied, cherishing the bead. Chu Mingyang chuckled and suddenly noticed a piece of calligraphy on the table. He inquired, Mr. Yi, are you practicing your writing? Calligraphy and painting are inseparable. This is simply a hobby of mine, Ye Linfan answered. May I take a look? Chu Mingyang asked curiously. Of course. Please feel free to appreciate it together, Ye Linfan nodded. Chapter 17. The immortal places his hand on my head, bestowing longevity. Ye Linfan has spent a decade in this world honing his calligraphy and painting, yet few have taken the time to admire his work. Now that Chu Mingyang is willing to appreciate it, he is most eager. The three approached the desk. Chu Mingyang leaned down to examine the calligraphy, which featured 10 characters. The immortal places his hand on my head, bestowing longevity. These characters were robust and powerful, with sharp strokes, creating a sight that was truly pleasing to the eye. However, what struck Chu Mingyang at first glance was not merely the aesthetic beauty of the characters, but rather the profound essence of the Tao that he perceived within them. Indeed, it was the essence of the Tao. Each stroke and line of those 10 characters contained a resonance of the Tao, particularly the character for immortal, which emanated an overwhelming aura of Tao that surged forth incessantly. It could be said that the depth of Tao contained within this calligraphy was at least tenfold that of the painting of the soaring dragon. As Chu Mingyang gazed upon the calligraphy, his inner spiritual energy began to flow harmoniously with the Tao's resonance. Having just broken through, his unstable realm instantaneously solidified. Furthermore, his spiritual energy continued to surge. He soon reached the mid-level of the third realm of the sacred stage. Chu Mingyang was nearly overwhelmed by the shock. If he were to gaze upon this piece daily, his cultivation would undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds. In no more than a year, he could reach the 9th level of the sacred stage. Perhaps, he might even aspire to challenge the legendary divine realm. However, he dared not ask Ye Linfan for this piece of calligraphy. After all, Ye Linfan had already gifted him a painting. To request this calligraphy as well would surely make one appear greedy in the eyes of a master. If that were to offend the master, it could jeopardize his path in martial arts. Therefore, one must never sacrifice the greater for the lesser, no matter how remarkable this calligraphy is. Establishing a good relationship with the master holds far greater significance. Director Chu, what do you think of this calligraphy? Ye Linfan asked, noticing that Chu Mingyang had remained silent for a prolonged period. This question jolted Chu Mingyang from his contemplation. The 10 characters were powerful, naturally structured, and exuded the aura of a true master. Indeed, it was an exceptional piece of work. Chu Mingyang responded promptly. His words were sincere. For this calligraphy was indeed beautifully crafted. You flatter me, Director Chu. Ye Linfan laughed heartily. To know that Chu Mingyang is the president of the Martial Arts Academy is to recognize him as a significant figure in this world. It is indeed a rare honor to have one's writing acknowledged by him. Standing beside Ye Linfan, Chu Yenyun's emotions were exceedingly complex. Possessing extraordinary strength, yet choosing to live in seclusion, he not only excels in martial arts, but also in the arts of calligraphy and painting. Such a person is indeed a true recluse of the highest caliber. Mr. Yi, may I visit you frequently in the future? Chu Yenyun inquired cautiously. Having arrived at this place, where breakthroughs could happen at any moment, she mustered the courage to ask Ye Linfan. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Linfan replied, of course. Chu Yenyun was exceptionally beautiful, often found here alone. The only other frequent visitor was a certain old man not far away. Naturally, he welcomed the prospect of such a stunning beauty visiting him regularly. This is wonderful, Chu Yenyun exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Ye Linfan's consent to her frequent visits signified his acknowledgement of her. And establishing a connection with such an extraordinary master would undoubtedly pave the way for her martial arts journey. Chu Mingyang, standing nearby, understood this truth and shared in her joy. After all, Chu Yinyan's growth would also benefit him greatly. After spending some time together, Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyan departed. Reaching the foot of the mountain, Chu Mingyang gazed up at the summit, where the courtyard remained unchanged, yet to him, it seemed shrouded in a layer of mist. Truly, it was a place befitting an extraordinary individual. Yinyan, you must visit Mr. Ye often. It will be immensely beneficial for you, Chu Mingyang advised gently. Grandfather, rest assured. I will, Chu Yinyan responded promptly. Has Yuan Xiaorong been assigned a mentor since entering the martial arts academy? Chu Mingyang inquired. It seems not yet. Chu Yinyan shook her head. Inform the entire academy that I will take Yuan Xiaorong as my disciple. A smile graced Chu Mingyang's face. Grandfather, Chu Yinyan was taken aback. It had been a long time since Chu Mingyang had accepted a disciple. Many of his former students had become formidable masters or the pillars of their families. Yuan Xiaorong's aptitude was mediocre. Her qualifications to become a disciple of Chu Mingyang were far from sufficient. However, Chu Yinyan quickly understood that since Yuan Xiaorong was a good friend of Ye Linfan, it was essential to cultivate that relationship. What could be more sincere than having Chu Mingyang personally accept her as a disciple? I understand, Grandfather, Chu Yinyan expressed her gratitude. This was indeed a favor from Chu Mingyang, enhancing her standing in front of Ye Linfan. The two then left the area. Before long, a notification from the Martial Arts Academy ignited excitement among all its students. After a long hiatus from accepting disciples, Chu Mingyang surprisingly took a new student named Yuan Xiaorong under his wing. Who is Yuan Xiaorong? All that is known is that she is a new student with mediocre aptitude, albeit with a rather charming appearance. This sparked discontent among the exceptionally gifted students at the Martial Arts Academy. Did Chu Mingyang choose her solely for her looks? However, such thoughts remained unspoken, as slandering the headmaster is no trivial matter. In fact, many contemplated challenging Yuan Xiaorong. Yet, at this moment, Chu Yinyan stepped forward, declaring that anyone who dared to trouble Yuan Xiaorong would have to face her wrath. This statement immediately silenced the students of the Martial Arts Academy. It is well known that Chu Yinyan is not only the headmaster's granddaughter, but also ranks among the top in terms of strength within the academy. Coupled with her beauty, she has a multitude of admirers. Anyone who provoked her would surely find themselves in dire straits without her even needing to lift a finger, as her supporters would swiftly come to her aid. At that moment, in the conference room of the Martial Arts Academy, Chu Mingyang occupied the central seat, with Chu Yinyan standing behind him. Opposite them sat a middle-aged man in his 50s, whose complexion appeared somewhat sallow. This man was Zhang Yiming, the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy. Headmaster, your sudden decision to take a disciple seems rather hasty, Zhang Yiming remarked with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing the news of Chu Mingyang's acceptance of a disciple, he had immediately conducted an investigation into Yuan Xiaorong. Initially, he had hoped she would be an extraordinary talent deserving of such attention from Chu Mingyang. However, he was left disappointed. Yuan Xiaorong was merely an ordinary practitioner. It would be a stroke of luck if she were ever able to break through to the Earth realm. Thus, he sought clarification on the matter. Yiming, do not be so hasty. If you wish, I can summon Yuan Xiaorong, and you shall see her exceptional qualities for yourself, Chu Mingyang replied with a smile. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Yinyan, who immediately understood and departed the conference room. Chapter 18. The tiger descends the mountain. Chu Yinyan arrived at Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory, where she found Yuan Xiaorong sitting on her bed, lost in thought. Xiaorong, Chu Yinyan called out to her. Startled, Yuan Xiaorong awoke from her reverie. Upon seeing Chu Yinyan, she quickly stood and asked, Senior sister, how could the headmaster choose me as his disciple? This is simply unbelievable. She had been pondering this since receiving the news, unable to fathom why she, so ordinary, had caught the headmaster's eye. Silly girl, what other reason could there be? It is certainly because of Mr. Yi. Chu Yinyan playfully poked her forehead and smiled. So, you mean the headmaster accepted me as a disciple due to Mr. Ye's influence? Yuan Xiaorong finally grasped the situation. Of course, Mr. Yi is an extraordinary figure, and my grandfather would never do you a disservice, Chu Yinyan said with a gentle smile. I understand now. I will certainly work hard in my training and never bring shame to Mr. Yi, Yuan Xiaorong vowed resolutely. Exactly, my grandfather will undoubtedly devote himself to teaching you. This is your opportunity, so make sure to seize it, Chu Yinyan said slowly. Rest assured, senior sister. Is there something you need from me? Yuan Xiaorong inquired. Of course. I am here to take you to meet your master, Chu Yinyan replied. Then I shall go at once, Yuan Xiaorong immediately responded. At this point, her expression grew somewhat anxious. After all, she was to meet the dean. Typically, he was an elusive figure, known only to the most powerful students within the academy. The prospect of meeting such a significant personage filled her with trepidation. Take the painting that Mr. Yi gifted you, Chu Yinyun instructed. All right. Yuan Xiaorong agreed, without questioning the reason. Shortly thereafter, she retrieved a painting and followed Chu Yinyun out. Not long after their departure, a shadow stealthily entered the dormitory. It crept toward the cabinet where Yuan Xiaorong had placed her paintings. Earlier, in her nervousness, one of the paintings had slipped to the floor unnoticed. The shadow quickly picked it up and hastily exited. Meanwhile, Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong had arrived at the conference room. Good day, Dean, Yuan Xiaorong greeted Chu Mingyang. Her face a picture of anxiety. Such a foolish child, still calling me Dean, Chu Mingyang chuckled. Hello, esteemed teacher, Yuan Xiaorong said. Her cheeks flushed. Her heart raced. She had always thought the prospect of the dean accepting her as a disciple was somewhat surreal. Only now did she grasp the reality of it. Dean. She is truly of mediocre talent. How can she possibly become your disciple? Zhang Yiming interjected discontentedly from the side. Yuan Xiaorong turned pale at his words. What if his comments dissuaded Chu Mingyang from accepting her? All of her hopes would be dashed. Yiming, please be patient. Soon. You will understand why I have chosen Xiaorong as my apprentice, Chu Mingyang said gently. He then turned to Yuan Xiaorong and asked, Xiaorong, did you bring the painting? Yes. She answered promptly. Chu Mingyang nodded and instructed, unfold the painting for Dean Zhang to see. Yes, master, Yuan Xiaorong replied, placing the painting on the round table and carefully opening it. Dean, we are discussing the matter of Yuan Xiaorong. What need is there to see a painting? Zhang Yiming frowned. However, before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed the last word, for he sensed an overwhelming power radiating through the conference room, emanating from the painting. What kind of painting is this? How can it possess such formidable strength? He rose to his feet, gazing at the artwork on the table. The painting depicted a fierce tiger descending a mountain, vividly alive. To Zhang Yiming, it felt as if the tiger were leaping toward him, making the image anything but mere art in his eyes. It is undeniably a peerless martial art technique, known as the fierce tiger descends the mountain. Every trajectory of this technique is intricately captured within this painting. Surrounding the fierce tiger is a constant halo of azure light, which embodies the essence of the boundless Tao. This Tao's aura surges ceaselessly. He quickly recognized this azure light. This is, Zhang Yiming exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the resonance of the Tao. Chu Mingyang remarked gravely. He had not anticipated that the painting brought by Yuan Xiaorong could rival his own flying dragon ascending to heaven. The Tao resonance contained within it was equally profound. It seems that Mr. Yi holds this young girl in high regard. I must ensure to nurture her with the finest resources. Only in this manner can we firmly bind this extraordinary master, Mr. Yi, with the Martial Arts Academy. How can there be so much Tao resonance? Zhang Yiming's voice trembled with disbelief. He had never encountered anything possessing such an abundance of Tao resonance. Even the legendary treasures of heaven and earth could not compare. This painting is undoubtedly a supreme celestial artifact. Who exactly is Yuan Xiaorong? How could she possess such a remarkable celestial artifact? Does she have a powerful figure backing her? Is this the true reason why the principal accepted her as a disciple? One must admit, Zhang Yiming is exceedingly perceptive, quickly deducing the underlying reasons. However, he had no time to ponder further, as the spiritual energy within him was being drawn by the Tao resonance, beginning to surge wildly. Externally, he appeared remarkably calm, yet internally, his spiritual energy roared like a tempest, unrestrained. The barrier that had troubled him for many years began to loosen. Before long, his body jolted violently. Crack! He had broken through, ascending from the 8th to the 9th heavenly realm. I have broken through. I have finally broken through. Zhang Yiming laughed triumphantly. He had been trapped at the 8th heavenly realm for many years and never anticipated that today he would break through due to a painting. Yiming, you should now understand why I insisted on taking Xiaorong as my disciple, Chu Mingyang said indifferently. He was not at all surprised by Zhang Yiming's breakthrough. When he first viewed a painting by Ye Linfan, he too had experienced a breakthrough. It was entirely reasonable that Zhang Yiming, whose cultivation was inferior to his, could also achieve this. I understand now. Yuan Xiaorong is indeed the best candidate to be your disciple, Zhang Yiming immediately responded. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaorong let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that there was finally no one opposing her becoming the principal's disciple. Xiaorong, if you encounter any difficulties in the academy in the future, do not hesitate to come to me, Zhang Yiming said kindly to her. Yuan Xiaorong was momentarily taken aback by his warmth. Thank you, principal. Do not call me principal. Call me Uncle Master, Zhang Yiming replied with a smile. Although he was still unaware of the powerful figure behind Yuan Xiaorong, it was always prudent to establish a good relationship. Uncle Master, Yuan Xiaorong blushed and called out. Chu Mingyang, standing nearby, could only shake his head, bemused. The cunning old fox truly knows how to seize the moment. Xiaorong, come and pay your respects as my disciple, Chu Mingyang said slowly. Chapter 19. The Stolen Painting. Previously, Chu Mingyang had merely stated his intention to take Yuan Xiaorong as his apprentice, yet she had not yet performed the formal ceremony of apprenticeship. In this world, becoming a disciple is a matter of great gravity. It is not merely about bowing one's head and calling someone master. At the very least, a reputable figure must be present to witness the event. Zhang Yiming, as the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy, was certainly qualified to serve as a witness. Without hesitation, Yuan Xiaorong knelt before Chu Mingyang. I pay my respects to my master. Subsequently, she bowed her head 3 times with great fervor. Very well, please rise. I shall impart all my knowledge to you, Chu Mingyang said as he helped her to her feet. Thank you, master, Yuan Xiaorong replied, her heart brimming with joy at the thought of being taught by such a formidable figure as the president. She was certain that she would become powerful in the future. All right, you may leave for now. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the martial arts. Chu Mingyang nodded and spoke. Yuan Xiaorong agreed and departed with Chu Yinyun. Chu Yinyun was perceptive. She understood that Zhang Yiming would undoubtedly have many questions for Chu Mingyang and deemed it unnecessary to linger. President, what on earth is happening? Who is the powerful figure behind Yuan Xiaorong? Zhang Yiming inquired eagerly. It is as follows. Chu Mingyang recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhang Yiming. Upon finishing, Zhang Yiming gasped in astonishment. Is it possible that such a remarkable individual exists in this world? A mere painting is a top-tier celestial artifact? The chicken he raises is an immensely powerful being? The peach tree he planted bears abundant spiritual peaches? All of this sounds so surreal, yet as unbelievable as it seems. I cannot dismiss it, for I have just made a breakthrough myself. President, you mentioned that you have broken through. What level are you at now? Zhang Yiming asked. Chu Mingyang smiled and revealed a hint of his aura. The 3rd level of the Holy Realm. Zhang Yiming was utterly astonished, swallowing hard. This is astonishing. Just yesterday, you were at the 1st level of the Holy Realm. I never expected that within a single day, you would ascend 2 levels. This is the Holy Realm. Achieving 2 breakthroughs in a single day is unheard of, truly unprecedented. I cannot believe that such a master has been residing next to our martial arts academy for 10 years. And we were entirely unaware of it, Zhang Yiming lamented. The prowess of such a master far surpasses our own. It is quite normal for us not to have discovered him. Had it not been for Yinyun's fortuitous encounter, we might never have realized his presence. Chu Mingyang responded thoughtfully. President, if you ever visit this master again, please take me along, Zhang Yiming said with a cheeky smile. Look at you, lacking ambition. Fine, next time. Come along with me. But there's one thing you must remember, Chu Mingyang remarked with a nod. What is it? Zhang Yiming inquired. Chu Mingyang replied calmly, Mr. Yi prefers to interact with us as an ordinary person, so we shall treat him as such. Under no circumstances should we mention anything related to martial arts in his presence. Rest assured, Dean, I understand, Zhang Yiming assured him earnestly. At that moment, Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong had returned to their dormitory. As Yuan Xiaorong opened the cupboard to put back a painting, her expression suddenly changed. Xiaorong, what is it? Chu Yinyun hastily asked upon noticing her distress. I have lost a painting, Yuan Xiaorong said, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. What? A painting is missing? Chu Yinyun's face paled. Every painting here is a priceless treasure. The thought of one being stolen from the Martial Arts Academy is alarming. If word gets out, the Academy would be utterly humiliated, and it would surely displease Ye Linfan. The fragile relationship that the Martial Arts Academy has painstakingly built with him could vanish in an instant. This would undoubtedly spell catastrophe for the Academy. Do not panic. I will go find Grandpa and help you investigate, Chu Yinyun immediately said before hurriedly departing. In the conference room, Chu Mingyang was conversing with Zhang Yiming when Chu Yinyun burst in, her voice raised in urgency. Grandpa, something is wrong. What has happened? Chu Mingyang asked, furrowing his brow. Xiaorong's painting has been stolen, Chu Yinyun panted. What? Chu Mingyang sprang to his feet, his expression one of profound shock. He was well aware that Yuan Xiaorong's paintings were gifts from Ye Linfan. The theft of Ye Linfan's art from the Martial Arts Academy, which was his domain, could have dire consequences. What shall we do now? Chu Yinyun asked, her expression grave. Do not fret. The thief must be one of the Academy's students. And we will certainly catch them, Chu Mingyang replied slowly. Dean, we must act quickly. We must apprehend the thief before Yuan Xiaorong informs a higher authority, Zhang Yiming interjected. As long as the thief is a student of the Martial Arts Academy, they shall not escape my grasp, Chu Mingyang scoffed. Grandpa, do you have a plan? Chu Yinyun asked. At this point, we must employ the scent hound, Chu Mingyang stated. The scent hound is a creature of the Martial Arts Academy, a small, gentle beast endowed with remarkable intelligence. Its greatest asset is its acute sense of smell. Anything it has encountered can be found. The Academy frequently utilizes it to locate lost items. Yinyun, take the scent hound to Xiaorong. We will await news here, Zhang Yiming promptly instructed. Before long, Chu Yinyun arrived at Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory with the scent hound in tow. At this moment, Yuan Xiaorong was silently fuming over the loss of her painting. Upon seeing Chu Mingyang and the others enter, she immediately stood up. Sister, the painting that brother Yi gave me has been stolen. What should I do? Yuan Xiaorong inquired. Her eyes reddened with distress. Initially, she had not placed much importance on these calligraphies and paintings. However, after hearing Chu Yinyun speak of their immense value, their theft left her feeling both heartbroken and guilty for failing to protect the precious gift from brother Yi. Do not worry, I have a way to find the thief, Chu Yinyun reassured her. With that, she extended her palm, revealing a small dog nestled within. The dog, entirely gray and lethargically sprawled out, appeared as if it had just awoken from slumber. Its nose, however, was quite remarkable, so large that it occupied a third of its face. This was the sniffing spirit dog. Chu Yinyun produced a bright yellow pill and placed it before the dog's nose. The sniffing spirit dog's prominent nose twitched, and it promptly opened its mouth to swallow the pill. Originally listless, it instantly sprang to life, barking incessantly as if to plead for another. Xiaorong, present it with a painting to sniff, Chu Yinyun suggested. Yuan Xiaorong swiftly retrieved one of her paintings and placed it in front of the sniffing spirit dog. After sniffing it, the dog leaped from Chu Yinyun's palm and dashed toward the door. Follow it, Chu Yinyun exclaimed. Both she and Yuan Xiaorong hurried after the sniffing spirit dog, soon arriving at a dormitory building several dozen meters away. This building housed the offspring of martial arts families, all enjoying the privilege of individual accommodations due to their affluent backgrounds. Could it be her? Yuan Xiaorong's expression darkened. Who resides here? Chu Yinyun inquired. Zhao Ruoqing. She visited my dormitory last time to play, and at that moment, I was unaware of the painting's value, so I showed them to her, Yuan Xiaorong replied. It must be her. The items belonging to Mr. Yi are so precious that even I would be tempted, let alone others, Chu Yinyun remarked with a furrowed brow. Zhao Ruoqing is exceedingly audacious to dare steal from Ye Linfan. Such a top-tier immortal artifact is beyond the reach of an ordinary student like her. Let us confront her, Chu Yinyun declared, grasping Yuan Xiaorong's hand as they entered the building. Upon ascending the dormitory, they encountered a tall young girl, of a similar age to Yuan Xiaorong, seated cross-legged in meditation. A flicker of panic crossed her face upon seeing them, though she quickly masked it. This girl was none other than Zhao Ruoqing. Xiaorong, what brings you here? Zhao Ruoqing asked somewhat uneasily. Yuan Xiaorong wasted no time with pleasantries. Ruoqing, I kindly ask that you return my belongings. What do you mean, Xiaorong? Zhao Ruoqing's expression shifted dramatically. Must I be any clearer? Return my painting to me, Yuan Xiaorong stated. Her face darkened with determination. Yuan Xiaorong, I considered you a friend. Yet you dare to suspect me of stealing your belongings? Zhao Ruoqing said coldly. Zhao Ruoqing, cease your pretense. If you return the item to Xiaorong, I shall act as though nothing has transpired, Chu Yinyun remarked icily. Upon entering, she had already perceived a fleeting moment of panic on Zhao Ruoqing's face. Though this trace of anxiety was but ephemeral, it was nonetheless captured by her keen observation. Thus, she was utterly convinced that Zhao Ruoqing was indeed the thief. Indeed, Ruoqing, if you merely return the painting to me, we can remain the best of sisters thereafter. Yuan Xiaorong fixed her gaze upon Zhao Ruoqing and declared, Senior sister, Xiaorong, you both are quite amusing. With no evidence at hand, why must you unjustly accuse me of theft? I, Zhao Ruoqing, am of noble lineage. How could I possibly covet such trivial paintings? Zhao Ruoqing scoffed disdainfully. It appears you are truly unwilling to concede? Chu Yinyun inquired coldly. If I have not taken it, then I have not taken it. Should you possess evidence, please present it. Absent such proof, cease your baseless accusations, Zhao Ruoqing asserted with unwavering resolve. Zhao Ruoqing, you are entirely unaware of the true nature of the painting's owner. He is not someone you can provoke. I hope you do not come to regret this, Chu Yinyun warned, her ire palpable as she took Yuan Xiaorong by the arm and departed. Since Zhao Ruoqing adamantly denied taking the painting, they would have to seek out Chu Mingyang for assistance. Watching their retreating figures, Zhao Ruoqing let out a derisive laugh. Just an ordinary person who plants vegetables and raises chickens? Such a being, I could easily eliminate. She then produced a wristband and pressed a button. This wristband served as a communication device, akin to a mobile phone, with visual capabilities. Soon, a holographic screen appeared above the wristband, revealing a young man. This young man, in his mid-20s, was quite handsome, though he occasionally wore a slick smile that rendered him rather unsavory. Qingmei, did you call for a reason? The young man asked with a grin. Brother Ziyang, how did you find the painting I gifted you? Zhao Ruoqing inquired, her voice tinged with pride and shyness. Qingmei, that painting is truly remarkable. The essence contained within it has allowed me to break through to the 8th level of the Earth realm. The young man exclaimed with hearty laughter. What? You advanced so swiftly? You are incredible. Zhao Ruoqing remarked, astonished. Thanks to the painting you gifted me. I believe it won't be long before I achieve the celestial realm, the young man stated. Congratulations. You will undoubtedly become the youngest celestial realm powerhouse on the continent. Zhao Ruoqing said, her face glowing with admiration. Rest assured, Qingmei, once I reach the celestial realm, I shall come to propose and take you as my bride. The young man professed with profound sincerity. Brother Zhang, you must not deceive me, Zhao Ruoqing replied, her heart nearly melting under his tender onslaught. Fear not, Qingmei. I will never betray you in this lifetime, the young man vowed earnestly. Indeed, Brother Zhang, my classmate possesses numerous such paintings and calligraphy. Perhaps I should gather them all and present them to you, Zhao Ruoqing exclaimed promptly. In her fervent desire to see this young man ascend to the celestial realm and propose sooner rather than later, her obsession began to border on madness. Is that true? How wonderful! The young man responded with unrestrained joy. If a single painting holds such formidable power, imagine the potential of many. It is likely that, in no time, I shall transcend to the celestial realm. Not only I, but my entire family will become extraordinarily powerful. Qingmei, is your classmate a descendant of some eminent figure? The young man inquired suddenly. He feared that if Yuan Xiaorong were indeed backed by a formidable entity, and he unwittingly provoked them, it could spell disaster for his entire family. Rest assured, I have investigated thoroughly. The individual who gifted him the paintings is merely an ordinary person who tends to chickens and cultivates vegetables. It seems he was merely fortunate to acquire these artworks. So there is absolutely no cause for concern, Zhao Ruoqing asserted with confidence. That is splendid news, Qingmei. I shall never let you down, the young man declared joyfully. After sharing tender words for a while longer, they finally ended the call. Zhao Ruoqing cast a glance in the direction of Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory. A cold smirk playing on her lips. What merit or capability does a mere Yuan Xiaorong possess to claim such treasures? They would be better off in my hands. Hastening Brother Zhang's breakthrough to the celestial realm. This way, I can marry him sooner. A cruel smile soon graced her features, revealing her malicious scheme against Yuan Xiaorong. At that moment, Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong had returned to the conference room. What happened? Did you find anything? Chu Mingyang inquired. I am utterly infuriated. Chu Yinyun relayed the details of the incident to him. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Chu Mingyang's face. How outrageous. It is a disgrace for the Martial Arts Academy to harbor such students. Grandfather, we must address this matter swiftly. If Mr. Yi learns of it, the consequences could be dire, Chu Yinyun said, her brow furrowed with concern. Do you think Mr. Yi is unaware? With his prowess, he can discern any matter with but a thought. Chu Mingyang sighed deeply. Grandfather, what should I do now? Chu Yinyun's expression shifted as she asked. First, apprehend Zhao Ruoqing. Chu Mingyang decisively instructed. This situation must be resolved promptly. The longer we delay, the more likely we are to incite Mr. Ye's wrath. In my view, Mr. Yi has yet to take action because he is observing the Martial Arts Academy's stance. If we mishandle this, our ties with Mr. Yi could be irrevocably severed. Should he become enraged, he may very well obliterate our academy. Xiaorong, do not worry. I shall ensure you regain your paintings. Chu Mingyang reassured Yuan Xiaorong with a smile. Yuan Xiaorong held a significant position in Ye Linfan's regard. This matter must not allow Yuan Xiaorong to suffer even the slightest grievance. Thank you, master. Yuan Xiaorong expressed her profound gratitude. Yinyun, immediately instruct the academy's security team to apprehend Zhao Ruoqing. Chu Mingyang commanded loudly. Very well, I shall do so at once. Yinyun responded, her heart racing as she hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Ye Linfan remained oblivious to the events unfolding at the Martial Arts Academy, continuing with his daily routine of feeding the chickens and the fish in the yard. Is Mr. Yi at home? A voice called from outside the courtyard. Ye Linfan looked up to find Lin Langtian approaching alone, without Lin Ro accompanying him. Patriarch Lin, please come in, Ye Linfan said slowly. Lin Langtian noticed Ye Linfan's calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by his arrival. Could it be that Mr. Yi anticipated my visit? That would be rather extraordinary. I pay my respects to Mr. Yi, Lin Langtian said as he stepped inside, bowing slightly. Patriarch Lin, I knew you would come, Ye Linfan replied with a smile. After enjoying my peaches and dining at my table last time, I assumed you might seek my hospitality once more. Mr. Yi, you knew I was coming? Lin Langtian asked. Astonished. Indeed, and I am also aware of your intentions, Ye Linfan stated with a smile. This revelation rendered Lin Langtian speechless, for he was impressed by such extraordinary insight. Truly, a master of unparalleled skill, possessing the ability to foresee both my arrival and my purpose. Such power is awe-inspiring, a testament to his remarkable foresight. I humbly request your assistance, Mr. Yi, Lin Langtian said with another bow. It is merely a trivial matter, no need for such formality. Ye Linfan waved his hand dismissively. Lin Langtian could not help but admire the grace of this extraordinary individual. What seemed a daunting challenge to him was but a minor issue in Ye Linfan's eyes. Please, come in and have a seat, Ye Linfan invited gently. As they entered the room, Lin Langtian took a seat, feeling that the atmosphere was even more formidable than during his last visit. The concentration of spiritual energy felt significantly denser, and as he entered, he sensed a gradual increase in his own spiritual power. Truly, the residence of a master is astonishing, always leaving one in awe. Mr. Ye, I have arrived. Another voice called from outside. Soon after, a disheveled middle-aged man, resembling a beggar, entered the room. At first, Lin Langtian frowned at the sight of such a person, but upon recognizing him, he leapt from his chair in shock. Lu Dongxian, the vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance. What brings him here? Could he possibly know Mr. Ye as well? Although the Lin family is considered a prominent family in Luoyang City, they are hardly significant in the eyes of the Martial Arts Alliance. The esteemed patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Langtian, approached to pay his respects to the vice leader of the Martial Alliance, Lu Dongxian. Lin Langtian promptly bowed in greeting, recognizing the significance of forging a connection with such a prominent figure. Could it be that Mr. Ye anticipated my plea for assistance and arranged for Vice Leader Lu to meet me here? With the backing of the Martial Alliance, even the Yin family would likely hesitate to challenge the Lin family. Ah, so it is the Lin patriarch. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lu Dongxian remarked with a nod, his demeanor composed. The disparity in their statuses was substantial, and for Lu to acknowledge him with a nod was already a considerable gesture of respect. At that moment, Ye Linfan entered, bringing forth a meal. The fare consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, seemingly ordinary home-cooked cuisine. However, as the dishes were presented, a delightful aroma wafted through the room, invigorating both Lu Dongxian and Lin Langtian. They understood well that these dishes not only exuded a savory fragrance, but had also been prepared with the essence of the spiritual spring, infusing them with a unique and refreshing quality. Only Ye Linfan would dare to employ such luxurious ingredients, utilizing the transformative waters of the spiritual spring for culinary purposes. Such exquisite dishes, Lu Dongxian exclaimed in admiration. The vegetables appeared unassuming, yet each leaf radiated a vibrant green, pleasing to the eye. The bowl of soup, resembling clear water, was shrouded in a white vapor, indicating that it was entirely crafted from the spiritual spring's essence. The rice, each grain crystal clear and dazzling, beckoned one to partake. With such splendid dishes, one can only imagine their delightful taste, Lu Dongxian remarked, his enthusiasm palpable. You certainly know how to flatter, Ye Linfan teased, playfully tapping Lu Dongxuan's head. Observing this exchange, Lin Langtian felt utterly astonished. Here was the vice leader of the Martial Alliance, behaving like a child in Ye Linfan's presence, accepting the playful reprimand with a smile rather than indignation, almost more obsequious than a sycophant. Patriarch Lin, please, do commence your meal, Ye Linfan encouraged, directing his gaze towards Lin Langtian. Nodding in response, Lin Langtian lifted his bowl and began to eat. He sipped the soup, and the moment it touched his palate, his expression froze in delight. The soup, appearing as mere clear water, was surprisingly rich and flavorful. Crafted from the spiritual spring, it surged through him, amplifying his spiritual energy and propelling him to the pinnacle of the second realm of the dance stage, just a step away from the third. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Ye Linfan, who had prepared this sumptuous feast to assist him in his quest for strength. Thank you, Mr. Ye, Lin Langtian said, tears streaming down his face. Patriarch Lin, why are you crying while eating? Ye Linfan inquired with a perplexed expression. At that moment, Lu Dongxian suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing. Lin Langtian, upon hearing this, choked for a brief instant. It was then that he realized Ye Linfan had always wished to be regarded as an ordinary person. Would his reaction provoke displeasure in Mr. Ye? A cold sweat broke out on his brow. He was in trouble. His emotions had surged beyond control. What should he do? One careless response could reveal everything. Thoughts raced through Lin Langtian's mind. Soon, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes, and he devised a brilliant reply. Chapter 22. Could he be from the celestial realm? Your cooking reminds me of the meals prepared by my late mother, Lin Langtian said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Upon hearing these words, Ye Linfan was suddenly struck by a complex wave of feelings. Lin Langtian had family in this world, while he himself had traversed here all alone, devoid of kin. Deeply moved, he placed a reassuring hand on Lin Langtian's shoulder. I apologize for reminding you of your mother, Ye Linfan sighed. To him, it seemed that Lin Langtian, now of considerable age, had likely lost his mother long ago, which explained the sorrow that shadowed him. Since my arrival in this world, I have missed my mother dearly, Ye Linfan lamented. The words sent a shiver through Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian. Was it possible that Mr. Ye was not from this world? If he were not of this realm, Could he be from the fabled celestial realm? Did such a place truly exist? As this thought took root, an exhilarating surge of emotion filled their hearts. Although the martial artists of this world could cultivate their skills, none had ever achieved the transcendent state of ascending to the heavens. The celestial realm was merely a legendary realm, and no one ever believed anyone could actually reach it. Yet, Ye Linfan had just claimed he was not from this world. Aside from the celestial realm, there seemed to be no other explanation. Mr. Ye, are you truly not from this world? Lu Dongxian asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. Oh no, I let it slip. Ye Linfan felt a tightness in his chest. Unintentionally, he had revealed his identity as a traveler. However, since the secret had escaped, he decided to embrace it. After all, Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian were decent individuals who would not harbor ill will. Indeed, I am not from this world, Ye Linfan affirmed with a nod. Then, could you share what your world is like? Lin Langtian inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. He was genuinely eager to learn what the mythical celestial realm was truly like. My world is a beautiful yet perilous place. In that realm, all individuals can easily converse with those thousands of miles away, reach their desired destinations in a fleeting moment, break free from the constraints of the skies, traverse the cosmos, and wield weapons capable of annihilating millions with ease, Ye Linfan said, his face reflecting profound nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian listened intently, captivated by the enchanting vision of a world beyond their own. Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian were rendered speechless, unable to utter a word for quite some time. The ability to transmit sound over vast distances, to ascend to the celestial realm, and to single-handedly annihilate nations, such powers could only belong to an immortal. The places possessing these attributes could only be the realm of the immortals. Instantly, Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian felt an overwhelming yearning for the world described by Ye Linfan. If one day they could ascend to the celestial realm, then all their efforts and cultivation throughout their lives would hold true value. Please do not disclose my true identity to others lightly, Ye Linfan said slowly. The identity of a transmigrator was best kept known to as few people as possible. To Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian, it seemed that Ye Linfan wished to interact with others in the guise of a mortal, hence his caution against revealing his true self. Rest assured, Mr. Ye, we shall keep your secret as tightly sealed as a vault, Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian vowed earnestly, thumping their chests in assurance. Let us continue to eat. Ye Linfan smiled gently. Thus, the three of them swiftly devoured the dishes laid before them. After the meal, Lin Langtian found that his cultivation level had ascended to the third stage of the Dan realm, now on par with Ye Linfan. Yet, defeating Ye Linfan still seemed improbable, given that Yin had immersed himself in the third stage of the Dan realm for many years while Lin had just recently broken through. Naturally, he could not be the opponent's match. However, Lin Langtian remained unperturbed, well aware that with Ye Linfan's enigmatic strength, there would surely be a plan in place. He merely needed to go with the flow. At that moment, Lu Dongxian had reached the pinnacle of the third stage of the Sage realm, just a step away from the fourth stage. Shall we have some tea? Ye Linfan inquired, glancing at Lu Dongxian. This old fellow had a peculiar habit of requiring a cup of tea after every meal. An old beggar, yet he possessed the airs of a wealthy lord. Absolutely, Lu Dongxian replied without hesitation. Who wouldn't want to indulge in tea brewed from the spirit spring? Those who refuse are quite foolish. Though Lu Dongxian appeared somewhat foolish, he was far from it. Lin Langtian remained silent, fully aware that every action of Ye Linfan carried profound significance. Moreover, after their last tea session, he had experienced a breakthrough. This time, he was certain that his cultivation would surge as well. You old rascal, you're quite crafty, Ye Linfan chuckled, playfully scolding him before turning to prepare the tea. Before long, Ye Linfan emerged with 2 cups of tea. Though covered, the rich aroma could not be contained. Just a whiff sent a gentle stir through Lin Langtian's internal energy. This was the potency of the spirit spring tea. Upon lifting the lid, a plume of white mist ascended, enveloping the entire room and transforming it into a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The fragrance continuously tantalized Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian's senses, especially Lu Dongxian. He was currently on the brink of breaking through to the next realm, and with each inhalation of the tea's aroma, he felt the barriers within his cultivation begin to loosen. Within Lin Langtian, he sensed a gentle surge of spiritual energy steadily increasing. In an instant, he solidified the realm he had just broken through. The tea was, as always, remarkably fragrant. Lu Dongxian marveled, lifting his cup and drinking it in one go. The liquid flowed down his throat, and a powerful aura surged within him. His spiritual energy began to race wildly, colliding fervently against the barriers of his realm. Crack! Lu Dongxian's body trembled as an overwhelming sense of authority emanated from him. He had broken through to the fourth stage of the Sage realm. Lin Langtian felt the imposing presence of Lu Dongxian and couldn't help but display an expression of deep envy. The sage realm. When would he ever reach such heights? He raised his cup and drank the tea as well. Upon swallowing, boom. The potent spiritual energy contained within the tea erupted within him. His spiritual power surged uncontrollably, breaking through the barriers of his own realm. Crack! Lin Langtian's body shook again, and he too had made a breakthrough, ascending to the 4th stage of the pill realm. With his current strength, he was now capable of defeating Yin Yunsong, who was at the 3rd stage of the pill realm. This visit had indeed proven worthwhile. Although Mr. Yi had said little, he had orchestrated everything with utmost clarity, from dining to enjoying tea. Everything was under his control. Truly, he was a remarkable figure from the celestial realm. This tea is delightful. My gratitude to Mr. Yi is profound. Lin Langtian felt grateful. He had intended to express his thanks directly, but doing so might seem too abrupt, possibly revealing his awareness of Ye Linfan's esteemed identity. Thus, he opted to compliment the tea as a means of conveying his appreciation. Delicious. Would you care for another cup? Ye Linfan inquired with a smile. Chapter 23. This calligraphy is a top-tier celestial artifact. Lin Langtian was about to agree when Lu Dongxian suddenly interjected, 1 cup of such fine tea is sufficient. After saying this, he shot Lin Langtian a knowing glance. Understanding immediately, Lin Langtian shook his head in refusal. I am already quite full. Let us save it for next time. Very well, perhaps we shall have another opportunity to enjoy tea together. Ye Linfan nodded, unconcerned. After all, he had an abundance of tea leaves, more than he could ever consume. This was why Lu Dongxian always received his requests without hesitation. Mr. Yi, is that calligraphy on the table your work? Lin Langtian suddenly noticed a piece of calligraphy resting on the desk and inquired. Indeed. I wrote it casually a couple of days ago, Ye Linfan replied with a nod. This piece of calligraphy was the very one that Chu Mingyang had seen days prior. May I take a look? Lin Langtian asked, intrigued. He had a fondness for writing and painting himself, and seeing Ye Linfan share such a hobby piqued his interest. Moreover, sharing a common interest could bridge the gap between them. Of course, come and have a look, Ye Linfan said. The 3 of them approached the desk, where the calligraphy was currently rolled up. As Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian approached the table, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down their spines. The source of this formidable pressure was none other than the calligraphy itself. Exchanging a glance, they discerned a glimmer of astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Could it be that the writing of a master was not of ordinary quality? Please take a look, Ye Linfan said as he unfurled the painting. Boom. A tremor coursed through Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxuan's hearts. They felt an immense tide of Tao rhythm surging forth from the characters, crashing upon them like a wave, directly penetrating their beings. The spiritual energy within them was ignited by the Tao rhythm, spiraling chaotically through their meridians. The newly formed barriers of their realms began to tremble once more. Crack! Lu Dongxuan's body jolted. He realized he had achieved another breakthrough. Ascending to the 5th level of the sacred realm, Lin Langtian, with his slightly lesser cultivation, experienced an even more dramatic transformation. He transcended the 4th level of the Dan realm, then the 5th, and finally the 6th in a single surge. With the strength of the 6th level of the Dan realm, he could easily dispatch Yin Yunsong. Lin Langtian regarded Ye Linfan with profound reverence. The prowess of such a master was simply unfathomable. Having come here merely to share a meal, sip tea, and gaze upon a piece of writing, he had surged through 5 entire realms. If this were to be known, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon many who fancied themselves as unparalleled geniuses. For no one could possibly break through 5 realms in a single day. Yet Ye Linfan seemed to accomplish what others could only dream of through relentless effort, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Such strength and skill were truly terrifying. He longed to express his gratitude to Ye Linfan, but recalled that the latter wished to lead an unremarkable life. Thus, the words of thanks remained unspoken. With his newfound power, even the duel scheduled for 2 days hence would pose no fear, regardless of any tricks Yin Yunsong might attempt. At that moment, he truly beheld the characters on the paper. Immortal caresses my crown, bestowing longevity. These 10 characters were robust and vigorous, their strokes full of vitality, flowing effortlessly like a gentle stream. They evoked a sense of tranquility and exhilaration. It was evident that they were the work of a master calligrapher, each stroke imbued with boundless Tao rhythm. With each glance, one could feel the stirrings of spiritual energy within. Indeed, if one could be in the presence of such writing daily, their strength would surely advance at an astonishing pace. What exquisite characters! Lin Langtian exclaimed repeatedly. A connoisseur of calligraphy himself, he had never encountered a piece that could rival this one. Lu Dongxian, lacking expertise in calligraphy, simply recognized it as an extraordinary celestial artifact. However, he exhibited no surprise. To him, The occurrence of such astonishing events in Ye Linfan's abode was entirely commonplace. He had grown accustomed to the extraordinary feats of Ye Linfan. Did the clan leader have an affinity for this calligraphy? Upon witnessing the scene, Ye Linfan inquired with a smile. Indeed, this calligraphy is rare in the world, and I truly admire it. Lin Langtian remarked, unable to part with it. In that case, allow me to bestow this piece upon you, Ye Linfan replied cheerfully. Excuse me? You wish to gift this calligraphy to me? Lin Langtian queried, astonished. This is a piece imbued with boundless Taoist essence. If it were to circulate, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil. Yet, such a precious work is being so casually given to me. Lin Langtian felt as if he were dreaming. The situation seemed surreal. Indeed, it is merely a piece of calligraphy, of little monetary value. I hope you do not find it unworthy, Ye Linfan nodded. As an ordinary person, navigating this world was exceedingly arduous. Lin Langtian, the patriarch of the Lin family, could offer protection if he cultivated a good relationship with him. It would provide a semblance of security in this perilous world. Exchanging a piece of calligraphy for personal safety was an exceptionally shrewd transaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian regarded Ye Linfan with profound admiration. Truly, a master is a master. His vision is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Perhaps only Ye Linfan could confidently declare such a piece to be of little worth. Since you have generously bestowed it, I shall not refuse, Lin Langtian expressed gratefully. Such a piece could indeed serve as a treasured heirloom. To decline would be foolish. You see, even Lu Dongxian over there is yet to receive anything. With that, he carefully secured the calligraphy. Standing nearby, Lu Dongxian gazed at Lin Langtian with an expression of envy. He was exceedingly envious of Lin Langtian for acquiring such an invaluable work. However, he dared not request one from Ye Linfan, for a master has his own intentions. Ye Linfan's decision to gift the calligraphy to Lin Langtian must surely stem from a connection between them, while his choice not to gift it to himself indicated that the timing was not yet right. What is destined to be will be. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Perhaps only when the time is right will a master have something to offer me, Lu Dongxian mused silently. After spending an hour in conversation, they departed, arriving at the foot of the mountain. Lu Dongxian glanced at the painting in Lin Langtian's arms and, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, Patriarch Lin, you must take utmost care of that calligraphy. Rest assured, I shall preserve it with great diligence, Lin Langtian vowed earnestly. Do you truly understand the significance of this calligraphy? Lu Dongxian asked nonchalantly. Is it not just a piece of calligraphy? It merely possesses a rich Taoist essence. Lin Langtian questioned, puzzled. It seems you are genuinely unaware. Allow me to enlighten you. This calligraphy is a supreme celestial artifact, Lu Dongxian replied, shaking his head. What? A supreme celestial artifact? Lin Langtian exclaimed in disbelief, his face a portrait of astonishment. He understood that this piece of calligraphy was extraordinarily precious. However, he never anticipated that it would turn out to be a top-tier celestial artifact. Such artifacts are exceedingly rare on the continent, even among the prominent families and esteemed organizations. To possess one is an exceptional feat. Little did he expect that Ye Linfan would casually gift him a top-tier celestial artifact. This act of kindness would likely remain unrepayable throughout his lifetime. Reflecting on this, Lin Langtian deeply bowed in reverence toward the mountaintop. The Lin family would undoubtedly serve Mr. Yi for life. Should they violate this oath, let the heavens strike them down. His expression was grave as he solemnly declared, if Mr. Yi were willing to guide the Lin family, it would indeed be a privilege for them. Lv Dongxian slowly articulated. Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian nodded in agreement. If a being of such celestial stature were to assume leadership over the Lin family, then their ascendance to the foremost family in Luoyang City would be an inevitable outcome. Lin Langtian tightened his grip on the top-tier celestial artifact in his embrace. With this item, the Lin family would naturally be beyond reproach in Luoyang City. As for the duel in 2 days, he no longer harbored any concerns. No matter how formidable Ye Linfan might be, he could never match his prowess. After conversing for a while, they each departed. Ye Linfan remained oblivious to the dialogue between Lin Langtian and Lv Dongxian. After their departure, feeling a bit bored, Ye Linfan picked up a piece of wood, intending to carve a sculpture. This wood was entirely black, exuding a lustrous sheen, akin to a rod of black steel. If Lin Ruo were present, she would undoubtedly recognize it as the Tianwu ironwood that Ye Linfan had hewn from the desolate mountains. In this world, although mobile phones existed, the games from his previous life were absent, leaving him without tools to pass the time. Thus, writing, drawing, and carving became his preferred pastimes. After feeding the chickens and fish each day, he devoted most of his time to these activities, only descending to Luoyang City for supplies when the house ran out of meat or to gather firewood. Otherwise, he generally refrained from venturing outside, for the world was perilous. As an ordinary person, He sought to minimize risks and enhance his chances of survival. Sitting there, he pondered what to sculpt. After a considerable interval, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Why not carve a sword? Resolute in his decision, he swiftly wielded his carving knife, which gleamed with a dark luster. Clang, clang, clang. Astonishingly, each strike of the carving knife against the wood produced the sound of metal colliding, and with every hit, sparks flew. As if he were not carving wood, but rather shaping steel. Moreover, the carving knife in Ye Linfan's hand was exceptionally resilient, leaving marks upon the Tianwu ironwood with each stroke. If anyone had been present to witness Ye Linfan at that moment, their eyes would have widened in astonishment. At this moment, Ye Linfan was enveloped in radiant azure light, a clear indication of his state of Tao resonance. Such an abundance of Tao energy is unattainable even in the legendary divine realm, thus revealing that Ye Linfan's true strength surpasses that of the mythical divine realm. Unbeknownst to him, he had wholly immersed himself in the act of sculpting. As time passed, distinct outlines began to emerge upon the wood in his hands, and strands of sword chi began to permeate the air. All the creatures in the courtyard quivered in their hearts. Even the peach tree's branches trembled. They were acutely aware that Ye Linfan was once again creating. Whether writing, painting, or sculpting, whenever he commenced his creative endeavors, a tremendous commotion would ensue. The potent fluctuations of energy were capable of obliterating the very world. Strangely, regardless of the intensity of the disturbance Ye Linfan stirred, the powerful waves of energy reverberated solely within the confines of the courtyard, as if an invisible barrier contained them, preventing any trace from escaping. This was also the reason no one had discovered the peculiarities of this courtyard during Ye Linfan's decade-long stay. Although Lu Dongxian frequently visited, he had never disclosed Ye Linfan's existence to anyone, believing that since Ye Linfan desired to lead a mundane life, he would simply play along with the extraordinary, thereby bridging the gap between them. Ye Linfan remained oblivious to the thoughts of the animals and the peach tree in the courtyard. His right hand waved vigorously, and the black blade of light danced in the void, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of afterimages. Had there been anyone present, they would have noted the profound intricacy of the trajectory with which he wielded the blade, each stroke harmonizing with the principles of heaven. Soon, the resonance of Tao surrounding him intensified, transforming into flowing streams that coursed around him, swiftly spilling out of the house and enveloping the entire courtyard. The sheer volume of Tao energy elicited an expression of sheer astonishment from the hen as the resonance enveloped her, causing her strength to surge uncontrollably. It was an exquisite sensation. At that moment, a voice echoed, articulating the hen's innermost thoughts. The carp from the pond had leapt onto the shore, surrounded by Tao energy. Its scales now glistening a golden hue, a clear sign of its transformation into a dragon. The large yellow dog remained silent, lying on the ground with closed eyes, allowing the Tao resonance to swirl around him, clearly reveling in the experience. Meanwhile, the peach tree at the entrance was undergoing its own transformation, its trunk thickening and branches elongating, with numerous new buds sprouting rapidly, blossoming and bearing fruit in an instant. Upon the peach tree, hundreds of spiritual peaches have newly emerged, a testament to the power of the Tao rhythm. Why have these divine beasts revered Ye Linfan as their master for so many years? It is not solely due to his formidable strength, but rather because remaining in his presence grants them immeasurable benefits. Situations like today have occurred countless times, and they have long since grown accustomed to it. As they gazed upon the Tao rhythm flowing through the courtyard like a river, the old hen's eyes were filled with astonishment. Thankfully, this Tao rhythm cannot escape. Should even a trace leak out, it would surely incite madness among countless martial artists. One must understand that even the most renowned paradises in the world cannot possess such an abundance of Tao rhythm. Truly, the master is becoming increasingly formidable. The old hen's eyes were filled with astonishment. At this rate, my peaches are destined to transform into immortal peaches, remarked the peach tree. Immortal peaches far surpass spiritual peaches. Spiritual peaches are, after all, merely earthly substances, whereas immortal peaches belong to the realm of the divine. In this world, transcending to the divine realm is nearly impossible. However, consuming an immortal peach can purify one's essence and fundamentally transform one's being, officially becoming a divine body. At that point, breaking through to the divine realm would be a mere formality. If this continues, I shall reach the divine realm within a few years, the koi fish said joyfully. Chapter 25. Xianyuan's sword. Ever since it was drawn by Ye Linfan, it has remained here to cultivate. Being of the dragon lineage, it possesses extraordinary talent. Coupled with its diligent daily practice in this courtyard, breaking through to the divine realm is merely a matter of time. However, as it spoke, it cast a furtive glance at the big yellow dog. This dog had never revealed its true strength. Yet, The koi fish knew that this big yellow dog was the most formidable creature in the courtyard, its power undoubtedly having reached the divine realm. Once, it and the old hen had challenged the big yellow dog in their master's absence, only to be thoroughly dominated without the slightest chance to retaliate. Since then, the big yellow dog had established its position as the undisputed leader of the courtyard. Whatever the master does is hardly surprising. At that moment, the big yellow dog spoke lazily, still with its eyes closed. After uttering that statement, it continued, "Little worm, why do you stare at me? Do you wish to fight?" "Brother dog, I would never dare to lay a hand on you," the koi fish quickly replied with a forced smile. "Then be mindful, tuck away those scales of yours. If the master discovers your true identity, do not blame me for extracting your dragon tendons like Neza," the big yellow dog replied nonchalantly. Ye Linfan has spent a decade in this world. When bored, he would regale them with tales of his past life, particularly the stories of the investiture of the gods, which the animals cherished most. Each word falling upon their ears resonated like the sound of the Tao. Hearing this, the koi fish chuckled awkwardly and quickly concealed its golden radiance. In this light, it appeared no different from an ordinary carp. Inside the room, Ye Linfan continued his work without pause. At this moment, the wood in his hands had gradually transformed into the shape of a sword. The blade was adorned with intricate patterns, one side depicting mountains, rivers, and flora, while the other illustrated the sun, moon, and stars. Ye Linfan devoted 2 full hours to the meticulous carving. When the final stroke was etched, the sword finally took form. In that instant, an aura of chilling sword energy surged skyward, a formidable force that swept across the surroundings. Though the killing intent was not overwhelming, it exuded an undeniable, commanding presence that instilled a sense of submission. The flora and fauna in the courtyard were pressed to the ground, rendered immobile by this overwhelming energy. Even the typically lethargic yellow dog sprang to its feet, trembling uncontrollably, a clear indication of its struggle to withstand the pressure. What an astonishing sword intent! What manner of sword is this, and what grants it such power? The yellow dog's face mirrored shock, clearly recognizing that this was the product of its master's recent craftsmanship. The old hen, struggling to speak while lying on the ground, remarked on the situation. Meanwhile, the carp could no longer bear the weight of the energy and had already leaped back into the pond. Not far away, within the martial arts academy, Chu Mingyang gazed towards Ye Linfan's abode, his face a canvas of astonishment. The sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful. Even at this distance, he could sense its might. Should this energy surge towards the academy, it would likely reduce all within to ashes in an instant. Such sword intent could only belong to a legendary celestial sword. Perhaps a warning from an expert urging him to resolve matters swiftly. Concerned, Chu Mingyang felt the urgency of the situation and hastened to take action. He retrieved a beautifully crafted azure pill from a nearby cabinet. "Bring Zhao Ruoqing here at once," he commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Unbeknownst to Ye Linfan, the sword he had carved was causing a significant stir. He was intently examining the weapon in his hand. "The Xianyuan sword. I have finally sculpted it," he mused. Though merely a carved piece, the ability to manifest something from his past life in this world was an intriguing endeavor. Perhaps I should carve all 10 of the ancient artifacts. A new plan suddenly took root in his mind. The sword in his grasp was none other than the illustrious Xianyuan sword, albeit a wooden replica. In this world, its fame was negligible. Yet, in the realm Ye Linfan had traversed from, it was an object of universal recognition, a true sword of kings, and the most powerful weapon among the 10 ancient artifacts. Ye Linfan, however, remained oblivious to the true potential of this Xianyuan wooden sword, perceiving it simply as an ordinary piece of wood. With the sword in hand, a scabbard was soon crafted. Ye Linfan spoke, swiftly sculpting a sheath for the sword. Once the Xianyuan wooden sword was sheathed, the overwhelming sword intent that had filled the air vanished instantaneously. All the creatures in the courtyard felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, collectively exhaling in relief. The koi fish, only now daring to surface from the pond, remarked with lingering trepidation, "The master has finally put it away." It was utterly terrifying. The hen echoed the sentiment, expressing her equal fear. "Therefore, do not reveal your identities, lest you provoke the master to suppress you directly," the golden retriever lazily cautioned from its resting place. The words sent a shiver through the koi and the hen, prompting them to exchange a wary glance towards the house. The hen promptly began foraging on the ground like an ordinary chicken, while the koi silently slipped back into the pond. The master is indeed formidable. It is wiser to remain concealed. Outside is no better than here. Hiding is preferable in this sanctuary. At this moment, within the martial arts academy, Zhao Ruoqing had been escorted to the interrogation room by the academy's security team. She had been contemplating how to seize the paintings from Yuan Xiaorong when the security team suddenly burst into her dormitory. Upon seeing them, Zhao Ruoqing felt a wave of panic wash over her. She intended to speak, but the security team silenced her, dragging her directly to the interrogation chamber. The room was dimly lit, with dark crimson stains adorning the walls, evidence of blood that had long since dried. This was not a benevolent institution. The interrogation room was specifically designed for questioning those who betrayed the academy or violated its rules. Over the years, countless individuals had met their demise within these walls, creating an atmosphere thick with dread. A chilling wind occasionally swept through, penetrating to the bone, and Zhao Ruoqing finally succumbed to fear, her complexion turning ashen. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room creaked open, revealing Chu Mingyang and Zhang Yiming, followed closely by Chu Yinyun. Chu Mingyang's expression was dark. He had just received a warning from Ye Linfan. If this matter was not resolved promptly, Ye Linfan would likely intervene personally. Such an eventuality would not only spell disaster for Zhao Ruoqing, but could also lead to the downfall of the entire martial arts academy. Moreover, it would not even require Ye Linfan's intervention, as the mythical beasts in his courtyard could easily reduce the academy to rubble. Upon entering, he snorted coldly and addressed Zhao Ruoqing. I never anticipated you would engage in such actions within the academy. Zhao Ruoqing trembled at the sight of Chu Mingyang. Unprepared for the gravity of the situation, this matter has surprisingly stirred the dean. Dean, what have I done? She asked, striving to maintain her composure. At this juncture, denying everything might offer a glimmer of hope. I am giving you one last chance. Hand over Xiaorong's painting immediately, Chu Mingyang said, his expression frosty. I have already stated numerous times that I did not take it. Zhao Ruoqing replied, gritting her teeth. You are the only one who has been to Xiaorong's dormitory. Your suspicion is the greatest. Who else could it be if not you? Chu Yinyun interjected, unable to restrain herself. Senior sister, I did visit Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory. But that does not imply that I stole her painting. This is truly a case of wrongful accusation, Zhao Ruoqing protested, her face a mask of grievance. Zhao Ruoqing, it seems you have resolved to deny everything. Chu Mingyang queried, his countenance darkening. Dean, I have said I did not take it. I simply did not. Zhao Ruoqing maintained her steadfast stance. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for what follows. I must quell this matter before that esteemed individual grows irate. Or else the entire martial arts academy shall face ruin alongside you, Chu Mingyang declared coldly. As he spoke, he produced a pill from his robe. Is that the soul-searching pill? Chu Yinyun exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is the soul-searching pill, Chu Mingyang replied with indifference. As the name suggests, it is designed to extract the truth. Once ingested, the individual loses rationality and divulges everything, including the most closely guarded secrets. The potency of this pill is exceedingly formidable, and its users often suffer from lingering side effects. Chu Mingyang had been reluctant to resort to such measures against his own students. Yet given the circumstances and the survival of the entire martial arts academy at stake, he felt compelled to take this drastic action. Zhang Yiming, observing the scene, furrowed his brow. However, contemplating Ye Linfan's terrifying reputation, he refrained from intervening. After all, the martial arts academy could not bear the burden of Zhao Ruoqing's transgressions alone. Bring forth the pill. Administer it to her, Chu Mingyang commanded. I refuse to take it. Zhao Ruoqing finally succumbed to fear. Yet, the school's security team had no intention of granting her a chance to protest. Two individuals approached and forcefully shoved the pill into her mouth. After consuming the soul-searching pill, Zhao Ruoqing clutched her head, an expression of profound agony etched across her face. My head hurts terribly. Please, save me. I will never do it again. Unfortunately, no one offered her sympathy, for she was a thief. A moment later, her demeanor became vacant, her expression devoid of emotion, resembling that of a marionette. Everyone understood that the effects of the soul-searching pill had taken hold. Zhao Ruoqing, I ask you, did you steal Yuan Xiaorong's painting? Chu Mingyang inquired frostily. I took it, Zhao Ruoqing replied, her voice dull and lifeless. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Since she had confessed, matters could now be resolved more easily. This would also provide a satisfactory explanation to Ye Linfan. Why did you steal Yuan Xiaorong's painting? Chu Mingyang continued to inquire. Yuan Xiaorong is merely a commoner, yet she possesses such a plethora of precious calligraphy and paintings. It is a sheer waste. They would be better off in my possession. Zhao Ruoqing replied, seemingly in a daze. Where's that painting now? Chu Mingyang asked, a cold snort escaping his lips. I gifted that painting to Brother Ziyang. He promised me that once he breaks through to the heavenly realm, he would come to marry me, Zhao Ruoqing answered. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. In the entirety of Luoyang City, there was only one individual named Ziyang, Shun Ziyang, the young patriarch of the Shen family. Shun Ziyang was regarded as a prodigy among the younger generation of Luoyang City, having achieved the 7th level of the Earth realm at merely 24 years of age. With the acquisition of Ye Linfan's painting, it was likely that a breakthrough to the heavenly realm was imminent. Chu Mingyang's countenance darkened further. He was acutely aware of the Shun family's nature. With the painting now in their possession, retrieving it would be an impossibility. It was crucial to note that the Shun family was immensely powerful, ranking among the top families not just in Luoyang City, but across the entire continent. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Shun family maintained close ties with Lu Dongxian, the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, rendering the Martial Arts Academy powerless against them. Zhao Ruoqing, I shall go to the Shun family at once to reclaim that painting, Chu Mingyang declared assertively. No. Brother Xiang has promised me that once he achieves his breakthrough with that painting, he will come to propose to me, Zhao Ruoqing insisted, shaking her head resolutely despite her dazed state. Chu Mingyang regarded Zhao Ruoqing with an expression akin to disbelief. It was evident that her intellect was deeply concerning. She failed to recognize that Shun Xiang was merely exploiting her. The threshold of the Shun family was far too elevated for her to cross. Furthermore, Shun Xiang was known to possess a dubious character, having caused untold distress to numerous virtuous young women over the years. It was as if Zhao Ruoqing had been sold and was now counting someone else's money. This has become quite the predicament, Zhang Yiming remarked, his expression grave. Grandfather, what should we do now? Chu Yinyun inquired, her face clouded with worry. She had not anticipated that this matter would involve the Shin family, and the situation was growing increasingly complex. At this juncture, a visit to the Shun family seemed unavoidable. Chu Mingyang's expression remained somber. This matter concerned Ye Linfan, and no matter the circumstances, he was determined to exert his utmost effort. Only then could he offer a satisfactory explanation to Ye Linfan. Director, what shall we do about Zhao Ruoqing? Zhang Yiming asked. Take her down for treatment. We must ensure she suffers no lasting repercussions, Chu Mingyang replied slowly. At the end of the day, Zhao Ruoqing was a student of the Martial Arts Academy, and he was reluctant to ruin her life over this incident. However, he continued. Nevertheless, Zhao Ruoqing's act of theft within the academy, coupled with her adamant denial, is simply too egregious. Today, in my capacity as director, I hereby expel Zhao Ruoqing from the academy, with no possibility of reinstatement. Understood. I will inform the entire academy shortly. Zhang Yiming nodded, fully aware of the implications. Chu Mingyang's actions were driven by the desire to appease the wrath of that esteemed individual. As long as that person did not direct their ire towards the Martial Arts Academy, the sacrifice of a mere Zhao Ruoqing was deemed a worthwhile price. Yiming, Yinyun, accompany me to the Shin family, Chu Mingyang pronounced slowly. Chapter 27. The Despicable Shin Family. Are we truly going to the Shin family? Zhang Yiming inquired, his expression darkening. The Shun family possesses greater power than the Martial Arts Academy. If we proceed without caution, we may not fare well. We must go, otherwise, if Mr. Yi becomes enraged, no one will survive. Chu Mingyang sighed heavily. Grandfather, I will accompany you, Chu Yinyun immediately declared. The Shun family is indeed formidable, but before Ye Linfan, they are but mere ants. Since that is the case, I shall also accompany the dean, Zhang Yiming reluctantly conceded. As the three made their way to the Shin family, Ye Linfan was in the courtyard tending to the chickens. At that moment, Yuan Xiaorong approached him. Xiaorong, what brings you here? Ye Linfan asked with a smile. Brother Yi, I am so sorry, Yuan Xiaorong replied, her eyes glistening with tears. What has happened? Ye Linfan asked, furrowing his brow. I lost the painting you gifted me, she confessed, filled with remorse. You lost the painting? What transpired? Ye Linfan pressed, his brow still knitted. Yuan Xiaorong recounted the entire incident to Ye Linfan. Brother Yi, I am truly sorry. It was my negligence in safeguarding your gift, she lamented, tears streaming down her face. I thought it was a minor issue. Do not cry. Did you not mention that Dean Chu and the others were heading to the Shun family to retrieve the painting? It should be back in no time, Ye Linfan comforted, gently patting her head. To him, those paintings held little monetary value, and he had not anticipated that someone would dare to steal them. It seemed that the martial artists in this world possessed a certain degree of cultural refinement. Let us hope so, Yuan Xiaorong sighed deeply. After spending over an hour with him, she finally took her leave. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyang and the others had arrived at the Shun family estate. In the Shun family's conference hall, the trio sat in the guest seats, with Chu Mingyang glaring furiously at the middle-aged man occupying the main seat, Shin Wanshan, the family patriarch. Shin Wanshan, hand over the painting immediately. It is for the best of all involved, Chu Mingyang stated coldly. Director Chu, what are you talking about? I fail to comprehend. Shin Wanshan replied slowly. Shin Wanshan, I advise you not to feign ignorance. Should you provoke the esteemed individual behind that painting, your family may face utter destruction. Chu Mingyang asserted, slapping the tea table beside him and snorting disdainfully. How outrageous. Chu Mingyang, you come to my Shin family without reason to demand accountability. Thinking us easy prey? A flicker of anger crossed Shun Wanshan's face, and a formidable aura began to emanate from him, bearing down on Chu Mingyang. In Shun Wanshan's perception, Chu Mingyang's strength was merely at the first level of the Saint Realm, yet he found himself slightly inferior. The oppressive aura was sufficient to stifle his breath. However, to his astonishment, Chu Mingyang let out a disdainful snort and emanated an invisible force that collided with Shun Wanshan. The two energies clashed violently. Boom. The invisible airwaves surged, shattering all the furnishings within the conference hall. Chu Mingyang's momentum swiftly gained the upper hand, tearing apart Shin Wanshan's aura and barreling directly towards him. Shin Wanshan was taken aback, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly, vanishing from his spot. Chu Mingyang's force struck the ground, creating a massive hole in the wall behind Shin Wanshan. The sight left Shun Wanshan pale and shaken. Had he not moved quickly, he would have likely sustained severe injuries, if not death. How outrageous. I never imagined your power would escalate to such heights, Shin Wanshan remarked darkly. You should be aware of it. Hand over what you possess promptly, or I shall turn the Shin family into a river of blood. Chu Mingyang replied coldly. What audacity! The Shin family is not one you can intimidate, Shun Wanshan retorted, his expression furious as he stepped forward with a forceful stomp. Boom. An overwhelming aura enveloped the scene, a tide of blood and energy surging forth. Shin Wanshan unleashed a punch that tore through the void, creating a sonic boom and sending ripples through the air. Even a mountain would crumble beneath the might of this strike. This punch was the famed opening mountain fist of the Xia family, known for its sheer ferocity. Coupled with Shun Wanshan's second level of saint power, this technique became nearly insurmountable. To the onlookers, it appeared as an overwhelming force, with no room for evasion. What a formidable opening mountain fist! Allow me to experience it, Chu Mingyang proclaimed with a mighty shout. His strength had already surpassed Shun Wanshan's, rendering him unafraid of the impending strike. Dragon ascending to the sky, Chu Mingyang bellowed, an immense and boundless aura soaring upwards. His fingers curled, and a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. To all present, Chu Mingyang seemed to transform into a colossal dragon, its massive claws crashing down towards Shun Wanshan's right fist. This technique, the dragon ascending to the sky, was an insight he had gleaned from a painting gifted to him by Ye Linfan. It encapsulated an unparalleled martial intent, surpassing any heavenly level technique. In this world, martial arts are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Undoubtedly, the dragon ascending to the sky was a heavenly level technique. The punch and claw soon met with a thunderous impact. Boom. The sound reverberated, shaking the earth. The airwaves surged, and the winds howled. The entire conference hall was left in disarray, with not a single intact spot on the ground. Both combatants staggered from the force of the collision. In a swift turn of events, Shun Wanshan's complexion paled, and he stumbled backwards several steps, crashing against the wall. He began to speak, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. He never anticipated that the seemingly weaker Chu Mingyang would suddenly surpass him in strength. Shin Wanshan, I shall repeat myself. Hand over the painting, or I shall unleash a massacre within the Shin family, Chu Mingyang declared, his face radiating murderous intent. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude towards Ye Linfan. Without him, defeating Shin Wanshan would have been unattainable today. I have already stated, the Shin family has not taken your belongings. Shin Wanshan gasped, his rage palpable. It appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Very well. I shall grant your wish. I will kill you first, and then turn the Shun family upside down. I refuse to believe I cannot find what I seek. A glint of ferocity flashed in Chu Mingyang's eyes as he spoke in an icy tone. Although such actions would be ruthless, they paled in comparison to facing Ye Linfan's wrath. With that, he extended his right palm and struck fiercely towards Shun Wanshan. The gust of wind howled, imbued with tremendous force. This blow was delivered with all his might, aimed directly at Shun Wanshan's head. If it landed, Shun Wanshan would undoubtedly perish. Chu Mingyang, you possess great audacity to wreak havoc in the Shun family. A furious voice thundered at that moment. As the words fell, a brilliant sword light surged forth, unmatched in its brilliance and razor sharpness. The very air seemed to be cleaved in two by its passage, with boundless sword intent resonating through the heavens. The onslaught was formidable. Chu Mingyang's expression shifted dramatically. With a roar, he transformed his right hand into a golden dragon claw and collided fiercely with the sword light. A thunderous crash ensued, waves of energy surging forth. Both figures staggered, yet Chu Mingyang retreated more swiftly, crashing against the wall, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. Meanwhile, the assailant only took a few steps back before regaining composure, indicating their superior strength. Who are you? Chu Mingyang inquired, his visage darkened. I am Shin Tianfang, the newcomer proclaimed with an air of arrogance. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion, appearing to be in his 50s, his silver hair flowing. He stood there, enveloped in an aura of menace, akin to a drawn sword. Shen Tianfang, it is indeed you. Chu Mingyang's expression shifted, revealing profound apprehension. Shen Tianfang was Shen Wanshan's father and the current elder of the Shen family. He typically devoted himself to cultivation, shunning worldly affairs. However, upon sensing his son's peril, he had finally emerged from seclusion. Shen Tianfang's strength was formidable, having attained the 5th level of the Saint Realm, far surpassing Chu Mingyang's capabilities. Chu Mingyang, you have quite the audacity to injure my son. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Shen Tianfang scoffed, and with that, the sword was drawn. A blinding beam of sword light descended from above. Beneath the stroke of a single sword, all living beings are slaughtered. Chu Mingyang's expression turned grave as he felt the surge of spiritual energy swirling within him. He understood that should he fail to exert his utmost effort, he would undoubtedly succumb to this blade. Once more, he unleashed the technique of the flying dragon ascending to the heavens. And the sound of the dragon's roar resonated once again. His right hand transformed into a claw, conjuring a myriad of claw shadows that surged towards the sword's radiance in the sky. However, this time, the outcome diverged from the previous encounter. As the claw shadows met the sword light, they disintegrated one after another. The sword light pressed forward relentlessly, cleaving directly towards Chu Mingyang. His complexion paled significantly. In a life-or-death moment, he desperately sidestepped. A piercing scream echoed through the air. As the sword light descended, blood erupted. A gaping wound appeared across Chu Mingyang's chest. Had he not reacted swiftly, this sword would have cleaved him in two. Although he narrowly evaded the strike, he was grievously injured and completely devoid of combat capability. Dean, Zhang Yiming and Chu Yenyuan exclaimed in unison. Chu Mingyang's expression contorted in pain as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Mingyang, your reckless intrusion into the Shun family and the injury inflicted upon the clan leader serve as a lesson for you. Out of respect for your position as the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, I shall spare your life today. Depart, Shen Tianfang declared with an air of disdain. In his eyes, Chu Mingyang was no different from an insignificant insect. Shen Tianfang, should you refuse to surrender that painting, you will surely regret it in the future. Chu Mingyang gritted his teeth and retorted. Regret? The Shen family never regrets their actions. Even if regret were to exist, it would be for others who provoke the Shen family. Shen Tianfang scoffed. Since the Shun family chooses to ignore my counsel, I have nothing more to say. Yiming, Yenyuan, let us depart, Chu Mingyang stated coldly. Zhang Yiming and Chu Yenyuan hurriedly stepped forward to support him, guiding him towards the exit. Let me inform you of one more thing. My grandson Xinjiang has already caught the attention of Lu Dongxian and will soon be accepted as an inner disciple. From now on, the Shen family will be part of the Martial Arts Alliance, a force you cannot contend with, Shen Tianfang remarked nonchalantly. I may not be able to contend with the Shen family, but there are others who will deal with you. Just wait and see. Chu Mingyang retorted with a cold sneer as he departed. At this juncture, he had done all he could. Even if Ye Linfan were to blame him, he would have to accept it. The Shen family believed that by allying with Lu Dongxian, they could act with impunity. This was a fallacy. Once Mr. Yi became enraged, even Lu Dongxian would be unable to bear the consequences. Watching the retreating figures, Shen Wanshan sighed in relief. Father, I am grateful for your presence today. Had it not been for Shen Tianfang, I might have lost my life. I did not anticipate that Chu Mingyang possessed such a powerful martial skill. I wonder where he learned it, Shen Tianfang said, his expression solemn. Were it not for Chu Mingyang's inferior strength, the one on the losing end might have been him. Damn Chu Mingyang, I shall surely avenge today's grievance, Shen Wanshan declared through gritted teeth, coughing slightly. By the way, how is Ziyang's training progressing? Shen Tianfang inquired slowly. Ziyang's innate talent was already formidable, and with the aid of that painting, his strength had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Earth realm. It was believed that he would soon break through to the celestial realm. As Shen Wanshan remarked, indeed, with that painting, it is merely a matter of time before Ziyang attains the sacred realm, Shen Tianfang said with a subtle smile. It is astonishing how powerful that painting is. In just 2 or 3 days, Ziyang has surpassed 2 realms. Such a pace of cultivation is nothing short of extraordinary. Once Ziyang reaches the sacred realm, our Shun family will boast 3 sacred realm powerhouses, making us invincible in Luoyang City, Shen Wanshan declared with pride. One cannot deny the painting's remarkable essence. The depth of its Tao rhythm is unprecedented. Even I, having merely glanced at it yesterday, have experienced a significant enhancement in my own abilities, Shen Tianfang added. Is it truly that formidable? Could the artist of this painting be an unparalleled master? Shen Wanshan inquired, furrowing his brow. To create such a masterpiece, one must at least be a divine realm expert. Such beings have long since vanished from this world, likely having fallen into the hands of some descendant, and now it has come into our possession, so there is no need for concern, Shen Tianfang replied nonchalantly. You are correct, father. It appears that Chu Mingyang is merely posturing. Shun Wanshan concurred earnestly. Indeed, thus we need not pay him any mind. Our priority now is to prepare for Ziyang's apprenticeship ceremony, Shen Tianfang stated slowly. At this moment, Chu Mingyang and his companions had returned to the martial arts academy. I never anticipated Shun Tianfang's prowess to be so formidable. It seems that the painting is beyond our reach. Chu Mingyang sighed heavily. Grandfather, what shall we do now? Zhang Yiming asked with a furrowed brow. At this juncture, we must confess the matter to Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang replied helplessly. Will Mr. Yi be angry? Chu Yinyan inquired, her expression turning serious. If Mr. Yi were to be displeased, I would bear the brunt of it. Moreover, I do not perceive him as a person of violent temperament. By being forthright now and explaining the situation, perhaps he will show leniency, Chu Mingyang asserted with conviction. Grandfather, when shall we go? Chu Yinyan asked. Of course. We shall go immediately, Chu Mingyang responded after a brief cough. The sooner, the better. Delaying this matter could provoke Mr. Ye's wrath, and that would spell disaster for everyone. But your injury? Chu Yinyan's expression shifted with concern. My injury is of little consequence. The paramount issue is to secure Mr. Ye's forgiveness. Chu Mingyang dismissed her worries. Very well, then I shall assist you, Chu Yinyan said. I will accompany you as well, Zhang Yiming added. Having long been curious about Ye Linfan, this presented an opportunity to determine if Ye Linfan was indeed as extraordinary as rumored. The three of them promptly made their way to where Ye Linfan resided. Meanwhile, Ye Linfan was in the courtyard, engaged in his carving work. Having recently sculpted the legendary Xianyuan sword, the notion of meticulously carving all 10 ancient divine artifacts had already taken root in his mind. At this moment, he was engaged in the sculpting of another artifact, albeit at the very beginning of the process. The wood had yet to take shape. Is Mr. Yi present? Just then, someone arrived at the door. Ye Linfan stepped outside to find Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun standing at the threshold, accompanied by a middle-aged man who had never visited before. Ye Linfan recognized this man as well, Zhang Yiming, the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy. There was no avoiding it. He had participated in the academy's selection numerous times, with Zhang Yiming presiding over several of those events, all of which had ended in his elimination. It was impossible not to know him. You have arrived. I had anticipated your visit, Ye Linfan said slowly. Upon hearing this, the trio of Chu Mingyang felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, Mr. Yi had foreseen their arrival. Come in, he continued, gesturing them inside. As they stepped into the courtyard, a rich, vibrant aura enveloped them. Chu Mingyang felt the wounds on his body begin to mend slightly under the nourishing energy. He couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of a masteress abode. However, the sword energy injury within him could not be alleviated solely by this aura. It would require his own gradual recuperation. Neither he nor Chu Yinyun was new to this place, so they did not exhibit much astonishment. In contrast, Zhang Yiming was experiencing this for the first time. Upon entering, he was utterly astonished by the sheer density of the aura. As it flowed into him, he felt his internal spiritual power gradually augmenting. The richness of the energy here was astounding. Zhang Yiming, as the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy, had traversed many blessed lands across the continent. Yet none had ever matched this place. At this moment, he found himself reluctant to depart. If he could linger here daily, achieving breakthroughs would be as effortless as eating or drinking. By the way, the president mentioned that there is a divine beast in this courtyard, a mere hen. Zhang Yiming recalled, immediately turning his gaze to the hen pecking at the ground. Sensing a gaze upon her, the hen lifted her head to meet Zhang Yiming's eyes. A shiver coursed through him as he beheld the intensity of her stare. What a terrifying gaze. In that moment, he perceived an overwhelming ferocity emanating from her. As if that single glance could rend him apart. He lacked the courage to meet her gaze a second time. Should he continue to look, his resolve would surely shatter. Thus, he quickly averted his eyes, fearing to look upon the hen again. The hen, sensing his trepidation, returned her attention to foraging, behaving like an ordinary hen. Fully aware that Zhang Yiming was a guest of her master, and thus did not wish to cause him distress. At this moment, Zhang Yiming was devoid of any doubts. To reside in such a place, where a mythical creature willingly becomes a pet, one must be an extraordinary individual. If he were not a person of unparalleled skill, he would find it utterly incredulous. Mr. Yi, this is Zhang Yiming, Chu Yinyun said, intending to introduce him. I am familiar with him. He is the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, Ye Linfan replied with a smile. You know me? Zhang Yiming was taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and flattery at being recognized by such a formidable figure. Indeed, I know you. Every time I participated in the selection at the Martial Arts Academy, it was you who eliminated me, Ye Linfan remarked with a chuckle. Zhang Yiming's expression instantly froze. He had inadvertently dismissed a master. How terribly short-sighted of him. My sincerest apologies, Zhang Yiming said, feeling a wave of shame wash over him, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Do not blame yourself. It is merely that I lack talent in martial arts, Ye Linfan replied, shaking his head slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including the animals in the courtyard, couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. If you, with your strength, claim to lack talent, then what are we to do but feel utterly ashamed? However, Chu Mingyang was not in the mood for such banter. He had come to seek forgiveness. Mr. Yi, I owe you an apology. I am here today to express my contrition, he said, preparing to kneel. Dinshu, what are you doing? Please rise. Ye Linfan waved his hand dismissively. It was inappropriate for someone of Chu Mingyang's age and stature as the dean to kneel before him. Unbeknownst to him, this gesture inadvertently released an imperceptible aura, akin to an unseen hand that firmly held Chu Mingyang's knees in place. No matter how hard he tried, he found himself unable to kneel. Chu Mingyang inhaled sharply, realizing that he was at the third level of the sacred realm. To so effortlessly prevent him from kneeling was a feat even a 9th-level sacred realm master might struggle to achieve. Clearly, Mr. Yi had already ascended to the legendary realm of divine strength. Regrettably, Lu Dongxian and Lin Langtian were not present. Otherwise, they would have informed Chu Mingyang that divine strength was nothing compared to Mr. Yi, who hailed from the celestial realm. Since he could not kneel, Chu Mingyang relinquished the act. The Martial Arts Academy has committed a grave error. I hope Mr. Yi will not hold it against us, he said, lowering his head. Are you referring to the matter of that painting? Ye Linfan inquired nonchalantly. Chu Mingyang and the others were taken aback. Mr. Yi had indeed been keeping an eye on this matter. Yes, there is a rogue within the academy who stole the painting you gifted to Xiao. It is truly my failure as an instructor. Chu Mingyang sighed heavily. I heard that you went to the Shin family. I take it that it did not go well? Ye Linfan asked. With a sense of shame, I admitted my lack of skill. Not only did I fail to retrieve the painting, but I also sustained severe injuries. Chu Mingyang coughed lightly, his face flushed with embarrassment. I am injured, and although I possess a rudimentary knowledge of medicine, I wonder if Director Chu would allow me to examine your wounds? Ye Linfan inquired. Chapter 30. Astonishing Medical Skills, 10 Years of Transmigration. The system has equipped Ye Linfan with an extensive array of knowledge, among which is the art of healing. However, over the past decade, he has only treated the common folk of Luoyang City, never having healed a warrior's injuries, leaving him uncertain about his efficacy in such matters. Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyang's eyes brightened. The mere fact that Ye Linfan was willing to treat his injuries indicated that he bore no ill will. A wave of relief washed over him. Mr. Yi must possess remarkable medical skills. If you are willing to assist, I am certain my injuries will be resolved, Chu Mingyang said with a smile. In truth, he harbored doubts about the extent of Ye Linfan's medical prowess, considering that a person's energy is finite. Ye Linfan's extraordinary strength, coupled with his unmatched calligraphy and painting skills, already marked him as a prodigy. It seemed implausible that he could also excel in medicine. Nonetheless, he chose to flatter Ye Linfan, recognizing that appeasing a master could yield favorable outcomes. You're too kind. Please extend your hand. Let me take your pulse, Ye Linfan replied with a smile. Chu Mingyang complied. Extending his hand, Ye Linfan placed his fingers gently upon the pulse point. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Your pulse is obscure, irregular, and there remains a sharp energy within you. It appears that Director Chu has sustained a sword injury. The crowd gasped, their expressions shifting to disbelief as they regarded Ye Linfan with astonishment. It was utterly incredible that he could discern the nature of Chu Mingyang's injury merely by feeling his pulse. At that moment, Chu Mingyang realized that Ye Linfan's medical abilities were surely on par with his talents in calligraphy and painting. He gazed at this seemingly ordinary young man with profound respect, pondering the source of such extraordinary talent. Not only did he possess immense strength, but his writing and artistry also exuded a profound essence. Even his medical skills were astonishing. What could he not accomplish? Just after finishing his assessment, Ye Linfan suddenly reached out and struck Chu Mingyang's chest. Chu Mingyang felt a gentle, yet powerful force flow into him, dissolving the sword energy within. Miraculously, his injuries healed instantaneously. My injuries have vanished, Chu Mingyang exclaimed, swallowing hard in disbelief. Beside him, Chu Yanyan and Zhang Yiming wore expressions of sheer shock. Such a grave wound had been resolved with a single strike. It was nothing short of miraculous. Even more astonishing was Ye Linfan's earlier claim of merely possessing a rudimentary understanding of medicine. If his skills could be deemed rudimentary, then all renowned physicians in the world would be driven to despair. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Chu Mingyang expressed gratefully. Chu Mingyang bowed deeply in gratitude to Ye Linfan. At that moment, his heart brimmed with appreciation for Yi. The Martial Arts Academy had misplaced Mr. Ye's painting, yet he bore no resentment and even took the time to tend to Chu's injuries. Such noble character was truly awe-inspiring. No need for formality. A healer's compassion is simply my duty, Ye Linfan replied calmly. His words evoked a profound respect from all present. Possessing such formidable strength, yet remaining so approachable exemplified the true essence of a mighty individual. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. I will certainly retrieve that painting and ensure that Xiao Rong is not wronged, Chu Mingyang vowed earnestly. Director Chu, if the painting cannot be reclaimed, then let it be. I will handle the matter and ensure that Xiao Rong's grievances are addressed, Ye Linfan stated with an air of detachment. Upon hearing this, a ripple of tension surged through the crowd. Was Mr. Yi truly preparing to intervene personally? It seemed the Shin family was destined for ruin. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Yi. I did not anticipate that this matter would require your direct involvement, Chu Mingyang said, his face etched with remorse. Not at all. I will rely on the three of you to continue caring for Xiao Rong. Ye Linfan waved dismissively, showing no concern. You need not worry. I have already taken Xiao Rong as my disciple, Chu Mingyang replied solemnly. Is that so? That is indeed splendid news, Ye Linfan exclaimed with delight. The fact that Yuan Xiaorong could study under Chu Mingyang promised rapid advancement in her martial arts prowess. Yes, you can rest assured. I will ensure Xiao Rong receives the best instruction, Chu Mingyang affirmed. Subsequently, Ye Linfan prepared a cup of tea for the three. After they savored the tea, their cultivation levels improved significantly. Chu Mingyang reached the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Chu Yinyun attained the 9th level of the Transformation Realm. And Zhang Yiming broke through to the 6th level of the Heavenly Realm. Once they finished their tea, the three took their leave. The courtyard returned to its usual tranquility, and Ye Linfan resumed his life of writing, painting, and tending to the chickens and fish. In the blink of an eye, the day of the duel between Lin Ruo and Yin Feng arrived. On this day, the Lin family's martial arts arena was filled to capacity. Among the crowd were not only members of the Lin family, but also those from the Yin family, all gathered to witness the contest. However, neither the Lin family nor the Yin family held any belief that Lin Ruo could emerge victorious. Yin Feng's strength was formidable. At merely 22 years of age, he had already attained the 1st level of the Transformation Realm. Although he paled in comparison to the prodigy Shen Xiang from the Shin family, he was still considered a strong contender among the younger generation of Luoyuan City. I cannot comprehend why the Lin family would propose this duel, one spectator remarked. Indeed, Lin Ruo is merely at the Dark Realm level, while Yin Feng has long since reached the 1st level of the Transformation Realm. The disparity in strength is too great. Another added, You are mistaken. I heard that Yin Feng broke through just yesterday and is now a 2nd-level warrior in the Transformation Realm. What? Another breakthrough? Lin Ruo's chances have diminished even further, murmured the crowd, their discussions rife with concern. They believe that today's duel will be overwhelmingly one-sided. Lin Ruo's defeat seems inevitable. It merely remains to be seen how long she can endure. These individuals are utterly oblivious to the truth. Alas, they are unaware that Lin Ruo has already attained the 5th level of transformation. Had they known, their words would surely have differed. After all, they are ignorant of Ye Linfan, a remarkable being capable of propelling Lin Ruo's cultivation from the 5th level of the Dark Realm to the 5th level of transformation in just a few days. That is a leap of 10 realms, an achievement unfathomable within such a brief span. However, this fact is known only to Lin Langtian. Boom! The sound of a drum resonated, silencing the training ground as spectators began to take their seats. On the left side sat the three brothers of the Lin family, while on the right sat Yin Songlin. Beside him was a middle-aged man in his 50s, exuding an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of everyone present. This man was none other than Yin Songlin's father, Yin Yunfan. Patriarch Lin, the duel is about to commence. Before it begins, I offer you one last opportunity. Allow your daughter to marry my son, and this duel shall be cancelled. What say you? Yin Songlin inquired coolly. Brother, I advise you to acquiesce to Patriarch Yan's request. It would be for everyone's benefit, Lin Yuntian urged from the side. Indeed, Patriarch Yin means well for the Lin family. If Ruo marries into the Yin family, how could she possibly suffer? Lin Haoyan concurred. Uncle, second uncle, I refuse to marry. Do not waste your efforts here, Lin Ruo interjected coldly as she approached. Ruo, if you are so ungrateful, do not blame young Master Yin for his ruthless actions against you, Lin Yuntian warned, his expression darkening. The outcome of this duel remains uncertain. Lin Ruo scoffed. I am now at the 5th level of transformation. How could Yin Feng possibly be my match? However, apart from Lin Langtian, no one else was aware of her true strength. Ruoro, cease your boastful words. Should you be obstinate now, it will be too late to beg for mercy later. Lin Haoyan sneered. You shall see whether I am boastful shortly, Lin Ruo retorted disdainfully. With that, she turned to Yin Songlin and coldly declared, Patriarch Yin, I will not marry into the Yin family. Let Yin Feng come out to face his demise. Ruoro, you are quite audacious, a detached voice interrupted. A young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, stepped forward. He was strikingly handsome, yet his eyes occasionally gleamed with an unsettling light, indicating he was far from benevolent. This was none other than Ye Linfan, the young master of the Yin family. "Let us not waste time. Let the duel begin," Lin Ruo stated, her body shifting as she instantaneously appeared on the arena. "Very well. Today I will make you willingly submit to marrying me," Ye Linfan replied with a cold smirk, as he too ascended to the stage. Upon the arena, two figures faced each other. Ye Linfan's demeanor was one of indifference, his expression relaxed. In his perspective, today's duel held no suspense whatsoever. As someone at the first level of the transformation realm, defeating Lin Ruo, who was merely at the 5th level of the dark realm, would require no effort at all. "Lin Ruo, you still have time to surrender. Marry me, and I shall ensure a life of wealth and comfort for you," Ye Linfan stated casually. "You are not worthy of me, like a mountain chicken aspiring to be a phoenix," Lin Ruo retorted disdainfully. At that moment, the image of Ye Linfan flashed through her mind. If it were someone of Mr. Ye's caliber proposing marriage, she would not refuse. How absurd. I, Ye Linfan, broke through to the first level of the transformation realm at the age of 23. My talent is unparalleled, and you dare claim I am unworthy? Ye Linfan exclaimed in anger. Is the first level of the transformation realm truly that formidable? Lin Ruo remained unimpressed. Strength is something you will comprehend firsthand, Ye Linfan declared, stepping forward with his right foot, summoning an eruption of energy. As his words fell, a radiant sword light surged forth, descending upon the realm to cleave through existence. This sword light emanated an incredibly resplendent divine glow, making it difficult for those present to keep their eyes open. The overwhelming brilliance obscured the sky, as if the very void was being sliced in two, hurtling directly towards Lin Ruo. One could not deny that Ye Linfan wielded this sword in fury, his momentum indeed astonishing. Before the might of the colossal sword light, Lin Ruo appeared as insignificant as an ant. The crowd shook their heads. It was evident that she could not withstand such overwhelming force. A swift defeat was anticipated by all. "Brother, I urged you to surrender earlier, yet you ignored my counsel. Should anything happen to Ruo now, do not blame me for not warning you," Lin Yuntian remarked insincerely, harboring ulterior motives. He did not desire Lin Ruo to wed into the Yin family, even if she refrained from such a marriage. Sustaining severe injuries, or even facing death today, would prevent her from succeeding to the clan leader position, thereby fulfilling his objectives. Lin Langtian paid no heed to Lin Yuntian, for he understood that Lin Ruo's strength was sufficient to withstand the impending strike. "Ye Linfan, you are far too weak. Today, I shall demonstrate that your so-called talent is utterly inconsequential," Lin Ruo stated expressionlessly. With that declaration, a dragon's roar echoed. The brilliance of her sword erupted forth, surpassing Ye Linfan's in both luminosity and magnitude. This sword light was akin to fleeting splendor, dazzling yet heartbreakingly beautiful. The two sword lights collided fiercely in the void, an infinite radiance shrouding the heavens. It was as if another sun had emerged in the sky. Boundless sword energy ravaged the surroundings, transforming the martial arts arena into chaos. After a considerable time, as the sword light dissipated, the spectator's vision gradually returned, revealing a scene on the arena that left them utterly astonished. Lin Ruo stood tall and resolute, while Ye Linfan, whom they believed would surely triumph, lay unconscious on the ground. How could this be? Ye Linfan had been defeated. Indeed, Lin Ruo was merely in the dark realm. How could she have vanquished the formidable Ye Linfan of the transformation realm? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They had anticipated a one-sided duel, yet the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. How outrageous it was to injure my son. Such recklessness invites demise. Yin Songlin's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Ruo. In the next moment, his sword was drawn, transforming into an endless glimmer of icy light that enveloped Lin Ruo. As the head of the Yin family, Yin Songlin wielded the formidable power of the 8th layer of the transformation realm, a level far beyond Lin Ruo's capacity to withstand. The injury to his son had stripped him of reason. This strike aimed directly at Lin Ruo's heart, determined to cleave her under his blade. Endless cold radiance swiftly enveloped Lin Ruo, leaving her with no opportunity to defend herself. "Yin Songlin, you despicable wretch!" A voice filled with fury erupted. As the words fell, a beam of sword light surged forth from the side, shattering the pervasive cold and rescuing Lin Ruo from peril. Yet, her countenance still bore a trace of fear, revealing how perilously close she had come to losing her life. Looking up, she beheld a tall figure standing protectively before her. It was her father, Lin Langtian. "Father," Lin Ruo called, her voice filled with gratitude. "Ruo, step back. This matter does not concern you," Lin Langtian replied calmly. Lin Ruo nodded and withdrew from the stage. "Yin Songlin, as the leader of your clan, How can you stoop so low as to ambush a junior? Such behavior is beneath your dignity. Ye Linfan remarked with cold disdain. Your daughter has injured my son. Should I not take action to discipline her? Ye Linfan retorted with a scoff. They engaged in a fair duel. Victory and defeat are to be accepted as fate. Now that your son has lost, your intervention is against the rules, Ye Linfan replied, his expression darkening. Your daughter may be weaker than my son, yet she emerged victorious, so it is clear she must have employed underhanded tactics, Ye Linfan sneered. Upon hearing this, Ye Linfan's anger turned to scorn as he said, I did not realize that the Yin family could not bear to lose. If that is the case, allow me to test whether your strength is as thick-skinned as your pride. Ye Linfan's expression shifted. He had always assumed Ye Linfan's power was still at the 9th layer of the transformation realm, yet it was not something he could contend with. If you wish to experience the strength of the Yin family, then I shall oblige you. At that moment, a voice, cold and detached, emerged from the shadows. Chapter 32, The Heart-Shaking Drum. At this juncture, Ye Linfan, who had remained silent until now, rose to his feet. His demeanor was indifferent as he regarded Ye Linfan, akin to observing mere ants. In his estimation, his own power at the 2nd layer of the Dan realm would easily overcome Ye Linfan of the 9th layer of the transformation realm. Thus, he believed that a mere display of his might would suffice. The Lin family is left with no choice but to bow in submission. It is likely that they lack the courage to take action. Indeed, upon witnessing Ye Linfan rise, Ye Linfan and Lin Haoyan displayed expressions of uncanny delight. With Ye Linfan's intervention, Ye Linfan's defeat was all but assured. Ye Linfan chuckled inwardly, convinced that the position of the family leader would surely belong to them now. Lin Haoyan snickered in agreement. Though their voices were not loud, they were clear enough for Lin Ruo to overhear, blatantly disregarding her presence. Upon hearing their words, Lin Ruo felt a cold disdain within her heart. The notion that the mere Ye Linfan could defeat her father was laughable. Today was destined to be a day of utter defeat for the Yin family. On the arena, the atmosphere had grown tense. No one anticipated that a mere duel among the younger generation would summon the notorious Ye Linfan. Ye Linfan's challenge to Ye Linfan was nothing short of adults bullying a child. Ye Linfan, are you afraid? If you hesitate to accept the challenge, then kneel and kowtow. Slapping yourself 10 times, declared Yin Songlin with unbridled arrogance. He believed that Ye Linfan, given his strength, would certainly shy away from confronting Ye Linfan. Today, the Lin family was destined to be trampled beneath the Yin family's feet, unable to rise again. Ye Linfan, come forth and meet your demise, Ye Linfan proclaimed, pointing his sword with an air of indifference. Everyone was astonished. No one expected Ye Linfan to dare challenge Ye Linfan, a formidable being of the Dan realm. With merely a transformation realm cultivation, was he courting death? Even Ye Linfan stood momentarily stunned before recovering, bursting into laughter. Ye Linfan, I admire your audacity. Should you fall, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Enough of your prattle. Come up here, Ye Linfan replied impatiently. At his words, a flicker of anger crossed Ye Linfan's face. But he quickly regained his composure. Do you think you can provoke me? In the face of absolute power, any trickery is futile, he scoffed. With a swift movement of his right foot, he appeared on the arena. Father, Ye Songlin said, take Feng away to recuperate. I shall handle things here. Ye Linfan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, I can manage. Ye Songlin nodded and took Ye Feng away from the arena. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky, and a murderous intent began to rise on the arena. Ye Linfan, I did not expect you to dare challenge me. Your courage is commendable, Ye Linfan remarked coolly. Challenging you requires no courage, for you are destined to become a spirit beneath my sword, Ye Linfan replied coldly. Indeed, quite arrogant. I shall see if your strength matches your confidence, Ye Linfan shouted, drawing his sword. In an instant, a brilliant white sword light illuminated the heavens, encapsulating all within its brilliance. This strike seemed capable of severing all life. Ye Linfan responded in kind, raising his own sword, unleashing a golden sword light that tore through the void. Under the power of their blades, the world itself shifted in hue. Upon the blade's edge, none dared to oppose. Two radiant sword auras collided fiercely. Boom. The brilliance of the swords exploded, sending ripples through the void. An unparalleled force reverberated in all directions. Everyone felt the ground tremble violently beneath their feet. The arena had been reduced to fragments. As the sword light dissipated, the heavens and earth returned to clarity. The two figures upon the stage revealed themselves anew, though they now stood at a greater distance from one another. Notably, Ye Linfan maintained his composed demeanor, while Ye Linfan's face was a mask of astonishment and fury. Was it truly a tie? How could this be? When did Ye Linfan become so formidable? All present were left in stunned silence. You are not at the 9th level of transformation? Ye Linfan queried, incredulity lacing his voice. Ninth level of transformation? I have long surpassed that, Lin Langtian replied nonchalantly. I did not foresee your strength, but today, I shall slay you and restore my family's honor, Ye Linfan declared coldly. You shall not kill me, Lin Langtian retorted with a scoff. Upon saying this, he unleashed the might of the 5th level of Dan realm. Instantly, the air in the training ground felt as though it had solidified. The 5th level of Dan realm. Chaos erupted among the spectators. How could this be? Wasn't he at the 9th level of transformation? How did he advance so swiftly? Lin Yuntian exclaimed in disbelief. Uncle, are you disappointed? Lin Roro sneered. When did you become so powerful? Yin Yunfan inquired gravely. The 5th level of Dan realm surpassed his own by 3 realms. He was indeed no match. You are not worthy to know. Kneel and surrender now, and I may spare your life, Lin Langtian stated coolly. To kill me will not be so simple. Yin Yunfan roared. Are you unwilling to accept defeat? Alas, against absolute strength, all petty tricks are futile, Lin Langtian dismissed disdainfully. This very phrase had been offered to him by Yin Yunfan earlier, now he returned it. Do not presume victory just yet. I have yet to reveal my true capabilities. Yin Yunfan replied with a mocking smile. What hidden cards do you possess? Feel free to unleash them, Lin Langtian said indifferently. He could not believe that any stratagem could bridge the gap of 3 realms. Very well, I shall oblige, Yin Yunfan responded coldly. He produced a small gong. Slightly larger than 2 hands clasped together, its surface a deep black. Upon seeing the gong, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. The heart-shaking gong. Someone exclaimed. This was indeed the legendary treasure of the Yin family, a genuine spiritual artifact. Once struck, it could instill terror into the heart, leaving one disoriented, potentially losing their sanity and succumbing to madness. It was a most sinister relic. Lin Longtian's expression shifted as well. He had not anticipated Yin Yunfan would go to such lengths, resorting to the heart-shaking gong to eliminate him. The crowd hastily covered their ears. Some are deeply aware of the formidable power of the heart-shocking gong and promptly remind everyone to cover their ears. However, resorting to covering one's ears in the face of such power is merely a temporary measure, likely to prolong their endurance for only a brief moment. Nevertheless, everyone complies and covers their ears. If the old patriarch has brought out the heart-shocking gong, your father is doomed, Lin Yuntian sneered. With Lin Longtian's demise, Lin Ruo would pose no threat, and the position of patriarch would remain firmly in the hands of his faction. Lin Ruo, however, paid him no heed, her face betraying a look of concern. Seeing her expression, Lin Yuntian couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. Lin Langtian, prepare to meet your end. Yin Yunfan coldly chuckled as he struck the small gong in his hands. Chapter 33, The True Treasure Gong. The sound of the gong reverberated, sending ripples through the void. Upon hearing the gong's toll, everyone turned pale, as if struck by a heavy blow to the head. Despite covering their ears, they still felt dizzy, nauseous, and even on the verge of vomiting. Fortunately, their ears were covered. Otherwise, the sound would have caused blood to flow from their orifices. Among those present, only Lin Langtian did not cover his ears. As the gong sounded, he staggered slightly, his body swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. Observing this, Yin Yunfan's face broke into a cold smile. In such a state, how could Lin Langtian hope to defeat him? He struck the gong again with force. Dong! The sound resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth. The power of the heart-shocking gong was indeed overwhelming. Those with weaker cultivation were already screaming and falling to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices. Even those of higher cultivation had seated themselves on the ground, desperately covering their ears in a futile attempt to resist the sound. Lin Langtian, too, was in considerable discomfort as the gong was directed at him, inflicting the greatest impact. His complexion was paler than anyone else's, and his eyes were bloodshot, presenting a terrifying sight. Were it not for his sheer willpower, he would have likely fainted long ago. Lin Langtian, let us see how you intend to defeat me. Yin Yunfan laughed maniacally. Given Lin Longtian's current state, he was utterly incapable of putting up a fight. The victor of today's duel would undoubtedly be himself. How infuriating. If it weren't for that gong, you would hardly be my match. Lin Langtian gritted his teeth, unwilling to concede. This gong is the treasured artifact of my Yin clan. What of it? If you have the ability, produce a treasure of your own to defeat me, Yin Yunfan retorted with disdain. The Lin clan's history in Luoyang City was far shorter than that of the Yin clan, lacking the deep roots that the Yin clan possessed. Enough. I shall deal with you directly, Yin Yunfan scoffed. Once Lin Langtian was eliminated, Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyin would merely be puppets. The Lin family is destined to become a vassal of the Yin family. When the time comes, whether to assimilate the Lin family is merely a matter of his whim. After speaking, he struck the gong forcefully once more. Within the martial arts arena, more individuals cried out in agony as they fell to the ground. Those with weaker cultivation levels had even succumbed to unconsciousness. For instance, Lin Ruo had already fainted. Fortunately, the sound of the gong was not directed at them. Otherwise, with their frail strength, they would have been struck dead by its reverberations. At the forefront, Lin Lantian was in an even more dire state. His complexion paled once again, and he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, rendering him unable to stand. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of blood. In this moment, he had completely lost his combat capability. Even an ordinary person could take his life. Was he to be defeated? Was death imminent? Lying on the ground, he stared vacantly at the sky, his heart filled with resentment, yet utterly powerless. He had no strength left, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. At that moment, a sudden surge of warmth coursed through his chest, enveloping his entire body. All his negative conditions vanished in an instant. What was happening? What on earth had transpired? Lin Langtian was momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure as he recalled the object in his embrace, the calligraphy gifted to him by Ye Linfan. The immortal caresses my crown, bestowing longevity. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this piece? This calligraphy is a supreme celestial artifact. In the presence of such a top-tier artifact, even the heart-shaking, soul-breaking gong cannot alter fate. Truly, the words written by an immortal possess such power. Not only do they enhance one's strength, but they also heal wounds. Is this the might of a supreme celestial artifact? It is simply terrifying. Lin Langtian, there is no need for you to struggle. This blow shall send you to the heavens. Ye Linfan was unaware that Lin Langtian had recovered. He had already grasped the mallet, intending to strike once more and finish Lin Langtian off. Given Lin Langtian's state, it was likely he could not withstand another blow. Ye Linfan, do not revel in your triumph. A mere gong cannot slay me. Lin Langtian's voice emerged, calm and resolute, as he slowly rose from the ground. How are you unharmed? Ye Linfan's face displayed an expression of incredulity. Just moments ago, Lin Langtian had appeared on the brink of death, yet now he seemed revitalized. Could it be that he concealed some formidable treasure? Impossible. I have stated before, you cannot kill me. Lin Langtian dismissed him with a shake of his head. Cease your bluster. I wish to see how many strikes of the heart-shaking, soul-breaking gong you can endure. With a cold snort, Ye Linfan struck the gong fiercely once more. The sound reverberated, akin to the resounding of a morning bell, shaking the very souls of all present. The spectators, already battered, suffered further damage. Those who had been enduring the gong's toll simultaneously coughed up blood and slumped to the ground in defeat. The entire arena appeared to be engulfed in a scene of utter desolation. The sound of gongs resonated, creating ripples in the void. How laughable it is for a mere spiritual artifact to dare to act up. Allow me to demonstrate what true treasures are, Lin Langtian scoffed. Upon finishing his words, he reached into his robe and produced a piece of paper. Lin Langtian, do you believe that a mere sheet of paper can shield you from the sound of my gong? Ye Linfan sneered. In his eyes, the paper was of ordinary material, utterly unremarkable. You are blind to the true treasure before you, Lin Langtian retorted disdainfully. With a flick of his hand, he cast the paper into the air. As it soared, it unfurled gracefully against the wind. A formidable aura emanated, enveloping the entire arena. These were the very words inscribed. The immortal caresses my crown, bestowing longevity. Each character was surrounded by a halo of azure light. The profound essence of the words cascaded down like a waterfall, overwhelming the ripples produced by the gong, which melted away like snow. In that moment, the arena was silent, devoid of any reverberating gongs. The crowd, once in distress, felt their expressions soften considerably. What kind of treasure is this, that it can vanquish my soul-shocking gong? Ye Linfan's demeanor shifted significantly. The soul-shocking gong was his greatest reliance, and with its failure, he was destined for defeat that day. You are not worthy to know. Merely understand that today, you shall perish by my hand, Lin Langtian replied coolly. You think it will be so easy for me to die? I wish to see how a mere piece of writing can withstand my soul-shocking gong. Ye Linfan bellowed in defiance. With a tremor in his body, he summoned all his spiritual power and struck the small gong in his hand. Clang! The sound of the gong erupted like thunder, sending ripples through the void, surging towards Lin Langtian like a tidal wave. Chapter 34. Only one of us can survive, however. This time the soul-shocking gong did not succeed. Just as the shockwave was about to reach Ye Linfan, the profound essence of the words descended from above, intercepting the wave. The shockwaves, upon encountering the essence, instantly dissipated like snowflakes. The crowd in the arena suddenly felt a lightness in their bodies, the dizzying sensations having vanished. How can this be? How could a mere piece of writing possibly withstand my soul-shocking gong? I refuse to believe it. Ye Linfan roared in frustration, nearly driven to madness. He struck the small gong once more with fervor. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the gong reverberated through the heavens, stirring massive ripples in the void. Where the sound waves traveled, even the fabric of space began to distort, and the ground was carved into a gaping chasm. The crowd, who had just begun to recover, collapsed again in agony. Not only the weaker practitioners, but even those above the transformation realm writhed in pain upon the ground. In his desperation for victory, Ye Linfan had become utterly unhinged, intent on slaughtering everyone present. Ye Linfan, your actions are nothing but futile struggles. They are of no use. Ye Linfan shook his head, expressing his disdain. This piece of calligraphy was crafted by Mr. Yi, a celestial being hailing from the realm of immortals. The supreme artifacts created by such divine entities are not something a mere mortal like you can withstand. Indeed, the endless ripples once again encountered the essence of Tao, swiftly dissolving like snow before the sun. The spectators in the martial arena finally ceased their anguished cries. Ye Linfan, overwhelmed, found himself utterly shattered. He never anticipated that his ever-effective heart-shocking bell would falter before a mere piece of writing. Ye Linfan, you've made your attacks. Now it is my turn. Ye Linfan coldly declared. With that, he stepped forward, transforming into a blade of unparalleled sharpness, exuding a terrifying aura and an imposing sword intent. In his grasp, the long sword trembled lightly, resonating with the roar of dragons. With his prowess, a single strike would suffice to bring Ye Linfan to his demise. Please, do not kill me. The vice leader of the martial alliance, Yin Xingyang, is my father. If you take my life, he will not spare you, Ye Linfan exclaimed, his face paling. Upon hearing this, Lin Longtian's expression shifted slightly. He had indeed heard of Yin Xingyang, the vice leader of the martial alliance, a formidable figure of the fourth realm of the sacred stage. It was because of him that the Yin family had become so arrogant. Lin Longtian, shall we let this matter pass today? Ye Linfan, noticing Lin Longtian's reaction, felt a flicker of hope and secretly rejoiced. Very well. I shall grant vice leader Yin this favor. However, the Yin family must never trespass upon the Lin family again. Lin Longtian replied indifferently. Agreed, I promise you. Ye Linfan hastily affirmed, acutely aware that his life hung by a thread in Lin Longtian's hands. Now, you may leave. Lin Longtian gestured dismissively. Thus, Yin Linfan and Yin Songlin departed, carrying the unconscious Yin Feng, leaving the Lin family in a state of disgrace. The other disciples of the Yin family quickly followed suit, their earlier grandeur now reduced to utter humiliation. After this confrontation, the Yin family's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. Moreover, Ye Linfan had nearly brought disaster upon them in his quest for victory. It was evident that the Yin family had incited the wrath of many. The outcome of today's duel, with the Lin family emerging victorious, was nothing short of astonishing. The nature of Lin Patriarch's calligraphy, a treasure of such might, was now a subject of speculation. It seemed that the Lin family would undoubtedly secure a prominent position in Luoyang City henceforth. How detestable that Ye Linfan nearly brought about our demise. Alas, with the martial alliance backing the Yin family, what can we do? The crowd murmured in discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, the duel has concluded. Please disperse, Lin Longtian announced with clarity. At his words, the crowd began to leave. Soon, only Lin Longtian, Lin Ro, Lin Yuntian, and Lin Haoyin remained in the martial arena. At this moment, Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyin were ashen-faced. Having spoken derisively of Lin Longtian's impending defeat when they believed it was inevitable, Lin Longtian had not only survived, but had exceeded their wildest expectations in strength, leaving them filled with unease. Congratulations, elder brother, on your victory over Ye Linfan. Lin Yuntian managed a forced smile. Second brother, I won. Are you not disappointed? Lin Longtian inquired with an impassive expression. Why would you say such a thing, elder brother? We are blood brothers. I could not be happier for your triumph. Lin Yuntian replied, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow as he quickly defended himself. Is that so? Yet, you did not express such sentiments moments ago. Lin Longtian remarked coolly. Elder brother, please spare me. Everything was second brother's idea. I had no part in it. Lin Haoyin suddenly knelt down, pleading desperately. Third brother. Lin Yuntian's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated Lin Haoyin would stab him in the back at such a moment. Very well. You are indeed my dear brothers. Do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity, Lin Longtian sighed. Father, Lin Ro interjected, sensing Lin Longtian's slight softening. She felt a surge of urgency. These two were clearly ungrateful wretches. If they were spared this time, they would surely turn against him in the future. However, Lin Longtian shook his head, silencing her. Thank you for your mercy, elder brother. I shall henceforth follow you without hesitation, harboring no ulterior motives. Lin Yuntian declared with great enthusiasm. Indeed, If you direct me east, I shall not venture west, Lin Haoyan echoed. I did not say I would spare you. I merely intend to give you a chance, Lin Langtian replied nonchalantly. What chance? Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyan were momentarily taken aback. The chance to survive, however. Only one of you may live. After all, the crime of conspiring against the clan leader is a grave one. If I do not take a stand, it would be difficult to quell dissent. Therefore, you two must decide amongst yourselves who will bear the burden of this crime, Lin Langtian articulated slowly. Lin Yuntian and Lin Haoyan were instantly stunned. Only one of them could survive? Such a condition was exceedingly cruel. They exchanged glances, both reading the unspoken words in each other's eyes. I do not wish to die. Elder brother, must it truly come to this? Lin Yuntian asked, furrowing his brow. If you both wish to jointly shoulder the crime of plotting against the clan leader, I have no objection. I shall send you both on your way. Lin Langtian stated coldly. No, elder brother, I do not wish to die. Second brother, you devised all of this. The clan leader was your ambition. So it should be you who faces death, not me. Lin Haoyan shouted fervently. In the face of life and death, what brotherly bond remained? It meant nothing. Very well. If that is the case, I shall bear this crime. Lin Yuntian sighed heavily. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. They had not expected Lin Yuntian to willingly accept death. Second brother, do not hold it against me, Lin Haoyan said, a hint of guilt in his voice. How could I blame you? This is all my fault. Lin Yuntian lamented as he embraced Lin Haoyan. Yet at that moment, his expression suddenly shifted. So, third brother, it is you who shall take my place in death. What? Lin Haoyan's face changed dramatically, and he was about to speak when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Hastily, he pushed Lin Yuntian away and looked down, only to see a dagger embedded in his own chest. You, Lin Haoyan, he stammered in disbelief, pointing at Lin Yuntian. I can only survive if you die. Do not blame me. Lin Yuntian replied with a cold sneer. You will not have a good end. I will not accept this, Lin Haoyan retorted defiantly. But soon his breath ceased. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo stood in stunned silence. They had always known Lin Yuntian to be a petty individual, but they never anticipated he could be so ruthlessly unscrupulous. We are human, yet you are truly a dog. The existence of such a villain in this world is a mockery of justice. Brother, he is dead now. I can live, right? Lin Yuntian approached Lin Langtian, smiling ingratiatingly. Of course, you can, Lin Langtian responded slowly. But what? Lin Yuntian asked, momentarily taken aback. The answer that met him was a flash of sword light. The blade sliced through his throat, and blood gushed forth. You are not a man of your word, Lin Yuntian gasped in disbelief, clutching his throat with great effort. And what of it? Lin Langtian scoffed. The light in Lin Yuntian's eyes dimmed as he collapsed to the ground. From that moment on, the Lin family belonged solely to Lin Langtian. No one would rise to challenge him again. These two are not worth mourning, Lin Ruo declared with disdain. Give them a grand burial. After all, they were my brothers, Lin Langtian replied, his expression somewhat grim. To slay one's own kin was a burden not easily borne. However, Lin Langtian had no choice, for these two brothers sought his life. Naturally, he did not wish to await his demise. He had to strike first. I understand, father. I will arrange it, Lin Ruo nodded. With the second and third branches eliminated, the position of future patriarch of the Lin family would undoubtedly be hers. Come with me to see Mr. Ye tomorrow. If not for Mr. Ye's intervention today, I might not have survived, Lin Langtian sighed. All right, I too wish to pay a visit to Mr. Ye, Lin Ruo replied with a smile. Only Mr. Ye can truly be called an extraordinary man. Observing Lin Ruo's demeanor, Lin Langtian realized she might have developed feelings for Ye Linfan, a prospect he welcomed. Yet, alas, Ye Linfan was a celestial being from the immortal realm, and Lin Ruo might not be worthy of him. Perhaps, his daughter was destined for unrequited love. However, Lin Langtian refrained from voicing these thoughts. Matters of the heart are complex. Who knows what might transpire? Dreams are worth having, after all, and they occupy no space. Unbeknownst to Ye Linfan, the Lin family had just endured a fierce confrontation. At that moment, he was still indoors, chiseling the second divine artifact. The artifact was beginning to take shape, and a subtle pressure began to emanate from it. Just then, he heard someone calling from outside. Brother Ye, I have arrived. The voice belonged to Yuan Xiaorong. Xiaorong, come in, Ye Linfan called out immediately. Upon entering, Yuan Xiaorong soon realized that Chu Yenyun was also present. What brings you here? Ye Linfan inquired with a smile. I came to see you. What are you up to? Yuan Xiaorong replied with a grin. I am crafting something to pass the time, Ye Linfan said, revealing a wooden carving. The moment the carving was unveiled, Chu Yenyun's expression shifted. What an impressive piece. Even in its preliminary form, it exudes such profound Dao charm. If fully realized, it could potentially become a top-tier celestial artifact. Chu Yenyun gazed at Ye Linfan with immense reverence. This individual is truly formidable. He can effortlessly create a supreme, celestial weapon. Such a master surpasses even the legendary leader of the Martial Alliance. Could it be that Mr. Ye is indeed the fabled transcendent being? Yet, she dared not voice this thought. For Chu Mingyang had repeatedly cautioned her against discussing any martial matters in front of Ye Linfan, insisting that she treat him as an ordinary person. Only by doing so could she maintain her dealings with him. Mr. Ye, what are your intentions regarding the Shin family? Chu Yinyun asked, recalling Ye Linfan's previous assertion that he would handle the matter himself. Several days had passed, and it seemed Ye Linfan had yet to make a move. I will address it in due course, Ye Linfan replied calmly. In truth, he had no real plan. His words were merely a pretext. To him, he was but an ordinary person, fearful of the dangers lurking in this perilous world, and he dared not provoke a martial family unless he wished for his own demise. Moreover, witnessing Chu Mingyang suffer serious injuries over that painting filled him with guilt. Thus, he opted for a strategy of delay, hoping that with time, the incident would fade from memory. However, Chu Yinyun misinterpreted his intent. In due course, it seems Mr. Yi already has a plan, she thought. Deciding not to press further, Brother Yi, the Martial Academy is heading into the 10,000 Great Mountains for training tomorrow, Yuan Xiaorong suddenly announced. Training? Is it to hunt ferocious beasts? Ye Linfan asked. Yes, Yuan Xiaorong nodded. Is there a risk involved? Ye Linfan inquired, furrowing his brow. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. There will always be instructors from the Martial Academy leading the expeditions. There is no danger, Chu Yinyun immediately assured him. That's the best news, Ye Linfan remarked, feeling a twinge of envy towards Yuan Xiaorong. The students of the Martial Academy were fortunate to venture out and hunt ferocious beasts. After 10 years in this world, he doubted he could even defeat the weakest of them. Brother Yi, why not give me a weapon for self-defense? Yuan Xiaorong suggested. A weapon? I have none. Only a wooden sword I just carved, Ye Linfan replied with a wry smile. Although he was also proficient in weapon forging, it was a time-consuming and laborious endeavor, not to mention messy and exhausting. Hence, he seldom engaged in such activities, preferring instead the refined and leisurely pursuits of writing and painting. The wooden sword left Yuan Xiaorong somewhat disappointed. She had initially intended to dismiss the notion. However, Chu Yinyun suddenly remarked, a wooden sword will suffice. Mr. Yi, could you please bring it out for us to examine? Very well, please wait a moment, Ye Linfan replied, casting a curious glance at Chu Yinyun, unable to comprehend her keen interest in a mere wooden sword. Nevertheless, he refrained from further inquiries and rose to fetch the Xianyuan wooden sword. Senior sister, what piques your interest in a wooden sword? Yuan Xiaorong inquired, puzzled. Foolish girl, how could Mr. Ye's possessions be anything ordinary? Chu Yinyun responded with a hint of exasperation. Are you suggesting that the wooden sword is also a treasure? Yuan Xiaorong asked in astonishment. Chapter 36. The Xianyuan wooden sword indeed. Did you not see the wooden carving Mr. Yi presented earlier? Even in its unfinished state, it was remarkably formidable. Once fully formed, it would undoubtedly exist as a top-tier celestial artifact, Chu Yinyun expressed with a tinge of envy. She felt a flicker of jealousy towards Yuan Xiaorong, as Ye Linfan would bestow upon her yet another supreme celestial artifact. Naturally, she desired one as well, yet she hesitated. After all, she did not share the same profound bond with Ye Linfan as Yuan Xiaorong did. Previously, Ye Linfan had already gifted a magnificent painting of a soaring dragon to Chu Mingyang. If she were to request another gift from him, it might lead him to perceive her as excessively greedy, potentially incurring his disdain, an outcome she could not afford. Before long, Ye Linfan returned, holding a wooden sword sheath. Within it lay the Xianyuan sword he had carved the day prior. Mr. Yi, may we have a glimpse of this sword? Chu Yinyun asked, her excitement palpable. Of course, Ye Linfan replied, gradually drawing the Xianyuan sword from its sheath. As he extracted it, a powerful sword intent surged forth, causing Chu Yinyun's heart to tremble at the overwhelming aura emanating from it. The Xianyuan wooden sword was fully unveiled with a resounding sound. Though a wooden sword, it emitted the true resonance of a steel blade being drawn. A magnificent and boundless sword intent ascended into the heavens. While its murderous intent was not pronounced, it radiated an infinite regal aura, stirring an urge to kneel in reverence within the hearts of those present. In the courtyard, an old hen raised its head, gazing at the house with profound awe. The master has taken out that sword again. What manner of sword is this to possess such power, even suppressing my dragon's might? A carp exclaimed, peering from the pond in astonishment. In the presence of the master, your dragon's might is but a jest, the lazy yellow dog remarked. Although the statement was not particularly harmful, it was laden with insult. The carp felt a flicker of indignation but refrained from retorting, recognizing that it could not best the yellow dog in a confrontation. Moreover, the yellow dog's assertion held a kernel of truth. Enough of the whispered conversations. It would not bode well if the master were to discover us, declared the peach tree, serving as the mediator. At this utterance, the mythical beasts in the courtyard reverted to their mundane forms. The hen foraged for food, the large yellow dog dozed peacefully, and the koi fish in the pond blew bubbles. Inside the house, Chu Yenyun gazed in astonishment at the sword before her. Its power was simply beyond description. Senior sister, is this sword a treasure? Yuan Xiaorong inquired softly. Having spent her days surrounded by the calligraphy and paintings gifted by Ye Linfan, she had grown accustomed to such items. Thus, she found it difficult to perceive anything extraordinary in what Ye Linfan offered. In her eyes, everything he possessed was as ordinary as could be, including this Xianyuan sword. In contrast to Chu Yenyun, this was a premier celestial weapon, capable of slaying immortals and vanquishing demons. Yet, in Yuan Xiaorong's perspective, it merely appeared to be an ordinary wooden sword. Of course, it is a treasure, Chu Yenyun replied, her voice trembling. How does it compare to the calligraphy and paintings gifted by Brother Yi? Yuan Xiaorong asked. This wooden sword is 100 times more formidable than those artworks. Chu Yenyun asserted without hesitation. This sword can undoubtedly surpass most of the legendary weapons in existence. That's wonderful, Brother Yi. I want this wooden sword. Yuan Xiaorong exclaimed immediately. A wooden sword that was 100 times more powerful than those artworks must be obtained. With this sword, she would possess a means of self-preservation. Though the Academy's instructors protected them during their trials, casualties were an unavoidable reality. Aware of her own limited strength, Yuan Xiaorong naturally wished for a safeguard at her side. What use do you have for this wooden sword? Ye Linfan asked, bemused. This sword lacks any real lethality. If you take it, it will likely serve merely as a toy. I'll play with it. Yuan Xiaorong replied, remembering Chu Yenyun's advice to treat Ye Linfan as an ordinary person. Very well. You may play with it, Ye Linfan said, his expression one of understanding, as he handed the Xianyuan sword along with its sheath to Yuan Xiaorong. She accepted the sword, and Chu Yenyun eagerly leaned in to examine it closely. Only then did she notice that the blade was engraved with different patterns on either side, one depicting the sun, moon, and stars, while the other illustrated mountains, rivers, and flora. Such a sword was unlike anything Chu Yenyun had ever encountered. Mr. Yi, what is the name of this sword? Chu Yenyun asked curiously. This sword is called Xianyuan, Ye Linfan replied slowly. Xianyuan? Why have I never heard of this sword before? Chu Yenyun questioned, puzzled. If this sword is indeed a wooden one, it must have a prototype. Being the granddaughter of the head of the Martial Arts Academy, and having perused many of its tomes, Chu Yenyun considered herself well informed. Yet she had never encountered any mention of a Xianyuan sword in the world. You have undoubtedly never heard of it. The Xianyuan sword is a renowned blade from my world, Ye Linfan spoke slowly. Your world? Are you not from this realm? Chu Yenyun inquired, her eyes widening in astonishment. Not from this realm. Could it be that Mr. Yi hails from the celestial realm? Even Yuan Xiaorong, standing nearby, gazed at Ye Linfan in disbelief. Brother Yi, are you truly not of this world? She asked, blinking her charming eyes. Alas, I have let slip again, he thought. Just days prior, he had unwittingly revealed this in front of Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian. Now, he had done so again before Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong. He realized he must be more cautious. The fewer people who knew of his identity as a traveler, the better. Indeed, do not speak of it carelessly. Ye Linfan nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Chu Yenyun became electrified with excitement. She could hardly believe that the celestial realm truly existed in this world. No wonder Mr. Yi possessed such formidable strength. He was indeed a being from the celestial realm. Mr. Yi, could you enlighten me about the nature of your world? Chu Yenyun asked eagerly. Yes, Brother Yi, please share with us. Yuan Xiaorong echoed, equally curious. A nostalgic expression crossed Ye Linfan's face. It is a world of unparalleled beauty, yet fraught with peril. In that realm, individuals can effortlessly communicate across vast distances, traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, soar beyond the heavens, and wander the cosmos. Furthermore, one can forge weapons capable of reducing millions to ashes with ease. Upon hearing these words, the faces of Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong were etched with shock. The ability to transmit sound over thousands of miles, to travel instantaneously, to ascend in broad daylight, and to obliterate nations with a mere flick of the wrist, such powers were indeed terrifying. No wonder the celestial realm was so formidable. Are you a person of great renown in that world? Chu Yenyun asked curiously. I am merely an ordinary individual, Ye Linfan replied gently. In his previous life, he was simply a game enthusiast, a recluse. In this world, he remained equally withdrawn. The outside world was indeed splendid, yet it also harbored great dangers. The only way to live a peaceful life was to remain cautious. Mr. Yi, you are being humble, Chu Yenyun remarked with a smile. She had grown weary of hearing him describe himself as an ordinary person. She would not believe a word of it. If someone as powerful as Ye Linfan was considered ordinary in the celestial realm, then that realm must be unimaginably formidable. By the way, does Xiaorong desire this sword? Ye Linfan sought to divert the conversation, not wishing to divulge too much about his life before his journey. I want it, of course. Yuan Xiaorong exclaimed immediately. Who would refuse such an extraordinary treasure? Then take it. Ye Linfan nodded. Thank you, brother Yi. Yuan Xiaorong replied joyously, carefully sheathing the Xianyuan wooden sword. Cradled as if it were a treasured gem, the sword instilled in her a sense of invincibility for her upcoming trials. After lingering for half an hour, Chu Yanyan and Yuan Xiaorong departed. Not long after their exit, a towering figure appeared outside Ye Linfan's courtyard. This figure loomed over 3 meters tall, and soon revealed its true nature, not a human, but a transformed beast, a dragon. Its body was adorned with scales, its eyes dark and penetrating, and it bore 2 horns atop its head. Indeed, it was a river dragon. A formidable sword intent had recently manifested here, but it had suddenly vanished. The dragon beast gazed quizzically at the courtyard before it. To its eyes, the courtyard appeared rather ordinary, yet it emanated an inexplicable aura. What of it? Just a humble abode, it mused. The occupant must be an ordinary human. If there truly lies a treasure here, I shall devour it and seize the prize. Such was the nature of beasts, brutally straightforward. With that thought, it pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. The creatures within, busy with their own affairs, were startled by the creaking door. Upon glancing up, they were taken aback to see a young dragon intruding upon their territory. Did it seek death, daring to invade their domain? Unaware of the formidable presence it was about to encounter, the river dragon entered the courtyard and was immediately enveloped by a vast array of spiritual energy. What an overwhelming source of vitality! It exclaimed in delight. The aura here was at least 10 times more potent than that found in the Great Mountains. To think such an inconspicuous place housed such a treasure was astonishing. This place is splendid. I shall feast upon its master and claim this as my royal abode, the dragon declared with a boisterous laugh. The audacity of the young dragon to boast in such a manner was remarkable. Just then, a mocking voice broke the air. Who dares? The river dragon, taken aback, quickly scanned its surroundings but saw no one, heightening its astonishment. A presence so powerful that it evaded its senses must be extraordinarily formidable. I am right before you. Look down, the voice echoed again. The river dragon glanced downward to find a small carp regarding it with utter disdain. The mere gaze of the fish incited its ire. A talking carp dares to speak to me with such insolence. Do you not know I am a noble river dragon? Have you no sense of hierarchy? It retorted, displeasure evident in its tone. How dare a mere river dragon address me in such a manner? Have you no understanding of rank? The carp snorted, for it was a true dragon of the highest lineage, a 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon of the river is merely a mundane beast, yet it dares to boast before me. Such insolence is utterly disgraceful. Today, I shall consume you, and you shall learn who the true sovereign is. The river dragon beast let out a cold snort and extended its right claw to seize the carp. Begone! The carp exclaimed, its voice resonating like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the river dragon beast, leaving it dazed and bewildered. Before the river dragon beast could react, it felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon it, boundless and majestic, instilling a sense of reverence within its heart. What is this? Where does such formidable aura originate? As the river dragon beast looked up, it was astounded by the sight before it. The seemingly unremarkable carp was now adorned in shimmering golden scales, and above its head loomed a colossal dragon apparition, stretching for hundreds of feet. This dragon, resplendent in golden hues, radiated an awe-inspiring brilliance. Even more terrifying, it bore 5 claws beneath its belly. You are a 5-clawed golden dragon. No wonder I feel compelled to submit to this might. It is the innate suppression of bloodline. A river dragon must endure tribulations to evolve into a true dragon, yet the chances of such transformation are exceedingly rare. In the presence of a true dragon, the river dragon is but a lesser descendant. The river dragon beast felt on the verge of collapse. Utterly unprepared for the encounter with a genuine dragon in this seemingly ordinary courtyard, and not just any dragon, but the most powerful 5-clawed golden dragon of its kind. What manner of place is this? Elder, I was unaware of your seclusion here. I beg your forgiveness for my offenses, the river dragon beast stammered, trembling and kneeling in supplication. Do not provoke the dragon's might. You may depart in peace, the carp replied, regarding the river dragon beast as little more than an insignificant insect. Little fish, swiftly dispose of him. Should you disturb the master, beware of losing your dragon tendons. The hen interjected. Above it, the apparition of a phoenix appeared, towering 100 feet, its fiery plumage illuminating the sky. The majesty of the phoenix commanded awe from all beings. A phoenix? The river dragon beast was plunged into despair. It had not anticipated the presence of both a true dragon and a phoenix within this courtyard. Even more daunting was the realization that these divine creatures had a master. How terrifying must that master be? The river dragon beast regretted its ambition to devour the master of this place. If fate granted it another chance, it would resolutely declare, "I shall never enter this courtyard." Upon hearing the hen's words, the carp recoiled in fear, casting a wary glance toward Ye Linfan's abode. "Little dragon, to prevent you from disturbing my master, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Thus, you must come to terms with your fate," the carp stated matter-of-factly. Chapter 38. The 10,000 Great Mountains. With that, the carp opened its mouth. A radiant beam of white light gathered within its mouth, embodying an unfathomable power capable of annihilating all in existence. This was the breath of the dragon. The serpent-like beast trembled, its heart engulfed by the shadows of death. "No, I cannot perish here. I must flee, escape far away." Driven by the instinct for survival, the creature swiftly surveyed its surroundings. To its left and right, it was thwarted by a carp and a hen, one a true dragon, the other a phoenix, both formidable foes it could not hope to confront. The prospect of evading them was utterly impossible. Then, its gaze fell upon a seemingly ordinary yellow dog lying asleep on the ground. A flicker of exhilaration crossed its face. This dog appeared rather unimpressive, a mere cur, or rather, a lowly mutt. Moreover, the exit lay directly in front of the dog. If it could just bypass it, escape would be assured. Without hesitation, it surged forward, its massive form creating a blur as it approached the slumbering canine. "Good dog, don't block the way, move aside," the serpent beast bellowed. The carp and the phoenix were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the beast would dare provoke the yellow dog. This was a creature they themselves would not challenge, especially one disturbed from its slumber, making it tenfold more fearsome. Both had tasted the wrath of the yellow dog before. The carp shook its head in resignation, closing its mouth. To provoke the yellow dog was a death wish. The once sleeping yellow dog, disturbed, now wore a menacing expression. It sprang to its feet, opening its mouth wide in response to the serpent beast. The creature, witnessing this, wore a sardonic smile. What could a mere dog accomplish by opening its mouth? Barking, perhaps? However, to its astonishment, the dog's mouth widened to an enormous gape, transforming into a maw towering several meters high. Within that cavernous mouth, teeth glistened menacingly, each a sharp, 3-meter-long blade, akin to deadly daggers, sending chills down the spine. The serpent beast stood frozen in disbelief. It was only then that it comprehended the truth. This unassuming yellow dog was the most terrifying entity of all. "Senior, spare me," the serpent beast exclaimed, its face ashen as it begged for mercy. Yet, the yellow dog paid no heed. With a powerful inhale, the creature felt an overwhelming force pulling it toward that monstrous mouth. In sheer terror, the serpent beast's soul seemed to flee its body. Alas, no matter how desperately it struggled, it was futile. It could only watch helplessly as it was drawn into the gaping maw. The yellow dog did not even bother to chew. With a single gulp, the serpent beast was swallowed whole. Pathetically, it did not even have the chance to scream. The scene unfolded with the great yellow dog having consumed the dragon-like beast, leaving the carp and the hen shivering in fear. It was a truly terrifying sight. After devouring the creature, the yellow dog immediately returned to its normal state, smacking its lips as if savoring the taste. The flavor of the dragon was rather mediocre compared to that of a true dragon. With a meaningful glance at the carp, the dog spoke slowly. The carp, caught in the gaze, trembled in fright. "You jest, dear dog," it stammered with a nervous smile before retreating back into the pond, no longer daring to surface. At that moment, the hen also returned to its senses and began foraging for food. The great yellow dog resumed its slumber on the ground, and tranquility enveloped the courtyard once more, as if the dragon-like beast had never existed. Just then, the door of the house swung open abruptly. Ye Linfan peeked out, puzzled, surveying his surroundings. "I distinctly heard sounds from the courtyard just now, yet I see no one." Concluding that there was no one present, he decided to return to his unfinished sculpting. He closed the door and resumed his artistic endeavor. The animals in the courtyard breathed a collective sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding detection by their master. "That was close. We almost got caught," the hen remarked, still shaken. "Truly, our dear dog is formidable, dealing with that little dragon without leaving a trace." The carp, emerging from the pond, complimented the great yellow dog. It had been terrified when the dog mentioned wanting to eat dragon meat. If it had not flattered him, who knows, it might have been swallowed whole. Then, it would have been too late to cry out, and the master would likely not have noticed its absence, as it was merely a figment of the master's imagination. Should it vanish, the master could simply conjure another 5-clawed golden dragon to take its place. However, it was quite awkward for the carp that the great yellow dog remained sprawled on the ground, not even bothering to open its eyes, utterly indifferent to its presence. Yet, the carp was undeterred, still wearing a smile as it said, "You seem weary, dear dog. Do rest well." With that, it returned to the pond. Under the hen's scornful gaze, in the heart of the 10,000 great mountains, prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, this place was not known as 10,000 Great Mountains, but rather as Linfan Mountain, a wildlife sanctuary, home to a myriad of wild animals. It was considered a splendid tourist destination. However, at the moment the spiritual energy awakened, the wild creatures of Linfan Mountain began to mutate, transforming into demon beasts. Initially, humanity was caught off guard, with countless individuals becoming prey for these monsters. Yet, humanity quickly adapted, learning to cultivate their powers and launching a counteroffensive against the demon beasts. In the ensuing battles, both sides experienced victories and defeats, ultimately reaching an agreement. Humans would inhabit the cities while the demon beasts dwelled in the deep mountains. Nonetheless, this accord was merely a piece of paper. For many years, humans and demon beasts have occasionally engaged in minor conflicts. The 10,000 Great Mountains stand as one such habitat for these creatures. Here, the formidable ruler is the Black Flood Dragon King, a terrifying beast of the 6th level of the sacred realm. After establishing dominion over this land, which is home to 100,000 demon beasts, he renamed Linfan Mountain to 10,000 Great Mountains. At the very moment a dragon beast was devoured by a large yellow dog, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. "Who dares to slay my son?" The voice reverberated powerfully, causing all the demon beasts within the mountains to tremble in fear, for they recognized it as the voice of the Black Flood Dragon King. As the sovereign of the 10,000 Great Mountains, he holds the power of life and death over all demon beasts. Many of them could lose their lives with a mere misstep. Deep within the mountains, there exists an extraordinarily tall structure, originally built by humans as a wildlife museum. Now, it has become the royal palace of the Black Flood Dragon King. Sitting in the center of the grand hall, he radiates an aura of fury. And with his towering 5-meter frame, the atmosphere becomes unbearably oppressive. All the demon beasts beneath him are now prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, too afraid to lift their heads. "Blue Hound, investigate the location of my son's murder," the Black Flood Dragon King commanded darkly. "Yes, my lord." A dog demon with fur of deep azure promptly replied. This creature stood over 2 meters tall, with a nose as large as that of a bull. Having transformed from a hunting dog into a demon beast, his keen sense of smell made him exceptionally adept at tracking. Without delay, Blue Hound departed, confident that he would soon uncover the whereabouts of the dragon beast. "My lord, I recall that the young master ventured into the human realm. Could it be that he was slain by humans?" A tiger demon spoke up. "If it is indeed humans, they shall pay dearly." The Black Flood Dragon King ground his teeth in fury. All the demon beasts fell silent, aware that another great war between the demon beasts and humanity was likely imminent. On the training grounds of the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Academy, over 100 students stood ready, preparing for their trials. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy and the signing of a treaty between humans and demon beasts, a state of mutual non-aggression had been established. However, hunting lower-tier demon beasts during human trials was permitted. Just as demon beasts occasionally preyed on ordinary humans, the strong among humanity would often turn a blind eye. After all, whether lower-tier demon beasts or ordinary humans, to the powerful, they are but insignificant insects. The deaths of many would hardly warrant concern. The strong are akin to deities, residing high above the clouds, indifferent to the fates of ordinary lives. Among these 100 students, none possessed particularly formidable strength. Most possessed only the strength of the darkness realm, with a few students exhibiting the prowess of the transformation realm. Yuan Xiaorong stood amidst the crowd, her 5th stage of the darkness realm cultivation rendering her rather inconspicuous. Yet, she was the most captivating individual present, having recently been accepted as a disciple by Chu Mingyang. The dean, after many years, had taken on a new apprentice, prompting all eyes to secretly scrutinize Yuan Xiaorong, eager to discern what exceptional qualities she possessed. However, their expectations were met with disappointment, for aside from her endearing appearance, she appeared utterly unremarkable in every other aspect. Many could not fathom why the dean had chosen her as a disciple, muttering to themselves that if someone with such modest talent could be selected, surely they could as well. The crowd's discontent with Yuan Xiaorong was palpable. Oblivious to the gazes directed her way, Yuan Xiaorong maintained a simple and unassuming demeanor, positioning herself at the back of the line. At her waist hung a wooden sword and a common longsword, the former being the Xianyuan wooden sword bestowed upon her by Ye Linfan. At that moment, the Xianyuan's sword was sheathed, its formidable aura and intent concealed within. Appearing merely as an ordinary wooden sword to onlookers, Nevertheless, Yuan Xiaorong had no intention of utilizing the Xinyuan sword during this expedition, having been advised by Chu Yanyun that the purpose of the trial was to enhance her abilities. Using the wooden sword from the outset would negate the true essence of the experience. Thus, she resolved to rely primarily on the common longsword, reserving the wooden sword for situations of dire peril. As a rule, she would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Is everyone present? Chu Mingyang inquired from the elevated platform, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yuan Xiaorong as he surveyed the assembled students. All present, Zhang Yiming affirmed with a nod. This expedition was to be led by him and the other vice dean, Imo Yunchan. Yiming, I entrust her care to you, Chu Mingyang said slowly. Rest assured, Dean. I shall take excellent care of her, Zhang Yiming replied promptly. Yuan Xiaorong, being not only a disciple of Chu Mingyang but also backed by an extraordinary mentor, warranted special attention. Any misfortune befalling her would be untenable for the martial arts academy. Let us depart, Chu Mingyang nodded, signaling the commencement of their journey. Depart, Zhang Yiming bellowed, and the students embarking on the trial set forth with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. May they all return safely, Chu Mingyang murmured. As the head of the martial arts academy, he naturally wished for the safe return of all these students, most of whom were embarking on their first hunt for demonic beasts. Although the academy made every effort to ensure the students' safety during each trial, hunting demonic beasts was inherently perilous. Thus, casualties were an unfortunate inevitability each year. While rare, such incidents were sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation in these novice students. The disciples of the martial arts academy set forth towards the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this moment, only Chu Mingyang and Chu Yanyun remained on the playground. Grandfather, during my last visit to Mr. Ye's residence, I inquired about the Shin family, Chu Yanyun remarked. What did he say? Chu Mingyang promptly inquired. He mentioned that we should wait for the opportune moment to reclaim that calligraphy piece from the Shin family. Grandfather, when does Mr. Yi consider the right time? Chu Yanyun asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Naturally, it is when the Shun family is at the height of their glory. Chu Mingyang replied matter-of-factly. When is the Shun family at their pinnacle? Chu Yanyun pressed, a frown accentuating her features. In half a month, we shall celebrate Shun Tianfang's 250th birthday. At that time, Mr. Yi will take action to annihilate the Shin family, Chu Mingyang stated with a cold scoff. Mr. Ye's possessions are not easily acquired. Offending him has already secured the Shun family's place on the road to the underworld. Meanwhile, Ye Linfan sat within his dwelling, his hands deftly shaping a carving that was gradually taking form. The outline resembled that of an axe, intricately carved with elaborate patterns. The axe's handle, dark and robust, exuded a sense of formidable weight. This was the second divine artifact Ye Linfan intended to sculpt, the Pangu axe. Legend has it that the Pangu axe measures 33,000 zhang in width, with a handle 3,300 zhang thick and a length of 66,000 zhang. Naturally, he could not carve such a colossal axe. Thus, he aimed for a more conventional size. As he wielded the carving knife with precision, the contours of the Pangu axe became increasingly distinct, emanating an aura potent enough to rend the fabric of reality. However, as the axe had yet to fully materialize, this power remained contained within the room, resonating quietly. Had anyone been present, they would have witnessed luminous halos swirling about the space, each illuminating cracks in the very void itself, an exhibition of the Pangu axe's might. After all, among the 10 greatest artifacts, the Pangu axe possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse the boundless void. At that moment, a voice suddenly called from outside. Is Mr. Yi at home? Ye Linfan paused, setting down the incomplete Pangu axe. As he did, all the halos dissipated, and the spatial rifts vanished, restoring normalcy to the room. Why has he come? Ye Linfan pondered, a hint of curiosity stirring within him. He recognized the voice well. It belonged to Lin Langtian. Although he found it peculiar that Lin had come to visit, he rose to greet him, for Lin was a prominent figure in Luoyun City, and maintaining a good rapport would undoubtedly serve him well in the future. Stepping outside, he beheld 2 figures standing in the courtyard. Besides Lin Langtian, there was also Lin Ruo. Mr. Yi, I have come to trouble you once more, Lin Langtian said with a smile. Patriarch Lin, you flatter me. You are always welcome. Please, come in. Ye Linfan replied hastily as Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo entered the courtyard. Once again, a familiar aura enveloped them, a sensation so comforting that they wished to linger in this place for eternity. They simultaneously succumbed to the allure, closing their eyes in bliss. Ye Linfan, observing from the side, was filled with curiosity. What was the matter with these two? Why did they shut their eyes upon entering? Their expressions resembled that of someone straining against constipation. Chief Lin, Miss Lin, what troubles you? Ye Linfan inquired, his voice tinged with perplexity. His words roused Lin Langtian and the young lady from their reverie. Mr. Yi, Your courtyard is so fragrant. Lin Langtian exclaimed with a smile. You refer to the scent of the peach blossoms, I presume? Ye Linfan pointed towards the peach tree at the entrance. Turning to look, Lin Langtian was astonished to see that the peaches on the tree had grown plumper and redder, and there were now hundreds more than before. How did this peach tree produce so many fruits? He asked in disbelief, recalling that there had been far fewer during his last visit. I am uncertain. It seems to have blossomed overnight, Ye Linfan replied, unaware that this phenomenon was due to his own influence. The following day, he too had been taken aback upon seeing the tree, contemplating the extraordinary nature of this martial world where even the growth of peaches occurred at such an astonishing pace. Chieflin, do you enjoy peaches? Ye Linfan asked with a smile. Indeed I do, Lin Langtian replied, instantly grasping Ye Linfan's intent. These are spirit peaches. Since you have graciously offered, how could I refuse? Very well, please wait here while I fetch a couple for you to taste, Ye Linfan said cheerfully. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lin Langtian expressed his gratitude and led Lin Ruo inside. Upon entering, both Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo were suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming force that pervaded the room. This was a power unlike anything Lin Langtian had ever experienced. It felt capable of rending the very fabric of space. What is this force? Why is it so potent? Lin Ruo asked, her voice trembling, struggling to withstand the pressure. I cannot say, Lin Langtian replied, his expression grave. He surveyed the surroundings and quickly identified the source of the energy, a wooden carving resting on the table. Although still unrefined, its shape unmistakably resembled an axe. What sort of axe possesses such formidable power? Lin Langtian gasped in astonishment. I have no idea. Lin Ruo shook her head, keeping her distance from the axe, feeling overwhelmed by the force emanating from it. Just then, Ye Linfan entered the room, carrying 2 peaches in his hands. These peaches were significantly larger than before, appearing even more succulent and enticing. However, it was not the peaches that astonished Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo. Rather, it was the remarkable power that had resonated throughout the room, which vanished entirely the moment Ye Linfan stepped inside. They instantly felt a lightness envelop them, and the oppressive weight in their hearts vanished. Please, take a seat, Ye Linfan said, placing the peach on the table. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo promptly sat down, each taking a peach and beginning to eat. What they remained unaware of was that after Ye Linfan returned indoors with the peaches, the divine beasts in the courtyard and the peach tree resumed their conversation. The master has given peaches to others again. These are spirit peaches. Do these mortals truly deserve such delicacies? Sighed the carp. Having lingered in this courtyard for many years, it had yet to taste a spirit peach itself. Oh, spare me. Hasn't the food the master has provided you over the years been of a quality far superior to spirit peaches? The old hen retorted, always eager to banter with the carp. The carp fell silent, for the hen spoke the truth. It was worth noting that the fish feed Ye Linfan had given it over the years was no ordinary fare. It was imbued with profound essence. Each meal had significantly bolstered its strength, indeed rivaling the spirit peaches. Enough of the complaints. The master treats us well. Our only duty is to remain here in peace. The peach tree remarked. Indeed, being with the master guarantees a feast, the carp chuckled. Now, let us keep quiet. It wouldn't do to be overheard by the master. The large yellow dog interjected with displeasure. As it spoke, the courtyard fell into silence. The carp swiftly dove into the pond, daring not to surface again. The old hen resumed foraging, while the peach tree remained simply a tree. Inside the house, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo had already finished the spirit peaches. They were simply exquisite, and even after consumption, the fragrant essence of the peaches lingered on their palates, leaving them in delightful reminiscence. Upon eating the spirit peaches, the immense spiritual energy they contained surged through them, instantaneously enhancing their cultivation. Lin Langtian broke through 3 realms, ascending to the 8th level of the Dan realm, while Lin Ruo surpassed 4 realms, advancing from the 9th level of the transformation realm to the 4th level of the Dan realm, only slightly behind Lin Langtian. Faced with such rapid advancements, they could only feel astonishment. They had cultivated for many years and had never imagined that breaking through could be as effortless as eating or drinking, and without any hidden dangers. If such breakthroughs could be frequent, reaching the sacred realm might be just around the corner. Would you like more peaches? Ye Linfan observed their lingering enjoyment and chuckled inwardly. These two, from a martial arts family, seemed as if they had never tasted peaches before. No, thank you, Mr. Yi, Lin Langtian quickly declined. Though the spirit peaches were delightful, one must not be greedy. Such a potent nourishment was sufficient in moderation. Consuming another could overwhelm their bodies with the overwhelming spiritual energy. Thus, he resolutely refused. Indeed, Mr. Yi, did you carve those items on the table? Lin Langtian inquired, gesturing toward the Pangu axe. He had witnessed Ye Linfan's remarkable carving skills before. the last time, he transformed a mere spirit-level Qilin pendant into a top-tier celestial artifact. This axe, he surmised, must also be an extraordinary piece. Indeed, I crafted it myself, Ye Linfan affirmed with a nod. As expected, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo gasped in astonishment. Mr. Ye's prowess was undeniable. Even his casual creations bore such excellence. Truly remarkable, befitting someone of his stature from the celestial realm. Mr. Ye, does this axe have a name? Lin Langtian asked with curiosity. Certainly, it is quite renowned in my homeland, known as the Pangu axe, Ye Linfan replied with a smile. His homeland? Was that not the celestial realm? No wonder this axe emanated such formidable power even in its unrefined state. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo pondered this revelation. What manner of weapon is the Pangu axe? Lin Langtian questioned, his confusion evident. In this world, the figure of Pangu was unknown, and thus, the legends of the creation of the universe remained unheard of, let alone the Pangu axe that cleaved through chaos. This Pangu axe is one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts in my world, Ye Linfan explained. Divine artifacts, and there were 10 ancient ones? Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo inhaled sharply at this revelation. Ancient divine artifacts? These were said to be even more potent than top-tier celestial weapons. One was already astonishing. To discover there were 10 was beyond their comprehension. Were there truly so many divine artifacts in the celestial realm? Lin Langtian, fully aware, understood that in this world, divine artifacts were akin to legendary figures of immense power. They existed solely in tales. Many had heard of them, yet none had ever laid eyes on one. I previously carved a divine artifact, but I gifted it to someone, Ye Linfan remarked with a chuckle. At this, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo nearly fainted. Were immortal beings truly so extravagantly generous? A divine artifact, casually given away? Such actions, though not harmful, were profoundly humiliating. They fervently wished for Ye Linfan to bestow a divine artifact upon them. With such a treasure, the Lin family could easily ascend to become the foremost martial arts clan in the world. However, Lin Langtian dared not voice this desire. He was acutely aware that only those with intimate relationships could receive such gifts from Ye Linfan. While he had made the acquaintance of Ye Linfan, their bond was far from close. To presumptuously request a gift might incur Ye Linfan's displeasure. In truth, simply savoring Ye Linfan's exquisite culinary creations and enhancing his own strength was more than sufficient to satisfy Lin Langtian. Greed, after all, could lead to discontent. I fear that in the end, nothing will be gained. Is Mr. Ye planning to forge all the other divine artifacts? Lin Langtian inquired. Those who understand me. It is indeed you, clan leader Lin. You are correct. I do intend to carve all 10 divine artifacts. Although the artifacts I create may not be the true divine artifacts, they serve as a nostalgic remembrance of my homeland, Ye Linfan sighed. A homeland he could never return to, for he lacked the formidable strength to traverse the cosmos. He was merely an ordinary individual with but a modicum of cultivation. Surviving in this world was already exceedingly challenging, let alone the thought of returning. Lin Langtian swallowed hard upon hearing this. If all 10 divine artifacts were truly carved, it would be an unfathomable feat, Mr. Ye. Which 10 divine artifacts are you referring to? Lin Langtian asked with curiosity. I shall tell you next time. It is getting late. Would you care to stay for dinner? Ye Linfan smiled. No need. Thank you, Mr. Ye, Lin Langtian replied promptly. Although consuming a meal prepared by Ye Linfan could enhance one's cultivation, he had already partaken of the spirit peach, and its effects had yet to fully dissipate within him. If he were to eat Ye Linfan's food again, it might overwhelm his physical form. Ye Linfan did not insist, allowing them to depart. After Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo left, Ye Linfan resumed his carving, with the Pangu axe nearing completion, just a few strokes away. With swift movements, he wielded his knife like rain. The black blade glimmered continuously as countless wood shavings flew into the air. Before long, the Pangu wood axe finally took shape. At the moment it was completed, a colossal power capable of rending the heavens surged skyward. A gigantic shadow of the axe slowly materialized in the void, its rhythmic essence cascading down like a waterfall. An infinite might emanated from it, enough to compel all beings to submit. This was the awe-inspiring power of a divine artifact, a magnificent force that could suppress all in existence. In the courtyard, the old hen had been firmly pressed to the ground. The koi fish, which usually poked their heads out of the pond from time to time, dared not show themselves at all. Though they were divine beasts, they could not withstand the oppressive aura of the divine artifact. The large yellow dog sprang up from the ground, its expression grave as it gazed at the massive shadow of the axe above. It was the only one in the courtyard capable of enduring the pressure of the Pangu axe. Fortunately, the might of the axe reverberated only within this small courtyard and did not leak out. Otherwise, such overwhelming force would undoubtedly lead many to believe that a treasure had emerged, resulting in a throng of people rushing here. In that case, Ye Linfan's tranquil life would surely be disrupted. The weapon the master is carving this time is as terrifying as the sword from before. The old hen managed to say with great difficulty. Thankfully, it bore the bloodline of a phoenix. Otherwise, a common beast would likely have been reduced to ashes by now. After all, the might of a divine artifact is not something mundane beings can endure. At this moment, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before departing, Lin Ruo instinctively glanced back at Ye Linfan's residence, just in time to catch a glimpse of the colossal axe's phantom in the void. "Father, look!" Lin Ruo exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Langtian raised his gaze, instantly rendered speechless as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Although the might of the Pangu axe did not reveal a hint of its power, the immense presence of the giant axe's phantom was still palpable. "Mr. Yi is truly extraordinary," Lin Langtian marveled. At any moment, he could conjure boundless celestial artifacts and divine instruments. For someone like him, to dominate this world would be effortlessly achievable. Yet, it seems that Mr. Yi only wishes to lead a mundane life. Such incredible strength, coupled with a disinterest in worldly affairs, is genuinely admirable. Lin Langtian bowed deeply towards the mountain before leading Lin Ruo away. Within the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Chu Mingyang was initially busy in his office. After completing his work, he instinctively glanced towards the direction of Ye Linfan's residence, where he fortuitously beheld the imposing phantom of the giant axe in the void. While he could not sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the axe's apparition, the astonishing rhythm of Tao flowing like a river above, it was strikingly evident. "Truly, Mr. Yi has procured another remarkable treasure," Chu Mingyang remarked with profound respect. "Perhaps after the trial concludes, I shall pay a visit to Mr. Ye's home." Unbeknownst to Ye Linfan, he had inadvertently made quite a name for himself. After carving the Pangu axe, he gently touched its surface, and astonishingly, the oppressive aura that had once lingered in the courtyard vanished without a trace. All the divine beasts and the peach tree felt an immediate lightness, collectively exhaling in relief as they returned to normalcy. "Our master is becoming increasingly formidable. If he continues this way daily, we shall inevitably be overwhelmed." The carp cautiously ventured from the water's surface to voice its thoughts, mindful of not speaking too loudly. If the master were to be disturbed, the ever-hungry yellow dog, always yearning for dragon meat, would promptly devour it without hesitation. "Well, you could leave if you wish. No one is keeping you here," the hen scoffed disdainfully. The carp was momentarily taken aback. "Leave? What a jest! In this vast world, where could one find a place to rival this? I was merely jesting. How could I bear to part with all of you?" The carp chuckled nervously. "I see you are quite attached to the food the master provides you daily," the hen bluntly pointed out. The carp, realizing the truth in her words, fell silent, unable to retort. "Enough of your incessant bickering. If the master hears you, it will be disastrous," the peach tree interjected, always the peacemaker in the courtyard. However, the divine beasts were well aware that although the peach tree possessed a gentle temperament, its strength was indeed formidable. At the very least, it was on par with the great yellow dog. Furthermore, unlike the great yellow dog, it did not exhibit an overbearing demeanor, which earned the respect of both the hen and the carp. "No matter, if they disturb the master, I shall consume them both," the great yellow dog remarked nonchalantly. This statement sent a shiver down the spines of the hen and the carp, who dared not utter another word. The carp swiftly retreated into the pond, while the hen resumed foraging for food. The courtyard soon returned to tranquility. Inside the house, Ye Linfan was intently examining the Pangu axe in his hands. Crafted from wood, this axe was made from black iron wood, an exceptionally hard material that appeared almost indistinguishable from true steel. Thus, at first glance, the Pangu axe resembled a metal axe. Moreover, Ye Linfan had intricately carved elaborate patterns onto the axe, inspired by images he had encountered online in his past life, further enhancing its resemblance to the legendary Pangu axe. After scrutinizing it several times, Ye Linfan felt a deep sense of satisfaction and proceeded to string it up with a piece of rope, hanging it on the wall. With the Pangu axe completed, he pondered which next divine artifact to carve. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Why not carve that? He mused. Although it would require considerable effort, the practicality of the item made it worthwhile. Resolute in his decision, Ye Linfan immediately began to search for materials. In this world, aside from cultivation, there were few forms of entertainment. With no opportunity to cultivate himself, Ye Linfan sought out tasks to occupy his time and alleviate the tedium. Unbeknownst to him, however, a pair of eyes were observing Ye Linfan's residence from a great distance. Perched atop a tree several hundred miles away, the owner of these eyes was Ye Linfan, who had been unable to accept his defeat at the hands of Lin Langtian. He could not fathom how Lin Langtian's strength had surged so rapidly. He was certain that the latter had encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Consequently, he had been covertly following Ye Linfan. Indeed, diligence bore fruit, for Ye Linfan had arrived at this seemingly inconspicuous courtyard. Initially, Ye Linfan could not discern the reason for Ye Linfan's presence here. However, he soon perceived that after exiting the courtyard, Ye Linfan's strength had inexplicably ascended by 3 realms, reaching the 8th level of the Dan realm. Remarkably, Lin Ruo, who was at the 9th level of the transformation realm, had also advanced to the 4th level of the Dan realm. This revelation confirmed for Ye Linfan that the fortuitous opportunities for Ye Linfan and his daughter were indeed hidden within this ordinary courtyard. Therefore, after Ye Linfan and Lin Ruo departed, he chose to remain behind, silently observing. The pengu axe of Ye Linfan materialized, casting a colossal phantom in the sky that sent shivers down Ye Linfan's spine. Although the small courtyard obscured the formidable power of the pengu axe, Ye Linfan could still sense its tremendous strength. It appeared that this place was abundant with treasures. Should he venture inside to investigate? No. The master of this realm must possess considerable strength. Should he enter, he might not return. It would be wiser to seek his father instead. Having resolved his decision, Ye Linfan vanished from the spot. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, over 100 students from various martial arts academies had commenced their trials. As most were embarking on their first experience in hunting demonic beasts, Zhang Yiming and Mo Yunshan had already instructed the students on the importance of teamwork, advising them to form small groups for the hunt. This strategy significantly enhanced their safety. Yuan Xiaorong, heeding Chu Yinyun's counsel, refrained from using the Xianyuan sword to hunt the demonic beasts, as they were merely the lowest tier of creatures, comparable to human practitioners of the Dark Realm. To wield the Xianyuan sword against them would indeed be an act of bullying. Thus, she dutifully blended into the ranks of her peers, utilizing her own sword to collaborate in the hunt. Her performance was quite ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary prowess, which only served to deepen the disdain of those who had previously envied her. Even Mo Yunshan, witnessing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He discreetly inquired of Zhang Yiming. Director Zhang, it is evident that Yuan Xiaorong possesses only average talent. Why then does the director insist on taking her as a disciple? Director Mo, there is a profound reason behind Director Chu's decision to accept Yuan Xiaorong as a student. You need not speculate further, Zhang Yiming replied with a smile. After all, Yuan Xiaorong has the backing of an extraordinary figure. The fact that Chu Mingyang chose her as a disciple is a testament to the accumulated blessings of all the forebears of our martial arts academy. However, Zhang Yiming was reluctant to disclose such matters to Mo Yunshan, as Chu Mingyang had instructed him to keep the existence of Mr. Yi as discreet as possible, given his desire for a life of normalcy. Do you comprehend the director's true intent? Mo Yunshan pressed, his brow still knitted in concern. I am uncertain. Perhaps you should inquire directly with the director, Zhang Yiming jested lightly. Yet how could the director possibly divulge such information to me? Mo Yunshan lamented. Very well. Let us remain vigilant concerning the students. Should any harm befall them, it would be quite unfortunate, Zhang Yiming remarked slowly. Among the students of the martial arts academy, there were many from prominent martial families, as well as some from ordinary backgrounds. The loss of an ordinary student would be inconsequential. However, the demise of a scion from a martial family would be a grave matter indeed. Mo Yunshan reluctantly relinquished his inquiries. They stood beside the students, observing their hunts, occasionally offering guidance. Should any of the students find themselves in peril, they would be ready to intervene promptly. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a significant crisis stealthily approaches them. Chapter 43, surrounded deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Blue Hound has returned. My lord, I have returned. The Blue Hound said respectfully, kneeling on the ground. Blue Hound, have you uncovered anything? The Black Flood Dragon King inquired nonchalantly. Reporting to my lord, I discovered that the last known location of the young master was near the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Academy. I suspect he was slain by individuals from the academy. The Blue Hound responded. Preposterous. The Black Flood Dragon King erupted in fury, exuding an intensely violent aura that caused the beast standing at his side to tremble uncontrollably. It was well known that the Black Flood Dragon King's temper was notoriously volatile. Anyone daring to provoke him at this moment would likely find themselves swiftly dispatched. Humans have disregarded the treaty and murdered my son. I shall have my vengeance. Summon the troops to assault the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Academy. The Black Flood Dragon King roared, his voice reverberating through the chamber, causing the very walls to shake. My lord, please temper your wrath. After all, humans and beasts have a treaty in place. If we recklessly mobilize our forces, we might provoke other human powerhouses to join the fray, leaving us in a precarious position. A fox beast spoke up at that moment. This fox beast, known as the Fire Fox, was renowned for its cunning and was highly regarded by the Black Flood Dragon King, which afforded it the audacity to advise him at this critical juncture. Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly silenced for their audacity. The Firefox's words managed to bring the nearly unhinged Black Flood Dragon King back to his senses. The Firefox is correct. The treaty between humans and beasts still stands. If we impulsively strike at the human stronghold, we would surely incite a coalition of powerful humans against us. No one among the beasts would come to our aid. Humans are united. Beasts are divided. This is the most significant reason humans can contend with beasts. A moment of recklessness could lead to the demise of all beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Such an action would indeed be counterproductive. What do you propose then? The Black Flood Dragon King asked, his expression darkening. My lord, I received word from a scout yesterday that a group of martial arts academy students has come to the 10,000 Great Mountains for training. Perhaps. The Firefox suggested slowly. You mean to capture these students and compel the martial arts academy to surrender the murderer? The Black Flood Dragon King deduced astutely. Indeed. My lord's wisdom shines, the Firefox promptly praised. Very well. Although this plan violates the treaty, I see no other option if vengeance is to be achieved. The Black Flood Dragon King conceded. With a command from the Black Flood Dragon King, all the beasts of the 10,000 Great Mountains sprang into action. The weakest among them were at the Earth Realm, while over a dozen were at the Holy Realm. With the Black Flood Dragon King reigning supreme at the 7th layer of the Holy Realm, a tide of formidable beasts surged toward the martial arts students who were currently training, and capturing these students would be a mere formality. The trainees, currently in the midst of their trials, initially felt a surge of tension, but soon discovered that the beasts they faced were far from terrifying. In fact, dispatching them became increasingly effortless, as the creatures here were relatively feeble, some even lacking any semblance of intelligence, resembling the wild animals that roamed before the awakening of spiritual energy. Consequently, their spirits began to lift. They engaged in light-hearted banter while vanquishing the beasts, as if they were not there for training, but rather on a leisurely holiday. Zhang Yiming and Mo Yunshan, too, found their mood remarkably buoyant. They simply needed to remain there for 3 days to complete their mission before returning home. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared on the horizon, slowly advancing towards them, evoking a sense of dread. Director Mo, look at that ominous cloud. Something seems amiss. Zhang Yiming pointed towards the sky. Such a clear sky. Where could that cloud have come from? It is indeed peculiar, Missouri Yunshan replied, furrowing his brow. Before long, their expressions shifted to one of horror. The dark cloud was no ordinary formation. It was a gathering of malevolent energies emanating from a multitude of beasts. Beneath this ominous shroud, a throng of over 1,000 beasts surged toward them, each one a shape-shifted entity. This is bad. We are in danger. We must flee. Zhang Yiming shouted urgently. Faced with such a horde, he realized that confrontation was futile. Their only option was to escape. The previously relaxed trainees, startled by Zhang Yiming's shout, found themselves in a state of confusion. Soon, however, some noticed the approaching beasts. Look, so many creatures. How terrifying, they exclaimed, having never encountered such a scenario before. Their faces drained of color, and one by one they collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. A few with stronger composure, after a brief stupor, remembered the need to flee. Unfortunately, the speed of the beasts was overwhelming. By the time they reacted, they found themselves encircled. Oh my, all these shape-shifted beasts. How frightening. What is happening? Why are we confronted with such dreadful creatures? Tears streamed down the faces of the trainees. Though novices, they were acutely aware of the terror that shape-shifted beasts posed. They had assumed that encountering such entities was a distant prospect, reserved for the time when they had grown into formidable warriors. Little did they know, that day had arrived. As they beheld the predatory gaze of the beasts, some timid trainees fainted from sheer fright. Zhang Yiming and Mo Yunshan, too, wore grim expressions. They had never anticipated that a typically safe trial would devolve into such chaos. Black Flood Dragon King, how dare you disregard our agreement and attack humans unprovoked? What is the meaning of this? Zhang Yiming stepped forward, his voice raised in challenge. My son has perished near your martial arts academy, and I suspect that your people are responsible, the Black Flood Dragon King retorted coldly. How could that be? Zhang Yiming's countenance shifted dramatically. The Black Flood King met his demise near the martial arts academy. The individuals from the academy would never act hastily against the offspring of the Black Flood King if they encountered him. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Yiming. Could it be that the son of the Black Flood King had ventured into Mr. Ye's residence and was subsequently eliminated by him? Given Mr. Ye's formidable prowess, extinguishing the life of the Black Flood King's son would be an effortless task. Do you know who the culprit is? The Black Flood King inquired, observing the change in Zhang Yiming's expression. I do not, Zhang Yiming hastily replied, shaking his head. What a jest. Mr. Yi wishes to lead a life of normalcy. I cannot betray him. Relay a message to Chu Mingyang for me. I have taken these individuals, and he is one day to surrender the murderer. Otherwise, I shall make them our prey, the Black Flood King declared coldly. One day? You are being rather unreasonable, Mo Yunqing remarked, furrowing his brow. I care not. It is one day. If, after this period, I do not see the perpetrator, you shall handle the consequences, the Black Flood King asserted with arrogance. Very well. I shall await your response. Mo Yunqing conceded reluctantly before departing. Prior to his exit, he turned to Zhang Yiming and said, Director Zhang, take care of the students. I shall return shortly. Rest assured, Director Mo, I will ensure their safety, Zhang Yiming vowed earnestly. Mo Yunqing nodded and swiftly left the premises. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaorong stood amidst the crowd, bewildered. Chapter 44. No need for worry, I cannot believe I have been captured by a demon beast. What should I do now? Yuan Xiaorong's face reflected her alarm. However, she soon regained her composure. Fear not. Brother Yi will surely come to my rescue. His strength is unparalleled. These demon beasts cannot possibly match him. Sister Chu has said that Brother Yi is the most formidable person in this world. Therefore, I need not be afraid. I shall simply await his arrival. With this thought, her inner trepidation dissipated instantly. In contrast, the other students continued to weep in fear, for most were quite young. And encountering such a scenario was understandably terrifying. Even Zhang Yiming found it challenging to offer comfort, allowing them to cry freely. However, their lamentations began to irritate the Black Flood King. Silence. Whoever dares to cry again shall meet their end. He bellowed. Black Flood King, how dare you? Zhang Yiming's countenance shifted, and he admonished sternly. If the Black Flood King were to truly harm someone, the Martial Arts Academy would bear significant responsibility. As these students had been sent for training, should they perish here, the Academy's reputation would suffer greatly. Rest assured, as long as your Academy delivers the murderer, I shall not harm you. Now, come with me, the Black Flood King stated nonchalantly. He was mindful of the agreement between humans and demon beasts. Hence he would not recklessly harm these students. His ultimate goal was to uncover the perpetrator responsible for the murder of his son. However, should the Martial Arts Academy refuse to surrender the culprit, he would not hesitate to eliminate those present. What if, after a day, the Martial Arts Academy had yet to identify the murderer? Zhang Yiming furrowed his brow and inquired. Then you shall bury my son alongside me, declared King Hejiao with a cold demeanor. At this proclamation, all the students trembled in fear. Yet, Zhang Yiming noted that Yuan Xiaorong remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the looming crisis. What could be the reason? Why did Yuan Xiaorong appear so unafraid? Could it be that Mr. Yi would come to our rescue? Surely, that must be the case. Otherwise, Yuan Xiaorong would not exhibit such calmness. With this thought, Zhang Yiming felt an overwhelming surge of joy. With Mr. Ye's prowess, exterminating these monstrous beasts would require little effort. Thus, his fear dissipated. King Hejiao, accompanied by the beasts, escorted everyone deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. There, they encountered a massive iron cage, its bars rusted, indicating it had languished for many years. This cage had once been utilized for confining wild animals prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Subsequently, with the mutation of these creatures, such cages could no longer contain them. Ironically, this very cage now held humans. At that moment, Mo Yunqing hastily returned to the Martial Arts Academy, where Chu Mingyang was engaged in official duties within his office. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully flung open. Bang! The door collided with the wall, shaking violently. Chu Mingyang's expression darkened. Since his ascension to the position of dean, no one had ever dared to act so rudely. Who dares? Chu Mingyang inquired, his irritation evident. Dean, it's bad news. A figure burst in, exclaiming. It was Mo Yunqing. Upon seeing him, Chu Mingyang was taken aback. Hadn't he taken the students to the 10,000 Great Mountains for training? Why had he returned before the completion of their ordeal? Mo Dean, why are you back? Did the training conclude early? Chu Mingyang asked, his brow furrowed. Dean, Zhang Dean and the students have been captured by the Black Flood Dragon King in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Mo Yunqing replied, his face etched with urgency. What? What transpired? Chu Mingyang gasped, rising abruptly. Dean, here is what happened. Mo Yunqing recounted the events to Chu Mingyang. After listening, Chu Mingyang's brow knitted tightly. Have any monstrous beasts intruded upon the Martial Arts Academy's vicinity recently? He inquired. No, I have never heard of such occurrences. Mo Yunqing shook his head. As the vice dean responsible for security, he oversaw the safety of the academy within a radius of several kilometers. Thus, if the son of the Black Flood Dragon King had perished nearby, he would undoubtedly have been informed. Yet, he had received no such reports. You are unaware. Is it not? Suddenly, Chu Mingyang's expression shifted, and he raised his gaze towards a certain direction. With the emergence of the demon beast, its silent approach suggested one possibility. Mr. Yi had intervened. Only Mr. Yi possessed such formidable strength. Dean, what do you mean? Mo Yunqing inquired, his curiosity piqued. He found it rather perplexing that Chu Mingyang and Zhang Yiming consistently evaded direct answers, as if concealing something from him. Is it true that Yuan Xiaorong has also been captured? Chu Mingyang asked. Indeed. She is your disciple. You must devise a plan to rescue her. Mo Yunqing urged. No need for that. Since the Black Flood Dragon King dares to abduct Yuan Xiaorong, it is merely courting its own demise. Someone will undoubtedly rectify the situation. Chu Mingyang replied, shaking his head. What a jest. Yuan Xiaorong is under Mr. Ye's protection. Given Mr. Ye's prowess, he likely already knows of Yuan Xiaorong's capture and has taken measures accordingly. There is nothing more for us to do but to patiently await the return of Zhang Yiming and the students. Dean, the Black Flood Dragon King has granted us but a day. He threatens to kill everyone if we do not surrender the perpetrator, Mo Yunqing exclaimed, astonished at Chu Mingyang's calm demeanor, nearly jumping up in agitation. Rest assured, Dean, when I say someone will deal with the Black Flood Dragon King, I assure you it will come to pass. Just wait and see how the Black Flood Dragon King meets his end by tomorrow, Chu Mingyang remarked with a cold smile. How can you be so certain, Dean? Does Yuan Xiaorong possess some remarkable background? Mo Yunqing queried, puzzled. Precisely. Otherwise, why would I take her as my disciple? You should avoid provoking Yuan Xiaorong in the future, lest I expel you from the Martial Arts Academy, Chu Mingyang stated sternly. Upon hearing this, Mo Yunqing felt a chill run down his spine. What extraordinary background did Yuan Xiaorong possess that even Chu Mingyang was so protective of her? It seemed he would need to be more courteous to her going forward. I understand, Dean, Mo Yunqing responded, taking a deep breath. You may return to rest. This matter is no longer your concern. I am quite eager to see what transpires tomorrow. Chu Mingyang settled back into his chair, leaning comfortably as he spoke with keen interest. Chapter 45. The White Kitten in the Courtyard. Ye Linfan remained unaware of Yuan Xiaorong's abduction by the demon beast. At this moment, he had ceased his carving and decided to venture outside for a stroll. Spending each day confined within the courtyard grew rather tedious, so he often relished the opportunity to explore. However, his excursions were not far, merely to the nearby Luoyan city, where he intended to purchase some goods, such as meat and materials for his next carving project. This particular artifact he planned to sculpt would require more than just wood. Additionally, their household's meat supply had been depleted, necessitating this outing. While vegetables were plentiful in his courtyard, meat was solely reliant on external sources, as was customary in this world. All animals have transformed into monstrous beasts. Ye Linfan considers himself merely an ordinary individual. If he were to venture into hunting, it is quite possible that he would not only fail to catch anything but would instead become a source of sustenance for these beasts. Therefore, engaging in such perilous activities is undoubtedly ill-suited for him. Consequently, he often frequents Luoyan City, where there exists a dedicated market for the sale of beast meat. On this particular outing, he brought along his faithful dog, De Huang. Upon arriving in Luoyan City, Ye Linfan found himself well respected by the townsfolk, having healed many of them over the years with his medical skills. After all, who can guarantee a lifetime free of illness? Thus, fostering a good rapport with a physician is essential. Dr. Yi, you have arrived. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for curing my ailment last time. Dr. Yi, I mentioned introducing my daughter to you previously. Do you remember? If you have some time, perhaps you could meet her. This statement startled Ye Linfan, prompting him to flee in haste. He had encountered this man's daughter before. She was robust and stout, with a waist resembling that of a barrel and featured prominent front teeth. She was, without a doubt, a truly formidable sight. Even a mere glance at her would induce nightmares. Should anyone marry her, it would likely spell doom within a year. Naturally, Ye Linfan dared not linger in that place. The thought of being forcibly taken to wed this woman was utterly terrifying. Thus, he hurriedly escaped, ignoring the calls of the man behind him. Once he was a safe distance away, Ye Linfan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. De Huang, are you here? He called out. The loyal dog promptly barked and ran to his side. Ye Linfan affectionately patted De Huang's head, smiling contentedly. He had found this dog 2 years after his arrival in this world, abandoned by the roadside, and the creature had always displayed an extraordinary level of intelligence. Hence, he was not concerned about De Huang getting lost. However, the dog was rather displeased with the name De Huang, feeling it lacked sophistication for a creature of such divine lineage. Yet, as it was bestowed by his master, he had no choice but to accept it. The two then entered a shop specializing in beast meat, where the proprietor was also well acquainted with Ye Linfan. Dr. Yi, are you here to purchase meat? The owner inquired warmly. Indeed, Boss Liu. What kind of meat do you have available today? Ye Linfan responded with a nod. We received a fresh supply of Qingfeng lamb yesterday. Would you be interested in trying some? Boss Liu asked with a smile. Certainly. It has been quite a while since I last enjoyed lamb. Please give me a few pounds. Ye Linfan's eyes lit up as he spoke. I have long craved lamb skewers. I shall prepare them upon my return. Very well, please hold on a moment. I will wrap it up for you right away. Boss Lu replied promptly. He turned and quickly packaged 5 or 6 pounds of lamb, handing it to Ye Linfan. How much do I owe you? Ye Linfan asked as he accepted the meat. Oh, I cannot possibly take your money. That is out of the question, Boss Lu insisted, waving his hands in refusal. How can I accept this without paying? Ye Linfan spoke with a hint of resignation. If it weren't for Dr. Yi, my elderly mother would likely have. Therefore, I absolutely cannot accept this money. Boss Lu replied with unwavering determination. It turned out that over a month ago, Boss Lu's mother had suddenly fallen gravely ill, her life hanging by a thread. The doctors in Luoyan City were at a loss. Fortunately, Ye Linfan happened to be here purchasing meat and immediately came to her rescue, pulling her back from the brink of death. Since that day, Boss Lu regarded Ye Linfan as his savior. After all, you are in business. If you refuse payment, I may not return next time, Ye Linfan asserted resolutely. If it were just once or twice, it could be excused. However, if every visit were free, I would feel embarrassed to return myself. Well then, in that case, I shall charge you only the cost price, Boss Lu conceded reluctantly. That is indeed the best solution. Ye Linfan agreed, nodding in approval as he promptly paid. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a cage in the corner. Inside sat a small white cat. Its fur pristine and unblemished, yet it appeared rather listless, possibly injured. Boss Lu, where did this little cat come from? Ye Linfan inquired with curiosity. This cat was found yesterday by a beast hunter in the 10,000 Great Mountains. At that time, its hind leg was caught in a poacher's trap, and subsequently, the beast hunter sold it to me, Boss Lu explained. Beast hunters are those who specifically hunt magical beasts. These individuals often come from humble backgrounds and lack the talent to enter martial arts academies, relying instead on basic cultivation methods. Thus, they resort to hunting lower-level magical beasts to earn a living. I see, Ye Linfan nodded. Dr. Yi, do you like it? Perhaps I could give it to you? Boss Lu, being a businessman, was naturally adept at reading emotions. Gift it to me? That seems rather inappropriate, Ye Linfan replied, feeling a stir of interest. Not at all. This little cat has been here for several days, and no one wishes to buy it. Moreover, its injuries are quite severe. It is unlikely to survive for long. Boss Lu immediately countered. Seeing Ye Linfan's expression, Boss Lu recognized that he had piqued his interest. Without hesitation, he brought the cage closer to Ye Linfan. Using a nearly lifeless cat to foster a closer relationship with Ye Linfan seemed to be a rather shrewd transaction. In that case, I shall graciously accept, Ye Linfan said with a smile as he took the cage. He peered inside at the small cat, which, likely due to its injuries, lay asleep, blissfully unaware that it had found a new owner. He examined the cat's hind leg, and indeed, it bore a severe wound, deep enough to expose the bone. The injury was festering and oozing, a clear sign of inflammation. If left untreated, the little kitten could perish due to a wound infection. However, such injuries were mere trifles before Ye Linfan. Nearby, the large yellow dog observed the kitten, its eyes glimmering with a profound significance. It was unexpected to encounter this creature once more. Evidently, the master's courtyard would soon be bustling with activity again. This kitten was not of ordinary lineage. Speaking of which, Dr. Yi, I have heard of a significant event regarding the 10,000 Great Mountains, Boss Lu suddenly interjected. What event? Ye Linfan inquired, puzzled. I've heard that a group of students from the Martial Arts Academy went to the 10,000 Great Mountains for training and were captured by the Black Flood Dragon King. Boss Lu said slowly. What did you say? What exactly happened? Ye Linfan's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily asked. He recalled that Yuan Xiaorong was part of the training team. If the team had been captured, it would imply that Yuan Xiaorong was also in peril. Ye Linfan felt a surge of urgency. It seems that the son of the Black Flood Dragon King perished near the Martial Arts Academy, and thus the king demands the academy hand over the culprit. Otherwise, he threatens to devour all the students, Boss Lu replied. Upon hearing Lu's words, the large yellow dog trembled. The son of the Black Flood Dragon King. Wasn't he that the little dragon it had swallowed that day? It hadn't he anticipated such repercussions would arise, leading to Yuan Xiaorong's capture by the Black Flood Dragon King. The yellow dog was acutely aware of the closeness between Yuan Xiaorong and the master. It could not allow the master to discover that the Black Flood Dragon King's son had met its end at its jaws. Otherwise, it would surely face dire consequences. Thinking of this, the yellow dog shuddered involuntarily. That accursed Black Flood Dragon King was truly outrageous, indiscriminately capturing innocent souls, and even taking Yuan Xiaorong. Ye Linfan slammed his hand on the counter, seething with rage. Witnessing Ye Linfan's expression, the large yellow dog felt a tightening in its chest. It recalled an incident from 5 years prior when it accompanied Ye Linfan on an outing. They stumbled upon a village that had been besieged by hundreds of monstrous beasts. Every inhabitant had been devoured by these fiends. When they arrived, many of the beasts were still feasting on humans, sparing not even the children. The scene was one of unimaginable horror. Upon witnessing this, Ye Linfan was instantly engulfed in boundless fury, cursing the beasts from hundreds of meters away. All these monsters deserve to die. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle for the yellow dog. For reasons unknown, all the beasts, which had been indulging in their gruesome feast, suddenly exploded one by one, transforming into a mist of blood that vanished without a trace. The yellow dog, witnessing this scene, nearly lost its composure. One utterance had caused hundreds of beasts to meet their demise in an instant. Such was the power of his words, truly a manifestation of his will. Such methods are akin to those of legendary immortals. Since that moment, the great yellow dog genuinely submitted to Ye Linfan, finding solace in his role as the guardian of the immortal. To serve as a sentinel for an immortal is indeed a mark of honor. Unexpectedly, 5 years later, Ye Linfan's words resurfaced, suggesting that the Black Flood Dragon King was doomed. The great yellow dog sighed inwardly. Ye Linfan swiftly returned home from Falling Cloud City. Within the confines of his dwelling, he paced incessantly, his mind too troubled to focus on his carving. Yuan Xiaorong was in peril, and his heart raced with urgency. He longed to rescue her. Yet, he was but a mortal, incapable of besting even the lowest tier of demonic beasts, let alone the formidable Black Flood Dragon King. All he could do was pray that Yuan Xiaorong would remain unharmed, pray that the Martial Arts Academy would dispatch someone to save her. Little did he know that Chu Mingyang was also waiting for him to act. Had he been aware, he would have surely collapsed in despair. In the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the deadline for the exchange was swiftly approaching, yet no one from the Martial Arts Academy had arrived. Zhang Yiming's anxiety mounted. Why had Mr. Yi not yet come? If he failed to appear, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaorong's heart raced with dread. When would Brother Yi arrive? If he did not come soon, her fate would be sealed. My lord, the time has come, spoke the Fire Fox. This is outrageous. It seems the Martial Arts Academy intends to abandon these individuals, replied the Black Flood Dragon King coldly. My lord, it is likely that the Academy believes we would not dare harm these students, which is why they disregard our demands, the Fire Fox suggested cautiously. This is intolerable. In that case, I shall take a life and present the head to the Martial Arts Academy. I wish to see if they dare to continue ignoring us. The Black Flood Dragon King asserted coldly. One life may not suffice. Perhaps we should slay several to instill fear, suggested a nearby wolf demon. Indeed. I shall claim 10 lives, declared the Black Flood Dragon King immediately. The students trapped within the iron cage trembled in terror upon hearing this. Please don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. Father, come save me. Their cries echoed despairingly. Zhang Yiming's face turned pale. It appeared not only had the Martial Arts Academy abandoned them, but even Mr. Yi would not come. Was it not said that Yuan Xiaorong held great importance in Mr. Yi's eyes? It seemed that was an exaggeration. Had he known that both the Martial Arts Academy and Ye Linfan were relying on one another for rescue, he would have erupted in fury, berating both parties for their unreliability. Alas, the demonic beasts paid no heed to the students' lamentations, brutally dragging 10 of them from the iron cage. Among them was Yuan Xiaorong, who had now succumbed to utter despair. It appears that her elder brother Yi will not come to her rescue. She is on the brink of death, and an expression of profound terror spreads across her face, rendering her utterly pitiable. Yet, at this moment, no one seems to care about her plight. Dark Flood King, consider the cost of your actions, Zhang Yiming proclaimed loudly. Even at this juncture, he wished to make one last attempt to dissuade the Dark Flood King, though he understood the futility of his efforts. Since my son met such a tragic end, if you do not surrender the murderer, I shall continue my slaughter, the Dark Flood King retorted with a cold snort. With that, he extended his right hand, which transformed into an enormous claw, formidable enough to overshadow a vast expanse. The entire sky darkened as a result. Come to your senses, the Dark Flood King stated indifferently. Upon finishing his words, he pressed down with his colossal claw, casting a shadow that loomed over the students below. Fear seized the students, and their cries of despair filled the air. It's over, Zhang Yiming thought, his face etched with hopelessness. The death of so many students would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Martial Arts Academy, with consequences that were difficult to foresee. At that moment, Yuan Xiaorong closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. Perhaps her elder brother Yi was unaware of her capture, which was understandable. It was a pity she could no longer seek his company, and she lamented not having retrieved the painting from the Shin family. Soon, the enormous claw loomed directly above her, and she felt an immense force pressing down upon her, causing excruciating pain throughout her body, as if her bones might shatter. So this is what it feels like to be on the brink of death, far from pleasant. Suddenly, she felt a vibration at her waist. Looking down, She saw the wooden sword she had secured there trembling incessantly. Could it be that the sword gifted by her brother, Ye, could save her? Indeed. Senior Sister Chu had mentioned that this sword was a top-tier celestial artifact. If it is truly a top-tier celestial artifact, it must possess extraordinary power. No wonder Ye had not come. He knew she did not require his assistance as long as she possessed this wooden sword. At that moment, Yuan Xiaorong finally comprehended that it was not that her brother Ye did not care for her. Rather, he had bestowed upon her a life-saving weapon. With newfound resolve, she gently drew the wooden sword. As it emerged slightly, an unparalleled sword energy surged forth, shattering the enormous claw above her into fragments. Everyone was taken aback. What had transpired? How could such a formidable claw simply vanish? Zhang Yiming's face illuminated with a glimmer of joy. Mr. Yi has arrived. He must be here. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he failed to catch a glimpse of Ye Linfan. What is happening? Where is Mr. Yi? Could he possibly have traversed thousands of meters to strike from the air? Realizing this, he pondered. Zhang Yiming inwardly gasped, a chill coursing through him. A strike from 1,000 miles away, such is a skill only possessed by legendary immortals. At that moment, Zhang Yiming felt a profound sense of relief. With Mr. Yi present, death was no longer an option today. Who dares meddle in my affairs? Roared the Black Flood Dragon King, his voice laced with fury. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, whipping up fierce winds that caused the surrounding trees to sway violently. The sheer might of his presence rendered the onlookers pale with fear. Truly, he was a beast of the sacred realm, exuding an unparalleled power. Black Flood Dragon King, I advise you to release us promptly, or you shall meet your demise today. A clear voice rang out. The crowd looked up to see Yuan Xiaorong, her right hand gripping the hilt of a wooden sword. Her expression grave as she faced the Black Flood Dragon King. Having sheathed her sword, none realized that it was this seemingly unremarkable wooden blade that had thwarted the Black Flood Dragon King's previous attack. You, a mere child, dare to speak so boldly to me? Your audacity is commendable, yet today I shall end your life. The Black Flood Dragon King laughed heartily, his massive claw descending towards Yuan Xiaorong. This claw, larger than her own body, bore razor-sharp talons gleaming like blades. The air crackled with a piercing sound as it lunged for her, and should it connect, Yuan Xiaorong would surely be torn asunder. Zhang Yiming observed intently. Curiosity piqued about how Mr. Yi would intervene. However, he soon realized his misjudgment. Ye Linfan was not coming, nor was there any need for his arrival. Yuan Xiaorong wielded the Xianyuan sword, the mightiest among the ancient 10 divine artifacts, far beyond the capabilities of a mere Black Flood Dragon King. Seeing the colossal claw barreling toward her, Yuan Xiaorong drew the Xianyuan sword with a swift motion. As the blade emerged, a dragon's roar echoed, and in that instant, it felt as if time itself had frozen. An overwhelming sword aura surged forth, shattering the Black Flood Dragon King's massive claw into fragments. Is this a top-tier immortal artifact? A flicker of astonishment crossed the Black Flood Dragon King's face, soon replaced by uncontainable joy. To encounter such a powerful artifact today was beyond his wildest dreams. This sword would belong to him. With a thunderous step forward, the ground trembled beneath him as he surged toward Yuan Xiaorong, his immense form cloaked in a torrent of blood energy. Overwhelmed by fear and lacking combat experience, Yuan Xiaorong momentarily hesitated, forgetting to retaliate. By the time she regained her composure, her right hand was empty. The wooden sword had slipped into the clutches of the Black Flood Dragon King. That sword was a gift from Brother Yi. Return it to me. Yuan Xiaorong cried, tears welling in her eyes. This sword is now mine, little girl. To thank you for presenting it to me, I shall grant you a complete corpse. The Black Flood Dragon King chuckled, relishing his victory. He was about to strike Yuan Xiaorong. However, at that moment, the Xianyuan sword began to tremble violently. Before the Black Flood Dragon King could react, it broke free from his control and hovered in midair. What was happening? The Black Flood Dragon King's expression changed dramatically as he hastily reached out to seize the Xianyuan sword. Yet, the sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the Black Flood Dragon King's body and leaving a gaping wound in his heart. The expression of the Black Flood Dragon King instantly froze as he incredulously looked down at the blood hole on his chest. How could this be? As the words escaped his lips, he breathed his last and collapsed to the ground, his massive body creating a deep crater in the earth. In the realm, an eerie silence ensued. All beings and beasts were left dumbfounded, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at the wooden sword hovering above. No one could have anticipated that the immensely powerful Black Flood Dragon King would meet his demise in such a manner, and at the hands of a mere wooden sword. The king is dead. Run for your lives. If we don't escape now, that sword will claim us too. In an instant, the demon beasts became a headless throng, all fleeing in disarray. Within moments, they had vanished completely. Revenge? Such thoughts were non-existent. With the king slain, who would care about the identity of his slayer? Their own lives took precedence. A dead king was no king at all. At this moment, the Xianyuan's sword, after flying a circle in the air, returned to the sheath at Yuan Xiaorong's waist. She let out a sigh of relief, realizing the exceptional nature of the gift from Brother Yi. The sword possessed its own consciousness. Gently, she caressed the Xianyuan's sword, which quivered slightly, as if responding to her touch, deepening her affection for it. Observing the fleeing beasts, everyone from the martial arts academy exhaled in relief. After narrowly escaping death, they all collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. They looked at Yuan Xiaorong with incredulity. No one would have expected that in their moment of peril, it was Yuan Xiaorong who had saved their lives, particularly with that formidable wooden sword. The wielder of such a powerful weapon must undoubtedly possess an extraordinary background. No wonder the dean had chosen her as a disciple. She truly had remarkable qualities. Xiaorong, what was that sword? Zhang Yiming approached her, though he already had an inkling of the answer and merely sought confirmation. It was a gift from Brother Yi. Yuan Xiaorong replied. As expected, Zhang Yiming inhaled sharply. This wooden sword was unquestionably a top-tier celestial artifact. It was astonishing that Mr. Yi would give such a valuable item to Yuan Xiaorong. Clearly, her status in Mr. Ye's eyes was significant. Henceforth, he must cultivate a good relationship with her. Xiaorong, thank you for saving us today, Zhang Yiming said with a smile. The other students hurried over to express their gratitude to Yuan Xiaorong, no longer daring to harbor jealousy towards her. I did not do much. It was truly Brother Yi who saved everyone, Yuan Xiaorong modestly responded. Upon hearing these words, confusion spread across the faces of the crowd. Who exactly is Brother Yi? Could he be the enigmatic figure behind Yuan Xiaorong? It must be so. Let us hasten back. This place is far too perilous. Zhang Yiming, aware that Ye Linfan preferred to keep his identity concealed, promptly interjected. The group, upon hearing him, quickly made their departure, eager to leave this location, wishing to linger not a moment longer. Chapter 48. The master is pretending to be ordinary again. Over 100 students safely returned to the Martial Arts Academy, where Chu Mingyang awaited them with a welcoming smile. Observing the students, he mused to himself, I was right all along. Mr. Yi must have intervened. Otherwise, how could these students have returned unscathed? He addressed the students. You have all been through quite an ordeal. Please return and rest. Immediately, a teacher guided the students away to recuperate. Chu Mingyang beckoned Zhang Yiming, saying, Yiming, please come to my office. Once in the office, he began, Yiming, you have worked hard this time. Director, you flatter me. Thankfully, no students were harmed. Otherwise, the reputation of the Martial Arts Academy would have suffered immensely. Zhang Yiming promptly replied. Was it Mr. Yi who rescued you? Chu Mingyang inquired. Mr. Yi did not directly intervene, but it was akin to his assistance. Zhang Yiming replied with a smile. What do you mean? Please, tell me the details, Chu Mingyang urged. Zhang Yiming recounted the entire sequence of events, leaving Chu Mingyang in a state of shock. He could hardly believe that everyone had been saved by a wooden sword wielded by Yuan Xiaorong. Is that sword truly a top-tier celestial artifact? Chu Mingyang asked, rubbing his temples in frustration. It seems that, in Mr. Yi's presence, such artifacts lose their value entirely. He distributes them as though they are trifles. His dragon ascending painting is a prime example, as is the calligraphy piece stolen from Yuan Xiaorong by the Shen family. Now, with the addition of this wooden sword capable of slaying Saint Realm beasts, who would dare provoke Yuan Xiaorong? It appears we need not worry about her safety any longer. Zhang Yiming remarked with a smile. Indeed, and I am quite eager to see what fate befalls the Shen family. Chu Mingyang replied with a cold chuckle. Though he had healed from his injuries thanks to Ye Linfan, the wounds inflicted by Shen Tianfang still gnawed at his mind. Why has Mr. Yi not yet dealt with the Shen family? Zhang Yiming asked, puzzled. The matter regarding the Shen family has lingered for several days without action from Ye Linfan, which perplexes me greatly. That day, Yin Yun inquired about it, and Mr. Yi responded that he would act at the appropriate time. Chu Mingyang replied nonchalantly. When will that appropriate time come? Zhang Yiming inquired. In half a month, Shen Tianfang will host a celebration for his 250th birthday. It will be then that the Shen family faces its demise. Chu Mingyang let out a cold snort and remarked, I understand. Zhang Yiming nodded in agreement. In Ye Linfan's courtyard, Ye Linfan continued to pace anxiously within the confines of his home, eagerly awaiting news from Yuan Xiaorong. Outside, the large yellow dog was equally perplexed, questioning why its master had yet to take action. Once he did, Yuan Xiaorong would undoubtedly be safe. Was there perhaps some hidden strategy at play? At that moment, someone arrived outside the courtyard. Brother Yi, I have arrived. The large yellow dog looked up, recognizing Yuan Xiaorong. Its body trembled in astonishment. When had its master rescued her? How had it gone unnoticed? This was truly alarming. Could it be that its master had grown so formidable as to eliminate threats from miles away, unseen? The dog gazed at the house with immense reverence. Just then, Ye Linfan rushed out from the house. Upon seeing Yuan Xiaorong, his eyes lit up. Xiaorong, you have returned. He quickly ushered her into the courtyard, scanning her from head to toe as he asked, Are you unharmed? I am perfectly fine. Yuan Xiaorong replied with a shake of her head. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. I was worried about you. I had planned to come to your rescue. But as you know, I am merely an ordinary person, utterly powerless, Ye Linfan expressed with deep remorse. The divine beasts and peach trees in the courtyard couldn't help but inwardly scoff at his words, thinking, Master is pretending to be an ordinary person again. And poorly at that. Everyone knows of his immense power, yet he insists on this charade, forcing us all to play along. Yuan Xiaorong had come that day primarily to express her gratitude to Ye Linfan, but upon hearing his words, she recalled what Chu Yinyun had told her. Brother Yi wishes to live as an ordinary person. It's best not to reveal his true identity. Brother Yi, there is nothing to worry about, Yuan Xiaorong said with a smile. As long as she knew she had been saved by him, nothing else mattered. To alleviate his guilt, Ye Linfan prepared a sumptuous meal for Yuan Xiaorong. As they dined, her face became smeared with grease, and she experienced a significant surge in her cultivation. Previously, she had just crossed the threshold of the first level of the Dark Realm, but after the meal, she instantly ascended to the 6th level. Her advancement was nothing short of astonishing. Upon breaking through to the 6th level, Yuan Xiaorong finally sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. She felt countless warm currents flowing into her body, with her inner spiritual energy gradually increasing amidst these energies. So, this is what Senior Sister Chu referred to as the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is remarkably rich, she thought, feeling utterly comfortable. After spending some time enjoying the ambience, Yuan Xiaorong took her leave. Knowing that she was safe brought immense relief to Ye Linfan, allowing him to focus on carving his next artifact. The Martial Arts Alliance was situated atop Fengsuan Mountain. In ancient times, it is said that powerful beings from the celestial realm resided in this place. However, this remains merely a legend, one that few would believe. Presently, Mount Fengsuan has been claimed by the Martial Arts Alliance, the most formidable organization in this world, to which all martial artists must submit. The leader of the alliance, Qin Muyang, is renowned as the strongest under heaven, having achieved the 9th level of the sacred realm over a century ago, and is considered the individual most likely to ascend to the divine realm. Mount Fengsuan is perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist, but these are no ordinary vapors. They are composed of liquefied spiritual energy, indicating an astonishing concentration of aura in this locale. This is because the entirety of Mount Fengsuan serves as a colossal spirit congregating array, allowing practitioners to cultivate at a rate 3 to 5 times faster than outside. Such a grand array consumes energy at a rate sufficient for a medium-sized martial arts family to sustain for an entire year, a feat only the Martial Arts Alliance could afford. On this particular day, a day that would have been unremarkable for the Alliance, a figure approached the foot of Mount Fengsuan, Ye Linfan. Since departing from Ye Linfan's side, he had made his way directly to the Martial Arts Alliance to seek his father, Yin Xingyang, as only he could exact vengeance upon the Lin family, eliminate the master of that small courtyard, and seize the treasures within. At that moment, a person stepped into Ye Linfan's path. This individual was a disciple of the Martial Arts Alliance, in his 20s, yet possessing formidable strength at the 8th level of the heavenly realm, a testament to the Alliance's profound depth. I am Ye Linfan, the son of Vice Leader Yin Xingyang. Please announce my arrival, he stated promptly. Oh, it is the son of the Vice Leader. Please wait a moment. I shall report your presence immediately, the disciple replied, a smile breaking across his face. After all, he would not dare offend someone from the Vice Leader's household, for such an affront could jeopardize his standing within the Alliance. Thank you, Yin Linfan responded with a smile. The disciple then ascended the mountain, and shortly thereafter returned in haste. Young Master Yin, the Vice Leader requests your presence. Yin Linfan followed the disciple up the mountain. Although it was not his first visit, it was the first encounter for the disciple, which explained their lack of familiarity. Yin Linfan did not let his status as the Vice Leader's son inflate his pride. He understood the complexities of the Martial Arts Alliance and knew he must tread carefully to avoid unnecessary trouble for himself and his father. Thus, as they ascended, he maintained a low profile, trailing respectfully behind the disciple, his demeanor humble and his gaze unwaveringly forward, exhibiting utmost deference. His demeanor in the Cloudfall city was utterly transformed. Along the way, he encountered several acquaintances, greeting them with remarkable courtesy. Before long, the two arrived at a modest courtyard situated to the south of the mountain peak. Although the courtyard was not extensive, it was adorned with a plethora of flowers and plants, complemented by an artificial hill. Water trickled gently from the top of the hill, and the ethereal aura of spiritual energy enveloped the area, rendering it reminiscent of a fairyland. Young Master Yin, "You may enter," one of the disciples remarked. "Thank you." Ye Linfan expressed his gratitude as he pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. This was not his first visit to the courtyard. He was well acquainted with its layout. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, far denser than that found outside. Maintaining such a gathering formation required an unimaginable expenditure, a feat only the Martial Alliance could afford. "Fana, what brings you here?" A voice resonated through the air, cool and detached, reverberating from all directions, making it impossible to discern its origin. "Father, the Yin family is in trouble," Ye Linfan replied. "Come inside," the voice commanded, and as the words faded, a gust of wind arose, swinging open the door of the central room in the courtyard. Though the structure appeared rudimentary, constructed from wood, it was no ordinary timber. It was spirit-gathering wood, capable of collecting and compressing surrounding spiritual energy into a fixed space. Consequently, the spiritual energy within the room was at least double that of the courtyard, making it a formidable place for cultivation. Those who practiced here experienced an astonishing rate of growth and strength. Ye Linfan was not surprised, as this was not his first encounter with such a place. He stepped into the room, where a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, sat cross-legged. The man had disheveled hair and donned a flowing white robe. His fair complexion was complemented by a long beard, giving him an air of ethereal wisdom. Surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, he resembled a celestial being. "Father." Ye Linfan approached and knelt before him. The middle-aged man was none other than Yin Xingyang. As he opened his eyes, a fierce glimmer shot forth, as if capable of piercing the heavens and transcending the mundane. Ye Linfan felt a shiver of trepidation. His father's power had evidently increased. Though he remained at the 7th level of the sacred realm, he seemed to be on the brink of reaching the 8th level. "Fanner, what were you saying? What troubles the Yin family?" Yin Xingyang inquired with a calm demeanor. "Father, it is as follows." Ye Linfan recounted the events that had transpired, laying bare the circumstances before his father. Upon hearing the account, a trace of astonishment flickered across Yin Xingyang's face. He was indifferent to the Lin family. In his eyes, Lin Langtian was but a mere existence, akin to an ant. His concern lay with the courtyard he was about to enter. To have the opportunity to step into that place would mean a breakthrough of 3 realms. Surely, it housed something extraordinary. Yin Xingyang had been trapped at the 7th level of the sacred realm for several years, and was thus exceedingly eager to advance. If that courtyard indeed contained treasures capable of facilitating rapid breakthroughs, his interest was piqued. "Take me to that courtyard," Yin Xingyang spoke slowly. "Yes, father," Ye Linfan replied hastily, elation surging within him. After his defeat to Lin Langtian, his prestige in Luoyun City had plummeted. Although no one dared to speak ill of him openly, he was acutely aware that many were laughing at him behind his back, which left him feeling stifled and furious. If Yin Xingyang could eliminate the occupants of that courtyard, and, by extension, the Lin family, he would regain the dignity he had lost in Luoyun City. Before long, the two departed from Fangsuan Mountain. The distance from Fangsuan Mountain to the Martial Arts Academy exceeded 1,000 miles. With Yin Xingyang's prowess, he could reach it in half a day. However, accompanied by Ye Linfan, their speed would be significantly reduced, necessitating a full day for their journey. Meanwhile, Ye Linfan was unaware that Yin Xingyang was en route to his abode. At that moment, he was focused on tending to the injured little white cat he had brought back. Upon his return, he had caught wind of Yuan Xiaorong's perilous situation and had not been in the mood to attend to the cat. After Yuan Xiaorong departed, he began to treat the cat's wounds. The injury to its leg appeared quite severe, but Ye Linfan's medical skills, imparted by the system, rendered such injuries trivial to heal. At that moment, the unconscious little white cat had awakened. As it regained consciousness, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped it, revitalizing its previously listless state. "Wasn't I sold to a shop that sells demon beast meat? Where am I? Why is the spiritual energy so abundant?" It struggled to open its eyes and found itself still lying in the cage. However, a young, unfamiliar face greeted its gaze. "Who is this? I do not recognize them." The person before it smiled and said, "Little cat, do not be afraid. I am here to heal your wounds." "Little cat?" The little white cat was immediately incensed. "You are the little cat. Your entire family is little cats. I am a dignified divine beast, the white tiger. How dare you regard me as a mere little cat? You mortal, I shall devour you to vent my fury." The little white cat thought furiously. After the cleansing of the spiritual energy, it had regained some strength and could barely stand. Just then, Ye Linfan opened the cage and reached in. Upon seeing this, the little white cat scoffed inwardly. "Foolish mortal, you dare to open the cage and extend your hand? Do not blame me for being ungracious." As Ye Linfan extended his right hand, a glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the little white cat, which opened its mouth and fiercely lunged at him. Chapter 50. Are you also a divine beast? The little white cat aimed to bite Ye Linfan's hand, but missed entirely. For reasons unknown, Ye Linfan's hand effortlessly evaded its jaws and seized its body instead. What is happening? How could it so easily dodge my attack? The little white cat was taken aback. At that moment, Ye Linfan's hand had already grasped its form, and it immediately attempted to struggle. However, to its horror, upon contact with Ye Linfan's hand, it found itself utterly powerless, allowing him to hold it with ease. Panic surged within the little white cat. Could this individual before me be an unparalleled master? It was aware that it was a divine beast, albeit injured, yet not just anyone could capture it so effortlessly. Ye Linfan extracted the little white cat from its cage and placed it on the table. The weight of his large hand pressed down upon it, rendering it unable to muster any strength. Do not fear, little cat. I am here to heal your wounds, Ye Linfan said with a smile. He proceeded to apply a medicinal concoction, freshly ground from herbs, onto the little white cat's injuries. The cat trembled, sensing an extraordinary power surging from the wound into its body, witnessing its injuries heal at a visibly rapid pace. This herbal remedy contains a profound essence. The little white cat was astounded. The potency of the herbal essence was remarkably strong, and as it entered its body, it began to refine the bloodline of the white tiger within it. It became clear that this little white cat was not a true divine beast, the white tiger. Rather, it was merely a descendant of that lineage. Although it possessed the blood of the white tiger, its essence had become exceedingly diluted. Otherwise, its strength would not be so lacking, nor would it have sustained injuries. Only the large yellow dog sensed the white tiger bloodline within the little white cat. However, after being nourished by the herbal essence, the divine beast blood within it became significantly purer, enhancing its power considerably. Given time, with Ye Linfan's assistance, the divine bloodline would surely fully awaken, and it would transform into a true divine beast, the white tiger. At this moment, the little white cat was resolute in its belief that the young man before it was indeed an extraordinary master. After all, how else could he reside in such a place rich in spiritual energy and possess the means to awaken its white tiger bloodline? Moreover, staying in such an enriched environment would expedite its growth and strength. It would be wiser to remain here rather than face dangers outside. Having come to this realization, the little white cat obediently ceased its struggles, allowing Ye Linfan to tend to its wounds. Before long, Ye Linfan had successfully treated the little white cat's injuries. The essence-laden herbs had rendered the wounds on its legs completely vanished, leaving no trace of scar behind. The little white cat immediately leaped off the table and began to scamper across the floor. Upon witnessing this, Ye Linfan's face broke into an expression of immense satisfaction. Although the dog system was quite unreliable and had abandoned him, the skills it imparted were undeniably effective. In terms of medical expertise alone, Ye Linfan felt he surpassed many doctors. With just a few deft movements, he had completely healed the little white cat's injuries, allowing it to run freely once again. The little white cat mewed a few times and affectionately rubbed against Ye Linfan's feet. This was to be its future master, after all, and it was essential to curry favor. Little one, I shall name you Xiao Bai, Ye Linfan said with a smile as he gently patted its head. The little white cat nearly fainted upon hearing this. I am a divine beast, a white tiger. How can I be bestowed with such an adorable name? It is utterly beneath my dignity. My reputation as a divine beast has been utterly tarnished today. However, faced with such a formidable master, it had no choice but to accept the name. Thus, it mewed twice in agreement. Ye Linfan chuckled heartily and said, You are quite astute, little one. Go play in the yard. There are many companions awaiting you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai reluctantly mewed. I am a divine beast. How can I mingle with such lowly creatures? It utterly diminishes my status. Nevertheless, since the master had spoken, it had no choice but to comply. As Xiao Bai arrived in the yard, it observed the large yellow dog lying lazily on the ground, the old hen pecking at the dirt, and the koi fish in the pond blowing bubbles. It displayed a look of utter disdain. How unworthy these inferior beings are to share the same yard as I. One day, I shall drive them all away. With its head held high, Xiao Bai strode into the yard with an air of superiority. Welcome, newcomers. A voice suddenly rang out. Who is speaking? Xiao Bai was taken aback and quickly scanned its surroundings with vigilance. You are, after all, a descendant of the divine beast white tiger, yet you possess such a timid nature, the voice mocked. Who are you? If you know I am a divine beast, do not hide in the shadows. Reveal yourself at once. Xiao Bai exclaimed, both startled and incensed. The fact that the speaker could discern its lineage indicated that they were no ordinary being. I am here, the voice replied languidly. Xiao Bai immediately turned towards the sound and saw that the koi fish, which had been blowing bubbles in the pond, had somehow leaped out. After staring at the fish for a moment, Xiao Bai perplexedly inquired, Was that you who spoke just now? It could not fathom how an ordinary koi fish could possess the ability to speak. If not me, then who? The koi fish replied nonchalantly. A mere koi fish dares to speak to me in such a manner. Since you can converse, I shall permit you to serve me. Xiaobai declared with an air of arrogance. A little kitten, daring to command my allegiance. How audacious you are. The carp scoffed disdainfully. How outrageous. I am a divine beast, and you dare to offend me so brazenly? Watch how I shall teach you a lesson. The little white cat exclaimed in a fit of rage. The might of a divine beast is not to be trifled with. Those who cross it are doomed. With a powerful tremor, it unleashed an overwhelming aura that bore down ferociously upon the carp. The pressure emitted by a divine beast is indeed terrifying. Such a small carp would likely be frightened to death by the sheer force of its majesty. How dare a mere descendant of a divine beast unleash its power in my presence? Today, I shall show you what a true divine beast is. The carp sneered. Suddenly, its scales transformed into a brilliant golden hue. An immense, boundless pressure surged skyward, effortlessly dispelling the little white cat's aura. In the next moment, a colossal dragon's silhouette gradually materialized in the void. This dragon, resplendent in gold, bore 5 claws beneath its belly. It was unmistakably a 5-clawed golden dragon, the mightiest among true dragons. As the dragon descended, all beings were compelled to bow before it. Is this the might of a dragon? The little white cat trembled in fear, realizing that this seemingly ordinary carp was, in fact, a divine beast, a 5-clawed golden dragon. Why, you are also a divine beast? The little white cat stammered, its voice quaking. It was utterly overwhelmed by the formidable dragon's presence, unable to move, reduced to prostration. Chapter 51. The fool was I all along, of course. I am a divine beast. Without such lineage, how could I serve as the master's pet? The carp replied with a scoff. With that, it retracted its overwhelming aura, and the dragon's silhouette vanished in an instant. Its scales returned to their normal hue, reverting to an ordinary carp. Do you still dare to command me, little kitten? The carp asked mockingly. I do not, great dragon. The little white cat quickly replied. What a jest. Here it was, merely a descendant of a divine beast, and before it stood a genuine divine being. It was hardly worthy enough to serve such a creature. It is best this way. Do not blame me for not warning you. In this courtyard, there is one thing you must remember, the carp said slowly. What is it? The little white cat inquired. The master prefers to regard himself as an ordinary person. Thus you must behave like a common little kitten before him and never reveal your true nature in his presence. Do you understand? The carp asked nonchalantly. I have memorized it. The little white cat exclaimed eagerly. No wonder this true dragon chose to transform into a carp. It was the master's intention. Clearly, the master is an unparalleled sage. Otherwise, how could he possibly take a true dragon as a pet? At that moment, a hen happened to wander by, pecking at the ground for food. The little white cat, still irked by the recent reprimand from the carp, found the hen to be an unwelcome presence. Thus, it impatiently declared, this old hen truly lacks self-awareness, approaching our divine beast for scraps. Begone at once. Xiaobai extended its leg, intending to kick the old hen aside. The carp observed this scene, shaking its head in resignation. This little cat's intelligence is indeed questionable. Even I dare not provoke this hen lightly. Yet it attempts to kick her. Is it courting disaster? As expected, the hen deftly sidestepped Xiaobai's leg. You boast quite a bit of courage for a mere kitten. Daring to kick me. Xiaobai stood frozen in astonishment. The hen could speak. A terrifying thought flickered through its mind. Just as this notion arose, an overwhelming aura of dread emanated from the hen. Above her, a colossal phoenix apparition materialized, towering 100 feet high. This phoenix, ablaze with fiery brilliance, raised the temperature in the yard significantly, even in its ephemeral form. The divine beast, the phoenix. Xiaobai gulped, a bitter taste in its mouth. What kind of yard is this? A mere carp is a true dragon, and a mere hen is a phoenix. An ancient divine beast. Willing to be a pet in this yard, it's simply inconceivable. Kitten, do you wish to teach me a lesson? The hen asked mockingly. I was unaware you were the divine beast, the phoenix. I sincerely apologize, Xiaobai pleaded, now pressed to the ground, begging for mercy. Enough. Don't create a ruckus that disturbs the master. Otherwise, I shall not be courteous to you. At that moment, the large yellow dog interjected. Upon hearing this, the hen immediately dismissed the phoenix apparition. What is it? Xiaobai whispered to the carp. Do not inquire further. Just know that together, the hen and I are no match for it. The carp replied softly. Hearing this, Xiaobai gasped in shock. A true dragon and a phoenix united are still no match. What manner of being is this large yellow dog? It was almost unimaginable. Welcome, new companion, the peach tree spoke up. Xiaobai jumped in surprise. The tree could speak. Not only can it speak, but its strength is formidable as well, the carp remarked. How strong? Xiaobai asked curiously. Quite literally, the hen interjected. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai nearly fainted. It had thought itself the strongest in this yard, only to realize now that it was, in fact, the weakest. Truly, the jester is none other than myself. Kitten, what is your name? The large yellow dog inquired blandly. My master calls me Xiaobai, came the immediate reply. Xiaobai showing utmost respect in the presence of such a formidable being. Xiaobai, since the master has taken you in, you are now one of us. With the master around, it will not be long before you become a true divine beast, the large yellow dog said slowly. Thank you, esteemed dog. Unsure how to address the large yellow dog, Xiaobai hesitated but ultimately chose to refer to it as esteemed dog. This title nearly caused the hen and the carp to burst into laughter. Yet they dared not do so, forcing themselves to suppress their amusement. After Xiaobai finished speaking, he felt that the title was inappropriate, leading to a moment of awkwardness. Just call me dog brother, the large yellow dog casually remarked. Thank you, dog brother, Xiaobai hurriedly replied. However, you must ensure that your true identity remains concealed from the master. Otherwise, I shall deal with you before the master even has to intervene. The large yellow dog said coldly. Rest assured, dog brother, I will remember that, Xiaobai responded, trembling in fear. All right, let's return to our respective tasks. The large yellow dog declared, resuming its position on the ground to bask in the sun. The old hen continued to peck at the ground for food, while the carp returned to the pond for a swim. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaobai chose to lie down beneath the peach tree to sleep. As he approached the tree, an incredibly rich fragrance of peaches wafted towards him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Upon inhaling the scent, he was astonished to discover a surge in his strength. This revelation left him utterly amazed. Those are spirit peaches. Merely inhaling their aroma can enhance one's power. The peach tree remarked. Can I eat them? Xiaobai asked, eyeing the tree laden with spirit peaches and swallowing hard. You must have the master's consent. The peach tree replied slowly. Very well, then I shall refrain, Xiaobai said obediently, lying down once more. Since he could not eat them, merely savoring their scent would suffice. He gazed with deep reverence towards the abode, recognizing that the master truly was extraordinary. The pets he kept were all divine beasts, and even the peach tree exhibited sentience. Perhaps only beings of such divine caliber could be worthy companions of the master. Ordinary demonic beasts would lack the qualifications to become his pets. The master was undoubtedly a peerless expert. Now that I have become the master's pet, it signifies that my fortunes have arrived. I must stay close to the master and strive to awaken the bloodline of the white tiger, ultimately transforming into the true divine beast, the white tiger. Lost in these thoughts, Xiaobai soon drifted into slumber. A day passed quickly. Ye Linfan was still inside, diligently carving his next artifact, completely unaware of the two individuals who had arrived at the foot of the mountain. These two were Yin Xingyang and his son Yin Yunfan, who had hurried over from Fangsuan Mountain. Standing at the base, they gazed up at the small courtyard where Ye Linfan resided. This courtyard was indeed extraordinary. Yin Xingyang, possessing formidable strength, had a far broader perspective than his son Yin Yunfan. Father, shall we ascend? Yin Yunfan suggested eagerly. Yin Xingyang nodded in agreement, and the two prepared to climb the mountain. Just then, a surprised voice called out, Yin Xingyang, what brings you here? Yin Xingyang looked up to see a disheveled middle-aged man standing before him. Lu Dongxian, what are you doing here? Yin Xingyang inquired with a frown. Although both he and Lu Dongxian were vice leaders of the martial alliance, their relationship was not particularly cordial, and given Lu Dongshuan's inferior strength, Yin Xingyang had always held him in low regard. I came to visit a friend. What brings you here? Lu Dongxian inquired coldly. Is the owner of the courtyard above your friend? Yin Xingyang asked. Indeed. Are you also here to seek him? Lu Dongxian furrowed his brow. Of course. I am here to confront him. He dared to meddle in the affairs of the Yin and Lin families, causing the Yin family to lose face in Luoyang City. Thus, I have come to settle the score. Yin Xingyang replied icily. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongshuan's expression changed. He had not anticipated that someone would have the audacity to trouble Ye Linfan. Yin Xingyang, we are both members of the alliance. I advise you to retreat. The individual above is not one you can provoke. Lu Dongxian scoffed. Indeed, Yin Xingyang possessed considerable strength, yet Ye Linfan hailed from the celestial realm. Before Ye Linfan, Yin Xingyang, as a mere mortal, was no different from an ant. Lu Dongxian, spare me your ominous warnings. I am eager to see just who resides in that courtyard. Yin Xingyang retorted with a cold snort. He had never been on good terms with Lu Dongxian and had little reason to heed his counsel. Since he refused to listen, so be it, Lu Dongxian remarked coldly. In any case, should Yin Xingyang perish, it would not be a loss for him. And he saw no need to play the benefactor, knowing Yin Xingyang would not express gratitude. Yin Xingyang chuckled derisively and ascended the mountain alongside Yin Yunfan, with Lu Dongxian trailing behind. Yin Xingyang paid no mind to Lu Dongshuan's presence. Since Lu Dongxian claimed the owner of the courtyard was formidable, he intended to slay this owner before Lu Dongshuan's very eyes. The mountain was not particularly high, and soon the three arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Ye Linfan intended to knock, but upon noticing the door was ajar, he simply pushed it open and entered. Yen Xingyang followed suit, while Lu Dongxian remained at the threshold. Fully aware that commotion was imminent, he preferred to wait until it was over before entering. The divine beasts within the courtyard, initially occupied with their own affairs, immediately looked up as the door swung open, revealing two unfamiliar figures. This courtyard is overflowing with spiritual energy, Yen Xingyang exclaimed in astonishment. The spiritual energy here was 5 or 6 times more potent than that of his own courtyard. Upon entering, he could feel the spiritual power within him gradually increasing. The stagnation he had experienced for so long began to loosen imperceptibly. No wonder Ye Linfan had ascended so swiftly after arriving here. It was due to the abundant spiritual energy. Ye Linfan was equally exhilarated. To think such a splendid place existed. Once I eliminate the owner, I shall relocate our entire Yin family here. Yen Xingyang said slowly. I know what to do, father. Yen Linfan immediately responded. Once we move the Yin family here. Amidst the rich aura of spiritual energy, all descendants of the Yin family cultivate their strength destined to soar at an astonishing pace. In due time, the Yin family shall experience a remarkable rise in power, potentially surpassing the Shin family and establishing itself as the most formidable martial clan in Luoyang City. This courtyard embodies their hopes for the Yin family's resurgence. The owner of such a place is indeed treading a perilous path. It is said that a man is innocent, yet treasures may bring about his demise. Today, he shall meet his end, regardless. Yen Xingyang remarked with a cold smile. At that moment, an incredibly rich fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He twitched his nose, following the scent to its source. Before him stood a peach tree, quietly rooted in place, adorned with plump, glistening peaches. These were spirit peaches. Yen Xingyang was once again astounded. Spirit peaches are exceedingly rare. A single one could incite a storm of bloodshed. Yet this tree bore hundreds of them, an astonishing sight indeed. This revelation only solidified Yen Xingyang's resolve to eliminate the owner of this place. A courtyard brimming with such dense spiritual energy, accompanied by a tree laden with spirit peaches. These treasures rightfully belong to me, Yen Xingyang. Should anyone attempt to thwart my claim, I shall not hesitate to slay them. Nearby, the divine beasts, having overheard the conversation, wore expressions of bewilderment. How audacious! These two individuals had come to assassinate their master. Were they fools to seek death in such a manner? A mere human at the 7th level of the sacred realm dared to boast of killing their master in this courtyard. It would be effortless, even for them, to eliminate these two intruders. The divine beasts glanced toward the house, which remained tightly shut, devoid of any sounds. Given their master's strength, he should have sensed the arrival of these two long ago. Yet, his lack of response clearly indicated his disinterest in engaging with them. It appeared that he expected them to handle this matter on his behalf. Having spent many years together, the divine beasts understood one another well. The carp nodded, indicating he would take care of the intruders, a sentiment echoed by the big yellow dog and the old hen. Only the little white creature remained still beneath the peach tree, unwilling to move. Its strength was the weakest, leaving it without the authority to speak. And it was no match for Yen Xingyang. Thus, it opted for self-preservation. Father, that person must be inside the house. Shall we seek him out? Yen Linfan suggested, pointing toward the dwelling. Indeed, I am eager to discover who this individual is, Yen Xingyang replied, his demeanor indifferent, yet his tone icy. At this juncture, his murderous intent was unmistakable. The moment he laid eyes on Ye Linfan, he would strike without hesitation, extinguishing the threat. Yen Xingyang and his companion promptly advanced toward Ye Linfan's abode. You two possess remarkable audacity to trespass in my master's courtyard, a chilling voice interjected at that very moment. Yen Xingyang and Yen Yunxin, upon hearing those words, felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, and their steps came to an abrupt halt, particularly Yen Xingyang, whose expression turned gravely serious. When did other people arrive in this courtyard? How could I not sense it? However, he abruptly turned his gaze towards the doorway and shouted at Lu Dongxian. Lu Dongxian, cease your pretense. It wasn't me, Lu Dongxian replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. In this courtyard, aside from us, you are the only one here. If it wasn't you speaking, then who was it? Yen Xingyang snorted coldly, questioning him. It wasn't him, it was I. The voice echoed once more. Who are you? Yen Xingyang's expression finally shifted, a hint of panic creeping into his heart. The unseen enemy was indeed the most terrifying. He had yet to discern the source of this voice. Right here. The voice responded lazily. Yen Xingyang looked up and beheld a carp that had leapt onto the bank by the pond. Is it you speaking? He asked in astonishment. Of course, it is I, the king, the carp declared with an air of arrogance. Both Ye Linfan and Ye Linfan were utterly astonished. A fish that could speak, yet had not transformed into a human form, was truly an unprecedented sight. This world was home to magical beasts, and some powerful ones could not articulate until they had taken human form. Yet this carp, though untransformed, evidently possessed a remarkable level of intelligence. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary creature, likely due to the abundant spiritual energy in this place, which had allowed it to evolve to such an impressive degree. Ye Linfan quickly deduced the reason. Little fish, do you claim this courtyard as your masteress? He inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, you would do well to leave at once. Or do not blame me for taking your lives, the carp replied coldly. A mere fish, so brazen. Fanner, capture this fish first. Once I deal with its master, we shall prepare a broth from it. Ye Linfan laughed heartily. The thought of consuming such an intelligent carp was surely beneficial for enhancing their strength. Understood, father. Ye Linfan replied promptly, reaching out to seize the carp. Foolish mortals, you dare contemplate consuming me? Today, I shall feast upon you first. The carp scoffed. Let us see how a mere carp intends to devour us. Ye Linfan retorted with a teasing smile. The carp sneered. Suddenly, resplendent golden light filled the air, and a dragon's might descended, altering the very colors of heaven and earth. The carp's head transformed into a colossal golden dragon head, towering 10 jong high, resembling a massive mountain, intimidating and awe-inspiring. Ye Linfan and Ye Linfan were taken aback. A true dragon. Ye Linfan's complexion changed dramatically as he incredulously observed the unfolding spectacle. Wasn't this just a small carp? How had it suddenly transformed into a genuine dragon? Under the influence of the dragon's might, Ye Linfan and Ye Linfan were utterly subdued on the ground, rendered immobile. As mere mortals, they stood no chance against the might of the dragon. How foolish of you to think you could slay your master. The reason my master has yet to emerge is that he finds it beneath him to deal with you. Allow me to rid the world of your presence. The carp spoke condescendingly. Before its dragon head, Ye Linfan and Ye Linfan appeared insignificant, akin to mere ants. Such trivial beings, should they be swallowed by the carp, would scarcely suffice to even fill a crevice between teeth. Spare us, we shall never dare again, Ye Linfan pleaded immediately. But it was too late for mercy. The majesty of the master is not to be trifled with, so you must come to terms with your fate. The carp scoffed coldly, opened its gaping maw, and consumed the two men. How tragic that Ye Linfan, the esteemed vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance and a formidable 7th-tier powerhouse, met his demise here. After devouring the two, the carp promptly reverted to its ordinary state. Outside, Lu Dongxian was utterly astonished. On his first visit, he had already discerned that the creatures within the courtyard were exceptionally powerful. Yet, he could never have imagined that this carp was, in fact, a true dragon. It was simply unfathomable. However, upon reflection, he found it less surprising. After all, Mr. Yi was an immortal from the celestial realm. What could be more natural than keeping a dragon as a pet? Just then, a voice pulled him from his reverie. Lu Dongxian looked up to see that the speaker was indeed the carp. He hurriedly bowed and asked, "What is your command, my lord?" This being was a divine beast. A true dragon. One must be exceedingly courteous in its presence. You must not reveal my true identity to the master, understand? The carp replied coolly. Rest assured, my lord. I know how to proceed, Lu Dongxian immediately responded. Having known Ye Linfan for quite some time, he was acutely aware of his penchant for feigning modesty and his aversion to discussions of martial arts in his presence. Naturally, he would not wish for others to know that his pet was a divine beast. With such formidable strength, yet remaining so unassuming, Mr. Yi truly commanded deep respect. Satisfied with this response, the carp nodded and leaped into the pond, transforming back into an ordinary carp swimming and blowing bubbles. You old rascal, what brings you here? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Ye Linfan. He had been inside carving something when he heard commotion outside and came to investigate, only to find Lu Dongxian had arrived. Of course, I'm here to mooch a meal. Lu Dongxian chuckled. Why are you such a glutton? Come on in. Ye Linfan chided playfully. Despite his frequent scolding, Ye Linfan had never turned Lu Dongxian away. After all, he was the vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance, a figure of significant stature in this world. Cultivating a good relationship with him was indeed of utmost importance. Just then, more visitors arrived at the door. Mr. Yi, we have arrived, a melodious voice resonated. Ye Linfan looked up to see Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun approaching. What brings you here? Ye Linfan inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. It has been quite a while since our last visit. We thought to come and see you. Chu Mingyang replied with a smile after a brief hesitation. The truth was that he had just spotted a massive golden dragon head at the Martial Arts Academy, which prompted him to embark on this journey to investigate further. As they reached the foot of the mountain, they witnessed the koi fish devouring Yin Xingyang and Ye Linfan, a sight that sent shivers down their spines, particularly for Chu Mingyang. He had always considered the old hen in the yard a terrifying presence, but was astounded to discover that beyond the hen, there existed an even more formidable being in the pond, a true dragon, a mythical creature reserved for legends, now merely a pet of Ye Linfan. This revelation deepened their awe for him. Since you are here, why not come in and sit for a while? Even if we do nothing. Simply being in the yard is beneficial due to the abundant spiritual energy. Spending some time here can enhance our strength, Ye Linfan suggested. Since you are already here, let us share a meal. Today I shall treat everyone to lamb skewers, he added with a smile. The group appeared bewildered at the mention of lamb skewers. What are lamb skewers? Chapter 54. This thing can ignite automatically. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Ye Linfan felt a twinge of disdain. Could it be that these esteemed individuals have never encountered lamb skewers? It seems their lives are rather pitiful, consumed solely by training without ever tasting exquisite delicacies. Perhaps my arrival in this world serves as a compensation, allowing them to savor culinary delights that they could never experience amidst their monotonous training. He had fortuitously purchased some lamb in Luoyan City the previous day, perfect for making skewers today. Lamb skewers are simply pieces of lamb threaded onto wooden sticks for eating, Ye Linfan explained, only to find their confusion deepening, as they had never heard of such a way to consume lamb. Never mind, come inside. You will understand shortly, he said gently. Just then, a small white cat appeared at Ye Linfan's feet. This cat, named Xiaobai, was pure white, devoid of any mixed fur, and strikingly beautiful, an irresistible sight for young ladies. Upon seeing Xiaobai, Chu Yinyun's eyes sparkled with delight. What an adorable little cat. May I hold it? She inquired, extending her hand. Ye Linfan was about to acquiesce, but Chu Mingyang interjected, Yinyun, do not be presumptuous. Chu Yinyun was taken aback. Such a request did not seem excessive. Yet Chu Mingyang's refusal was resolute. She looked at him in confusion. Chu Mingyang gazed gravely at the small white cat, his eyes brimming with an indescribable terror. It was evident that he had encountered an extraordinarily fearsome entity. Could it be that this petite feline was a formidable beast of legend? Chu Yinyun pondered silently. However, she no longer dared to entertain the thought of embracing the small white creature. Yet, Ye Linfan did not dwell on this matter. He invited everyone into the house, stating, please wait here for a moment while I prepare. With that, he turned and made his way to the kitchen. Grandfather, what about that small white cat? Chu Yinyun finally could not restrain her curiosity. If I am not mistaken, that cat is the legendary divine beast, the white tiger, Chu Mingyang replied, his expression filled with trepidation. What? A divine beast? Are you certain? Chu Yinyun exclaimed, springing from her chair in astonishment. Lower your voice. Do not disturb Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang admonished discontentedly. Grandfather, you cannot be mistaken. Is it truly a divine beast? Chu Yinyun asked, swallowing hard. Little girl, Director Chu did not err. That small white cat is indeed a descendant of the divine beast white tiger, though its bloodline is quite diluted. Nevertheless, it remains a remarkably formidable existence. Lu Dongxian spoke slowly. Divine beasts are not to be compared with ordinary monstrous creatures. Possessing divine beast blood grants a significantly higher starting point than that of common beasts, allowing for the potential to evolve into a powerful entity, he elaborated. Upon hearing Lu Dongshuan's words, Chu Yinyun nearly fainted. She had just contemplated embracing a divine beast. This was tantamount to courting death. How could a mere mortal like her dare to hold such a creature? The fact that two divine beasts willingly served as Mr. Ye's pets was utterly terrifying. Chu Yinyun gulped nervously. What does it matter? Do you think Mr. Ye's courtyard is limited to just these two divine beasts? Chu Mingyang replied nonchalantly. There are more? Chu Yinyun was once again rendered speechless. When I first arrived, I exchanged a glance with that old hen, and that single gaze nearly shattered my resolve. Thankfully, it bore no ill intent towards me. Otherwise, I might have lost my cultivation on the spot, Chu Mingyang recounted. Still shaken. I cannot believe such occurrences have taken place without my knowledge, Chu Yinyun exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Your strength is insufficient, hence, you cannot perceive them, Chu Mingyang stated gently. Grandfather, do you know what kind of divine beast that old hen is? Chu Yinyun inquired with keen curiosity. I do not know, but it is easy to speculate. Among avian creatures, there is only one that can be deemed a divine beast, and that is. Chu Mingyang began. Phoenix, Lu Dongxian interjected. At this revelation, Chu Yinyun felt parched and bewildered. She had not anticipated that such a small courtyard would harbor the legendary talents of both the sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick, along with a white tiger. Truly, Mr. Yi was a celestial being of the mortal realm, capable of commanding the allegiance of these divine beasts. I have returned, Ye Linfan's voice resonated, pulling the three from their astonished reverie. They lifted their gazes to see him approach. Before them stood Ye Linfan, who revealed a long iron frame filled with charcoal, neatly covered by a metal mesh. In his hands, he held a large platter adorned with skewers of meat, each meticulously threaded with wooden sticks. "What exquisite kebabs!" exclaimed Chu Yenyun, her eyes wide with delight. Each piece of meat was uniformly cut, thin enough to be nearly translucent, resembling crystal in its beauty. Though raw, its appearance alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. "Mr. Yi, is this lamb skewers?" Chu Yenyun inquired curiously. "Indeed," Ye Linfan replied with a smile. He had just prepared these lamb pieces in the kitchen, and thanks to the culinary skills imparted by his system, this task was effortless for him. Yet, a deep resentment lingered within him for having abandoned the system. This wretched system taught him everything except for cultivation and then vanished without a trace, leaving him an ordinary person even after a decade in this world. Such behavior was utterly infuriating. If he ever had the chance to reactivate the system, he would undoubtedly express his grievances 100-fold. "What purpose does this iron frame serve?" asked Chu Yenyun. "It is, of course, for grilling," Ye Linfan responded. The onlookers gazed at the iron frame with curiosity, as in this world. Grilling typically involved skewering meat on a stick and cooking it over an open flame, an exceedingly rudimentary method. "How does it work?" Lu Dongxian inquired, intrigued. "Just watch closely," Ye Linfan said with a grin. He pressed a switch on the iron frame, and suddenly, a wave of intense heat surged forth. A fire erupted within the frame, igniting the charcoal to a brilliant red glow, causing the temperature in the room to rise significantly. The crowd, startled, leapt from their seats in shock. "What is this? It can ignite itself. Truly remarkable," Chu Mingyang exclaimed, astonished. In this world, while martial artists could indeed summon fire with their spiritual energy, they had never encountered an apparatus like this that could spontaneously ignite without external assistance. "I installed a fire-generating mechanism underneath," Ye Linfan explained with a smile. Twisting the switch once more, the flames roared back to life, further heating the charcoal to an incandescent red. Fortunately, the martial prowess of those present rendered the elevated temperature inconsequential to them. "Now I understand. Such a design is truly ingenious." Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian marveled at the fire-starting device, observing it with great intrigue. Ye Linfan, noticing their fascination, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These two were prominent figures in the martial arts world, yet they appeared as naive as country bumpkins, unfamiliar even with a simple barbecue grill. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted from the iron frame, invigorating the onlookers' spirits. "What a wonderful fragrance! Where is it coming from?" they exclaimed, sniffing the air. They quickly discerned that the scent was emanating from the charcoal. "This is Tianxiang wood," Lu Dongxian exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Is it truly Tianxiang wood?" Chu Mingyang echoed, equally taken aback. "Yes, it is indeed Tianxiang wood. What is the matter?" Ye Linfan asked curiously. At his words, Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian nearly fainted in disbelief. They had not anticipated that Ye Linfan would be using the revered Tianxiang wood as mere charcoal. Tianxiang wood is one of the 10 most divine woods in the world, renowned for its continuous, enchanting fragrance. It possesses the ability to calm the mind and spirit. Even a small piece worn on one's person can shield against any malevolent thoughts, particularly during critical moments of breakthrough. The presence of Tianxiang wood dispels fears of inner demons, which can be terrifying obstacles. Yet, they were shocked to discover that Ye Linfan possessed such an abundance of Tianxiang wood, using it as firewood. "How can you treat Tianxiang wood as fuel? It is a sheer waste of a heavenly treasure," Lu Dongxian exclaimed, nearly beside himself with indignation. "What is the big deal? I have plenty more in my kitchen." "To be honest, this wood ignites easily and burns well," Ye Linfan replied nonchalantly. "What? You have more?" The crowd was nearly overwhelmed with disbelief. "How many pieces do you actually possess?" Lu Dongxian inquired with curiosity. "I haven't counted, perhaps a few thousand. I've been using them as firewood," Ye Linfan stated casually. Upon hearing this, the crowd nearly choked on their own astonishment. He claimed to have thousands of pieces. Such an invaluable treasure had been reduced to mere common firewood. "Do you like it?" Ye Linfan asked, perplexed. "Like it? Of course we do." Chu Mingyang nodded eagerly. "Then after we finish the lamb skewers, I'll give you as much as you desire," Ye Linfan declared with magnificent generosity. "Really? We can take as much as we want." Lu Dongxian could scarcely believe his ears. "Absolutely. This wood is only slightly fragrant and holds no real value. You can take it whenever you wish," Ye Linfan dismissed with indifference. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, but soon found solace in the realization that Ye Linfan, hailing from the celestial realm, regarded what they deemed precious as inconsequential. This represents a disparity of levels that can never be surmounted. "Let us commence the barbecue," Ye Linfan declared. He proceeded to place all the skewers of lamb from the platter onto the grill. The flames of the grill swiftly transformed the skewers into a golden hue, with droplets of oil sizzling as they fell onto the charcoal. Before long, an incredibly rich aroma of meat permeated the entire room. Chu Mingyang twitched his nose, inhaling the fragrance, which invigorated his spirit and even caused the spiritual energy within him to gradually increase. Such remarkable lamb skewers. Even before tasting, the aroma alone is overwhelmingly potent. Subsequently, Ye Linfan took a brush, dipped it into various seasonings, and began to coat the lamb skewers. Soon, the skewers appeared even more tantalizing. "It's almost ready, Dean Chu. Do come and taste," he said, handing a skewer to Chu Mingyang. Upon grasping the skewer, Chu Mingyang realized that the stick itself was crafted from heavenly fragrant wood. This left him somewhat speechless. Mr. Yi truly did not regard these treasures as precious. Regardless of their value, he found them worthless. Setting aside such thoughts, with the skewer in hand, the enticing aroma continually tantalized his taste buds. He took a bite, and his body jolted in response. It was simply exquisite. As the skewer entered his mouth, an extraordinarily unique flavor resonated on his palate. This flavor was not solely that of lamb. It was intertwined with the fragrance of heavenly fragrant wood. The amalgamation of these two scents was utterly refreshing. After consuming a piece of the lamb skewer, Chu Mingyang suddenly sensed something amiss. The skewer contained an essence of Tao. The Tao rhythm erupted within him, causing a significant surge in his spiritual energy. Delicious and capable of enhancing one's cultivation, such lamb skewers are truly a treasure beyond compare, surpassing even the legendary elixirs. Should a single skewer of this delicacy be circulated, it would undoubtedly incite a fierce frenzy among countless martial artists. This is delectable, truly exquisite. He devoured the skewer with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, he reached for a second one, continuing to feast voraciously. "Dean Chu, do leave some for us. You cannot indulge alone." Lu Dongxian, witnessing this, was equally unyielding. He boldly grasped 4 skewers with both hands and began to savor them with great delight. "So delicious, so incredibly delicious," he exclaimed between bites. Before long, both Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian were left with grease on their lips. Were there others present to witness their state, they would surely be astonished. These two individuals, one the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and the other the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, both renowned figures, were now disregarding their dignified images as they indulged in skewers, their mouths smeared with oil, a sight that was nothing short of comical. Meanwhile, Chu Yinyun looked on, utterly mesmerized. At present, Chu Mingyang's demeanor is utterly transformed from his usual serious countenance. Even though Mr. Yi's lamb skewers are exceptionally delectable and capable of enhancing one's cultivation, such a reaction seems rather exaggerated. "No, I must maintain my composure as a lady. I shall not indulge in such an unrefined manner. Miss Chu, please do indulge." Ye Linfan offered a skewer of lamb. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I shall not be polite," Chu Yinyun replied, accepting the skewer and taking a bite. The moment the lamb touched her palate, her expression froze. Chapter 56. Gentle persuasion. The skewer was simply too fragrant and delicious. An intense meaty aroma tantalized Chu Yinyun's taste buds, presenting an indescribable delight. The rich scent of the lamb intertwined with the fragrance of the heavenly wood, creating an entirely new aroma that penetrated her very soul, elevating her spirit to an extraordinary state. It didn't take long for her to realize that it was not her soul that had ascended, but rather the heavenly wood's inherent ability to dispel inner demons. Previously, she had merely worn the heavenly wood to shield herself from malevolent thoughts. Yet, Mr. Yi had seamlessly infused its essence into her soul, rendering it purer and more potent than ever before. Henceforth, no inner demon would dare to affect her. This was far more effective than simply wearing the wood. "Indeed, these lamb skewers are exquisite," Chu Yinyun exclaimed. Observing Chu Mingyang devouring the skewers with such fervor, she noted the astonishing spectacle of him consuming one skewer after another, a sight echoed by Lu Dongxian. Under their voracious appetites, the skewers swiftly vanished. "Hey, save some for me." Chu Yinyun quickly joined the fray. As all three were martial artists, their pace of consumption was remarkably swift. Before long, all the lamb skewers had been completely devoured. The immense Tao rhythm contained within the lamb surged within them, causing their spiritual energy to erupt wildly. "I can't take it anymore," Chu Yinyun moaned. As the tumult within her reached its zenith, crack, she broke through. Previously, she was at the 9th level of transformation, and now she ascended directly into the Dan realm. 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, 4th level. In one fell swoop, she surpassed 4 stages. Simultaneously, Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian felt a jolt through their bodies, experiencing breakthroughs of their own. Chu Mingyang advanced to the 5th level of the Holy Realm, while Lu Dongxian ascended to the 4th level. The trio was filled with indescribable excitement. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang exclaimed fervently. Do not mention it. It was merely a meal. Ye Linfan waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. The others gazed at Ye Linfan with profound admiration. Not only was Mr. Yi remarkably powerful, but he also possessed an admirable humility, consistently aiding them in their cultivation through the simplest of gestures whenever he visited. After undertaking these actions, they presented themselves with an air of insignificance. Such a mindset and perspective truly surpasses all others in this world. The powerful have always occupied a lofty position, viewing the weak as mere ants. Even figures like Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian are no exception. Their status leads them to regard ordinary individuals with disdain. In stark contrast, Ye Linfan, despite his formidable strength, prefers to interact with people in the guise of an ordinary person. Perhaps this humility is part of the reason for his extraordinary prowess. Subsequently, after a brief stay, Chu Mingyang and his companions took their leave. Upon reaching the courtyard, Chu Yinyun walked with utmost caution, for she was aware that every creature within this yard was an ancient divine beast. The oppressive atmosphere enveloping the courtyard made her increasingly anxious, to the point where her steps became somewhat unsteady. Miss Chu, are you all right? Ye Linfan inquired, noticing her awkward gait with a hint of concern. It's nothing. I'm just a bit full. Chu Yinyun deflected, unwilling to speak the truth. Is that so? I had no idea Miss Chu had such an appetite. Ye Linfan laughed heartily. The sight of Chu Yinyun, a refined lady, disregarding her image to indulge in her own cooking filled him with a sense of accomplishment. This remark left Chu Yinyun feeling quite embarrassed. Oh no, now Mr. Yi thinks of me as a glutton, and my ladylike image is ruined. There was no helping it. The lamb skewers were simply too delectable to resist. Only after leaving the courtyard did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Lu Dongxian addressed Chu Mingyang, saying, Director Chu, I bid you farewell. Wait a moment, Deputy Alliance Leader Lu? Chu Mingyang called out suddenly. Lu Dongxian, puzzled, asked, Director Chu, do you have any advice? Are you closely associated with the Shin family? Chu Mingyang inquired. Not closely, merely some connections, Lu Dongxian replied, albeit confused as to why Chu Mingyang brought up the Shin family. Are you planning to take Shin Xiang as your disciple? Chu Mingyang continued. Indeed. But what exactly do you wish to convey? Lu Dongxian could not help but ask. I advise you not to take Shin Xiang as your disciple, Chu Mingyang said slowly. Why is that? Lu Dongxian asked, his displeasure evident. He felt it was his prerogative to choose his own disciples. Because the Shun family has offended Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang stated matter-of-factly. What? Such a thing has occurred? Lu Dongxuan's expression changed dramatically. If the Shun family had truly offended Ye Linfan, and he was entangled with them, it was likely that Ye Linfan would take action against him as well when addressing the Shun family's transgressions. However, he had never heard of this matter before. It is indeed true. If you doubt it, you may inquire with the Shin family, Chu Mingyang said calmly. Thank you for the warning, Director Chu. I will verify this information, Lu Dongxian replied. Lu Dongxuan's expression grew grave as he spoke. Should the Shun family truly offend Ye Linfan, it would be imperative to swiftly distance themselves from the Shin family. After all, to incur the wrath of Ye Linfan for the sake of a trivial family such as the Shuns is a folly only a fool would commit. With that said, Vice Alliance Leader Lu must take heed. Chu Mingyang clasped his hands respectfully and departed with Chu Yinyun. Lu Dongxian gazed at their retreating figures, his face dark as a stormy sea. In a few days, he was set to accept Shin Xiang as his disciple. At that juncture, he would ascertain the truth with the Shin family. If such a situation were indeed the case, it would be wise to sever ties with them at the earliest opportunity. Lu Dongxuan's gaze shifted towards the small courtyard on the mountain, recalling the recently devoured Yin Xingyang, a chill creeping into his heart. He certainly did not wish to follow in Yin Xingyang's ill-fated footsteps. Meanwhile, within the confines of Fangsuan Mountain, the alliance leader of the Martial Alliance, Nangong Wuxing, was engrossed in his cultivation. Nangong Wuxing could be regarded as the mightiest among this continent's denizens. He had immersed himself in the 9th layer of the Holy Realm for many years, surpassing the strength of typical practitioners at the same level. He was even heralded as the most likely candidate to ascend to the divine realm. As he practiced, his body resembled a colossal vacuum, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy entirely. A vacuum zone formed around him. Fortunately, the spirit gathering array at the foot of Fangsuan Mountain was exceedingly powerful, capable of continuously generating spiritual energy. Otherwise, should he continue his cultivation in such a manner, it would not be long before the energy of Fangsuan Mountain was entirely depleted. Alliance Leader, urgent news. Just then, a voice filled with anxiety rang from outside. Chapter 57. Li Anren, a disciple of the Martial Alliance, rushed in. Panic etched on his face. What has happened in such haste? Nangong Wuxing inquired, his brow furrowing. Vice Alliance Leader Yen is dead, the disciple replied, his demeanor tense. What? How could this be? Nangong Wuxing's expression shifted drastically as he questioned further. The Martial Alliance, being the supreme organization of this continent, regarded the death of a Vice Alliance leader as a matter of grave significance. This morning, I went to the Longyuan room for cleaning, and upon passing the area where the life tablets are kept, I discovered that Vice Alliance leader Yan's tablet had shattered, the disciple recounted, swallowing hard. This is the first time such a thing has occurred. It signifies the unexpected demise of this esteemed Vice Alliance leader. One must understand that he was a formidable figure at the 7th layer of the Holy Realm, with few capable of slaying him in this world. Quickly, take me to see. Nangong Wuxing commanded without delay. The two hurried to the Longyuan room, where numerous life tablets were displayed, each radiating varying intensities of light. Beneath each tablet lay the name of its owner. The greater the strength of the individual, the more luminous the tablet. These tablets were intrinsically linked to the blood of their respective owners, and should one meet with untimely demise, the tablet would shatter. Within the room, the light of Nangong Wuxing's tablet shone the brightest. Just a short distance from his tablet, the life token belonging to Yin Qingyang has shattered into 2 pieces. Its radiance extinguished, now dim and devoid of luster. How outrageous! Who would dare to assassinate the vice leader of our martial arts alliance? Nangong Wuxing's face turned ashen with fury. Should this news leak, the prestige of the martial arts alliance would suffer a significant blow. Leader, what shall we do now? A disciple inquired cautiously. Why did Vice Leader Yin suddenly leave Fengsuan Mountain? Nangong Wuxing asked, furrowing his brow. I heard his son arrived, and after a brief conversation, they departed together from Fengsuan Mountain, the disciple responded. Send someone to the Yin family to inquire about what transpired, Nangong Wuxing demanded coldly. As you command. The disciple replied promptly. Before long, several figures departed from Fengsuan Mountain, heading straight for Luoyang City. Ye Linfan remained oblivious to these events, engrossed in his own carving. At that moment, the wooden sculpture in his hands had begun to take shape. This piece was considerably larger than his previous works. Rectangular in form, yet irregular at its edges, adorned with exquisitely intricate patterns. At first glance, it resembled an ancient zither yet to be strung. As Ye Linfan diligently carved the ancient zither, 2 silhouettes approached from the foot of the mountain. Both were young maidens. The one in the lead appeared to be around 21 or 22, tall and graceful, with skin as smooth as cream and eyes like autumn waters, truly a beauty. The girl following her, though less striking in both appearance and demeanor, was merely 16 or 17, likely serving as the companion to the first maiden. How infuriating! Why must my father insist that I marry the son of the Lord of Mingyu City? The lead maiden lamented. Because you are the daughter of the Lord of Luoyang City. The 2 families are well matched. The maid replied. It turned out that this maiden was Li Anren, the daughter of Li Qingyang, the Lord of Luoyang City. But the son of the Lord of Mingyu City, Fan Jian, has a notorious reputation. Wouldn't marrying him be akin to stepping into a pit of fire? Li Anren protested indignantly. However, the Lord is gravely poisoned, with his life hanging by a thread. If you refuse to marry, it may be dire for him, the maid said helplessly. Li Qingyang, the Lord of Luoyang City, was a formidable figure at the 3rd level of the sacred realm. Yet, a month prior, while out, he was unexpectedly poisoned. After consulting renowned physicians, it was revealed that he had been afflicted by a toxin known as when the flowers bloom. This poison, despite its melodious name, ranks among the 10 most fearsome toxins in the world. Those who succumb to it become adorned with strikingly beautiful, yet deadly flowers. Furthermore, it is a slow-acting poison, leading to excruciating agony over the course of 6 months before death ensues. Though Li Qingyang possessed immense strength to suppress the toxin, preventing the flowers from manifesting on his body, this forced repression has allowed the poison to permeate his very bones. Now, he has but a month left to live. Only the mythical 10,000-year sun grass can counteract the poison of blooming flowers. This rare herb exists solely in the possession of Fan Xian, the Lord of Mingyu City. Though Li Qingyang and Fan Xian are not on amicable terms, the former finds himself compelled to humble himself and seek Fan Xian's assistance for the sake of his own survival. To his surprise, Fan Xian consents, albeit with the condition that Li Anren be betrothed to his son, Fan Jian. Li Qingyang is acutely aware of Fan Jian's notorious reputation, leading him to hesitate, expressing a desire to contemplate the proposal for a few days. Upon learning of this arrangement, Li Anren is filled with indignation and steps out to clear her thoughts. She falls into silence, and after a considerable pause, she lets out a deep sigh and declares, I understand that sacrificing myself for my father's salvation is a trivial matter. Do not worry. I merely seek a moment of respite before returning. The maid breathes a sigh of relief, reassured that Li Anren has no intentions of fleeing from the marriage, thus alleviating her own potential culpability. Where are we? Li Anren inquires, glancing around to discover she has arrived at the foot of an unfamiliar mountain. Miss, look. There are people living atop the mountain, the maid points out. When did inhabitants settle here? I was unaware of this, Ye Linfan responds, astonished. This mountain lies adjacent to the martial arts academy, and during her childhood, it was devoid of any residents. She never anticipated that it would now house people. Shall we ascend and take a look? The maid suggests. Just as Ye Linfan is about to agree, she spots a familiar figure ascending the mountain. Qilin, she exclaims. The figure is indeed Qilin, the granddaughter of the academy's principal, whose standing is comparable to that of Ye Linfan, and their ages render them quite familiar with one another. Linfan, what brings you here? Qilin asks, astonished. Is it possible that you know Mr. Yi? She wonders, perplexed since she had not encountered Ye Linfan in this vicinity before. I sought a moment to escape my troubles, Ye Linfan replies with a wry smile. Understanding dawns on Qilin as she realizes that it was merely a fortuitous encounter. Troubles? Is this concerning Fan Jian? Qilin is aware of Ye Linfan's predicament. Indeed, Ye Linfan sighs. You cannot truly wish to marry him, can you? Qilin gasps, covering her mouth in disbelief. Is there any alternative? If I refuse, my father. Ye Linfan's voice trails off in resignation. Perhaps there is someone who can assist you. Qilin responds with a smile. The only antidote to my father's poison is the 10,000-year sunflower. No other remedy exists. Ye Linfan shakes her head. I cannot guarantee the efficacy of others, but the individual I wish to introduce you to is an unparalleled master. Nothing is insurmountable for him. Qilin's tone is resolute. She held an unwavering admiration for Ye Linfan. In her eyes, nothing in this world could challenge him. Moreover, how could something as trivial as the poison of Ruojianhua, one of the 10 most extraordinary toxins, pose a threat? With a mere flick of his wrist, Mr. Yi could effortlessly neutralize it. Qilin pondered, could such a person truly exist in this world? Ye Linfan, witnessing Qilin's resolute conviction, found it hard to believe. She was acutely aware that Linfan was a person of lofty standards who had never so fervently esteemed anyone before, not even her grandfather, Qu Mingyang. Naturally, for he was the most remarkable man in the world, Qilin proclaimed with immense pride. Linfan, you can't possibly mean. Ye Linfan exclaimed in surprise. She knew full well that given Qilin's character, it was unprecedented for her to extol a man in such a manner. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever be worthy of him? Qilin replied, her cheeks flushed. Mr. Yi is a celestial being from the immortal realm. How could a mere mortal like me ever be deserving of him? This statement left Ye Linfan utterly astonished. She never anticipated that the usually haughty Qilin would utter such words. What manner of man could possibly elicit such humility from a paragon like her? Her curiosity deepened. If the individual Linfan spoke of could indeed cure her father's affliction, then she would not have to marry that debauched scion, Fan Jian. Where is this person? Please take me to him at once. Ye Linfan implored. For her, any opportunity to alter her fate was one she could not afford to overlook. He is on the mountain. Follow me, Qilin urged, leading Ye Linfan up the hill. Soon, they arrived at a modest courtyard at the summit. Ye Linfan, possessing martial talents rivaling those of Qilin, recognized at a glance that although the courtyard appeared unremarkable, each brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree within radiated an extraordinary sense of natural harmony, as if they had grown there by divine design. This courtyard is extraordinary, Ye Linfan remarked with a serious demeanor. Naturally, Mr. Ye's residence is exceptional, Qilin replied with immense pride, her expression suggesting the courtyard belonged to her. The owner of this place is surnamed Yi, Ye Linfan thought to herself, her heart stirred. Is Mr. Yi at home? Qilin called out. A short while later, the door creaked open, revealing a young man in his mid-20s. Initially filled with anticipation, Ye Linfan's hopes quickly dwindled as she took in Ye Linfan's rather ordinary appearance and demeanor, devoid of any hint of extraordinary power. He was clearly an utterly mundane individual. Linfan, is this truly the remarkable man you speak of, the unparalleled expert? Ye Linfan queried, disbelief etched across her face. Indeed, what seems to be the issue? Qilin responded. This appears to be merely an ordinary person, Ye Linfan remarked, furrowing her brow. How could such an unremarkable individual possibly possess the means to unravel the enigma of the blooming poison? You just mentioned he seems like an ordinary person. Qilin replied with a faint smile. What do you mean? Ye Linfan inquired, perplexed. Without answering, Qilin slightly trembled, releasing a trace of pressure emanating from the 4th tier of the Dan realm. Ye Linfan's expression changed dramatically. Your cultivation level, how is this possible? This is simply astonishing. It is worth noting that just over a month ago, she had encountered Qilin, who at that time possessed a comparable strength, only at the 2nd tier of the transformation realm. To think that in such a brief span, she had already ascended to the 4th tier of the Dan realm. Such a rapid advancement is nothing short of terrifying, enough to shame any self-proclaimed prodigy into despair. This is not an achievement one can attain through mere fortuitous encounters. There is nothing impossible. As long as Mr. Ye is present, everything is achievable, Chu Yangyun proclaimed with immense pride. In her heart, she thought, dare to question Mr. Ye? Just wait until I show you. Are you implying it is because of him? Li Anren stood in shock. What kind of methods has this seemingly ordinary young man employed to enable such a remarkable surge in another's strength within such a short time? Of course, Chu Yangyun declared with an air of superiority, he is indeed that formidable. Li Anren exclaimed in astonishment. If this individual is truly as capable as Chu Yangyun claims, he may indeed assist me. By the way, there is something I must convey to you, Chu Yangyun suddenly stated. What is it? Li Anren asked. Although Mr. Ye possesses immense strength, he is quite humble and prefers to be regarded as an ordinary person. Therefore, when you meet him, treat him as such. You must not reveal anything concerning martial arts cultivation in his presence. Do you understand? Chu Yangyun said with a serious expression. This matter is of utmost importance. If Li Anren were to disrupt Ye Linfan as principles, the consequences would be dire. Understood, Li Anren replied with a furrowed brow. Isn't he just an ordinary person? Such ridiculous rules abound. I hope he truly is as impressive as Chu Yangyun claims. Miss Chu, you have arrived. At that moment, Ye Linfan approached the doorway. He glanced at Li Anren, standing beside Chu Yangyun, and remarked, who is this? This girl is quite beautiful. In terms of both appearance and demeanor, she rivals Chu Yangyun. However, this thought merely flickered in his mind. He was acutely aware that both Chu Yangyun and this enchanting lady were exceptional talents, far beyond the realm of his affections. Should they discover any ill intentions on his part, he might find himself at their mercy, potentially facing a swift and fatal consequence. At that point, it would be too late for regrets. This is my friend Li Anren. She is the daughter of the city lord of Falling Cloud City, Chu Yangyun introduced. The daughter of the city lord of Falling Cloud City. Upon hearing those words, Ye Linfan inhaled sharply. What has been happening lately? Why do people of extraordinary status keep visiting my home? However, this is not necessarily a bad thing. As an ordinary mortal, surviving in this perilous world is already a daunting task. If I can cultivate good relationships with these prominent figures, my future days may become considerably easier. Miss Li, it is a pleasure to meet you, Ye Linfan said with a smile. Mr. Ye, the pleasure is mine, Li Anren replied, smiling back. Regardless of whether this individual is genuinely an ordinary person, as Chu Yangyun suggested, I shall treat him as such. Please, come in. Ye Linfan stepped aside, allowing Li Anren to enter the courtyard. Upon entering, she was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that nearly took her breath away. The energy permeated her being, causing her internal spiritual power to gradually amplify. How could the spiritual energy here be so dense? This is astonishing. The city lord's mansion occupies the most spiritually rich area of Luoyun City, and even the energy there is considered quite abundant. Yet, compared to this place, the bustling city lord's mansion seems like a desolate wasteland. How could someone residing here possibly be an ordinary person? Perhaps Ye Linfan appears ordinary, but he is not truly so. The disparity in our realms might be too vast for me to perceive just how formidable he truly is. As she observed Ye Linfan's silhouette, a sense of reverence began to blossom within Li Anren's heart. Perhaps he really can assist me. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Everyone is like this. In the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope can inspire one to grasp it with all their might. Soon, a rich and delightful fragrance wafted into her nostrils. What is that? It smells divine, Li Anren inquired curiously. Those are peaches I cultivated, Ye Linfan replied, turning around and gesturing towards the nearby peach tree. Li Anren looked up, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. What beautiful peaches! These peaches were significantly larger than ordinary ones, boasting a deeper hue and a plumper appearance, clearly indicating their juiciness and flavor. These peaches look incredibly delicious, she said, swallowing hard. If you like them, I shall pick a couple for you to taste shortly, Ye Linfan said with a smile. The plight of warriors in this world is quite pitiable, even upon seeing peaches. They exhibit such longing. Could it be that peaches are a rarity in this realm? He mused helplessly. Little did he know the true value of these peaches. Even an ordinary person who tasted just one could live for 500 to 600 years, let alone a warrior. For warriors, these peaches possess effects surpassing those of many potent elixirs. More astonishingly, many elixirs, when consumed, often come with a plethora of side effects. However, these peaches possess no such drawbacks. They are undoubtedly a green and harmless delicacy. Thank you, Mr. Ye, exclaimed Chu Yangyun, her excitement palpable. The prospect of indulging in peaches again was simply splendid, reminiscent of her previous experience when her cultivation surged dramatically after consuming them. The memory remained vivid in her mind, and it seemed her strength could once again ascend. Li Anren gazed quizzically at Chu Yangyun. Is it merely a peach? Why the excitement? She was unaware that these peaches were spirit peaches. Let us head inside. I shall fetch the tools for picking the peaches, Ye Linfan said with a smile. Before stepping into the house, leaving Li Anren and Chu Yenyun in the courtyard. Yenyun, it's just a peach. Must you be so exhilarated? Li Anren teased. Is it perhaps due to the affection for the person, leading to an affinity for all that belongs to them, including the peaches? You know nothing. Mister. Ye's peaches are no ordinary peaches, Chu Yenyun retorted, casting her a pointed glance. What makes them so extraordinary? Li Anren asked, bewildered. Fool. These are spirit peaches. Chu Yenyun replied exasperatedly. It was surprising that Li Anren, the daughter of the city lord, had such a lack of discernment. She herself had forgotten that she had not recognized the spirit peaches during her first visit either. Had it not been for bringing Chu Mingyang along later, who identified them, she might have remained as oblivious as Li Anren. What? Spirit peaches? At this revelation, Li Anren nearly lost her balance, almost tumbling to the ground. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the peach tree. Spirit peaches, legendary treasures of heaven and earth, could incite chaos with just one. The sheer number present was not just astonishing, but somewhat terrifying. A flicker of fear crept into Li Anren's heart. They hadn't even entered the house yet. And the situation was already so remarkable. If someone were to assert that Ye Linfan was an ordinary person, she would undoubtedly dismiss such a claim as nonsense. How could a person capable of cultivating such an abundance of spirit peaches reside in an ordinary manner? Come on, let us hurry inside, urged Chu Yenyun, tugging at Li Anren. She found Li Anren's reaction entirely unsurprising, for her own initial visit had evoked a similar sense of wonder. Li Anren, still engulfed in astonishment, followed Chu Yenyun numbly. Just as she lifted her foot, she suddenly heard Chu Yenyun exclaim, "Watch your step." The shout startled Li Anren, but fortunately, as a martial artist, her reflexes were swift, and she managed to halt her descending foot midair. What was that for? You nearly gave me a fright, Li Anren complained, looking down. Beneath her feet, a hen was foraging diligently. Fortunately, Chu Yenyun's timely warning prevented Li Anren from stepping on the creature. It's just a hen, what's all the fuss about? Li Anren remarked with irritation. Lower your voice. This is not merely a hen, but a divine beast, Chu Yenyun swiftly interjected. The hen is an ancient divine creature. If you provoke it, who knows what might happen? We could end up like Yin Xingyang and his son, swallowed whole. A divine beast? Surely you jest. Li Anren's eyes widened in disbelief. The aura here was already astounding, with spiritual peaches thriving in abundance. Now, to hear that an ordinary-looking hen could be a divine beast was an outrageous jest indeed. She lowered her gaze to the hen, which happened to look up at that moment. Li Anren locked eyes with the hen, and in an instant, she felt as though struck by lightning. What a gaze it possessed! From the hen's eyes, she glimpsed an endless sea of flames, an inferno that stretched infinitely. Amidst the flames, a colossal crimson phoenix soared majestically. This phoenix was immense, its length reaching 100 feet, with wings spanning over 20 feet. It glided through the sky, igniting the heavens with its fiery presence, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. However, this surreal vision was fleeting. The hen soon lowered its head, causing the entire scene to vanish in an instant, returning Li Anren to the realm of reality. Yet, she found herself trembling, her legs weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. Anren, are you all right? Chu Yenyun exclaimed. Rushing to assist her, the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, Li Anren murmured, somewhat dazed. To keep such a divine beast as a mere pet, it was beyond astonishing. I am aware that it is the ancient divine phoenix, Chu Yenyun replied, shaking her head. There are simply too many astonishing aspects about Mr. Ye's abode. Even though I have visited numerous times, I remain in awe. How much more so for Li Anren, who is here for the first time. Let us hurry inside. We mustn't keep Mr. Ye waiting, Chu Yenyun urged. Li Anren nodded eagerly and followed, though she walked cautiously, wary of disturbing the hen. Upon entering the house, Li Anren was once again enveloped by a rich wave of spiritual energy, leaving her astounded. The energy indoors was even more potent than outside. As the spiritual energy coursed through her, it ignited her own powers, which had been on the cusp of breaking through to the next realm. Suddenly, with a jolt, she felt a surge, crack. Her body trembled, and she ascended from the third to the fourth level of transformation. The unexpected breakthrough left her momentarily speechless. How did I advance so quickly? Although she was not far from achieving the fourth level, the swiftness of her progress astonished her. However, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 to 5 years of arduous training. To her astonishment, the abundant spiritual energy in this place allowed her to bypass those years of hardship entirely. This revelation filled Li Anren with immense excitement. If she could reside here daily, reaching the Saint Realm would be effortlessly attainable. Have you broken through? At that moment, the voice of Chu Yenyun echoed through the air. How did you know? Li Anren inquired, surprised. Because when I first arrived, I was just like you, Chu Yinyun replied slowly. Indeed, Mr. Yi is truly an extraordinary individual. At that moment, Li Anren's last shred of doubt regarding Ye Linfan dissipated completely. How could someone of such caliber not be a master? I told you he was not an ordinary person, Chu Yinyun said with unabashed pride, as if Li Anren's affirmation of Ye Linfan also affirmed her own worth, bringing her joy. Please, have a seat. I have brought the peaches, said Ye Linfan, entering with 2 peaches and placing them on the table. Enjoy, he said with a smile. As they beheld the spiritual peaches before them, both Chu Yinyun and Li Anren were filled with exhilaration. Chu Yinyun was somewhat composed, having tasted such delicacies before, while Li Anren was overwhelmed with excitement. Such precious treasures, if presented to the outside world, would render even her father, Li Qingyang, unworthy of partaking in them, let alone merely gazing upon them. The sight of the plump, radiant peaches, coupled with the enchanting aroma that tantalized her senses, stirred her taste buds. Thank you, Mr. Yi. She expressed her gratitude, reaching out to grasp a peach and taking a bite. The instant she tasted it, her body trembled with delight. So fragrant, so sweet. The exquisite juice of the peach lingered on her palate, infusing her very soul with bliss, making her feel as though she were floating on a cloud. Utterly enchanted and unaware of her surroundings, wishing to remain in this euphoric state forever. Faced with such delectable spiritual peaches, Li Anren could no longer restrain herself. Within mere moments, she had devoured her peach entirely. She glanced at Chu Yinyun, only to find that she too had finished her peach, leaving only the pit in her hand. Yet, she showed no signs of stopping. Placing the pit in her mouth, she audibly crunched it between her teeth before swallowing it whole. Li Anren's eyes widened in astonishment. Eating the pit too? Surely, that is a bit excessive. However, there must be a reason for Chu Yinyun's actions. Thus, she emulated her, tossing the pit into her mouth, chewing it, and swallowing it down. The physical capabilities of a martial artist far exceed those of an ordinary person. While the pit may be exceedingly hard for an average individual, for a martial artist, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Upon swallowing it, she soon realized, within the core of the peach, an unexpected essence of the Tao resided. This essence, in conjunction with the potency of the peach flesh, erupted within Li Anren's body. In an instant, she felt her spiritual energy surging like tumultuous waves. Transformation Stage 5. Transformation Stage 6. Transformation Stage 7. Transformation Stage 8. Transformation Stage 9. Merely from this singular spiritual peach, Li Anren had ascended through 5 realms, progressing from Transformation Stage 4 to Transformation Stage 9. Such a miraculous rate of advancement, if disseminated, would undoubtedly terrify many. At that moment, Chu Yinyun also experienced a breakthrough. However, her realm was significantly higher than Li Anren's, thus her advancement was not as pronounced. She merely ascended from Pill Stage 4 to Pill Stage 6. Though this was only a 2-realm increase, it was still remarkably formidable. After all, she had transitioned from Transformation Stage 4 to Pill Stage 6 in less than a month. Should this rapid progression become known, it would likely drive countless prodigies to despair. I have broken through to Transformation Stage 9. Li Anren exclaimed with exhilaration. Transformation Stage 9. Just moments prior, this realm seemed an exceedingly distant goal. To achieve it so swiftly was beyond her expectations. Under normal circumstances, to advance from Transformation Stage 4 to Transformation Stage 9, given her innate talent, would require at least 15 to 20 years of rigorous cultivation. The suddenness of this breakthrough left Li Anren feeling as though she were in a dream. I have also advanced to Pill Stage 6, Chu Yinyun declared with pride. This announcement struck a blow to Li Anren, as their strengths had been relatively equal. Yet, due to Chu Yinyun's prior acquaintance with Ye Linfan, she had distanced herself significantly. However, Li Anren quickly dismissed such feelings. Now that she was acquainted with Ye Linfan, catching up to Chu Yinyun would pose no challenge. Is the peach delicious? Ye Linfan inquired with a smile. He had already deduced the answer from their expressions, yet he feigned ignorance. What amused him most was the sight of these seemingly delicate and beautiful women consuming even the peach pit with such vigor. Was it customary in this world to eat peaches, pits and all? He recalled that Chu Mingyang had also consumed a peach pit. Thankfully, they were martial artists. Had they been ordinary individuals, it might have caused serious harm. It is quite delicious. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Li Anren expressed her gratitude sincerely. Shall I fetch another? Ye Linfan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Anren's eyes brightened. Having consumed one spiritual peach and experienced such significant advancement, if she were to eat another, would she not also ascend to Pill Stage, like Chu Yinyun? She was poised to agree, but Chu Yinyun tugged at her sleeve, diverting her attention. Chapter 61. I will take you to the wilderness. Li Anren gazed at Chu Yinyun in confusion. Chu Yinyun, however, paid her no heed. Instead, She addressed Ye Linfan, saying, "No, thank you, Mr. Ye. Very well, you may return next time." Ye Linfan responded with a nod, saying little more. "By the way, Mr. Ye, I brought Anren today to seek your assistance with a matter," Chu Yinyun remarked. "What is it?" Ye Linfan inquired with a hint of confusion. "It is like this. My father has inadvertently been poisoned, and all the renowned physicians in Luoyan City are at a loss. Yinyun mentioned your exceptional medical skills. So we have come to consult you," Li Anren slowly explained. "What poison has Lord Li encountered?" Ye Linfan furrowed his brow. "Li Qingtian, after all, is the most formidable figure in Luoyan City. The poison he has suffered from must be extraordinary, and as an ordinary person, I cannot guarantee that my medical expertise will suffice to resolve a martial artist's ailment. It is called If Flowers Bloom." Li Anren sighed deeply. Ye Linfan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a poetic name for a poison. However, the more melodious the name, the more potent and difficult to remedy the poison typically is. It seems that this Li Qingtian presents quite the challenge. "Can Mr. Yi resolve this poison?" Li Anren asked, observing Ye Linfan's expression of disappointment. It was evident that he had never heard of If Flowers Bloom, since he was unfamiliar with it. Discussing an antidote seemed futile. Though this Ye Linfan is undoubtedly a paragon of excellence, it appears he may not be well versed in medical arts. Noticing Li Anren's skepticism towards Ye Linfan, Chu Yinyun became somewhat displeased. She had witnessed firsthand the extent of Ye Linfan's medical prowess. With a single palm strike, he had dispelled the sword energy within Chu Mingyang. Such capability should not be easily thwarted by mere poison. "Mr. Yi, I heard Anren say that to counteract this poison, one requires the everlasting flame grass," Chu Yinyun interjected. "What does the everlasting flame grass look like?" Ye Linfan inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, even Chu Yinyun felt a tinge of disappointment. She had not expected the seemingly omnipotent Mr. Yi to be ignorant of something. In her heart, this was a clear disillusionment of her idol. "It is a plant with 12 leaves, each one of vibrant crimson, shaped like flames," Li Anren replied, albeit with a sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, she maintained her politeness. Recognizing Ye Linfan's extraordinary status, "I have seen this plant," Ye Linfan said. Li Anren and Chu Yinyun's eyes brightened. "Mr. Yi, are you serious?" Li Anren asked eagerly. "Indeed. I shall draw it for you to confirm whether it is the everlasting flame grass you speak of," Ye Linfan replied, picking up a brush and beginning to sketch. Looking down, Li Anren saw that the herb depicted on the paper resembled the everlasting flame grass perfectly. "Yes, that is it," Li Anren exclaimed with excitement. "I did not know this plant was called everlasting flame grass. I simply referred to it as flame grass," Ye Linfan said gently. "May I inquire, Mr. Yi, where have you encountered the everlasting flame grass?" Li Anren asked, her voice trembling. Initially, she had despaired of any hope, yet unexpectedly, she found herself in a position of potential revival. How could she not be overwhelmed with excitement? "The Desolate Mountain and the Annihilation Valley," Ye Linfan replied calmly. "What?" Chu Yinyun and Li Anren exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. Particularly, Li Anren's complexion paled dramatically. How could it be there? In an instant, her demeanor shifted to one of despair. The Desolate Mountain was indeed a place of peril. Even a powerful sage would find it difficult to emerge unscathed. The Annihilation Valley, even more so, was the epitome of danger, perpetually beset by relentless gales and suffocating miasma. The toxicity of the miasma was formidable. Even the slightest exposure could spell doom for a sage. Given Li Anren's strength, she could hardly approach the entrance of the Desolate Mountain, let alone venture into the Annihilation Valley. "What troubles you?" Ye Linfan inquired, puzzled by their reaction. Why did the mere mention of the Desolate Mountain instill such fear in these two? The martial artists of this world were indeed peculiar, seemingly terrified of the mountain. The Lin family had exhibited similar trepidation. In the Desolate Mountain, even walking was a challenge. Yet, why had he experienced no such difficulties? Was there perhaps a restriction in the mountain that affected only martial artists? "I cannot enter the Desolate Mountain," Li Anren lamented. With her capabilities, she would likely perish within 100 meters, cleaved by the divine light of annihilation. "I shall escort you in," Ye Linfan said slowly. "Really?" Li Anren's eyes sparkled with excitement. Given Ye Linfan's formidable prowess, perhaps he truly possessed a means to traverse the Desolate Mountain and reach the Annihilation Valley. "Of course. I frequently venture into the Desolate Mountain to gather firewood. I am quite familiar with it," Ye Linfan remarked nonchalantly. Frequenting the Desolate Mountain for firewood? Li Anren and Chu Yinyun nearly stumbled at his words. A look of profound admiration spread across Chu Yinyun's face. Truly, Mr. Yi is remarkable, treating a perilous expedition as casually as a stroll in his own backyard. Such a person is perhaps unparalleled in this world. "I shall accompany you," Chu Yinyun declared. "Yinyun, you," Li Anren furrowed her brow. "Fear not, with Mr. Yi by our side, we shall be safe," Chu Yinyun replied with a smile. Since meeting Ye Linfan, He had never failed to impress her. She believed this time would be no exception. Then let us proceed. I happen to need to collect some firewood as well. Please wait a moment while I fetch my axe, Ye Linfan said before turning to retrieve his axe from the backyard. In the living room, only Chu Yenyun and Li Anren remained. Yenyun, why did you refuse Mr. Ye's suggestion to eat another peach? Li Anren asked, perplexed. That was a spirit peach, highly potent. One is more than sufficient. Consuming another could overwhelm your body, Chu Yenyun replied, shaking her head. What would happen if one were overwhelmed? Li Anren inquired, frowning. One would perish explosively. Chu Yenyun spoke slowly, and upon hearing her words, Li Anren shivered involuntarily. Fortunately, Chu Yenyun intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, Ye Linfan returned to the living room, declaring, I am ready, let us depart. Both Chu Yenyun and Li Anren suddenly sensed a profoundly oppressive aura permeating the air. This presence was immensely powerful, as if the very atmosphere of the living room had solidified, rendering their breaths laborious. What could be happening? The situation left Chu Yenyun and Li Anren astounded. They simultaneously turned their gazes towards Ye Linfan, who had donned a simple outfit suitable for chopping wood. However, when their eyes fell upon Ye Linfan's right hand, their expressions shifted dramatically. In Chapter 62, Unfettered within the desolate mountains, it became apparent that Ye Linfan wielded an axe. This axe appeared rather unremarkable, its dark hue making it blend into the surroundings, yet it emanated waves of formidable power. These waves were the very source of the suffocating sensation that enveloped Chu Yenyun and Li Anren. What manner of axe is this, to be so astonishing? Li Anren inquired with a grave countenance. There's nothing strange about it. Mr. Yi can create a mere painting that is a top-tier celestial artifact. I surmise this axe must also be of the highest caliber, Chu Yenyun replied with remarkable composure, having visited Ye Linfan's residence numerous times. Furthermore, having seen an abundance of calligraphy and paintings from Yuan Xiaorong, she had become accustomed to the top-tier celestial artifacts that emerged from Ye Linfan's hands. What? A top-tier celestial artifact? Li Anren exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Such artifacts were rare treasures, said to be possessed only by the most prestigious families on the continent, often regarded as clan treasures. The most powerful force on the continent, the Martial Arts Alliance, was rumored to possess fewer than 5 top-tier celestial artifacts, each exceedingly precious. Unless faced with a critical moment of life and death, neither the Martial Arts Alliance nor those elite families would readily employ such artifacts. Their existence served more as a deterrent. However, what they did not anticipate was that this immensely valuable top-tier celestial artifact was merely used by Ye Linfan for chopping wood. Truly, a master is deserving of their title. The magnitude of their capabilities is beyond our comprehension. Mr. Yi, where did you acquire this axe? Li Anren asked curiously. I fashioned this axe myself. It is primarily used for chopping wood, Ye Linfan replied. Well, that is rather disheartening. Li Anren and Chu Yenyun found themselves speechless for a moment. Shortly thereafter, the three of them set off towards the desolate mountains. The mountains lay not far from Ye Linfan's abode, and before long, they arrived at the entrance. Although they had yet to step into the desolate mountains, Chu Yenyun and Li Anren could already perceive the pervasive divine light of annihilation and the howling winds within, both inducing a sense of trepidation. Each of these elements was daunting in its own right. Even the slightest taint could prove fatal to them. Ye Linfan gazed upon the desolate mountains, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been quite some time since he last visited this place. During his previous sojourn, he had fortuitously met Lin Ruo, which subsequently led to his acquaintance with Lin Langtian. Let us proceed. Ye Linfan gestured to the two beside him. Are you truly going in like this? Li Anren exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Within these barren mountains lay an abundance of peril. Even those of the sacred realm must take every precaution before venturing within. Attempting to withstand the annihilating divine light and fierce winds with mere flesh and blood would undoubtedly lead to demise. Yet, it seemed that Ye Linfan intended to enter without hesitation, a decision that appeared perilously reckless. Of course, this is how I approach it every time. There is nothing to worry about, Ye Linfan replied nonchalantly. With that, he turned and strode towards the mountain's entrance. Come on, let us hurry and catch up, Chu Yenyun urged as she pulled Li Anren along. Are you not afraid of death? Li Anren's complexion shifted, her concern evident. I have faith in Mr. Yi. He never undertakes actions without assurance. If you are frightened, stay here, and I will retrieve the eternal flame grass for you, Chu Yenyun said calmly, quickening her pace to follow Ye Linfan. Li Anren remained rooted in place, her expression fluctuating between pale and flushed. This was her own endeavor. She could not allow others to take such risks for her. Resolute, she stomped her foot and hastened to join them. The trio now stood at the entrance of the desolate mountains, where the chilling winds brushed against their skin, instilling a deep sense of fear. Chu Yangyun and Li Anren's faces reflected their trepidation, their hearts racing with apprehension. Should Ye Linfan perish here, their mission would be in vain. Unaware of the expressions on their faces, Ye Linfan confidently entered the mountains. Chu Yangyun and Li Anren held their breaths, their eyes fixated on him. To them, his entrance into the mountains seemed akin to courting death. Even Chu Yangyun, who usually held immense trust in Ye Linfan, felt her heart leap to her throat. Consumed by worry as she gazed at his retreating figure, fervently praying for his safety. Surely nothing will happen, she reassured herself. Ye Linfan, blissfully unaware of Chu Yangyun's inner turmoil, would have found her anxieties amusing had he known. After a decade traversing this world, the desolate mountains remained his favorite destination. Here, amidst the surrounding peaks, no beasts could be found. It was the safest haven. Upon entering the desolate mountains, Ye Linfan, whom Chu Yangyun and Li Anren had deemed doomed, suddenly left them wide-eyed in disbelief. At the moment he stepped into the mountains, the omnipresent, annihilating divine light parted, and the howling winds seemed to circumvent him. A radius of several meters around him formed a vacuum, an absolute sanctuary. Chu Yangyun and Li Anren stood in stunned silence, having grown up in this vicinity. No one understands the terror of the barren mountains better than they do. Over the years, countless formidable beings have met their demise within these desolate heights. Yet, they have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Entering the wasteland unprotected, solely with their physical forms, not only did they remain unscathed, but the menacing radiance of annihilation and the fierce winds parted before them. Such a situation is truly unprecedented. What are you doing? Keep up, Ye Linfan called out, noticing that the two were still rooted in place. His words jolted Chu Yangyun and Li Anren from their stupor. They hurried into the vacuum zone before Ye Linfan, marveling at the resounding waves of the annihilation light surrounding them. It was an experience of unparalleled wonder. It is worth noting that no one has ever retained the composure to appreciate the light of annihilation after entering the barren mountains. This was indeed a first in history. The white radiance of annihilation danced in the air, shrouded in an aura of unfathomable power. This force created ripples that tore the surrounding void, resulting in terrifying spatial rifts. Any entity caught within these rifts would be cleaved in two, and those unfortunate enough to encounter a larger rift might be utterly consumed. No one has ever returned alive from such rifts. May I first gather firewood and then collect herbs? Ye Linfan inquired slowly. Of course, Li Anren replied, her reverence for Ye Linfan deepening. After all, he could traverse the barren mountains with ease in his corporeal form. The magnitude of his strength surpassed her understanding, and she doubted even her father, Li Qingyang, could rival him. Then let us proceed. Ye Linfan nodded, continuing onward. Chapter 63. The harmony of nature in chopping wood. Ye Linfan led the two women into the heart of the barren mountains, and as they journeyed, all the light of annihilation and fierce winds graciously parted ways. Hence, the trio encountered no peril within the desolation. Chu Yangyun and Li Anren, initially astonished, had now grown numb to the extraordinary ease with which they navigated the barren mountains. Their path soon brought them to a valley, not vast, but deep within the wilderness. To their astonishment, this valley was teeming with various medicinal herbs and divine trees, phoenix breath grass, celestial speech flower, and Shenyang wood. Li Anren stood agape at the sight. For these were rare treasures of nature. Any single specimen, if revealed, could incite a storm of chaos. Yet here, they were abundant. A result of the inaccessibility of the barren mountains, allowing such wonders to flourish undisturbed. Chu Yangyun and Li Anren gazed longingly at these almost ethereal herbs. Their hearts stirred with desire. Alas, despite their yearning to pluck them, they hesitated, for the omnipresent light of annihilation surrounded them. Should they reach out? Encountering a glimmer of annihilating divine light, their demise was inevitable. Thus, they had no choice but to suppress their impulses and obediently follow Ye Linfan. After all, the vacuum zone surrounding Ye Linfan spanned no more than 5 meters. Should they exceed this range, they too would perish in the divine light of obliteration. Mr. Yi, what kind of firewood do you intend to chop? Chu Yangyun inquired, bemused. Everything in this place was exceedingly precious, leaving no suitable material for firewood. I usually chop that, Ye Linfan replied, gesturing with his hand. Chu Yangyun and Li Anren looked up simultaneously, their expressions shifting dramatically. For Ye Linfan had pointed to a strikingly crimson tree, towering at 5 or 6 zhang, and as thick as 5 men embracing it. The tree glimmered with a metallic sheen. At first glance, it resembled iron, unmistakably sturdy. This is Tianyang ironwood, Li Anren swallowed hard, stating the obvious. Indeed, this wood burns quite well. Hence, I often chop some to take back. Ye Linfan nodded. But this wood is exceedingly hard. Are you certain you can chop it? Li Anren furrowed her brow. Tianyang ironwood is one of the hardest woods in existence, comparable to Jinwu ironwood. Even divine weapons may struggle to cleave it. Moreover, Ye Linfan wielded merely a seemingly unremarkable axe. Although it appeared somewhat extraordinary, she harbored doubts regarding its capability to fell Tianyang ironwood. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a Tianyang ironwood fell to the ground, leaving Li Anren stunned in place. Had he truly severed a Tianyang ironwood so effortlessly? She gazed at the scene in disbelief. This was Tianyang ironwood, not just any ordinary tree. It seemed that the axe was indeed extraordinary. Unperturbed by Li Anren's reaction, Ye Linfan continued to deconstruct the wood after felling it. His right hand swung incessantly, and in the void, the shadows of the axe multiplied. With each swing, he disassembled the Tianyang ironwood. However, unbeknownst to him, his actions appeared profoundly different to Li Anren and Chu Yinyun. Yinyun, did you see that? Li Anren gulped, her eyes wide. I saw it, Chu Yinyun replied. Fixated on Ye Linfan, her face a mask of astonishment. To them, with each swing of his axe, the trajectory seemed to embody a mysterious elegance, appearing utterly natural and harmonious. Each strike resembled a sword technique in perfect accord with the Tao of heaven. At that moment, Ye Linfan's state transformed. Although his body remained in place, he seemed to merge with the cosmos. If one were to close their eyes, they would scarcely sense his presence. Did you see that? This is indeed a state of harmony between heaven and man, Li Anren exclaimed, her face awash with astonishment. The state of harmony between heaven and man could be described as an elusive experience, one that is rarely encountered, even among the most gifted martial artists. Achieving such a state once in a lifetime is considered a profound blessing. Yet, for many, it remains unattainable throughout their entire existence. Remarkably, Ye Linfan was able to enter this state merely by chopping wood, which is truly terrifying. I know this is not the first time he has reached such a state, Chu Yinyun said slowly. The last time he painted that magnificent image of a dragon soaring in the sky, he had already attained the state of harmony. Therefore, she found it somewhat commonplace. What did you say? More than once. Li Anren gasped in disbelief. Indeed, Mr. Yi can enter this state at any time and place. Chu Yinyun nodded. Li Anren was rendered speechless, her astonishment overwhelming any other emotion. She had never heard of anyone in the world capable of entering the state of harmony between heaven and man at will. Chu Yinyun fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Ye Linfan's rhythmic axe strokes, correlating these profound movements with her own martial arts. This allowed her to clarify many previously perplexing aspects. Observing this, Li Anren composed herself and began to attentively study Ye Linfan's technique. In the desolate mountains, a profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of Ye Linfan chopping wood. Before long, he completed his task with the Tianyang ironwood. After finishing, he astonished Chu Yinyun and Li Anren once more. Scattered across the ground lay thousands of pieces of firewood, all uniformly sized and pleasing to the eye. This was the aspect that truly left Chu Yinyun and Li Anren in awe. One must understand that achieving such precision requires not only unparalleled control, but also immense concentration. Even the slightest distraction could warp a piece of wood. While they might manage to achieve such uniformity with the first 100 pieces of ordinary wood, beyond that, it would be impossible. Their control and focus simply were not strong enough. Moreover, the formidable hardness of the Tianyang ironwood compounded the difficulty by 100-fold. Gazing at the vast expanse of firewood, Chu Yinyun and Li Anren were utterly in awe of Ye Linfan. After all, neither Chu Mingyang nor Li Qingyang could ever reach such a level. It was evident that Ye Linfan's prowess far surpassed theirs. Yet, this remarkably powerful individual had chosen to masquerade as an ordinary person, leaving one utterly speechless. Mr. Yi, how shall we transport this firewood back? Chu Yinyun inquired. Chapter 64. The Valley of Extinction. Of course, I'll carry it back myself, Ye Linfan said nonchalantly. After speaking, he bent down and began to bind the firewood with a rope. Just one tree of the Tianyang ironwood would suffice to keep him warm for many days. So, chopping just one was ample. Carry it back yourself? Are you joking? Chu Yinyun exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. It is important to note that the Tianyang ironwood contains iron. A single large piece would weigh at least several thousand pounds. Even a formidable saint like Chu Mingyang would find it exceedingly strenuous to bear such a weight for long. The notion that Ye Linfan intended to carry this immense burden all the way back was simply outrageous. However, Chu Yinyun quickly fell silent as she observed Ye Linfan, who had effortlessly hoisted all the firewood onto his back, appearing remarkably at ease. He bore the weight of several thousand pounds as if it were nothing. Both Chu Yinyun and Li Anren swallowed repeatedly in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the seemingly frail Ye Linfan possessed such formidable physical strength. Each time they believed they had a clear understanding of his capabilities, he continued to surpass their expectations, leaving them in a state of perpetual amazement. Let us proceed to the Valley of Extinction, Ye Linfan announced, still shouldering the firewood. At his words, Chu Yenyun and Li Anren hastily followed suit. In this perilous wilderness, it was wise to stay close to Ye Linfan. Falling behind could cost them their lives. The Valley of Extinction lay at the southernmost part of the desolate mountain range. The trio walked for over an hour before finally arriving at the valley's entrance. Chu Yenyun and Li Anren were deeply impressed that Ye Linfan had carried the firewood for over an hour without pausing for a moment. Truly astonishing. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Ye Linfan turned to Li Anren and said, "Miss Li, this is the Valley of Extinction." Li Anren looked up and beheld a valley shrouded in a thick, green poisonous mist that obscured the sun. This was the noxious miasma, which, though gaseous, had a tangible quality. Even as the fierce winds howled within the valley, they could not disperse the miasma in the slightest. "Mr. Yi, how do we enter?" Li Anren asked, her expression grave. "There is poison gas here. Surely, you do not intend to go in directly?" Yet, Ye Linfan's response was disheartening. "We'll just go in. I have been here before and had no issues at all," he replied nonchalantly. "Did you not see that mist?" Li Anren asked, her eyes widening in alarm. "You mean that smoke? Once I step inside, it will disperse. You need not worry," Ye Linfan reassured her calmly. With that, he stepped into the Valley of Extinction. Chu Yenyun and Li Anren dared not hesitate and quickly followed suit. At this point, amidst the wilderness, there was no turning back. Only by closely following Ye Linfan could there be a glimmer of hope. Thus, wherever Ye Linfan ventured into the depths of peril, they had no choice but to accompany him. As they entered the Valley of Extinction, Chu Yenyun and Li Anren were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of desolation and despair. They were struck by an unbearable discomfort, for their bodies were unable to absorb any spiritual energy. It is essential to understand that for martial practitioners like them, the absorption of spiritual energy is as vital as the act of breathing. The sudden deprivation of this energy left them feeling profoundly uneasy. It soon dawned upon them that the Valley of Extinction was devoid of any spiritual energy. At that moment, they comprehended why this place was named as such. Without any spiritual energy, all life was inevitably extinguished. Meanwhile, Ye Linfan had already stepped into the miasma. Indeed, as he ventured deeper, the noxious vapors dispersed around him, revealing a narrow path ahead. "Keep close to me. The path here can be quite treacherous," Ye Linfan said slowly. His remark about the difficulty implied that within the Valley of Extinction, there was essentially no established route. This place had likely never been trodden by human feet, leaving the ground overrun with wild grass, concealing unseen pitfalls beneath. Hence, Ye Linfan felt compelled to caution them. The trio proceeded cautiously, alternating between firm steps and hesitant ones. With the miasma shrouding them, Chu Yenyun and Li Anren were utterly oblivious to their direction and blindly followed Ye Linfan. The terrain proved challenging several times. They inadvertently stepped into hidden abysses, nearly plummeting into the depths. However, thanks to Ye Linfan's warnings and their innate martial prowess, they managed to avoid the traps. After a considerable half-hour of navigating through the treacherous landscape, Ye Linfan finally came to a halt. "We have arrived. The 10,000-year flame sungrass is just ahead," he announced, gesturing forward. Li Anren looked up and, indeed, spotted a medicinal herb with 12 vibrant red leaves growing on a nearby rock face, unmistakably resembling the 10,000-year flame sungrass. "Wonderful. It truly is the 10,000-year flame sungrass," Li Anren exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. With this herb, not only could she detoxify Li Qingyang, but she would also be spared from a marriage with Fan Jian. "Mr. Yi, may I trouble you to help me pluck it?" she implored with fervor. Despite her elation, she retained a measure of composure, aware that the surrounding miasma posed a deadly threat should she expose herself to it. "All right, just a moment," Ye Linfan replied without further inquiry, understanding that retrieving the herb was a mere matter of extending his hand. To him, Li Anren was the daughter of the Lord of Falling Cloud City, and having established a rapport with Chu Mingyang, fostering a relationship with the city lord could prove advantageous for him in this world. The more allies, the better. He reached out and carefully extracted the 10,000-year flame sungrass. Li Anren promptly retrieved a cloth pouch from her possession, delicately wrapping the precious Wan Yin Yang grass within it. This was, at present, the most significant item for her, and she could afford no missteps. "Thank you, Mr. Yi," she expressed sincerely. It was merely a trifling task. Ye Linfan waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Li Anren's admiration was palpable. He was indeed an extraordinary individual, accomplishing feats that others could scarcely dream of. To him, it was but a simple act. The disparity in their realms was vast. "Shall we depart?" Ye Linfan suggested leisurely. An hour later, 3 figures emerged from the desolate mountains. Those 3 were none other than Ye Linfan and his companions. "Mr. Yi, I truly appreciate your assistance this time," Li Anren conveyed her gratitude. Miss Li, no need for formality. We are friends, and it is only natural to help one another. Ye Linfan assured her. You consider me a friend? Li Anren inquired, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She never imagined that someone as powerful as Ye Linfan would be inclined to befriend her. This was indeed an astonishing revelation. As many formidable individuals often held an air of arrogance, deeming themselves above associating with the weaker. Yet Ye Linfan was different, leaving her feeling both honored and astonished. Certainly. Ye Linfan replied without hesitation. Mr. Yi, am I not your friend? At that moment, a voice floated over, belonging to Chu Yenyun, who wore a look of grievance on her face. She observed Ye Linfan treating the newly acquainted Li Anren as a friend, while she, having known him far longer, had never received such recognition. This disparity stirred discomfort within her. Of course, you are both my friends, Ye Linfan responded with a smile. Instantly, Chu Yenyun's demeanor shifted from gloomy to radiant, her face blossoming into a smile. Ye Linfan couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Chu Yenyun was already exceptionally beautiful, and her smile now enhanced her allure even further. However, he quickly subdued such thoughts, fully aware that Chu Yenyun was a paragon of excellence, far beyond someone like him. As for why Chu Yenyun frequently visited his home, Ye Linfan understood all too well. It was undoubtedly because of his culinary prowess. Observing Chu Yenyun's expression, Li Anren sighed inwardly, realizing that Chu Yenyun was completely smitten. Nevertheless, with Ye Linfan's impressive abilities, he was more than capable of deserving someone like Chu Yenyun. It was, in fact, Chu Yenyun who might not be worthy of him. She finally comprehended the truth behind Chu Yenyun's claim of unworthiness. The trio returned to Ye Linfan's residence, where Li Anren summoned a maid. For the treacherous mountains posed considerable danger. Thus, Li Anren left the maid at Ye Linfan's residence. Mr. Yi, I must take my leave for now. My father urgently requires the Wan Yin Yin Yang grass for detoxification, Li Anren stated. Very well, Miss Li, please feel free, Ye Linfan nodded in response. Li Anren turned to depart. At the entrance of the courtyard, only Ye Linfan and Chu Yenyun remained. Miss Chu, where are you headed? Ye Linfan inquired. Perhaps I shall visit your home for a while, Chu Yenyun pondered aloud. Of course, that would be delightful, Ye Linfan readily agreed. A stunning beauty like her, taking the initiative to visit his abode, was an opportunity any respectable man would welcome, and Ye Linfan was no exception. Chu Yenyun's desire to accompany Ye Linfan stemmed not only from a wish to enjoy his company, but also from her preference for the ambience of his home. After all, the spiritual energy within Ye Linfan's residence was exceptionally potent, a sanctuary that any martial artist would find irresistible. Were it not for the lack of a legitimate reason, Chu Yenyun would gladly have taken up residence there indefinitely. However, she was acutely aware of the propriety demanded by their differing genders, and thus remained mindful of her reputation. Upon returning to Ye Linfan's home and entering the interior, Chu Yenyun was immediately enraptured by the overwhelming sensation of spiritual energy enveloping her. It was an extraordinary feeling, one she found difficult to part with. Miss Chu, please take a seat, Ye Linfan gestured. As she settled down, Chu Yenyun's gaze fell upon a large piece of wood in the living room. Rectangular in shape, it emanated a gentle white glow and even exuded a hint of chill. This is by Yuhan Mu, she exclaimed, her eyes widening. Bai Yuhan Mu is among the 10 divine woods of the world, its value rivaling that of Tian Yang Tai Mu. It serves as an essential material for cultivation. For martial artists practicing ice spiritual energy, even a fragment the size of a pinky could potentially triple their training speed. Thus, even a small piece of Bai Yuhan Mu is worth a fortune, often inciting fierce competition and bloodshed if exposed. Chu Yenyun was astonished to find such a substantial piece of Bai Yuhan Mu here. Just this single block could render Ye Linfan immensely wealthy. Mr. Yi, what do you intend to do with this Bai Yuhan Mu? She inquired with curiosity. I plan to craft a zither from it, Ye Linfan replied. You can play the zither? Chu Yenyun asked in surprise. I have a modest understanding, Ye Linfan chuckled. That's wonderful. When I come by next time, could you play for me? She asked eagerly. Absolutely, my zither will be ready soon. And I shall perform a piece for you then, Ye Linfan assured her. It's a promise, Chu Yenyun exclaimed joyfully, delighting in the prospect of having the man she admired play for her. Indeed, this is a true delight. Moreover, the man himself is a celestial being from the realm of the immortals. After engaging in conversation with Ye Linfan for over an hour, Chu Yenyun departed with great satisfaction. Once she left, Ye Linfan retrieved his carving knife and resumed his artistic endeavors, determined to complete the exquisite instrument within the coming days. At that moment, Li Anren had returned to the city lord's mansion, situated at the very heart of Falling Cloud City, which stands as the most opulent edifice within the area. The mansion sprawls over several hundred acres, encircled by walls towering approximately 5 meters high, constructed from the exceptionally rare white jade bricks. At the entrance, two imposing stone lions, each around 3 meters tall, exude a formidable presence. Even the grand door is fashioned from gilded materials, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. As Li Anren approached the entrance, a servant stationed there promptly greeted her. "Miss, you have returned." Li Anren offered a mere nod in response before entering, as she naturally did not feel inclined to engage warmly with a subordinate. She traversed the front courtyard and arrived before a room in the rear courtyard, where a middle-aged woman stood. This woman, appearing to be in her mid-30s, possessed an elegant demeanor and retained a certain charm, bearing a striking resemblance to Li Anren. She was none other than Li Anren's mother, Qilin. "Anren, you are back," Qilin said, her face, once marked by worry, now displaying a hint of relief. "Did you think I had eloped?" Li Anren inquired with a smile. "I know you are reluctant. Even if you were to flee from the marriage, I would not hold it against you," Qilin sighed. "Mother, how is father?" Li Anren asked as she approached. "The situation is dire. The doctor has said the poison has entered his bloodstream, and without an antidote, he cannot survive beyond 7 days," Qilin replied, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Do not worry, mother. I have found a way to save father," Li Anren assured her. "Anren, I understand your aversion to marrying into the Fan family, but please do not act recklessly and endanger your father's life," Qilin responded, her expression one of disbelief. She was acutely aware of the severity of the poison known as the blooming flower's venom, which could only be countered by the mythical 10,000-year sunfire herb, a treasure exclusive to the Fan family. It seemed implausible that Li Anren could find a remedy for Li Qingyang. "Mother, please trust me. I truly have a solution," Li Anren insisted, shaking her head in exasperation. Without further ado, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Chapter 66. "I can save you, Anren. How could you act so recklessly?" Qilin exclaimed, visibly displeased. She was unable to stop Li Anren in time and reluctantly followed her into the room. Inside, they found a strikingly handsome middle-aged man, appearing around the age of 45 or 46, seated cross-legged on the floor. Despite his good looks, his face was devoid of color, pale as death, and etched with an expression of profound anguish, as if he were suffering from a grave ailment. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Li Qingyang, the lord of Luoyun City. At this moment, Li Qingyang was deeply poisoned, his life hanging by a thread. "Father," Li Anren softly called as she stepped forward. The sight of her father in such a state filled her with profound sorrow. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having encountered Ye Linfan. Without him, she would have been compelled to marry a man she did not love in a desperate attempt to save her father, resigning herself to a life of endless anguish. Hearing her voice, Li Qingyang slowly opened his eyes. With a faint smile, he remarked, "Ah, Anren, you have returned. There is no need for you to marry into the Fan family. My life is inconsequential. It is but a death. Once I am gone, you shall take my place as the lord of Luoyun City." Upon hearing these words, tears welled in Li Anren's eyes. It was evident that her father still cared for her deeply, willing to sacrifice his own life rather than witness her plunge into despair. "My dear husband, how can you speak such foolishness?" Qilin interjected, her expression shifting. It was well known that the position of lord of Luoyun City was highly coveted, primarily due to Li Qingyang's formidable strength, which deterred any would-be usurpers. Should he perish and Li Anren ascend, her limited power would render her incapable of maintaining control, and she could swiftly be ousted. Moreover, after so many years in power, Li Qingyang undoubtedly had numerous enemies. His demise would spell trouble for both Qilin and Li Anren. "Qingyang, I have made my decision. Anren's happiness is far more precious than my own life," Li Qingyang stated weakly. As he spoke, a sudden fit of violent coughing seized him. The intensity of his cough culminated in a spout of blood, not the red hue of life, but a dark, foreboding black. Upon contact with the ground, the black blood swiftly corroded a significant patch of earth, a sight both shocking and dreadful. Surprisingly, this dark blood carried a scent reminiscent of blooming flowers, initially intoxicating. It soon became overwhelming, inducing dizziness and nausea, a testament to the potency of the poison known as the blooming flower's venom. "My dear husband, are you all right?" Qilin exclaimed, rushing to support Li Qingyang. "I am fine. My mind is made up. Do not attempt to dissuade me further," he replied, feebly waving his hand. Aware of his resolute determination, Qilin bit her lip, choosing silence. "Father, you need not worry. I can cure your poison," Li Anren said gently. "Child, what are you saying? How can you jest at a time like this?" Qilin retorted, irritation evident in her tone. "Anren, I understand your eagerness to save me, but the 10,000-year fire sungrass is exclusive to the Fan family. Thus, you cannot possibly save me." Li Qingyang sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. "Who says the 10,000-year fire sungrass is exclusive to the Fan family?" Li Anren replied, her tone laced with defiance. In the entire realm, apart from the Fan family, no one else could possibly possess the legendary everlasting flame herb. As Li Qingyong spoke, his eyes widened in astonishment. Li Anren had produced a medicinal herb, adorned with 12 leaves, each of fiery crimson, resembling clusters of flames. It was indeed the everlasting flame herb. The moment the herb was revealed, an intoxicating fragrance pervaded the room, invigorating the senses and dispelling any lingering floral aromas in an instant. Father, do you think this is it? Li Anren inquired with a smile. Indeed, there is no mistaking it. It is truly the everlasting flame herb. A flicker of ecstatic joy crossed Li Qingyong's pallid face. It felt as if hope had blossomed anew amidst despair, a glimmer of life where none was expected. Despite his years of cultivation and a heart as steadfast as rock, he could not suppress his overwhelming excitement, a faint blush rising to his previously ashen complexion. Anren, where did you find this? Mu Qingyan asked in astonishment. Mother, let us not dwell on that now. We should prepare the herb into a potion for father, Li Anren promptly replied. Of course, how could I be so forgetful? Quickly, let me have the herb, Mu Qingyan exclaimed, lightly slapping her forehead. She took the everlasting flame herb and swiftly departed. The process of brewing the potion would be lengthy. Though Li Qingyong's life hung by a thread, he was still able to endure the time it took to prepare the medicine, so Li Anren remained calm, sitting quietly beside him, awaiting Mu Qingyan's return with the concoction. An entire hour passed, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted in from outside. Mu Qingyan entered, carrying a bowl. The contents were not the typical dark hue of ordinary herbs, but rather a striking red, reminiscent of blood, yet devoid of any repulsive scent. Instead, it exuded a refreshing and delightful fragrance. How fragrant! Just a whiff makes me feel significantly better. The potency of the everlasting flame herb is indeed remarkable, Li Qingyong said, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the bowl. This was a potion that could preserve his life, and his excitement was palpable. Darling, it's time to take your medicine, Mu Qingyan said, extending the bowl towards him. Li Qingyong accepted it and drank the potion in one swift motion. After swallowing, he immediately closed his eyes to begin refining the herb's power. Anren, let us step outside so as not to disturb your father, Mu Qingyan suggested. The potency of the everlasting flame herb was formidable, and Li Qingyong would require some time to fully assimilate it. Li Anren nodded, and together they exited the room. Time passed languidly, and before long, the sun dipped low in the western sky, signaling the arrival of evening. Mu Qingyan and Li Anren stood outside, their faces etched with concern and anxiety. Although the everlasting flame herb could counteract the poison of the blooming flowers, uncertainty lingered in the air. However, there is always the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Should Li Qingyong fail to detoxify, all efforts would be rendered futile. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and the door was thrust open, accompanied by a hearty peal of laughter from within. At last, my poison has been eradicated. As the words fell, Li Qingyong emerged slowly from the room, his demeanor transformed. No longer the ailing figure from before, he exuded vitality, his face aglow, and combined with his already handsome features, he resembled a middle-aged man radiating an irresistible charm. Had he been in the world where Ye Linfan previously resided, such charisma, coupled with his status as city lord, would undoubtedly have captivated a throng of infatuated young maidens. It is an undeniable truth that those blessed with good looks can often bend circumstances to their will. Father, are you truly well? Li Anren immediately approached him with concern. Her question, though seemingly redundant, stemmed from an instinctive worry that everyone experiences. I am quite well. Thanks to you bringing back the 10,000-year flame grass. Otherwise, you would truly have been forced to marry that fellow, Fan Jian, Li Qingyong remarked, affectionately ruffling Li Anren's hair. Filled with deep emotion. Without that precious herb, Li Anren would have faced a harrowing choice, to watch her father perish or to sacrifice herself by marrying Fan Jian. Either path would have been agonizingly cruel. Since you are well, I need not marry Fan Jian anymore, correct? Li Anren inquired softly. Of course not. How could a mere Fan Jian be worthy of my daughter? Li Qingyong scoffed dismissively. Splendid. I am finally free from that fate, Li Anren exclaimed joyously. For some time, she had been weighed down by the prospect of marriage, and now this dilemma had been resolved, lifting a heavy burden from her heart. Anren, from where did you acquire this 10,000-year flame grass? Li Qingyong asked, curiosity piqued. It is known that the 10,000-year flame grass is exceedingly rare. Even the Fan family had obtained one only through fortuitous circumstances many years ago. Consequently, they had used this to coerce Li Qingyong into a marriage alliance. Hence, he was intrigued by who could be so generous as to bestow such a valuable herb upon Li Anren. Might there be ulterior motives at play? Or could the entire Li family be under some hidden agenda? As the lord of Luoyun City, Li Qingyang was no ordinary individual. His cunning, cultivation, and wisdom were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. His thoughts were naturally more intricate than those of the average person. It was a gifted from a sage, Li Anren replied. A sage? What manner of sage? Li Qingyang asked, perplexed. In this world, could there truly be such sages? Was it possible that this individual was deliberately deceiving Li Anren? If so, that person would not be deserving of any courtesy. With this thought in mind, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Qingyang's eyes. The esteemed figure, surnamed Yi, was introduced to me by Chu Yanyun, and I have heard that even Chu Mingyang holds him in the highest regard, Li Anren slowly remarked. What? Is that truly the case? Li Qingyang and Mu Qingyan exclaimed, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Chu Mingyang, the esteemed head of the Martial Arts Academy, possesses a status and identity that rivals Li Qingyang's. It is astonishing that there exists someone to whom even Chu Mingyang is devoted. Clearly, this person must be extraordinary. For deceiving someone of Chu Mingyang's caliber is utterly impossible. It seems that the revered figure Li Anren spoke of indeed possesses remarkable abilities. Quickly tell me, what exactly transpired? Li Qingyang urged. Earlier, I encountered Chu Yanyun. Li Anren recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Qingyang. Upon concluding her tale, both Li Qingyang and Mu Qingyan gasped in astonishment. The courtyard was suffused with rich spiritual energy, akin to a paradise. The chickens raised there were, astonishingly, ancient divine beasts. And the peaches cultivated were indeed spirit peaches, able to traverse the wild mountains without any form of protection. Such prowess was simply unheard of and sounded utterly unbelievable. Are you certain that what you have said is true? Li Qingyang inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Father, observe my cultivation. Li Anren promptly unleashed her spiritual energy. She had only previously revealed it to Mu Qingyan, not to Li Qingyang. You have broken through to the 9th level of the transformation realm? Li Qingyang's voice rose by several octaves, becoming exceedingly sharp with astonishment. This reaction was perfectly understandable. Before her departure, Li Anren was merely at the 4th level of the transformation realm. After a single outing, she had ascended 5 levels. Even the most prodigious genius could not achieve such rapid progress. How did you manage to break through? Li Qingyang asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. I consumed Mr. Ye's spirit peach, and that facilitated my breakthrough, Li Anren replied somewhat helplessly. The breakthrough was astonishingly simple, as effortless as eating or drinking. It was unexpected that such a remarkable figure resided outside Luoyun City, and I had remained oblivious to it. I truly underestimated the situation. Li Qingyang sighed deeply, lamenting that had he known this esteemed individual earlier, perhaps today's calamity could have been averted. Darling, should we not promptly pay a visit? After all, he is within the vicinity of Luoyun City, Mu Qingyan suggested. Madam is correct. We ought to pay our respects. I shall go tomorrow, Li Qingyang declared decisively. By now, evening had descended, making it an unsuitable time for social visits. They would have to wait until the break of dawn. Anren, please take me there tomorrow, Li Qingyang said gently. Understood, Li Anren replied, certainly not inclined to refuse. Such an esteemed figure deserves to be befriended. If Li Qingyang could forge a good rapport with Ye Linfan, it would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for the Li family. Time swiftly passed, and soon, the following day arrived. In front of Ye Linfan's quaint courtyard stood 2 individuals, a man and a woman. The man, a middle-aged gentleman, possessed striking good looks, embodying the essence of a charming and charismatic figure. The woman, youthful and exquisitely beautiful, exuded an air of elegance and grace. Their attire was of the finest quality, unmistakably indicative of their noble lineage. These 2 were none other than Li Qingyang and Li Anren. Father, please do not forget what I have instructed you, Li Anren urged earnestly. I am aware, you have reiterated it countless times during our journey. Mr. Yi prefers to be regarded as an ordinary person, so we must refrain from mentioning anything related to cultivation in his presence, Li Qingyang replied with a resigned shake of his head. Indeed. Do not let it slip your mind. If we provoke Mr. Ye's ire, it will spell disaster for us, Li Anren cautioned. A powerful individual capable of traversing the desolate mountains at will is not someone the Li family can contend with, he added. Rest assured, I shall remain discreet. Let us proceed inside, Li Qingyang affirmed solemnly, nodding in agreement. As Li Anren was about to knock on the door, a voice suddenly rang out. Lordly, Li Anren, what brings you here? Chapter 68. Trapped in an illusion, Li Qingyang and Li Anren looked up to see that the speaker was none other than Chu Mingyang, accompanied by Chu Yanyun. Ah, it is the esteemed Dean Chu. It is a pleasure to see you, Li Qingyang greeted warmly, stepping forward. The 2 were undoubtedly among the most prominent figures in Luoyun City, sharing a mutual respect for one another. Lordly, I hear you have recently recovered from poisoning. It is a relief to see you in good health, Chu Mingyang remarked with a smile. Indeed, I owe my gratitude to Miss Chu, Li Qingyang said. casting a grateful glance at Chu Yinyun. Pray tell, what transpired? Chu Mingyang inquired, momentarily taken aback. Li Anren stepped forward to recount the series of events. Ah, I see. Mr. Yi has an unparalleled ability to accomplish what others find insurmountable, Chu Mingyang expressed with profound admiration. To traverse the desolate mountains without any protection. It is likely only Ye Linfan possesses such a capability. Hence, I have come today to extend my gratitude to him. Then let us enter together. Chu Mingyang suggested with a nod. Dean Chu, what brings you to seek Mr. Yi today? Li Qingyang asked with curiosity. Merely to share a meal. Chu Mingyang replied with a chuckle. To dine? Li Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. After all, Chu Mingyang was the esteemed dean of a martial arts academy. It seemed rather extravagant for him to journey here solely for a meal. However, Li Qingyang refrained from probing further. By the way, Lord Li, you are aware of Mr. Yi's preferences, correct? Chu Mingyang suddenly inquired. I am aware. Mr. Yi enjoys being treated as an ordinary individual, Li Qingyang affirmed with a nod. Good to hear. Please ensure there are no misunderstandings, for should Mr. Yi become angered, the consequences could be dire, Chu Mingyang advised solemnly. Is Mr. Yi at home? At the entrance of the courtyard, Chu Yinyun called out loudly. Shortly after, a young man emerged from the house. He was none other than Ye Linfan. Li Qingyang regarded Ye Linfan with a furrowed brow, finding the young man utterly unremarkable in both appearance and demeanor. There was an absence of any discernible aura of power around him, making him appear as an ordinary person. Was this truly the esteemed figure they spoke of? Had there been a mistake? Fortunately, Ye Linfan remained oblivious to Li Qingyang's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have asserted, I am not an esteemed figure. I am merely an ordinary person. Director Chu, Miss Chu, you have arrived, and Miss Li is here as well, Ye Linfan greeted as he approached, noticing Li Qingyang. As the lord of Luoyun City, it was rare for ordinary citizens to encounter him, and Ye Linfan was no exception. Mr. Yi, this is my father, Li Anren introduced. Upon hearing this, Ye Linfan's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that this strikingly handsome man was none other than Li Qingyang. The lord of Luoyun City, yet another significant figure, and one whose stature was comparable to that of Chu Mingyang. It was no wonder that Li Anren possessed such beauty. Her lineage was undeniably formidable. Ye Linfan felt a surge of excitement within him. Recently, he had encountered quite a number of influential individuals. Beyond Chu Mingyang and Li Qingyang, there was also Lin Langtian. Forming connections with these prominent figures was of utmost importance to him. Determined to make a favorable impression, Ye Linfan resolved that today's meal must be exceptional. If he could ensure that these distinguished guests were well fed and satisfied, they would likely offer him their protection in the future. With such powerful allies at his side, he could navigate this perilous world with greater longevity. Ah, Lord Li, I am honored. It seems your affliction has been alleviated. That is truly wonderful. Please, come inside, Ye Linfan said with a smile as he opened the courtyard door. The group entered at a leisurely pace. The moment Li Qingyang stepped inside, he was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy that momentarily took his breath away. The abundant energy surged into his being, and he could feel his own spiritual power gradually increasing. The richness of the spiritual energy here was indeed remarkable. If he were to reside here daily, he could potentially break through to the 9th level of the Holy Realm in just 3 to 5 years. Typically, it would take him at least 25 to 30 years to achieve such a breakthrough. The energy present here was potent enough to shorten his cultivation time by a factor of 10, illustrating just how extraordinary this place truly was. Clearly, Anren had not deceived him. Ye Linfan was indeed exceptional. Otherwise, he would not reside in such a paradisiacal haven. Before long, Li Qingyang found himself captivated by a peach tree nestled in the corner, its branches lush and flourishing. Countless peaches grew upon the branches, numbering no less than 500 or 600. Each peach glistened with a luscious red hue, appearing plump and succulent, while exuding an enchanting fragrance. Indeed, these were spirit peaches. Li Qingyang inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sheer abundance of such rare fruit. Any single spirit peach, if taken outside, could fetch a fortune, and even a mere glimpse of one could incite chaos and bloodshed. It was fair to assert that spirit peaches were exceedingly rare treasures, yet here they seemed astonishingly commonplace. Merely in the presence of this bountiful tree, Li Qingyang felt a burgeoning sense of reverence towards Ye Linfan. At that moment, an old hen waddled past the gathering, causing everyone to halt in their tracks, standing cautiously in place. This was a manifestation of an ancient divine beast, one to be neither provoked nor trifled with. Li Qingyang recalled Li Anren's words and wondered if the ancient divine beast she spoke of was indeed this old hen. Instinctively, he glanced over. The hen, previously foraging, seemed to sense the gaze upon it. It abruptly raised its head, locking eyes with Li Qingyang. In that instant, the world around them seemed to freeze. time itself halting as the two shared an intense, silent connection. Upon meeting the hen's gaze, Li Qingyang felt an electric shock coursing through him, causing his body to tremble violently, not from actual shock, but from sheer terror. For within the depths of the hen's eyes burned an inferno, one that threatened to consume him entirely. Although he was aware he was ensnared in an illusion, the sensation of searing pain was all too real, penetrating to the very core of his being. "Li City Lord, what troubles you?" At that moment, someone nudged Li Qingyang, pulling him from the depths of the illusion. He was instantly returned to reality, the raging inferno dissipating, and the pain vanishing entirely. Looking up, he recognized that it was Ye Linfan who had intervened. Ye Linfan had noticed Li Qingyang's sudden trembling and had assumed he was unwell, prompting his gentle nudge. "Li City Lord, are you all right? Is it possible that the poison has not been fully purged, leaving lingering effects?" Ye Linfan inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. He was aware of Li Qingyang's previous encounter with poison and deduced that his current state was likely a result of the residual effects. Confident in his medical skills, Ye Linfan felt prepared to assist should any remnants of the poison remain. The others present were also cognizant of the nature of Li Qingyang's earlier reaction, recalling how Chu Mingyang had displayed a similar response upon his first encounter with the old hen. Since that initial experience, much had transpired. He no longer dared to cast a glance at the old hen, fully aware that, apart from her, the koi fish in the pond was also an ancient divine beast. "My poison has been neutralized. I am perfectly fine," Li Qingyang quickly asserted, understanding that Ye Linfan preferred to lead a mundane life, and thus refrained from disclosing the true identity of the old hen. After speaking, he furtively stole a glance at her. At that moment, the old hen had wandered far off, still foraging on the ground, appearing just like an ordinary hen. However, Li Qingyang dared not look a second time. Instead, he regarded Ye Linfan with profound reverence. At that instant, he was utterly convinced, harboring no doubts. Ye Linfan was indeed an extraordinary master. Otherwise, how could such an ancient divine beast willingly accept the role of his pet? Just then, a charming little white cat approached. It was Xiaobai. Upon seeing her, Li Qingyang nearly fainted. She was, after all, a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger. Though not a genuine ancient divine beast like the old hen, her existence was still astonishing. Could it be that Mr. Yi planned to keep all 4 ancient divine beasts as pets? Fortunately, Chu Mingyang had not informed him that there was a true dragon hidden in the courtyard. Otherwise, Li Qingyang would have been utterly terrified. However, he dared not gaze at Xiaobai again, fearing he might succumb to an illusion. "It is good that all is well. Shall we proceed inside?" Ye Linfan remarked. Nodding in acknowledgement, the group followed him into the room. The old hen, who had been foraging, lifted her head and lamented, "Now everyone knows my true identity. What a headache. You were too arrogant." The koi fish laughed, leaping from the pond. "A mere mortal dared to meet my gaze. I had to teach them a lesson." The old hen retorted with pride. "Regardless, as long as our master remains unaware of our true identities, it is of no consequence," the koi fish replied cheerfully. Being a dragon drawn by Ye Linfan, it had always possessed a playful nature. "Do you really think our master, with his strength, would be oblivious to our true forms?" At that moment, the big yellow dog spoke up. This statement silenced all the animals. Indeed, how could our master, with such power, possibly be ignorant of our true natures? The implication was clear. Was the dog suggesting that their master preferred not to expose them? Precisely. Our master enjoys living as an ordinary person and naturally wishes to keep us as ordinary pets. We shall simply play along, the big yellow dog stated nonchalantly. With his formidable strength, he held undeniable authority in the courtyard. Thus, when he spoke, the other animals readily agreed. Since their master cherished interacting with people in a humble guise, it was only fitting that they, as his pets, complied. "All right, back to your respective tasks," the big yellow dog declared calmly. The old hen, Carp, and Little White, upon hearing this, dared not utter another word and busied themselves with their own tasks. To an outsider, this appeared to be an ordinary farmhouse courtyard. Inside, Ye Linfan and the others took their respective seats. "Mr. Yi, I have come to express my gratitude," Li Qingyang said earnestly. "If it weren't for that ancient flame sun herb, I shudder to think of what my fate might have been." "Merely, you flatter me. It was merely a simple endeavor to gather herbs from the mountains." Ye Linfan waved his hand dismissively. To him, foraging for herbs in the wild was a task of utmost simplicity. Upon hearing this, the others displayed expressions of profound admiration. Truly, he was a master. What seemed insurmountable to others was nothing more than a trifling effort for him. "This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it," Li Qingyang said, producing a small porcelain vial. "What is this?" Ye Linfan inquired curiously as he took the vial, promptly opening it. The others quickly felt a shiver run through their bodies as a chill emanated from within the vial, causing the temperature in the room to drop significantly. However, the individuals present were not easily affected by such coldness due to their considerable cultivation. More importantly, this cold air carried an incredibly rich fragrance that lifted their spirits. How delightful! What is this? Ye Linfan asked with keen interest. It is merely a trivial item of little value, Li Qingyang replied with a smile. Though his expression bore a hint of strain, clearly indicating that the contents of the vial were anything but ordinary. Mayorly, I did not expect you to be so generous as to present the Xianbing spirit liquid, Chu Mingyang whispered in astonishment. They were cautious to speak in hushed tones. Fully aware of Ye Linfan's temperament, should he learn of the liquid's true worth, he would undoubtedly refuse it. The Xianbing spirit liquid was a treasure exclusive to the mayor's estate, derived from a rare Xianbing spirit milkstone that dripped out this precious liquid. Albeit in scant quantities, only 10 drops per month. Each drop was immensely valuable, capable of enhancing one's spiritual power for at least 5 years. How many drops do you have in that vial? Chu Mingyang asked, intrigued. 3 drops, Li Qingyang replied softly, though he feigned nonchalance. The twitching of his eyelid betrayed his inner turmoil over the significant sacrifice he made. Chu Mingyang gasped internally. This individual was indeed magnanimous, gifting 3 drops at once. Compared to Li Qingyang's generous offering, his previous gift of the ice pearl seemed rather meager. Ye Linfan gazed into the vial, observing the exceptionally pure liquid that bubbled slightly. Ah, this beverage looks quite familiar. Ye Linfan's eyes widened. Should I give it a taste? With this thought, he pondered further. He tilted his head back and consumed the entire contents of the porcelain bottle filled with the icy spiritual liquid. Mr. Yi, don't. Li Qingyang exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly attempting to intervene. It is well known that the potency of the icy spiritual liquid is exceedingly formidable. The frigid essence contained within possesses the power to freeze a person solid. Hence, Li Qingyang only dared to take a single drop at a time. Afterward, he would require several hours to dissipate the cold using his spiritual energy before daring to circulate it through his meridians, allowing it to merge with his spiritual force to enhance his abilities. Moreover, after consuming 1 drop, he must wait a minimum of 6 months before taking another. Otherwise, he would risk being frozen solid. For someone of weaker constitution, like Li Anren, it could take an entire year to safely consume just 1 drop, ensuring there is no danger involved. Yet, Ye Linfan audaciously ingested 3 drops all at once. Was he courting death? Regrettably, it was too late for Li Qingyang to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Ye Linfan consumed all the icy spiritual liquid. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingyang felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. This was catastrophic. He never anticipated that in his first encounter with a master, he would inadvertently jeopardize the master's life. Had he known, he would have warned him in advance. The icy spiritual liquid is far too domineering. Anyone can only consume a single drop. To take even 1 more would result in being frozen into a lifeless statue, leading to an inevitable demise. Despite Ye Linfan's formidable strength, the act of consuming 3 drops at once rendered his chances of survival nearly non-existent. Li Qingyang was engulfed in regret, lamenting that in meeting his savior for the first time, he had inadvertently caused the other's death. He would likely spend the rest of his life enveloped in guilt. I thought it resembled Sprite, but to my surprise, it truly tastes like Sprite. Indeed, it is delightful, though regrettably, there is too little. I am left wanting more. At that moment, Ye Linfan's voice echoed through the air. Upon hearing it, Li Qingyang's body trembled violently. He looked up to see that Ye Linfan appeared unharmed, holding the porcelain bottle and smacking his lips as if savoring the flavor of the icy spiritual liquid. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? Li Qingyang's mind was a blank slate, consumed by this singular thought. His heart, filled with astonishment, was devoid of any other emotion. In this world, no one has ever consumed 3 drops of the icy spiritual liquid and emerged unscathed. Ye Linfan was not only unparalleled in history, but also unmatched in the future. Not only Li Qingyang but others, too, were left speechless, staring at Ye Linfan in disbelief, fully aware of the icy spiritual liquid's potency. Ye Linfan had consumed 3 drops without suffering any ill effects. Instead, he seemed to crave more. This was nothing short of extraordinary. However, Chu Mingyang and Chu Yanyan reflected that since Ye Linfan hailed from the celestial realm, such an extraordinary display was perhaps to be expected. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Li Qingyang inquired cautiously. I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong? This Sprite is quite delightful, though I wish there were more. It simply isn't enough, Ye Linfan replied, shaking his head. What is Sprite? Li Qingyang asked, bewildered. It was clearly the mystic ice spirit liquid, yet Ye Linfan referred to it as Sprite, leaving him utterly perplexed. He had never heard of such a thing. Casting a glance at the others, he noticed they too wore expressions of confusion, evidently unaware of this so-called Sprite. Sprite is a beverage from my world, and it has been an eternity since I last savored it. I truly yearn for it, Ye Linfan said, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. As a homebody, how could one resist the allure of such a delightful drink? Mr. Ye, are you not from this world? Li Qingyang asked in astonishment. This was his first visit, and he was oblivious to Ye Linfan's origins. Indeed, but I hope you will keep that to yourself. Ye Linfan did not deny it. You are not from this world. Could it be you hail from? Li Qingyang began, utterly shocked. At that moment, Chu Mingyang suddenly cleared his throat, interrupting him. Li Qingyang looked up to see Chu Mingyang signaling him vigorously, and he quickly realized he had nearly crossed the line. Without a doubt, this Mr. Yi was a celestial being from the immortal realm. If he were not, how could he reside in such a paradisiacal abode? And if he were not an immortal, how could those divine beasts willingly serve as his companions? He promptly rephrased, is there such a drink in your homeland, Mr. Yi? Indeed, in my homeland. It is a rather famous beverage, and I often consume an entire bottle in one go, Ye Linfan responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. To drink an entire bottle at once, and yet remain unscathed? Could it be that such a precious mystic ice spirit liquid was merely commonplace in the immortal realm? Mr. Yi, is Sprite considered a rare delicacy in your homeland? Li Qingyang asked curiously. To him, the mystic ice spirit liquid was undeniably a treasure. Even if Ye Linfan indulged frequently, it must be due to his exalted status. Not at all. It is quite inexpensive, accessible even to children, who would gladly consume a bottle daily. Ye Linfan shook his head. The potency of carbonated beverages on children is indeed significant. Although it is often said that such drinks are detrimental to their health, many children nonetheless gravitate toward them. This revelation left the crowd even more astonished. The immortal realm truly lived up to its reputation. Even the children there seemed remarkably robust, treating the mystic ice spirit liquid as mere water. The chasm between the celestial and the mortal was indeed as vast as a chasm, utterly beyond comparison. In times past, I held a profound fondness for Sprite, and I am sincerely grateful to Lord Li for allowing me to savor the essence of my hometown, Ye Linfan modestly remarked. You are too kind, Mr. Yi. You are my lifesaver, and this is but a trifling matter, Li Qingyang promptly replied, his heart brimming with elation. The person before him was a genuine immortal, yet alas, the Sprite was far too scant, leaving him yearning for more, uncertain when he might indulge to his heart's content. With a deep sigh, Ye Linfan expressed his sentiment. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang's mind stirred. Could it be that the immortal Yi was subtly hinting at something? Undoubtedly so. After all, he was a man capable of holding the title of city lord, possessing an intellect as clear as crystal. What seemed like an innocuous remark from Ye Linfan bore significant meaning in Li Qingyang's ears. This must be a suggestion. It was now up to him to seize the opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyang resolutely declared, Mr. Yi, this is a mere trifle. The Sprite flows from a stone in my family's possession. I shall bring the stone to you in a few days. Though that spirit milk stone was exceedingly precious, the opportunity to cultivate a friendship with an immortal made it an invaluable exchange. Father, Li Anren gasped in astonishment. Never anticipating that Li Qingyang would consider parting with the spirit milk stone, a cherished heirloom of the Li family. It seemed excessively hasty for him to offer it so readily. However, Li Qingyang shot her a glare, signaling her to remain silent. Reluctantly, Li Anren sealed her lips. Even Chu Mingyang, standing nearby, was left wide-eyed in shock. The magnitude of Li Qingyang's generosity was remarkable. How could he bear to part with such a treasured item? Ye Linfan quickly declined, feeling it improper to accept something without having contributed. Mr. Yi, you are my savior. This gift is well-deserved, and it is not particularly valuable. So I implore you to accept it. Li Qingyang insisted without hesitation. He understood that Yi, the immortal, was likely testing his sincerity in this offering. Should he show even the slightest hesitation, he might forever sever ties with Yi, resulting in a regrettable loss. All eyes turned toward Ye Linfan. Curiosity piqued about whether he would accept or refuse. Chapter 71. Crafting a cauldron from 9 heavens gold. Since that is the case, I shall humbly comply. Ye Linfan eventually responded with a smile after some deliberation. Given Li Qingyang's willingness to part with the item, it could not possibly be of great value. Thus he felt at ease in accepting it. Upon hearing Ye Linfan's words, the collective tension eased, particularly for Chu Mingyang, who gazed at Li Qingyang with immense envy. The acceptance of Li Qingyang's gift by Ye Linfan signified that he had caught the immortal's attention, perhaps opening doors to countless opportunities in the future. The opportunity presented by Ye Linfan is undoubtedly extraordinary, far from ordinary chance. Just the gift of the flying dragon in the sky painting is immensely valuable. While I have merely bestowed upon him an unremarkable ice pearl, it seems that Li Qingyang is indeed astute. he immediately grasped Mr. Ye's subtle hint. It appears that I must continually ponder Mr. Ye's implications henceforth, for only in doing so can I secure my position. Mr. Ye is being modest, after all. It is merely a stone. Even though it pains Li Qingyang internally, he must feign generosity. Others present could not help but twitch their lips at the remark. An exquisite spiritual milk stone is merely a stone? This time, Li Qingyang has truly taken a bold step. Especially for Li Anren, her heart ached further. She had begun her cultivation by consuming the profound ice spiritual liquid and was acutely aware of its rarity. She lamented that she would never again have the opportunity to drink the profound ice spiritual liquid. Well, it is getting late. I should prepare a meal. Lord Li, Miss Li, please stay for a simple dinner, Ye Linfan said with a smile. There is no need for such courtesy, Mr. Yi. Li Qingyang instinctively began to refuse. However, Chu Mingyang suddenly coughed sharply. Being a person of great insight, Li Qingyang quickly understood that Chu Mingyang was nudging him to accept the invitation. Although he was uncertain why Chu Mingyang wanted him to agree, he nonetheless altered his response. Mr. Yi, you are too kind. I am quite hungry and would be delighted to sample your culinary skills. Not a problem. Please wait a moment. Ye Linfan nodded, then turned and retreated to the kitchen. Director Chu, why did you want me to stay? Li Qingyang could no longer suppress his curiosity. Lord Li, rest assured, you will not be disappointed by staying. Chu Mingyang replied, with an air of mystery. Seeing that Chu Mingyang was being cryptic, Li Qingyang resigned himself to patiently wait. Subsequently, the group sat in the living room in silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat subdued. However, they did not feel awkward, after all. Cultivators often spend much of their time in the tedium of practice. Thus, during this waiting period, the four individuals closed their eyes and settled into their positions to cultivate. As the spiritual energy within this space was far denser than outside, allowing for rapid enhancement of their abilities. Half an hour later, Ye Linfan's voice finally broke the silence. It's ready. Everyone opened their eyes to see Ye Linfan placing a large pot upon the table. At first glance, the pot appeared to be quite ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, it was strikingly different, for the entire pot was golden, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Mr. Ye's generosity is truly remarkable. He has crafted a pot of gold? The onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment. However, Chu Mingyang soon perceived something amiss. Ah, this pot is not made of gold, he remarked softly. Director Chu has a keen eye. Indeed. It is not crafted from gold, but rather a metal that closely resembles it, Ye Linfan replied with a smile. Would I be foolish enough to make a pot out of gold? He thought disdainfully. Please, take a seat. I will fetch some bowls and chopsticks. With that, he turned and headed to the kitchen. What is this pot made of? Li Qingyang inquired curiously. It seems to be made of Jutian Huangjin. Chu Mingyang swallowed hard. His face filled with disbelief. What? You can't be serious, Li Qingyang exclaimed. Jutian Huangjin? That is the finest metal in the world. Though it appears similar to gold, it is actually worth thousands of times more. A piece the size of a thumb would be worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. To craft armor from Jutian Huangjin, even a small fragment would render you impervious to harm. Jutian Huangjin is exceedingly rare. Even a piece as small as a thumb would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed, for life-preserving items are the most precious of all. What none anticipated was that Ye Linfan possessed such a large piece of Jutian Huangjin. Even more astonishing was that such a valuable substance was used to make a pot. This extravagant display was nothing short of outrageous. Everyone's eyes sparkled at the sight of the pot. Had they not feared incurring Ye Linfan's wrath, they would have eagerly taken a piece home. At that moment, Ye Linfan returned with bowls and chopsticks, placing them on the table. He lifted the pot's lid, and a dense plume of fragrant steam wafted upward, instantly filling the room and enveloping everyone in an ethereal atmosphere. A delightful aroma soon reached their senses, invigorating them as if touched by the divine. How exquisite! This scent was not just any fragrance. It penetrated the very essence of their souls, making everyone feel as if they were floating among the clouds, utterly at ease. The allure of the aroma heightened their anticipation for the dishes within the pot. They leaned forward, peering inside, and their immediate reaction was one of awe. What beautiful dishes! Inside was a pot of broth, with thinly sliced meat cut with precision. Each piece uniform in thickness and size, almost translucent like crystal. The white broth was mouth-watering, complemented by vibrant green vegetables, making the meat soup irresistible. Although they were all martial artists and had long since diminished their need for food, the sight of this broth rekindled their long-buried cravings. All right, it's time to eat, Ye Linfan announced. Then I shall not hold back, Chu Mingyang declared first. He had tasted Ye Linfan's cooking before, although it had been merely a bowl of plain porridge. It had left an indelible impression on him. Moreover, he had fortuitously enhanced his strength with that bowl of plain porridge. He promptly ladled a generous serving of rich broth and began to devour it with fervor. As he ate, he exclaimed in delight. It is exquisite, utterly delectable. Not one to be outdone. Chu Yinyun also filled her bowl to the brim with broth and commenced her own ravenous feast. The pair of them soon found their faces glistening with grease. This spectacle left Li Qingyang and his daughter utterly astonished. Were these truly the Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun they had come to know? Chapter 72. Truly delicious. Both Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun were individuals of status and dignity. Especially Chu Yinyun, who was typically the epitome of a refined lady. To their utter surprise, today she indulged in a bowl of broth, disregarding her appearance entirely, which elicited a sense of incredulity from Li Qingyang and Li Anren. They felt a profound sense of disdain towards Chu Mingyang and Chu Yinyun for their ostentatious display, seemingly devoid of any martial spirit. As a man of stature, I, Li Qingyang, would rather leap from a mountain than demean myself in such a manner, he mused silently. Lordly, please, came Ye Linfan's voice. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang reluctantly filled his bowl with broth, followed by Li Anren, who only took a modest half bowl. Mindful of her figure and the need to avoid excessive indulgence in such rich fare, Ye Linfan observed her, then glanced at Chu Yinyun, quietly lamenting the stark contrast between the two women. In his eyes, Li Anren's demeanor seemed excessively pretentious, maintaining a ladylike image even while eating, which struck him as rather unrefined. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent and served himself another bowl. Lordly, please help yourself, Ye Linfan said, and began to eat. Li Qingyang, seeing this, raised his bowl and took a sip of the broth. The moment the savory liquid touched his lips, his expression froze in astonishment. The broth was extraordinarily delicious. The creamy essence flooded his palate, bursting forth with an exquisite flavor that left him feeling lightheaded. He had never experienced such remarkable broth in his lifetime. This unparalleled taste seemed otherworldly, as if it could only exist in the heavens, rarely to be savored by mortals. Furthermore, he discerned that this broth had been crafted from a spiritual spring, which sent a wave of astonishment through him. Utilizing a pot made of 9 heavens imperial gold and broth from a spiritual spring was indeed an extravagant endeavor on the part of Master Yi. Li Qingyang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As the broth coursed through his body, the potency of the spiritual spring began to manifest, visibly enhancing his inner energy at a remarkable pace. If he had only recently broken through to the 3rd level of the sacred realm, just this single sip of broth the experience had already granted him a 5th of his spiritual energy. It was utterly delightful. Li Qingyang let out a deeply satisfied moan. Without hesitation, he seized a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. His first thought was simply, delicious. It was extraordinarily delectable. The slices of meat were succulent without being greasy, and with each bite, a burst of savory juices splattered in his mouth, filling it with an intoxicating aroma. Li Qingyang was utterly entranced. So delicious, truly exquisite. Anren, you must eat quickly, lest it go to waste, he exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Then, much like the two ancestors, he began to devour his food with reckless abandon, not caring in the least about his appearance, even calling out to Chu Mingyang, Director Chu. You cannot eat alone. Save some for me. Li Anren watched in astonishment. She never expected her father would transform into such a glutton. Could this bowl of meat soup truly be that delicious? Tentatively, she picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. Almost immediately, her eyes widened, and her entire body trembled with delight. It was divine. Never had she tasted such exquisite meat. Though thinly sliced, its flavor was rich and aromatic, lingering in her mouth, ensnaring her senses. She took a sip of the broth, and the fragrant liquid burst open in her mouth. It quickly dawned on her that this was no ordinary soup. It was made from spirit spring water. As the broth slid down her throat, Li Anren suddenly felt her spiritual energy surging within her. Crack! Before she could fully comprehend it, she had made a breakthrough, advancing from the 9th level of the transformation realm to the 1st level of the Dan realm. Previously, Li Qingyang had a slightly higher cultivation, making it more challenging for him to break through, while Li Anren, at the 9th level, found this sip of soup sufficient to elevate her to the next stage. The sudden breakthrough left her momentarily dazed. To think that a sip of soup could lead to such progress. It was far superior to consuming the Xianbing spirit liquid. No wonder her father was keen to present the exquisite spirit milkstone to Mr. Yi. In hindsight, this transaction proved to be immensely profitable. She too began to eat voraciously, her mouth smeared with oil, utterly unconcerned. As she observed the meat soup in the pot diminishing rapidly, she could no longer contain herself and joined the fray for more. Under the ravenous consumption of the 4 warriors, the bowl of meat soup was nearing its end. By this point, each of them had experienced varying degrees of enhancement in their abilities. Li Anren had advanced to the 2nd level of the Dan realm, while Chu Yinyun had reached the 5th level. Li Qingyang and Chu Mingyang had yet to break through, but they stood merely a step away from their next ascension. Given their original pace of cultivation, achieving their current levels would have required at least 5 years of rigorous training for both Chu Yanyan and Li Yanran. Li Qingyang and Chu Mingyang, at the very least, require a decade. After all, upon reaching the sacred realm, transcending each successive level is akin to scaling the heavens. Although there are still remnants in the pot, the others no longer harbor any desire to partake. It is not that they are satiated, rather, the meat has been entirely consumed, leaving only a pot brimming with vegetables. Their interest in the vegetables is utterly non-existent. It is shameful to waste. We must consume the vegetables as well, Ye Linfan remarked with a furrowed brow. Upon noticing Ye Linfan's frown, the group was suddenly filled with trepidation. This is not good. Mr. Yi is displeased. We must hastily eat the vegetables. Chu Mingyang was the first to scoop the vegetables from the pot into his bowl. After indulging in so much meat, he gazed at the verdant vegetables in his bowl, feeling as if he were entirely engulfed in green. His appetite was decidedly absent. Nonetheless, since Mr. Yi had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Chu Mingyang lifted a vegetable with his chopsticks and placed it into his mouth. The moment the vegetable touched his palate, his expression froze with astonishment. His eyes sparkled with shock. The vegetables contained a profound essence. This was astonishing. Each vegetable seemed to embody a unique rhythm. With at least 20 vegetables in the bowl, that meant over 20 distinct essences. No wonder Mr. Yi insisted we consume the vegetables. It turns out they are even more precious than the meat. Thus, he immediately devoured all the vegetables. Yanyan, quickly eat the vegetables. They are truly delectable, Chu Mingyang urged Chu Yanyan. Just then, the vegetable he had swallowed began to react. The profound essence within it detonated within his body, causing a violent tremor. Chapter 73, Feeding the Ancient Divine Beast with Soup Residue. The vegetables contained such profound essence? Chu Mingyang trembled as the essence erupted within him, causing his spiritual energy to surge. He was already but a step away from the 5th level of the sacred realm, on the brink of breakthrough. At last, that moment had arrived. Crack! His body shook, and he broke through, finally ascending to the 5th level of the sacred realm. In that instant of transcendence, an overwhelming aura radiated outward, enveloping everyone in an immense sense of pressure. These vegetables had been personally cultivated by Ye Linfan, nourished daily with extraordinarily precious spiritual spring water and bathed in rich spiritual energy over time, naturally resulting in profound essence. Though the meat had been cooked in spiritual spring water, it was merely ordinary meat purchased by Ye Linfan in Falling Cloud City. Thus its efficacy paled in comparison to that of the vegetables. This old fellow has actually broken through to the 5th level of the sacred realm? Li Qingyang's expression changed dramatically. It is crucial to note that Chu Ming's previous strength was nearly on par with his own. He never anticipated that Chu Mingyang would now surpass him by 2 levels. This revelation was difficult for Li Qingyang to accept. Grandfather Yu, Chu Yanyan exclaimed joyfully. Chu Mingyang has achieved his breakthrough. She was undoubtedly overjoyed. However, Chu Mingyang cleared his throat, signaling her to remain silent. It was only then that Chu Yanyan realized she should not discuss matters of martial arts in front of Ye Linfan. Yanyan, make sure to consume more vegetables. They are beneficial for your health, Chu Mingyang remarked, placing a generous helping of vegetables into her bowl. Yes, grandfather, she replied, being exceptionally perceptive. Chu Yanyan quickly grasped the underlying reason for Chu Mingyang's recent breakthrough. It must be attributed to the vegetables. Without hesitation, she devoured them. As she took her first bite, her eyes widened in astonishment. She could sense the profound essence contained within the vegetables. This was indeed the essence of the Tao. It possessed the power to resonate with the heavenly principles. To her surprise, these seemingly ordinary vegetables bore such significance. Mr. Yi truly deserved the title of a celestial being, capable of imbuing vegetables with the essence of the Tao. Such a feat was nothing short of miraculous, leaving one in awe. Delighted by the taste, Chu Yanyan began to consume them voraciously. Once she finished every last morsel, the spiritual energy within her surged violently, ignited by the essence of the Tao. Crack! She achieved a breakthrough, ascending from the 5th to the 6th level of the Dan realm. In just one meal, she had progressed 2 realms. If this rapid advancement were to be known, it would surely bring shame to those so-called prodigies. Li Qingyang and his daughter were not fools either. Observing the scene, they quickly understood that these vegetables were extraordinary. Without hesitation, they each filled their bowls to the brim and began to eat. Upon taking their first bites, their expressions froze in shock, disbelief etched on their faces. The vegetables contained the essence of the Tao, a method previously unheard of. Perhaps only celestial beings from the immortal realm could wield such unfathomable power. Even a single piece of these vegetables surpassed the finest spirit milk stone by 1,000-fold. After all, no matter how precious the Xianbing's spiritual liquid was, it lacked the essence of the Tao. Gazing at the vegetables, Li Qinyang's resolve to present the finest spirit milk stone to Ye Linfan solidified. He could not afford to be stingy, given such a precious offering extended to him. Li Qinyang and Li Anren soon finished their bowls of vegetables. Driven by the essence of the Tao, they too experienced breakthroughs in an instant. Li Qinyang ascended to the 4th level of the Holy Realm, while Li Anren advanced to the 3rd level of the Dan Realm. The combat prowess of martial artists always exceeded that of ordinary mortals. Under the whirlwind of their appetites, the pot of vegetables was completely cleared, leaving only a trace of broth. Initially, Chu Mingyang intended to adhere to the principle of waste not, wanting to consume the remnants, but Ye Linfan intervened. My pets in the yard have yet to eat, let them have this. Ye Linfan spoke casually. Upon hearing this, everyone broke into a cold sweat. That was an ancient divine beast. Wherever it appeared, it was revered and worshipped. Yet, Ye Linfan merely fed these ancient beings with soup residue. It must be said, he was rather audacious. However, this soup residue was no ordinary fare. Serving it to these divine creatures was hardly a slight. Once he noticed that everyone had nearly finished their meal, Ye Linfan lifted the pot and stepped into the courtyard to begin his own repast. He poured the soup residue into 3 small bowls on the ground, and also poured some into the pond. The last remnants were emptied beneath the peach tree, ensuring that all his pets would have their fill, including the tree itself. He had once inadvertently spilled some soup at the base of the peach tree and was astonished to find that the tree had grown significantly taller the next day. Thus, he had developed this habit. After pouring out the soup, Ye Linfan returned indoors. In the courtyard, the big yellow dog, the old hen, and the little white creature rushed to their bowls and began to drink eagerly. At that moment, the koi in the pond surfaced, feasting on the floating soup. The peach tree exhibited even more remarkable behavior. Its roots emerged from the ground, greedily absorbing the remnants of the soup. The master's soup is simply exquisite. I feel the urge to evolve, the koi exclaimed. Its scales began to shift from yellow to white, though only partially. Should all its scales turn white, it would ascend to become a 5-clawed platinum divine dragon, a supreme entity from the ancient times and the ruler of the dragon clan. I feel the same. The little white creature chimed in. After consuming the soup, it sensed that its bloodline of the white tiger had intensified considerably. It believed that in due time, it would transform into a true divine beast, the white tiger. I too have made a breakthrough, the old hen announced, her feathers turning a deeper shade of red. Originally possessing 3 tails, she now had 4. If this continued, she was certain to evolve into the legendary and formidable 9-tailed fire phoenix. How about you, big dog? The koi inquired curiously. The big yellow dog had been there for quite some time, without revealing its true form, leaving all the animals in the yard intrigued by its hidden identity. I feel nothing, the big yellow dog yawned, returning to its slumber. I suspect I too shall soon evolve. Once I do, I will bear the peaches of immortality, the peach tree remarked. After the roots had absorbed the soup, it felt its trunk grow sturdier. All right, this is the opportunity bestowed upon you by the master, but do not let it go to your head. Return to your tasks. The big yellow dog said lazily. As it spoke, the other animals fell silent, instantly reverting to their ordinary selves. The people inside the house remained oblivious to the happenings in the courtyard. After sitting here for over an hour, they departed. Once they left, Ye Linfan took out his guqin and resumed his intricate carving. Chapter 74. This is quite shameless. The guqin had taken on a preliminary form, and Ye Linfan had begun to engrave ornate patterns upon its body. Had anyone been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that each design he etched resonated with profound melodies. This guqin's body was remarkably expansive, requiring thousands of intricate carvings to adorn it. Just imagine, a guqin adorned with thousands of such melodies would be nothing short of formidable. However, at that moment, no one else was around. In Ye Linfan's eyes, he was merely carving an ordinary guqin, unaware that each of his patterns shimmered with a cerulean glow, exuding an eternal rhythm and a subtle, yet potent energy. Even this small amount of ornamentation was already immensely powerful. Should all the designs be completed, their might would surely be astonishing. As for the extent of that power, only upon the guqin's completion would it be revealed. In Luoyang City, the Shun family was adorned with festive decorations today. Every face beamed with joy, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Shun Tianfang and Shun Qianshan, dressed in resplendent red attire, stood at the entrance as if awaiting an esteemed guest. Qianshan, when Vice Alliance leader Lu arrives, be sure to give him a warm welcome. Shun Tianfang remarked slowly. Rest assured, I am fully prepared, Shun Qianshan promptly replied. How is Xiang's preparation coming along? Shun Tianfang inquired. Do not worry, Xiang has recently broken through to the first heaven realm thanks to that painting, Shun Qianshan said with immense pride. At just 25 years of age, Shun Xiang had already reached such heights. Such talent is indeed an extraordinary phenomenon among the younger generation of the continent. Excellent. As long as Xiang becomes Vice Alliance leader Lu's disciple today, our Shin family will undoubtedly rise to become the foremost family in the continent through the martial alliance. Shin Tianfang laughed heartily. I must say, that painting is truly remarkable. My own cultivation has improved significantly after only a few days of gazing at it, Shun Qianshan reflected. You are right. That painting is indeed a rare treasure. The Shin family must cherish it as a family heirloom. Shun Tianfang responded solemnly. Yes, father. Shun Qianshan nodded in agreement. Master, they have arrived, announced a servant. Shin Tianfang and Shun Qianshan perked up, quickly looking up. They beheld a disheveled, unkempt middle-aged man approaching from a distance. At first glance, he resembled a beggar, yet in the eyes of Shun Tianfang and Shun Qianshan, he exuded an unmistakable aura of a true master. This middle-aged man was none other than Lu Dongxian, who now bore a cold demeanor, rarely breaking into a smile. In stark contrast to his demeanor before Ye Linfan, he appeared as a completely different individual. Should Ye Linfan catch sight of this guise, he would undoubtedly deliver a sharp reprimand, perhaps even a resounding slap to the head, berating him for masquerading as something more than a mere beggar. Yet, here stood Lu Dongxian, enduring the rebuke with a smile. In all the realm, it seemed only Ye Linfan possessed the right to chastise him, and even then, he would bear no ill will. Truly, as the vice president of the martial alliance, Lu's composure was impeccable, a fact that left Shun Tianfang in quiet admiration. Indeed, one could only hope that today, Xiang would successfully become his disciple, mused Shin Qianshan. The two promptly approached, greeting, we pay our respects to Vice President Lu. Lu Dongxian acknowledged them with a subtle nod, remaining silent. His mind, however, was preoccupied with the words spoken by Chu Mingyang days prior. The Shun family had offended Ye Linfan. This revelation had weighed heavily on his thoughts, disrupting his appetite and peace. Today, amidst the gathering of disciples, he intended to ascertain the nature of Shun's offense towards Ye Linfan. If the transgression were minor, he might consider mediating. Yet, if it were grave, self-preservation would take precedence. Unperturbed by Lu Dongxuan's demeanor, Shun Tianfang and Shun Qianshan extended their utmost respect, ushering him into the Shun family estate. Upon entering the conference hall, servants had already prepared tea for Lu Dongxian. Shun Tianfang and Shun Qianshan took their seats at the lower end of the table, affording Lu the honor of sitting at the head. Vice President Lu, after your arduous journey, shall we not partake in a meal first? I could summon a few songstresses for entertainment, Shun Tianfang inquired gently. No. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Where is Shun Xiang? Lu Dongxian interjected directly. He is currently in the inner chambers, diligently practicing. Xiang has always been a dedicated cultivator, Shun Qianshan promptly replied. Indeed, and he has recently achieved the first level of the heavenly realm, Shun Tianfang added with immense pride. Is that so? Lu Dongxuan's eyes sparkled with interest. A 25-year-old at the first level of the heavenly realm, such talent was indeed impressive. It appeared that if the Shun family bore no significant rift with Ye Linfan, he should strive to mediate. After all, acquiring a disciple of such caliber was an enticing prospect for anyone. Determined, Lu Dongxian resolved to find an opportunity to inquire further. Bring him forth, that I may see him, he urged eagerly. Very well, I shall fetch him at once, Shun Qianshan responded, recognizing Lu's keen interest in Shun Xiang and departing with exuberance. Before long, Shun Xiang arrived. Upon laying eyes on him, Lu Dongxuan's expression transformed into one of profound satisfaction. Shun Xiang, with his striking looks and extraordinary bearing, coupled with formidable strength, was undeniably a paragon of excellence. Vice President Lu, what do you think? Shun Tianfang inquired. Indeed, it bears the essence of my youth. Lu Dongxian chuckled heartily. Upon hearing this, the others involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. What does it mean to possess the flair of your former years? You are presently so despicable. Surely, you were no better in your prime. How utterly shameless. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced, confined to their hearts alone. Thank you for your kind words, Master, Shun Xiang replied. I have yet to determine whether I will accept you. Lu Dongxian remarked with a smile. I am confident, Shun Xiang proclaimed with unwavering assurance. Very well, although your talent is commendable, I must still test you. If you fail, then our discussion ends here, Lu Dongxian stated slowly. I understand, Master, Shun Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. Now, I shall strike with 30% of my strength. If you can withstand it, I shall take you as my disciple. Lu Dongxian stated nonchalantly. Please, Master, guide me, Shun Xiang said, clasping his hands with a serious expression. With that, he prepared himself, as if facing a formidable foe. For he understood that even Lu Dongxuan's 30% strength would be a formidable challenge for him. Very well, receive my blow, Lu Dongxian said. taking a light step and slowly launching his right fist. This punch appeared slow, almost languid, lacking any semblance of power. Yet, all present were formidable martial artists, capable of sensing the immense strength behind that seemingly feeble strike. To their eyes, though the punch moved at a leisurely pace, it carried an overwhelming intent, as heavy as a mountain and as relentless as surging waves. The air was thick with the formidable might of that punch, evoking a sense that all of creation would be obliterated by its force. What a powerful strike. I wonder if Xiang can withstand it, Shen Qianshan said, his face tense with worry. Xiang will be fine. Do not fret, Shen Tian replied calmly. Shen Xiang faced the vast punch head-on, feeling as if he had been locked onto by its trajectory. No matter how far he fled, he could never escape its grasp. The only recourse was to confront it directly. A true warrior dares to face the grim realities of life, and a true martial artist must likewise confront such a formidable blow. Shen Xiang dared not hold back. He stepped forward with his right foot, his spiritual energy surging forth. A tempest arose, causing his garments to flutter like banners in the wind. He retaliated with a punch of his own, summoning a fierce gust that howled, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of existence. This was the Shun family's ultimate technique, the Gale Fist. Boom. The two fists collided with a resounding crash. The force of their impact sent shockwaves that ravaged the surroundings. The air rippled with the tumult of their clash, and the ground beneath them fractured under the strain. Shen Xiang let out a muffled groan, being propelled backward and crashing into the wall, which shattered upon impact. Xiang, Shen Qianshan exclaimed, rushing forward with concern. Are you all right? Father, do not worry, I am fine, the young man reassured him. Shen Xiang shook his head and spoke. After all, Lu Dongxian was accepting disciples, not engaging in a duel. Therefore, he was measured in his approach. Shen Xiang, despite feeling somewhat disheveled, had not sustained a single injury. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Lu Dongxian laughed heartily, acknowledging that Shen Xiang's ability to withstand 3/10 of his power in a strike certainly qualified him to be his disciple. Shen Xiang, being a perceptive individual, instantly grasped the significance of Lu Dongxuan's demeanor. He realized he had passed the test and promptly moved forward, intending to kneel and perform the ritual of apprenticeship. Wait, Lu Dongxian suddenly waved his hand, halting him. The members of the Shen family were left in confusion. Shen Xiang had clearly withstood a blow from Lu Dongxian, yet Lu Dongxian was preventing him from paying his respects. Did he wish to retract his offer? This left Shen Tianfang and Shen Qianshan feeling anxious. Vice Alliance leader Lu, do you have any further inquiries? Shen Tianfang asked, puzzled. Nothing much. I merely wish to pose a question to you, Lu Dongxian replied, shaking his head. Understood. Please, Vice Alliance leader Lu, feel free to ask your question. Shen Tianfang promptly responded. I recall that not long ago, Shen Xiang was merely at the Earth realm. How is it that he has so swiftly broken through to the celestial realm? Lu Dongxian inquired slowly. This is due to Xiang having inadvertently acquired a painting not long ago, which contains the essence of Tao, enabling his breakthrough to the celestial realm, Shen Tianfang replied sincerely. A painting imbued with the essence of Tao. Where did you obtain such a piece? Lu Dongxian's expression changed as he hurriedly asked. In this world, only Ye Linfan possesses the ability to paint with the essence of Tao. The story is lengthy. The painting was gifted to Xiang. Yet that old curmudgeon Chu Mingyang claims our Shen family stole it. It is truly outrageous, Shen Tianfang said, somewhat indignant. Stolen? Who was the original owner of that painting? Lu Dongxian's expression darkened as he asked in a serious tone. It seems to belong to someone named Yuan Xiaorong, a person of mediocre talent, hardly worth mentioning. Shen Xiang scoffed. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongxian nearly fainted. No wonder Chu Mingyang claimed the Shen family had offended Ye Linfan. This was the reason. The audacity of the Shen family was astonishing. How could they dare to steal a painting from Ye Linfan? This was inviting disaster upon themselves. Shen family head. I advise you to return the painting at once, Lu Dongxian said earnestly. Return it? Why? Shen Tianfang was taken aback, inquiring. Because the true owner of that painting is someone you cannot afford to offend, nor can I. If you return the painting now, I may still be able to plead on your behalf, allowing the Shen family to remain safe. Otherwise, a calamity awaits you, Lu Dongxian said sternly. Vice Alliance leader Lu, you may be exaggerating. I have heard that the owner of this painting is merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly annihilate my Shen family? Shen Tianfang scoffed. Who said that the owner of this painting is an ordinary person? Lu Dongxian furrowed his brow and inquired. If Ye Linfan were indeed an ordinary person, then there would be no ordinary people left in this world. The person who gifted me the painting remarked that its owner was merely a farmer who spent his days feeding chickens and raising fish. Shen Xiang spoke with evident disdain. You bunch of blind fools. Lu Dongxian snorted coldly, retorting, feeding chickens and raising fish. they truly dare to say such things. Yet, little do they know that the chicken is a divine beast, the phoenix, and the fish is a divine creature, the true dragon. Vice Alliance Leader Lu. We respect you as a senior of the Martial Arts Alliance. Why do you speak to us with such contempt? Shen Tianfang asked, a flicker of anger crossing his face. I have no time to waste on you, Lu Dongxian coldly replied. I shall ask you one last time. Will you return the painting or not? I'm sorry. That painting belongs to the Shun family, Shen Tianfang declared with unwavering certainty. Since that is the case, further discussion is futile. I shall not take Shen Xiang as my disciple, Lu Dongxian replied nonchalantly. Why is that? The faces of the Shun family members shifted dramatically. If Shun Xiang could not become Lu Dongxuan's disciple, then all of the Shun family's plans would be utterly ruined. It is because I cannot afford to provoke the owner of that painting. I do not wish to perish alongside the Shen family. Take care of yourselves. I bid you farewell. With that, Lu Dongxian turned and departed without a backward glance. Unbelievable. Shen Tianfang seized a nearby teacup and smashed it onto the ground with great force. The exquisitely crafted cup shattered into countless pieces. This Lu Dongxian has truly crossed the line, leaving us in the lurch, Shun Qianshan remarked with a displeased expression. Grandfather, father, it matters not. As long as we possess that painting, my breakthrough to the sacred realm is merely a matter of time. Whether or not I take Lu Dongxian as my master holds no significance, Shen Xiang scoffed. Good, Xiang has ambition. Lu Dongxuan's refusal to accept you as a disciple is his loss, Shen Tianfang laughed heartily. Indeed. Let us disregard that old beggar and focus on preparing for your 250th birthday celebration. Father, Shun Qianshan suggested. Very well, Shen Tianfang nodded in agreement. After leaving the Shen family, Lu Dongxian made his way directly to Ye Linfan's home. What brings you here? Ye Linfan asked, puzzled upon seeing him. I have come to apologize, Lu Dongxian said, his face filled with difficulty. Please, come in, Ye Linfan replied, momentarily taken aback. As he opened the door to let Lu Dongxian enter, the two settled into a room. Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Ye Linfan inquired. Confusion evident in his tone. I visited the Shun family today. Lu Dongxian recounted the events of the day to Ye Linfan in their entirety. So that is how it is. I did not expect the Shun family to have such a connection with you. Ye Linfan nodded, responding mildly. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongxian felt a tightening in his heart, fearing that Ye Linfan might blame him. He quickly clarified, my ties with the Shun family are merely superficial. They do not run very deep. Following this incident, I shall have no further dealings with them. I understand, Ye Linfan nodded in agreement. Upon observing Ye Linfan's demeanor, Lu Dongxian realized that the latter bore no grudge against him. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. Mr. Yi, what shall we do about that painting? Lu Dongxian inquired cautiously. It is an extraordinary celestial artifact, a supreme treasure capable of altering the fate of a family. If it were to be taken by the Shen family, it would surely tarnish Ye Linfan's reputation. No worries. I have a plan, Ye Linfan replied slowly. Yet, internally, he sighed. I am merely an ordinary individual. Even formidable beings like Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian could not retrieve it. What could I possibly do? The only strategy left is to delay, to let the matter fade from memory until it is no longer significant. After all, it is just a painting, not a valuable item. I cannot fathom why Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian are so insistent on reclaiming it. Such a painting could be replicated endlessly at my whim. However, Ye Linfan only voiced these thoughts inwardly, for he was aware that Chu Mingyang had sustained grave injuries for that painting, and Lu Dongxian had severed ties with the Shen family over it. If they were to discover his indifference towards the artwork, it would surely provoke their ire. Lu Dongxian, upon hearing Ye Linfan's words, was taken aback. It seemed the gentleman was preparing to take matters into his own hands. The Shen family was doomed, utterly so. With Ye Linfan's prowess, annihilating the Shen family would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, and not a single mouse would escape unscathed. What is your plan? Lu Dongxian asked with curiosity. That is not for you to inquire, Ye Linfan replied slowly. Lu Dongxuan's heart tightened, and he dared not utter another word. Regret washed over him as he mentally chastised himself. How could he have been so foolish as to probe into Ye Linfan's intentions? Such presumption was a grave transgression. Following these events, Lu Dongxian felt no courage to remain. Rarely had he declined Ye Linfan's invitation to dine, but after a brief stay, he excused himself and departed. Ye Linfan, observing this, made no efforts to retain him. Once Lu Dongxian had left, he resumed carving his guqin. At the current pace, he estimated that it would be fully completed within half a month. Once the guqin was finished, he longed to play the renowned melodies from his past life. Before his journey to this world, Ye Linfan had been an aficionado of the guqin, and now, under the guidance of the system, his skills had reached impressive heights. He eagerly anticipated the sensations that would accompany the first notes from his newly crafted instrument. Meanwhile, Within the city lord's mansion, Li Qingyang arrived with Mu Qingqing and Li Anren at the chamber where the exquisite spirit milk stones were stored. The room was encrusted with ice, as if one had suddenly stepped into the depths of winter. At the center of the chamber, there lay a milky white stone, exuding a delightful fragrance. It was indeed a rare and exquisite spirit milk stone. "My dear husband, do you truly intend to part with this precious stone?" murmured Mu Qingqing, her heart heavy with reluctance. This spirit milk stone was a treasured heirloom of the city lord's mansion, and the thought of giving it away was unbearable. "My lady, Mr. Yi is an extraordinary individual of great repute. Establishing a connection with him through this stone would be most advantageous," Li Qingyang replied slowly. "Mother, I believe father speaks wisely." Li Anren chimed in from the side. "Very well, if that is your decision, then so be it," Mu Qingqing sighed. Li Qingyang produced a wooden box, carefully placing the spirit milk stone within. Strangely, as soon as the stone was enclosed in the box, the chill in the room vanished instantaneously, as though all the cold had been encapsulated within. Furthermore, the surface of the box bore no traces of frost. This box was crafted from a material known as cold-repelling wood, capable of warding off the most frigid elements. "Let us proceed to Mr. Ye's residence," Li Qingyang stated, lifting the box with a measured tone. Having made a promise to Ye Linfan, it was imperative to fulfill it promptly, otherwise, the commitment would lose its value. At that moment, a servant rushed in. "City Lord, Elder Fan Ming from Mingyu City has arrived." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Fan Jian would be so impatient. Li Anren's face darkened. Fan Ming is the younger brother of Fan Xian, the lord of Mingyu City, and possesses the strength of the ninth heaven. He is undoubtedly a formidable figure. His visit undoubtedly concerns the matter of marriage. Li Anren was not pleased by this development. "Do not worry, Anren. I shall ensure you do not marry into the Fan family," Li Qingyang reassured her nonchalantly. "However, if we refuse, the Fan family will likely not relent," Mu Qingqing frowned. "With my strength, do I need to fear the Fan family?" Li Qingyang scoffed. Fan Xian possessed the strength of the fourth heaven, and while Li Qingyang had previously been at the third heaven, he had now ascended to the fourth, rendering him no longer fearful of Fan Xian. It is said that the Fan family has an ancestor at the eighth heaven, who has long since entered seclusion. Should he emerge, our Li family may face dire consequences. Mu Qingqing expressed her deep concern. "Even an eighth heaven expert pales in comparison before Mr. Yi," Li Anren dismissed. Mu Qingqing furrowed her brow, questioning Li Anren's unwavering confidence in Ye Linfan. "Anren is correct. If the Fan family presses too hard, we still have Mr. Yi to assist us," Li Qingyang spoke calmly. "What shall we say to Fan Ming?" Mu Qingqing inquired. "I shall reject him directly," Li Qingyang replied coolly. With that, he strode purposefully towards the hall, where a middle-aged man in his 40s awaited. The middle-aged man wore an air of arrogance, barely lifting his eyelids even when the servants presented tea. This man was none other than Fan Ming. "Ah, brother Fan Ming, how have you fared?" A hearty voice resonated from outside the door. Chapter 77. A rejection of proposal. Fan Ming lifted his gaze, and the newcomer was none other than Li Qingyang. However, upon seeing Li Qingyang, his expression abruptly changed. At this moment, Li Qingyang appeared vigorous and robust, his complexion radiant, and his every movement exuded strength. The voice that had just spoken was filled with vitality, seemingly the epitome of health, devoid of any signs of poisoning. What was going on? Was he not poisoned? That had been the poison known as flower blooming in sight. Only the Shun family possessed the antidote. Why did he appear entirely unscathed? Lord Li Cheng. Fan Ming stood and bowed. Though proud by nature, he recognized Li Qingyang's superior status and strength. Had Li Qingyang truly been poisoned, Fan Ming might have dismissed him. But now, Li Qingyang seemed perfectly normal. To maintain an aloof demeanor could invite trouble, especially in Li Qingyang's territory. "Elder Fan, please take a seat." Li Qingyang gestured for Fan Ming to sit, occupying the prominent position himself. "Elder Fan has come today for a particular reason, I presume?" Li Qingyang inquired knowingly. "Lord Li, has your poison been cured?" Fan Ming could no longer suppress his curiosity. "Indeed, the poison has been resolved," Li Qingyang affirmed with a nod. Although he had already suspected as much, hearing the confirmation left Fan Ming astonished, rising from his chair in disbelief. How can this be? Who besides the Shen family could possess the antidote for flower blooming in sight? Fan Ming asked incredulously. "Elder Fan, you may not be aware, but I did not consume any antidote. It simply resolved itself unexpectedly," Li Qingyang replied slowly. He would never divulge the existence of Ye Linfan. Since Ye Linfan preferred a life of anonymity, he would certainly wish to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Moreover, the more people who were aware of Ye Linfan's existence, the more his own standing would diminish in Ye Linfan's eyes. Therefore, he would refrain from revealing Ye Linfan's presence to anyone. Impossible. To be free from the poison without an antidote? Fan Ming pressed, his astonishment deepening. I too find it astonishing, yet it is the truth, Li Qingyang asserted firmly. Perhaps it is unreasonable, but I care not whether the Fan family believes it. My only concern is to keep Ye Linfan's existence a secret. Ah, I see. Truly. Congratulations are in order, Lord Li. Fan Ming managed a strained smile, his tone noticeably subdued. With Li Qingyang's poison cured, it appeared that the mission he had embarked upon today would be exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Thank you, Elder Fan. By the way, you have yet to inform me of your purpose for visiting today, Li Qingyang remarked with a hint of detachment. He was well aware of Fan Ming's intentions and sought to refuse him directly, to prevent the Fan family from further disturbing Li Anren. As it happens, my elder brother has sent me to propose marriage on behalf of my nephew Fan Jian, who is of a suitable age and social standing to match your daughter. Thus, I have come to seek a union between our families. Fan Ming promptly divulged his purpose. Initially, he intended to coerce Li Qingyang into acquiescence regarding the proposal. However, with the poison that had once held sway over him now lifted, he found himself devoid of leverage and thus resorted to a marriage proposal instead. I see. Please convey to Lord Fan that my daughter Anren is still quite young and not yet considering marriage. I appreciate the good intentions of Lord Fan, but I must decline. Li Qingyang responded, as expected, with a refusal. I understand. I shall surely relay your sentiments to my elder brother, Fan Ming replied coolly. His words laced with a subtle threat. If you are unwilling, I shall inform Fan Xian, and the consequences will be yours to bear. In his estimation, Li Qingyang's strength paled in comparison to that of Fan Xian, and a hint of intimidation might sway him. Little did he realize, however, that Li Qingyang had grown significantly in power, now standing equal to Fan Xian. Very well, please extend my apologies to Lord Fan, Li Qingyang stated nonchalantly. Such an attitude left Fan Ming utterly astonished. Has Li Qingyang developed a newfound audacity? Fan Ming pondered silently. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he dared not speak further and simply replied, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Elder Fan, you have come such a long way. Why not stay for a meal? Li Qingyang inquired hastily. No need for that. I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us celebrate with wine another time. Fan Ming responded, fully aware that Li Qingyang's invitation was merely a courtesy. Thus, he declined outright. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang made no further attempts to retain him. He nodded in acknowledgement and, without uttering another word, lifted his teacup to take a sip. Fan Ming, understanding this gesture, recognized it as a signal to depart. Once Fan Ming had exited, Mu Qingqing and Li Anren entered. I am so relieved that I will not have to marry into the Fan family, Li Anren exhaled, feeling a weight lifted from her shoulders. With Li Qingyang's clear refusal of the Fan family's proposal, it seemed that the relationship between the two families had irreparably soured, leaving no room for reconciliation. Husband, what shall we do next? Mu Qingqing inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. There is no need for worry, my dear. Nothing will come of this, Li Qingyang reassured her with a smile. His strength now rivaled that of Fan Xian. And with the support of an extraordinary figure like Ye Linfan, it was clear that should the Fan family choose to act against the Li family, it would be they who suffered the consequences. Come, Anren, let us visit Mr. Yi, Li Qingyang said slowly. At your command. Li Anren promptly turned around to retrieve the wooden box. The two soon arrived at the small courtyard of Ye Linfan's residence, where they unexpectedly found two individuals already standing, a man and a woman. Upon seeing them, Li Qingyang's face displayed a hint of surprise. Master Lin, what brings you here? He inquired. The pair was none other than Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo. The sight of Li Qingyang left Lin Langtian utterly astonished. He had not anticipated encountering the lord of Luoyun City in this place. It is well known that the Lin family is merely a modest clan within Luoyun City, and in the presence of Li Qingyang, they seemed rather insignificant. Having previously met Lord Li, Lin Langtian spoke with utmost respect, acknowledging the formidable authority Li Qingyang held in Luoyun City. It was indeed a rare occasion to meet him, and today's encounter was a delightful surprise. Master Lin is too courteous, Li Qingyang replied with a slight nod, his demeanor calm. Internally, he pondered the recent rumors he had heard about Lin Langtian being gravely injured and on the brink of death. However, it appeared that such tales were mere fabrications. Moreover, Lin Langtian's cultivation level seemed to surpass the claims, as he was evidently far stronger than merely a second-tier alchemist. Are you also here to seek Mr. Yi? Lin Langtian asked cautiously. Indeed, are you as well? Li Qingyang responded nonchalantly. Yes, Mr. Yi has saved my life. So I make it a point to visit him whenever possible, Lin Langtian replied. Although Ye Linfan appeared quite youthful, Lin Langtian referred to him as the elder, which did not seem out of place to anyone present. After all, given Ye Linfan's immense power and his origins from the celestial realm, it was plausible that he was an ancient being disguised in a youthful form. Thus, Lin Langtian's address was entirely appropriate. "Ah, I see. Mr. Ye has also saved my life. It seems we have both earned his favor. Our families should grow closer in the future," Li Qingyang remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Langtian was filled with overwhelming joy. If the Lin family could forge a connection with the Li family, their status within Luoyang City would undoubtedly rise significantly. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Since their acquaintance with Mr. Yi, the Lin family had been thriving in various aspects, and now to be associated with the Lord's residence was beyond his expectations. However, Lin Langtian understood quite well that Li Qingyang's remarks were made in deference to Ye Linfan. With fervor, he replied, "Thank you, Lordly. The Lin family will surely regard you as our guiding star moving forward." Li Qingyang's suggestion of a closer relationship between their families was not to be misconstrued as an equal partnership. Should that be the case, the Lin family would find themselves utterly doomed. "Very well, let us proceed together." Li Qingyang, observing Lin Langtian's compliance, felt immense satisfaction. His demeanor towards Lin Langtian grew increasingly affable. Indeed, Lin Langtian walked alongside Li Qingyang towards Ye Linfan's courtyard. However, he lagged a step behind Li Qingyang, which pleased him immensely. He had not anticipated that Lin Langtian would be so agreeable. It seemed he could offer more support in the future. Li Qingyang mused silently. The group arrived at Ye Linfan's abode. Li Qingyang called out to the courtyard, "Is Mr. Yi at home?" Shortly thereafter, the door was pushed open. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of Tao surged forth from within, coalescing into a river of ethereal energy. The onlookers sensed an immensely potent force resonating within the courtyard. Fortunately, this power remained contained. Were it to be unleashed, the very fabric of this space might be obliterated, for its magnitude was incomprehensibly vast, seemingly beyond this world. Amidst this formidable energy, the crowd felt a terrifying force of tearing potency. There was no mortal who could withstand such power without being torn asunder in an instant. Yet, at that moment, amidst the sea of azure light, a figure emerged. He strode gracefully through the mighty energy, enveloped in a celestial glow, resembling a deity. The onlookers were left in awe, for they recognized that the one navigating this terrifying force was indeed Ye Linfan. Astonishingly, there existed someone capable of moving with ease amidst such overwhelming power. They swallowed hard, all struck dumb by the spectacle. Truly, he was otherworldly, treating such a fearsome force as if it were not. The magnitude of his strength was utterly terrifying. Such power rendered all creatures within the courtyard breathless. However, they were ancient divine beasts, possessing robust physiques, so this force could not harm them. Still, it induced a profound sense of suffocation, forcing them to the ground, unable to move. Even the mightiest of them, the great yellow dog, was no exception. The carp, meanwhile, hid at the bottom of the pond, yet still felt the oppressive sensation. The branches of the peach tree drooped heavily to the ground, as all the divine beasts gazed at Ye Linfan with palpable fear. What scheme was their master concocting now? Each time he engaged in such endeavors, it resulted in monumental disturbances. It was indeed terrifying. Nevertheless, Ye Linfan remained unfazed by these sensations. Upon seeing Li Qingyang and his companions, he approached and opened the courtyard door. The expressions of Li Qingyang and his entourage instantly shifted in alarm. If the door were to open, that dreadful force might escape, endangering their very lives. Yet, even if they wished to retreat, they were powerless to do so, for the strength was too formidable. Should it be released, it would sweep across the heavens and the earth, leaving none unscathed. Unexpectedly, what began as a mere visit turned into a matter of life and death. A profound sense of despair enveloped everyone present. Yet, they could do nothing but lament their fate, as awaiting their demise was the only option left to them. Shortly thereafter, the gate to the courtyard swung open, and all bodies stiffened in anticipation of the fatal moment. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. The instant Ye Linfan opened the door, a torrent of azure light surged forth. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Ye Linfan dissipated the overwhelming radiance, erasing the terrifying force that had threatened to obliterate all. Witnessing this, their eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on their own astonishment. Such formidable power could be dismissed with a simple gesture. The prowess of Mr. Yi was truly terrifying, leaving them with nothing but shock as their sole emotion. "What troubles you?" Ye Linfan inquired with a smile, breaking the spell of astonishment that had gripped them. "Mr. Yi, we have come to pay our respects." Li Qingyang replied with a grin. "Why such formality? Come in and take a seat." Ye Linfan chuckled warmly. Despite being the city lord, Li Qingyang's approachable demeanor was a rare gem, showing kindness even to an ordinary person like Ye Linfan. The group cautiously sidestepped the ancient divine beasts as they entered the courtyard, following Ye Linfan into the house. As they crossed the threshold, the lingering aura of immense power still resonated within the room, and a wave of curiosity washed over them. What had Mr. Yi been doing to create such a commotion? However, they refrained from questioning him, daunted by their own apprehension. Once seated, Li Qingyang took a small wooden box from Li Anren's hands. Mr. Yi, this is the item I promised to present to you last time. I hope you will accept it, he said with a smile. Something you promised to give me? Ye Linfan paused, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes lit up with recognition. Are you referring to Sprite? He asked eagerly. Indeed, that is correct, Li Qingyang nodded. Lin Langtian, standing nearby, felt utterly perplexed. What was this Sprite? He had never heard of it before. Quickly, bring it to me, Ye Linfan urged, unable to contain his excitement. Finally, he could indulge in his beloved fizzy drink to his heart's content, and this was indeed a thrilling prospect for him. Li Qingyang wasted no time, placing the wooden box into Ye Linfan's hands. As Ye Linfan opened the box, a wave of chilling air erupted. For the exquisite spirit milkstone was an object of profound coldness. Instantly, the room felt as though it had been plunged into winter. The group quickly summoned their inner spiritual energy to fend off the biting chill. However, it seemed that Ye Linfan remained entirely unfazed by the frost. He still held the box in his hand, gazing with astonishment at the exquisite spirit milkstone. To his disbelief, the world's sprite appeared to drip from a stone, an utterly incredible revelation. Ye Linfan spoke slowly, then seated himself beside and retrieved a wooden stand. This stand stood over a meter tall, with an opening at the top perfectly sized for the exquisite spirit milkstone, while the lower part featured a small wooden board that could support a cup. As Ye Linfan reached for the exquisite spirit milkstone, Mr. Li Qing's expression shifted dramatically. The spirit milkstone was an object of extreme cold. Even he understood the necessity of great caution when handling it. One must envelop their hands with spiritual energy to dare grasp the stone, and even then, it could only be held for a brief moment, no longer than the time it takes for half a cup of tea. No matter how potent one's spiritual energy, it could not withstand the stone's chilling aura. Yet, Ye Linfan boldly seized it directly, undoubtedly risking frostbite to his hands. The cold could infiltrate through his hands and turn a person into an ice sculpture in an instant. However, Li Qing soon silenced his concerns, realizing they were unfounded. Ye Linfan held the exquisite spirit milk stone effortlessly, the intense cold emanating from it causing him no harm whatsoever. The onlookers swallowed hard, marveling at his prowess. Truly, he was an immortal. His strength far surpassed the comprehension of mere mortals. Simply sitting there, they could barely withstand the cold aura of the exquisite spirit milk stone. Yet Ye Linfan required no spiritual energy to hold it without suffering the slightest injury. Such power was astonishing. Unbeknownst to Ye Linfan, the thoughts of the crowd swirled around him. He placed the exquisite spirit milk stone upon the wooden stand. At that moment, the stand emitted a radiant azure light, enveloping the spirit milk stone. Instantly, all traces of cold vanished, and the temperature in the room returned to normal. The chilling essence of the spirit milk stone was now sealed within the azure glow. The crowd stood frozen in place, mesmerized. The ethereal light danced, and a profound aura circulated. This seemingly unremarkable wooden stand was, in fact, a top-tier immortal artifact. The spectators were awestruck. Such a formidable artifact, rarely seen in the outside world, was readily available here. This stand was crafted from the famed Tianqing green bamboo. Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Rather than merely a wooden stand, it was fashioned from bamboo, one of the 10 divine woods of the realm. When used in crafting, it could significantly enhance the resilience of any weapon. This small segment of Tianqing green bamboo was enough to draw the admiration of many. Yet, here it was in abundance. And Ye Linfan had transformed it into a stand merely to hold an exquisite spirit milk stone. Though the spirit milk stone was indeed a precious item, the display of such resources was remarkable. However, in comparison to the azure bamboo, it still pales in significance. This is akin to placing an ordinary glass orb within a gilded box, exceedingly extravagant, verging on the inhumane. Last time, I did not indulge sufficiently. This time, I shall drink my fill. Ye Linfan retrieved a cup and positioned it beneath the exquisite spirit milk stone. Mr. Yi, this is not the right time. Li Qingyang interjected promptly. Why is it not the right time? Ye Linfan asked, puzzled. Mr. Yi, you may not be aware, but the exquisite spirit milk stone only drips 2 drops of the profound ice spirit liquid each month, not a drop more. I have already collected my share this month. Li Qingyang replied, exasperated. The profound ice spirit liquid is an exceedingly precious substance. One cannot simply demand as much as they desire. Is it truly possible that this stone possesses such sentience? I refuse to believe it. I shall test it myself, Ye Linfan declared, his face etched with disbelief. Is it merely a stone? How could it exhibit such arrogance? Li Qingyang's exaggeration was rather excessive. Thus, he addressed the exquisite spirit milk stone. 1 cup of Sprite, please. Everyone exchanged discreet glances, shaking their heads. The reputation of the exquisite spirit milk stone was well known. They understood that after yielding 2 drops of the profound ice spirit liquid, it would not produce a third. Even if Ye Linfan hailed from the celestial realm, it was unlikely he could command a mere stone. Mr. Yi seems overly optimistic, Li Qingyang murmured, resigned. Soon, he will realize that I speak the truth, Lin Langtian remarked with a smile. However, they were all rather eager to witness Ye Linfan's downfall. After all, since their acquaintance with him, he had consistently demonstrated immense strength and capability, as if nothing in this world could pose a challenge to him. To see him falter would indeed be an amusing spectacle. Yet, their eyes widened in astonishment as the scene unfolded before them, nearly causing their eyeballs to pop out. Remarkably, as soon as Ye Linfan finished speaking, the exquisite spirit milk stone began to flow with the profound ice spirit liquid, not merely dripping, but gushing forth like a fountain into the cup, quickly filling it to the brim. It was as if the stone possessed an extraordinary consciousness, ceasing its flow the moment the cup was full. This spectacle left the onlookers dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Had it not been agreed that it would only yield 2 drops of the profound ice spirit liquid each month? How could this be? Especially for Li Qingyang, who was nearly driven to madness. This wretched stone, while in my possession, only granted me 2 drops a month, never a drop more. Yet now, in Mr. Ye's hands, it appears so obedient. I am utterly astonished. You are but a stone, and yet you seem to cater to those in power, unceremoniously casting me aside. Truly, a cad, nay, a wretched stone. Lordly, it seems this stone is not as enigmatic as you claimed. Look, it is rather accommodating, is it not? Ye Linfan remarked with a smile. It appears I was mistaken. Li Qingyang forced a smile and spoke, yet inwardly he mused that this foul stone was merely obedient due to its formidable strength. Had it been in the possession of another, it would undoubtedly have transformed into a mere stone in a latrine, both odorous and unyielding. Ye Linfan, unaware of Li Qingyang's thoughts, picked up a cup, gazing at the liquid within. The liquid was transparent, continuously bubbling with effervescence. He leaned closer, inhaling deeply. How fragrant! This is the scent of Sprite, the essence of my homeland. Ye Linfan sighed with nostalgia. After 10 long years, he had finally encountered something reminiscent of home. Sprite was indeed a favorite among countless homebodies. In his previous life, Ye Linfan himself was a seasoned recluse, harboring a particular fondness for Sprite. Unable to resist any longer, he tilted his head back and down the contents of the cup in one swift motion. Mr. Yi, no? Li Qingyang's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of the potent nature of the Xianbing spirit liquid. Although Ye Linfan had previously consumed the Xianbing spirit liquid without incident, that time it had been merely 2 drops in a porcelain vial. This time, however, the cup was filled to the brim. The difference between a cupful and 2 drops was monumental. It was inconceivable to compare the two. Yet, Ye Linfan had just consumed it all in one go. Surely, something catastrophic would ensue. Frightened, Li Qingyang rushed to intervene, but alas, it was far too late. Ye Linfan had already drained the entire cup of Xianbing spirit liquid. This is it. Mr. Yi may very well lose his life now. Li Qingyang felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly fainting. Regret washed over him. He had failed to stop him last time, and now he had made the same mistake again, indirectly leading to Mr. Ye's demise. However, at that moment, he heard Ye Linfan's voice. Indeed, quite delicious. Tastes exactly like the flavors of my homeland. Li Qingyang quickly lifted his gaze, only to find that Ye Linfan appeared completely unaffected. Instead, he was savoring the lingering taste of the Xianbing spirit liquid, smacking his lips in delight. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Li Qingyang inquired cautiously. Nothing's wrong. Ye Linfan shook his head, replying, it's just a cup of Sprite. What could possibly be the issue? Li Qingyang, upon hearing this, inwardly gasped in astonishment. To consume such a vast amount of Xianbing spirit liquid without any ill effects was indeed terrifying. This power surpassed anything he could comprehend. Was this the strength of an immortal? Truly, it was beyond the grasp of mere mortals. It's been too long since I've had it. 1 cup simply isn't enough, Ye Linfan remarked. You wish to drink more? Li Qingyang asked in shock. Setting aside whether Ye Linfan could drink again, the exquisite spiritual milk stone was already filled to the brim with Xianbing spirit liquid. It is unlikely that there will be a second drop, he remarked with a smile. Having not indulged in this delight for quite some time and yearning for a satisfying experience. After placing the cup beneath the exquisite spirit milk stone, Li Qingyang furrowed his brow, wishing to clarify matters with Ye Linfan, but his efforts seemed futile. Before he could finish his thoughts, Ye Linfan interjected, another cup, please. To Li Qingyang's astonishment, an incredible scene unfolded before him. The exceptional spirit milk stone indeed produced the mystical ice spirit liquid once again, filling the cup anew. Li Qingyang found himself utterly speechless. I have finally seen through this wretched stone. It evidently favors certain individuals, he silently chastised. In that brief moment, the mystical ice spirit liquid provided by the stone surpassed all that the Li family had acquired over the years. This operation, while not physically damaging, felt deeply insulting to Li Qingyang. Ye Linfan promptly downed another cup of the mystical ice spirit liquid, and at this point, Li Qingyang no longer felt the urge to intervene. He understood that the liquid, which he had once feared, posed no threat to Ye Linfan. No matter how much he consumed, it would not affect him. Indeed, Ye Linfan went on to drink 5 cups in total, each time finishing it in one gulp. Li Qingyang had become numb to the spectacle. After savoring the 5th cup, Ye Linfan set it down with satisfaction. Delicious, truly exquisite, he exclaimed with a hearty burp. Seeing Ye Linfan's delight, Li Qingyang felt that the gift of the exceptional spirit milk stone was indeed worthwhile. Lin Langtian, standing nearby, was filled with envy. The resources of the city lord's mansion were undoubtedly beyond his reach. With Li Qingyang's generous offering of such a treasure, it was clear that Ye Linfan was thoroughly pleased. In contrast, Lin Langtian had only presented a meager Qilin pendant, which had only transformed into a top-tier celestial artifact after Ye Linfan's enhancements. The disparity was immense. It seemed that the city lord's mansion had firmly aligned itself with Ye Linfan, and Lin Langtian realized that by closely associating with the city lord's mansion, he too could draw nearer to Ye Linfan. Within the confines of Luoyang City, countless individuals aspired to serve the city lord's mansion, yet opportunities were scarce. Now that this chance had fallen into his lap, he knew he must seize it. Only in this manner could the Lin family thrive amidst the competitive landscape of Luoyang City, perhaps even surpassing the Shin family to become the foremost family in the city. Lordly, thank you for allowing me to taste the flavors of my homeland today, Ye Linfan said with a smile. You are too kind, Mr. Yi. It is merely a humble stone, Li Qingyang responded, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. He resolved to maintain an air of generosity, concealing any signs of distress before Ye Linfan, lest the value of this favor diminish. The more he feigned indifference, the more Ye Linfan would draw close to him. The relationship between the Li family and Ye Linfan would only grow stronger. However, I cannot accept your gifts without reciprocation, Ye Linfan said slowly. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, particularly igniting a sense of joy within Li Qingyang. Ye Linfan was going to present something to him. He understood all too well that, given Ye Linfan's stature, the gift would undoubtedly be of immense value, certainly a top-tier celestial artifact. In terms of worth, it would surely surpass even the finest spirit milk stone. It seems this exquisite spirit milk stone was indeed a worthy trade, Li Qingyang thought to himself, elated. Lin Langtian also felt a twinge of envy, though he harbored no jealousy, as Ye Linfan had previously bestowed gifts upon him as well. Mr. Yi, you are far too gracious. I feel quite unworthy, Li Qingyang politely declined, despite his mounting eagerness. Surely, you do not think little of my humble offerings? Ye Linfan inquired with a smile. How could that be? I cherish anything gifted by you, Mr. Yi. Li Qingyang quickly clarified. That's wonderful to hear. How about I present you with a painting I just completed? Ye Linfan suggested gently. Then I shall graciously accept your offer, Li Qingyang replied, though a fleeting hint of disappointment crossed his face. So it is merely a painting. He had anticipated a weapon instead. Nonetheless, Li Qingyang's momentary discontent was quickly masked. He dared not let Ye Linfan perceive his disappointment, for the consequences could be dire. He resolved to feign great enthusiasm for the painting, regardless of its simplicity. Please, everyone, follow me, Ye Linfan announced as he rose and approached the table. The others promptly followed suit. There, resting upon the table, lay a rolled-up sheet of paper. The lines visible on its back unmistakably indicated it was a painting. Could this be the artwork Mr. Yi intends to gift me? Indeed, Ye Linfan spoke slowly. Li City Lord, this is the painting I wish to present to you. With that, he gently unfurled the artwork. The moment it was revealed, a powerful sensation surged through the crowd, causing a collective shiver of awe. Chapter 81. This painting conceals an unparalleled sword technique. As the painting was unveiled, an overwhelming force emanated from it, nearly unbalancing those present. They marveled inwardly at the source of such formidable power. Lowering their gaze towards the painting, they beheld an ethereal figure clad in white, wielding a long sword, suspended in midair. The figure appeared otherworldly, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. The sword, held aloft, descended from the heavens, as if commanding reverence from the very cosmos. On the right side of the painting were inscribed 8 powerful characters. A sword comes from the west, a celestial descends from beyond. These words, robust and forceful, bore the quality of being carved by knife or axe. The crowd gazed in rapt attention at the magnificent painting. A shiver involuntarily surged through his heart. In their eyes, although it was merely a painting, they could still perceive boundless murderous intent and the essence of the sword emanating from it. It was as if the sword was aimed directly at them, causing them to break into a cold sweat. They gazed at Ye Linfan with an expression of profound terror. This was no ordinary painting. It was evidently a manifestation of an unparalleled sword technique. To casually create a piece of art that embodied such extraordinary swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Particularly, Li Qingyang felt an overwhelming excitement within. Mr. Yi had been exceedingly generous, bestowing upon him such a formidable sword technique. In comparison, that exquisite spirit milk stone was utterly insignificant. Nay, it was even less than trivial. It seemed that this exquisite spirit milk stone had indeed found its rightful owner. What is the name of this sword technique, Mr. Yi? Li Qingyang inquired, his voice trembling with anticipation. A sword from the west, the celestial descending from beyond. Ye Linfan replied slowly. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. It turned out that the 8 grand characters were the name of this unparalleled sword technique. How majestic! How ethereal! How had he never heard of such a sword technique existing in this world? Li Qingyang asked with curiosity. This sword technique is not of this realm, hence, you have certainly not encountered it, Ye Linfan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. If it was a sword technique from beyond this world, then it must belong to the realm of immortals. An intense fervor sparkled in everyone's eyes. This was a technique from the celestial realm. If mastered, it would undoubtedly elevate one's prowess significantly. However, this painting solely belonged to Li Qingyang. No matter how envious Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo felt, they could only harbor their admiration. They dared not covet what belonged to Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang, growing increasingly exhilarated, thought that exchanging a mere stone for a sword technique from the celestial realm was a bargain beyond compare. He yearned to take the painting home immediately to ponder over it and strive to master this extraordinary sword technique. Look, the figure in the painting bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Yi, Li Anren suddenly remarked. The crowd then realized that the figure in the painting indeed looked remarkably like Ye Linfan. They collectively gasped in astonishment. Mr. Yi, is the figure in the painting truly you? Li Qingyang inquired, intrigued. Indeed, it is I. Please forgive my embarrassment, Ye Linfan chuckled awkwardly. He had painted this piece spontaneously that very day. After all, every man harbors a dream of soaring through the heavens, wielding a sword across the rivers and lakes, freely navigating the intricacies of love and enmity. Ye Linfan was no exception. Unfortunately, he possessed no talent for martial arts, thus resorting to painting as a means to express his aspirations. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously depicted the figure in the painting as himself, imagining that he was the man standing atop the Forbidden City. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped once more. No wonder this sword technique was so powerful and evocative. It turns out that this is a depiction of Ye Linfan practicing his swordsmanship. How could someone capable of executing such unparalleled sword techniques not be an extraordinary master? Such prowess is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Yet, despite possessing such formidable strength, he remains remarkably humble, insisting on interacting with me as an ordinary person. This is truly admirable. Mr. Yi, is this painting truly a gift for me? Li Qingyang asked with great excitement. This piece is so precious that Li Qingyang would consider it a family heirloom. Of course, this painting is of no value to me. I can simply give it to you, Ye Linfan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nearly choked on their own disbelief. Such a valuable painting was deemed worthless in Ye Linfan's eyes. Fortunately, it was in this courtyard. Had it found its way into the outside world, it would have undoubtedly incited a bloodbath. A sword technique from the celestial realm could compel any martial artist to take risks, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. However, upon reflection, they realized that Ye Linfan was indeed an immortal. Perhaps what they considered immensely valuable was trivial to him. This illustrates the disparity, a chasm that is insurmountable between the celestial and the mortal realms. Ye Linfan carefully rolled up the painting and handed it to Li Qingyang, who received it with trembling hands. This painting is truly worth its weight in gold. Even the combined wealth of the entire Falling Cloud City could not compare to a fraction of its worth. Thus, although the painting was light, to Li Qingyang, it felt as heavy as a mountain. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Li Qingyang said, his voice quivering with excitement. Seeing Li Qingyang's reaction, Ye Linfan found it somewhat amusing. Was it merely a painting? Such a response seemed overly dramatic. It appears that the city lord is quite fond of calligraphy and painting, Ye Linfan remarked slowly. It seems that martial artists in this world are rather different. Whether it is Lin Langtian, Chu Mingyang, or now Li Qingyang, they all seem to have a deep appreciation for calligraphy and art, unlike the martial artists of his past impressions, who were merely practitioners of combat and brute strength. Naturally, I have always enjoyed collecting calligraphy and paintings, Li Qingyang quickly responded, fully aware that Ye Linfan preferred to avoid discussions regarding martial arts. That's wonderful. Clan leader Lin and director Chu also share a fondness for calligraphy and paintings. We can exchange ideas in the future, Ye Linfan said with a smile. Since these esteemed individuals appreciate such art, it would be advantageous for Ye Linfan. In the future, he could casually produce a few pieces of writing or paintings to win their favor. This would provide him with a support system in this world, allowing him to establish a secure existence. Thankfully, neither Li Qingyang nor Lin Langtian was aware of Ye Linfan's current thoughts. Otherwise, they would be overjoyed. The characters and paintings that Ye Linfan casually creates are undoubtedly on par with top-tier celestial artifacts. If it could be frequently obtained, it would indeed be an extraordinary fortune. After an hour spent at Ye Linfan's residence, the group finally took their leave. They arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chief Lin, has Mr. Yi previously gifted you with any calligraphy? Li Qingyang inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Lin Langtian replied, nodding. Mr. Yi presented me with a piece of calligraphy. What does it say? Li Qingyang asked, intrigued. Immortals caress my crown, bestowing longevity upon my hair, Lin Langtian pronounced slowly. Upon hearing those 10 words, Li Qingyang gasped in awe. What a commanding phrase. It seems that Ye Linfan, having descended from the immortal realm, undoubtedly harbors his own intentions, regardless of his plans. Establishing a connection with immortals and becoming a pawn in their game is a great honor. That piece of calligraphy must be extraordinary, I presume? Li Qingyang questioned. Indeed. That piece is a top-tier immortal artifact, Lin Langtian affirmed. Top-tier immortal artifact? Both Li Qingyang and Li Anren inhaled sharply. How astonishing. To be able to casually bestow such a treasure is truly extravagant, almost inhumane. Lord Li, I suspect this painting of yours is also a top-tier immortal artifact, Lin Langtian remarked. On what basis do you say that? Li Qingyang asked, his expression shifting. Because the energy fluctuations emanating from this painting are on par with those from my calligraphy. Lin Langtian explained. I see. Mr. Yi is indeed admirable, gifting a top-tier immortal artifact while maintaining an air of indifference, Li Qingyang exclaimed with uncontainable joy. With a top-tier immortal artifact in the Lord's estate, not only can I comprehend the sword intent within, but it may also serve as a means of offense. Once I grasp the sword techniques contained within, my strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. May I visit your home to see the calligraphy? Li Qingyang asked, his curiosity piqued. No need for you to come in person. I shall bring it to your residence, and we can appreciate it together, Lin Langtian promptly replied. That would be most kind of you, Chief Lin, Li Qingyang expressed, thoroughly satisfied with Lin Langtian's willingness. Of course, Lin Langtian quickly assured him. They then departed from the location. Shortly thereafter, Lin Langtian arrived at the Lord's estate bearing the calligraphy. Lordly, please take a look. Lin Langtian said as he gently unfurled the calligraphy. The moment it was revealed, an overwhelming surge of power permeated the entire room. Ethereal blue light danced, and the resonance of the Tao flowed ceaselessly. Indeed, it was a top-tier immortal artifact. These 10 characters, each stroke embodies a resonance of the Tao. When these resonances converge, they form a river of Tao, Li Qingyang remarked, astonished. He felt his internal spiritual energy ignited by these resonances, surging violently within him. Crack! Suddenly, his body trembled, and he broke through. He ascended to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. I have finally broken through, reached the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Li Qingyang laughed heartily. His strength has finally caught up with Chu Mingyang, surpassing even Fan Xian. When the Fan family comes to demand an explanation, he will not be intimidated. Congratulations, Lord Li. Lin Langtian immediately stepped forward to offer his felicitations. This is all thanks to clan leader Lin for bringing me this painting. Li Qingyang replied with a smile. It's a trivial matter. If Lord Li likes this calligraphy, I shall gift it to you, Lin Langtian said, gritting his teeth. This piece of calligraphy is indeed a top-tier celestial artifact, and he was reluctant to part with it. However, in order to foster a good relationship with Li Qingyang, he was willing to make certain sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang was greatly moved. A top-tier celestial artifact is a temptation that is difficult to resist. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided to decline. Thank you for your kind offer, clan leader Lin, but I must refuse. Lin Langtian was taken aback upon hearing this. He had prepared himself for Li Qingyang to take the calligraphy, as it was inconceivable that anyone could resist the allure of a top-tier celestial artifact. Yet, Li Qingyang had rejected the offer. Although Lin Langtian was astonished, he secretly sighed in relief. The precious artifact was preserved. However, he could not allow his elation to show. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, Lordly, may I ask why? This piece of calligraphy was gifted to you by Mr. Yi. If you were to freely bestow it upon another, it might well displease Mr. Yi, Li Qingyang replied slowly. You speak truly, Lordly, Lin Langtian said, breaking out into a cold sweat. If Ye Linfan were to discover that he had given the calligraphy to someone else, it would surely provoke his ire. The consequences of incurring the wrath of a celestial being could be dire. Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Lin Langtian wiped his cold sweat and continued. In any case, as long as we follow Mr. Yi, we need not fear the lack of benefits. Indeed, Li Qingyang replied thoughtfully. If we cling tightly to Ye Linfan's coattails, with his exceedingly generous nature, we need not fear missing out on good fortune. After conversing for a while longer, Lin Langtian took his leave. In Mingyu City, after Fan Ming departed from Luoyan City, he returned to Mingyu City. Upon his return, he did not go anywhere else, but headed straight to the Lord's mansion. Inside the Lord's mansion, the Lord of Mingyu City, Fan Xian, was seated. Fan Xian appeared to be in his mid-40s, dressed in a green robe, with a square face that exuded a sense of righteousness. However, his eyes occasionally sparkled with a chilling glint, evoking an unsettling feeling. Beside him sat a young man, around 25 or 26. Strikingly handsome, yet possessing a sharp chin that imparted a rather harsh impression. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this young man bore a strong resemblance to Fan Xian, being none other than his son, Fan Jian, the young lord of Mingyu City. Fan Ming was seated on the other side of Fan Xian. Second brother, are you saying that Li Qingyang's poison has been cured? With a grim expression, Fan Xian inquired, is it true? Fan Ming nodded affirmatively. How could this be? The everlasting flame grass belongs solely to the Fan family. Who could possibly counteract it? Fan Jian exclaimed loudly. I am uncertain. When I encountered Li Qingyang, he showed no signs of poisoning whatsoever. Fan Ming replied, shaking his head. This is outrageous. After much effort to poison him, our plans have been thwarted. Fan Xian remarked darkly. Father, what shall we do now? I must marry Li Anren. Without her, my dual cultivation might never reach fruition. Fan Jian said with a furrowed brow. I am aware. I am contemplating a solution. Fan Xian replied coldly. He did not blame Fan Jian for his singular focus on marriage. Fan Jian's desire to wed Li Anren stemmed not from affection, but from her possessing a body of purine. A union with her would significantly enhance Fan Jian's prowess. This was the true motive behind the Fan family's eagerness to ally with the Li family. Regrettably, what was once a certain success had crumbled at the last moment. They were even oblivious to the identity of the saboteur. Elder brother, I have a scheme. I am uncertain if it will suffice, Fan Ming suddenly proposed. Pray share it. Fan Xian promptly urged. Since the poison of the blooming flower has been neutralized, we should employ a different poison, Fan Ming suggested slowly. Another poison? What do you mean? Fan Xian inquired, frowning. Utilize the soul-corroding grass, Fan Ming replied with a chilling tone. Upon hearing this, both Fan Xian and Fan Ming gasped in shock. The soul-corroding grass was among the 10 deadliest toxic plants known to man. Its terrifying reputation stemmed from the fact that it poisoned not the body but the soul. While physical toxins could be countered with antidotes, there was no remedy for a poisoned soul. Those who ingested the soul-corroding grass would immediately lose consciousness, and, within a mere hour or two, succumb to death, leaving no trace of harm on the exterior. Their souls would be utterly consumed. It was profoundly ruthless. Are we truly resolved to proceed with this? Fan Xian questioned, his brow knitting in concern. The Fan family did possess a specimen of soul-corroding grass. Once the poison was administered, they themselves would have no antidote, leaving Li Qingyang with no escape. Father, I believe this is feasible. If Li Qingyang perishes, will not the Li family remain at our mercy? Fan Jian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had already attained the 9th level of Earth Realm cultivation, a mere step away from breaking into the Celestial Realm. However, he had reached a bottleneck in his dual cultivation technique and required a girl of pure Yin as a catalyst to advance. Li Anren was precisely such a being, which explained Fan Jian's urgency to marry her. This plan may indeed work, but how will you administer the poison? Fang Xian furrowed his brow and inquired. After all, Li Qingyang was the lord of Luoyan City. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but he also surrounded himself with numerous attendants. To poison him would indeed be a formidable challenge. This matter is straightforward. The chef responsible for the Li family's meals happens to be an acquaintance of mine. If I offer him a substantial reward, he will certainly take action, Fang Ming spoke slowly. In that case, I shall entrust this task to you, Fang Xian replied, his furrowed brow instantly relaxing. Rest assured, brother, I will handle it with utmost care, Fang Ming vowed earnestly. Ye Linfan remained oblivious to the fact that Li Qingyang was soon to fall victim to poison. He stayed in his chamber, continuing to carve the ancient zither. The intricate patterns adorning the instrument had been exquisitely etched, and its contours were becoming strikingly clear. In just a few days, the zither would be completed, ready for the strings to be affixed. No one else was present. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be awed by the powerful Tao rhythm emanating from the zither. However, this was not its ultimate state. The true pinnacle would be reached on the day of its completion. At that moment, a voice called to him from outside, "Brother Ye, are you home?" Recognizing Yuan Xiaorong's voice, Ye Linfan promptly set aside the zither and stepped outside. Indeed, it was Yuan Xiaorong standing at the door, accompanied by Chu Yinyun. "What brings you two here?" Ye Linfan asked with a smile. It had been quite some time since Yuan Xiaorong's last visit, and he found himself missing her. "I've been diligently training with my master and haven't visited in a while, so I came to see you today," Yuan Xiaorong replied cheerfully. Since she began her training under Chu Mingyang, he had dedicated himself to her development, especially considering her connection to Ye Linfan. Coupled with the numerous calligraphy pieces and paintings he had gifted her, Yuan Xiaorong's progress was remarkable. In a brief period, she had transitioned from a novice to the second level of transformation. After reaching this new realm, Yuan Xiaorong became increasingly attuned to the natural spiritual energies of the world. She finally understood the significance of the calligraphy and the wooden sword Ye Linfan had bestowed upon her. It was with the aid of that wooden sword that she had managed to rescue all the students from the martial arts academy during their previous ordeal. Since that day, she had kept the wooden sword close at all times. Yet, what troubled her most was the calligraphy piece still stolen by the Shin family. Fortunately, Chu Mingyang had reassured her that Ye Linfan would likely intervene when Shin Tianfang celebrated his 250th birthday, which eased her worries. "I truly envy you for having Director Chu to guide your training. Unlike me, just an ordinary person unable to cultivate," Ye Linfan sighed. Upon hearing this, both Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong's lips twitched slightly. This fellow was once again pretending to be an ordinary person, in the art of masquerading. No one could rival Ye Linfan. "Brother Ye, are you not letting us in?" Yuan Xiaorong inquired. "Please come in, have a cup of tea first, and then perhaps we could venture out together," Ye Linfan replied slowly. "Where to?" Yuan Xiaorong asked, puzzled. "To Luoyan City. We are running low on meat at home and need to purchase some," Ye Linfan explained. "That sounds great. Of course, I'm in," Yuan Xiaorong responded immediately. "Miss Chu, are you free?" Ye Linfan turned to Chu Yinyun, concerned that she might not enjoy shopping with him, hence his preemptive inquiry to avoid potential rejection, which could be awkward. "Of course I'm free," Chu Yinyun answered without hesitation. To accompany Ye Linfan on a shopping excursion is an opportunity not afforded to everyone. She certainly would not decline such a splendid chance. Even if Chu Mingyang were present, she would still eagerly request to join. "That's wonderful," Ye Linfan exclaimed joyfully. Before him stood two enchanting young ladies, one exuding an alluringly aloof demeanor with an air of sophistication, and the other charmingly vivacious with an irresistibly youthful allure. Each possessed their own unique charm, excelling in their respective domains, yet both shared a singular quality: they were exceptionally eye-catching. The prospect of parading these two stunning girls through the streets filled Ye Linfan with immense pride. Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong entered Ye Linfan's abode, where he soon presented them with 2 cups of tea. Although the cups were covered, the rich aroma of the tea was undeniable. Excitement surged within Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong. This was spirit tea, a brew so potent that merely a single cup could incite chaos if its existence were to spread. Yet, here they were, indulging freely in such a precious elixir. Alas, the tea's overwhelming potency meant they could only afford to sip a single cup, mindful of the peril that even a greedy additional sip could provoke. "Drink up, and we shall set off," Ye Linfan urged gently. "Thank you, Brother Ye," Yuan Xiaorong said, lifting her cup and draining its contents in one go. As the tea flowed down her throat, her eyes widened in astonishment. She felt an immense surge of spiritual energy erupting within her, setting her internal forces into a frenzied whirl. In no time, she trembled as a crack echoed through the air. She had broken through. Chapter 84. "I have a question for you." Yuan Xiaorong had surpassed not just one realm, but multiple. Given that she was merely at the second level of the transformation realm, an insignificantly low state, the formidable potency of the spirit tea was sufficient to elevate her through several stages, the 3rd, 4th, 5th levels, until finally, she halted her ascent at the 8th level of the transformation realm. A powerful force coursed through her being, filling her with an exhilarating sensation of strength. At that moment, Chu Yinyun too had finished her cup of spirit tea, and the powerful spiritual energy within her erupted with a resounding force. As the spiritual essence surged, she too experienced a breakthrough. Her realm surpasses Yuan Xiaorong's by a considerable margin. Thus, her breakthrough is not as dramatic as Yuan Xiaorong's. She had previously ascended to the 6th level of the Dan realm. The consumption of this cup of spiritual tea propelled her directly to the 9th level, leaving her merely a step away from the earth realm. Chu Yinyun was overwhelmed with excitement. Fortuitously, she encountered Yuan Xiaorong today and learned that the latter was heading to Ye Linfan's residence. Otherwise, how could she have had the chance to savor the spiritual tea? Each visit here significantly enhanced her strength, an experience that was simply exhilarating. Chu Yinyun found herself wishing she could visit every day. However, as a young lady, she felt somewhat embarrassed to frequent a single man's home. If word got out, it could tarnish her reputation. Yet, accompanying Yuan Xiaorong made it acceptable, as she was Ye Linfan's adoptive sister. Would you care for another cup? Ye Linfan inquired. No, thank you. I've had enough, Chu Yinyun promptly replied. While the spiritual tea was delightful, one must not indulge excessively. Another cup could pose the peril of bodily explosion, a risk she dared not take. Yuan Xiaorong also shook her head in refusal. Very well, then accompany me to Luoyang City, Ye Linfan said slowly. The trio made their way to the courtyard. Ye Linfan addressed the large yellow dog lounging there. Da Huang, guard the house while I am away. The yellow dog barked twice, indicating its understanding. Chu Yinyun gazed at the dog in disbelief. This large yellow dog was undoubtedly an ancient divine beast, yet it willingly served as a guard in Ye Linfan's yard. A testament to the formidable nature of Ye Linfan's power. Yet, she reconsidered, among the countless dogs in the world, not all could serve as guardians for a celestial being like Ye Linfan. Remaining in his courtyard for an extended period could very well transform even a pig into something extraordinary. Thus, Ye Linfan departed with Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong. Once they left, the courtyard buzzed with activity. The most vivacious fish leapt from the pond. Dog brother, your master used to take you along whenever he went out. But now that he has a fair lady by his side, he has abandoned you, the fish teased with a laugh. However, the yellow dog paid it no heed, finding such remarks utterly tedious. No matter how powerful the master is, he is still a man. It is only natural that he would be swayed by beauty. The old hen remarked. Indeed, but considering the master as strength, if he desired a woman, he could simply beckon, and I dare say countless would gladly wed him. Xiaobai added as he approached. Enough of this idle chatter about the master. With his prowess, do not assume he cannot hear you, the yellow dog stated nonchalantly. At this, all the animals fell silent, for they were acutely aware of just how formidable Ye Linfan truly was. Perhaps he truly possesses the ability to hear sounds from miles away. In the courtyard, tranquility was swiftly restored. The distance from Luoyang City to Ye Linfan's home was not great. It took merely half an hour for Ye Linfan and his companions to arrive at Luoyang City. At this moment, the city was bustling with activity. As it was market day, the streets were alive with the vibrant clamor of voices, and the calls of vendors echoed from either side. For Chu Yinyun, such an environment was quite unfamiliar. Due to her esteemed status and her habitual dedication to cultivation, she had seldom wandered through the streets, making the noise around her somewhat overwhelming. Dr. Yi, you have arrived. Dr. Yi, the ailment you treated last time has nearly healed. Dr. Yi, I am immensely grateful. Had it not been for you, I might have lost my life. The townsfolk greeted Ye Linfan with great warmth, for over the years, he had frequently visited Luoyang City to provide medical care, often with miraculous results. His reputation had gradually grown, earning him the deep respect of all the residents. After all, no one could guarantee a lifetime free from illness, and cultivating a relationship with a divine healer was akin to gaining an extra lease on life. Ye Linfan responded with utmost courtesy, a gesture that left Chu Yinyun feeling perplexed. Throughout her life, she had witnessed many formidable individuals who regarded ordinary people as insignificant. Yet, here was Ye Linfan, a transcendent figure comparable to an immortal, mingling joyfully with these common folk, a revelation that challenged her preconceived notions of the powerful. Ye Linfan led the two women to a butcher's shop. Upon seeing him, the proprietor approached eagerly. Dr. Yi, back for more meat? He inquired with a smile, his gaze shifting to the two young women behind Ye Linfan, his expression revealing admiration. Dr. Yi is indeed fortunate to be accompanied by such two beautiful ladies. However, he kept this thought to himself, aware that both girls were martial artists, and he dared not speak indiscreetly. Have you any fresh meat recently? Ye Linfan inquired. Indeed, we have. Recently, the beast hunters brought in some meat from the Tianjiao dogs, the shopkeeper promptly replied. The Tianjiao dog resembled a canine, but sported two long horns atop its head. While not particularly powerful, being on par with a human in the dark realm of cultivation. Its meat was exquisite, making it a favorite among beast hunters. Very well, I shall take several pounds, Ye Linfan said, his eyes lighting up with interest. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. The shopkeeper hurriedly went to slice the meat. Before long, he returned with the packaged meat. Doctor, here are 10 pounds for you. Please take it. Ye Linfan inquired. How much do I owe you? No need for payment, the shopkeeper replied. The innkeeper quickly waved his hand and said, that won't do. Last time, I didn't charge you, but this time you must pay. Otherwise, I won't welcome you back. Ye Linfan shook his head and replied, in that case, let it be 200 coins. The innkeeper pondered for a moment and said, this price is already exceedingly low. 1 pound of beast meat alone costs 100 coins. Ye Linfan felt somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, he understood that the innkeeper would not accept a larger sum. Thus, he produced 200 coins and handed them to the innkeeper. As the three of them exited, Chu Yinyun suddenly inquired, "Mr. Yi, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Chapter 85. Epiphany of the Heavenly Way. Ye Linfan was momentarily taken aback and asked, "What is your question? Why do you prefer to associate with these ordinary people?" Chu Yinyun voiced her curiosity. "Because I am an ordinary person myself," Ye Linfan replied with a smile. This statement left Chu Yinyun momentarily speechless, her lips twitching. This esteemed figure truly embodied the essence of an ordinary person, declaring it outright. It seemed this question would remain unanswered. However, Ye Linfan continued, "Miss Chu, with your noble status, do you feel disdainful towards interacting with ordinary people?" "Mr. Yi, since childhood, I have been surrounded by warriors, each of whom holds themselves in high regard, viewing ordinary people as mere ants," Chu Yinyun candidly confessed. This is a world of warriors. Although her words were harsh, they reflected reality, and no one dared to refute them. Ye Linfan understood this well, hence he bore no resentment towards Chu Yinyun. He recognized that her mindset was shaped by the environment in which she had grown up. "Miss Chu, do you believe there are more warriors or ordinary people in this world?" Ye Linfan inquired slowly. "Warriors are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, while ordinary people are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges," Chu Yinyun mused before responding. "Therefore, in essence, this world is composed of ordinary people," Ye Linfan remarked with a smile. "But ordinary people lack any real power. They cannot change this world," Chu Yinyun immediately countered. "How can you be so certain that ordinary people have not changed this world? If there were no ordinary people to cultivate the land, would warriors have anything to eat? If there were no ordinary people to weave clothing, would warriors have garments to wear? If there were no ordinary people to brew wine, would warriors have anything to drink? Aside from cultivating their skills, have warriors ever made any contribution to this world?" Ye Linfan asked calmly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinyun's complexion paled slightly. Deep down, she knew Ye Linfan spoke the truth. Farming, weaving, and brewing were indeed indispensable to this world. The cultivation of warriors, while significant, did not fundamentally affect the world. Thus, it appeared that the significance of ordinary people's existence far surpassed that of warriors. This discourse fundamentally overturned Chu Yinyun's worldview, which had been shaped over more than 20 years. Could it be that warriors truly contributed nothing to this world? Chu Yinyun found herself questioning her very existence. It is not so. For when ordinary individuals find themselves in peril, the martial practitioners bear the solemn duty of safeguarding them. The common folk are responsible for cultivating an optimal environment for the warrior's training, while the latter are tasked with the protection of the former. This embodies the cyclical essence of the heavenly way, where both martial artists and ordinary individuals are indispensable components of this world. Such is the essence of the Tao. As Ye Linfan spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Chu Yinyun felt a profound tremor within her heart, for they fundamentally altered her entire worldview. Yet, this declaration resonated within her ears like the resonant toll of a great bell, revealing the true voice of the Tao. In that moment, enlightenment dawned upon her. She gently closed her eyes, feeling her spirit ascend towards the heavens, her thoughts becoming ethereal. In that instant, the noise around her faded, replaced by a sense of warmth and familiarity. Suddenly, countless azure lights materialized around her in the void. Had there been martial practitioners present, they would have been utterly astonished. For this was a manifestation of Taoist resonance, an unmistakable sign of enlightenment. Even for those of the saintly realm, achieving such a state of sudden insight is a rare and coveted occurrence. Yet, here was Chu Yinyun, merely a ninth-level practitioner of the Dan realm, entering such a state. It was truly remarkable. "Sister, what is happening to you?" Yuan Xiaorong inquired, noticing Chu Yinyun's sudden stillness and reaching out to nudge her. "Wait, do not disturb her. She is in a state of epiphany," Ye Linfan interjected, his voice laced with admiration. Chu Yinyun, the granddaughter of Chu Mingyang, exhibited a talent so formidable that she could enter a state of enlightenment at any moment. Regrettably, he could not cultivate himself and could only envy her. "How do you know sister is in a state of epiphany?" Yuan Xiaorong asked, her curiosity piqued. "I know well," Ye Linfan replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Before his journey across realms, he had been an aficionado of online literature, and though he had never personally experienced it, he had observed many tales. Chu Yinyun's current state mirrored the descriptions of enlightenment found in those narratives. "Miss Chu is indeed in a state of epiphany. Do not disturb her, lest she fall into a trance," he cautioned. "I understand," Yuan Xiaorong replied, playfully sticking out her tongue. "That was close. I'm grateful you stopped me, or I might have harmed sister." The two remained silent, standing vigil beside Chu Yinyun. Her moment of enlightenment lasted over 2 hours, and at last, she awoke. Following this profound experience, She perceived the world anew. What once seemed cacophonous now appeared harmonious and comforting. As she gazed around, all she beheld was the essence of the Tao. Standing there, she felt a fleeting sensation of unity with the universe, albeit just a hint of it. However, for her current state, this achievement is indeed quite remarkable. It seems I have experienced yet another breakthrough, Chu Yinyan remarked with a hint of astonishment. Having just savored a cup of spiritual tea at Ye Linfan's residence, she had already ascended to the 9th level of the Dan realm. This sudden enlightenment propelled her directly into the 1st level of the Earth realm, filling her with euphoric delight. She yearned to express her gratitude to Ye Linfan. But recalling his aversion to discussions regarding martial arts, she restrained herself. Ye Linfan, upon hearing Chu Yinyan's words, felt a twinge of confusion. Why did she refer to it as yet another breakthrough? Had she experienced a prior one not long ago? If that were the case, her talent was indeed astonishing. Why was there such a vast disparity among humans? It truly was a case of comparison breeds envy. All right, let us return home. In a couple of days, you both should come over to my place, and I shall prepare a dog meat hot pot for you, Ye Linfan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xiaorong and Chu Yinyuan were instantly elated. Although they were unfamiliar with the concept of hot pot, they knew well that Ye Linfan's culinary skills not only delighted the palate, but also enhanced one's prowess. May I bring my grandfather along? Chu Yinyan hastily inquired. Such a delightful occasion could not possibly exclude Chu Mingyang. Of course, Ye Linfan replied. After all, it's merely a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. Moreover, given Chu Mingyang's esteemed status, fostering a good relationship with him is exceedingly important. He even pondered whether to invite Li Qingyang to join the meal. At that moment, a somber melody unexpectedly resonated through the street. Chapter 86. She is not yet dead. The three were momentarily bewildered. How could such mournful music be heard in broad daylight? Surely, this was ominous. Following the sound, they beheld a funeral procession approaching from a distance. It dawned on them that someone had passed away. No wonder. Soon, the procession reached their vicinity, and Ye Linfan quickly ushered Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong aside to allow the mourners to pass. The onlookers began to murmur. How tragic for the old Fong family's daughter-in-law. She perished during childbirth. Indeed, it is even more lamentable for the child within her womb, who must now face death before seeing the light of day. Such is fate, it cannot be avoided. Upon hearing their words, Ye Linfan grasped the situation. It was a death caused by complications in childbirth. How unfortunate it was that he was not present at that moment. Had he been, he might have been able to save her. But now, with the life lost, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was merely a physician, not a deity, and lacked the power to resurrect the dead. Before long, the coffin passed before him. He observed that water was continually dripping from within it, murky and unlike ordinary water. Ye Linfan instantly recognized it as the amniotic fluid of the deceased pregnant woman. His expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to halt the funeral procession. Wait, he shouted. Yuan Xiaorong and Chu Yinyun's expressions changed upon witnessing the scene. Although they were unaware of Ye Linfan's motives, they hurried to stand beside him. Wasn't he the esteemed doctor? What was he attempting to do? Indeed, obstructing a funeral procession was unacceptable. The deceased must not be delayed in their journey to rest. Soon, someone recognized Ye Linfan, and murmurs began to circulate. Dr. Yi, why are you stopping us? At that moment, a young man with a sincere countenance approached, inquiring. This young man, named Fong De, was the husband of the deceased. His wife had recently passed, and his face bore the marks of profound sorrow. Your wife is not dead, Ye Linfan stated slowly. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Just yesterday, Fong De's wife had seemingly drawn her last breath. Now, Ye Linfan claimed she was still alive, which was utterly unbelievable. How could that be? Some wondered. Perhaps she truly isn't dead, others murmured. Considering Ye Linfan's remarkable medical prowess, he could not possibly speak falsely. Fong De, equally taken aback, exclaimed, how can that be? I witnessed her lose consciousness. Look, the amniotic fluid is still flowing, which indicates that both your wife and the child within her are alive. However, if you do not allow me to assist her, she may indeed perish. Ye Linfan pointed to the fluid on the ground, speaking with urgency. Fong De hesitated momentarily, aware that to casually open a coffin was a grave disrespect and considered inauspicious. Nonetheless, the hope for his wife's and child's survival compelled him to make a decision. Gritting his teeth, he declared, open the coffin. The coffin was soon opened, revealing a woman in her early 20s, her complexion ashen, devoid of color, and her body cold, utterly breathless, indistinguishable from a corpse. Yet, Ye Linfan could discern that she was not truly dead. The woman had succumbed to a false death due to severe hemorrhaging during childbirth, and her fetus was still alive. Fortuitously, he had encountered her in time. Otherwise, if she were to awaken and discover herself in a coffin, panic would likely lead to her demise. I must save her. We need to lift her from the coffin, Ye Linfan instructed Chu Yangyun. Given the circumstances, it was more appropriate for Chu Yangyun, being a woman, to undertake this task. She readily complied, carefully lifting the young woman and placing her gently on the ground. Mr. Yi, how do you plan to save her? Chu Yangyun inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding Ye Linfan's method of rescue. Would he employ some miraculous elixir from the celestial realm? If that were the case, perhaps saving this woman would indeed be a trivial matter. Of course, acupuncture, Ye Linfan replied, producing a cloth bundle. It was his habit to carry silver needles whenever he visited Luoyang City. This way, he could readily treat any patients he encountered. Upon hearing this, Chu Yangyun felt a twinge of disappointment. Last time, Ye Linfan skillfully dispelled the sword energy within Chu Mingyang with a mere palm strike, leaving a profound impression on her. However, she never anticipated that Ye Linfan would resort to the methods of an ordinary person to save a life. This revelation filled her with disappointment. The individual in question was on the brink of death, teetering on the edge of life, with but a final breath. Could mere acupuncture truly bring them back? Chu Yangyun found herself doubting this. Nevertheless, Ye Linfan paid no heed to her skepticism. The urgency of the moment demanded swift action. Saving a life was akin to extinguishing a fire. Every second was of the essence. He promptly unwrapped a cloth bundle, which, though modest in size, contained over 100 silver needles. Upon seeing these needles, Chu Yangyun felt a sudden constriction in her breath. She observed the ethereal blue light that danced around each needle, clearly infused with immense Taoist resonance. Astonishingly, every single needle was a top-tier celestial artifact. The mere presence of one would invoke chaos. To behold a multitude of such artifacts together was utterly breathtaking. It was no wonder Ye Linfan claimed that acupuncture could save lives. With these supreme instruments of healing, as long as there remained a single breath, death would be a challenge to embrace. At that moment, Ye Linfan commenced his acupuncture. He seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, entering a state of unity between man and nature once more. Chu Yangyun swallowed hard. The ability to attain such a state at will was undeniably formidable. Unbeknownst to him, her astonishment grew as he precisely targeted the acupuncture points and delivered the first needle. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be a simple act of needle insertion, but to Chu Yangyun, the trajectory was profoundly intricate, rivaling that of an unparalleled sword technique. It was astonishing. Not only was Ye Linfan utilizing the state of unity to heal, but he was also employing a technique akin to a masterful swordplay in his acupuncture. It was as if he were perpetually engaged in a process of cultivation. No wonder he possessed such terrifying strength. As the procedure continued, Chu Yangyun watched intently, captivated by each of Ye Linfan's needle placements, each resembling a stroke of an exquisite sword technique. Observing him, the confusion she encountered during her own sword forging practice began to unravel effortlessly. She gazed at Ye Linfan with immense admiration. This man was extraordinarily powerful. Merely being in his presence seemed to empower her. Before long, Ye Linfan had completed the acupuncture, over 100 silver needles densely arrayed upon the young woman's body, presenting a rather fearsome sight. However, the Taoist resonance contained within the needles had already permeated her being, nurturing her very essence. Chu Yangyun sensed that the woman's injuries were healing at an observable pace. Her previously pallid complexion began to regain a hint of color, and even a faint breath began to manifest. Soon suddenly, a low murmur echoed through the air. The young woman gradually opened her eyes. Chapter 87. Will you assist in the delivery? Upon seeing her awaken, a wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. She is truly awake. Doctor, Yi is indeed a miraculous physician, capable of reviving even those who have seemingly departed from life. Indeed, it seems prudent to cultivate a closer relationship with Dr. Yi from now on. All gazes turned towards Ye Linfan with profound admiration. He is undoubtedly a divine healer. How else could one resurrect a person who has already been laid to rest? Establishing a connection with such an individual would be tantamount to securing one's own survival. In this world, no amount of wealth can compare to the value of one's own life. Chu Yangyun and Yuan Xiaorong were equally dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Ye Linfan could truly bring someone back to life, especially employing the seemingly mundane technique of acupuncture. Although those silver needles were indeed extraordinary artifacts, to breathe life back into someone who had already ceased to exist is a feat that even a sage-level adept might struggle to achieve. It appears that Ye Linfan's prowess has already transcended the boundaries of the sage realm. One can only wonder about the essence of the celestial domain. As Chu Yangyun regarded Ye Linfan, her heart brimmed with reverence. He is indeed a powerful and enigmatic man. Where am I? The young woman weakly inquired. Her eyes still glazed with confusion. Though she had regained consciousness, her injuries would require time to heal. My lady, You have awakened. This is truly wonderful, Fangde exclaimed, approaching her with uncontainable excitement. He had intended to assist her, but seeing her covered in needles, he refrained. My husband, where am I? She asked, her expression one of bewilderment. You lost consciousness yesterday. I thought you had perished. Fortunately, we encountered Dr. Ye, who revived you, Fangde recounted with a shudder of relief. Had they not met Ye Linfan, he might have inadvertently buried his own wife and child alive. The young woman wished to respond. Yet suddenly a look of anguish crossed her face. My stomach hurts, she gasped. Fangde's expression shifted in alarm as he quickly turned to Ye Linfan, asking, Dr. Ye, what is happening? Your wife is yet to deliver. We must act swiftly, or the child may be in jeopardy, Ye Linfan replied urgently. Though the unborn child had not yet seen the light of day, it was still a life. The thought of it departing this world before experiencing it was truly tragic. As a physician, Ye Linfan would never allow such a fate to transpire. Is there a midwife present? Fangde called out loudly. A midwife is one who assists in childbirth. Unfortunately, no one in the surrounding crowd responded. Even if there were, they would likely not come forward. For the risk of delivering a child for someone who had just returned from the brink of death was too great. Should the delivery fail, they would bear the burden of responsibility. Ye Linfan's medical skills were exceptional. Assisting in delivery should not pose a problem. However, he is, after all, a man, and naturally ill-suited for delivering a child. Without a midwife, what shall we do? Cold sweat trickled down Fangde's brow. Do not worry, I am here. Ye Linfan reassured him. Is it appropriate for you to do so? Fangde hesitated. If Ye Linfan were to assist in the delivery, he would inevitably witness his wife's most private parts, a matter of utmost significance. There is no need for me to personally attend, they will assist. Ye Linfan gestured towards Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong. Us. Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong exclaimed in astonishment. Both were unmarried young women, entirely inexperienced in matters of intimacy, let alone childbirth. Indeed, it is you too. At this moment, you are our only hope, Ye Linfan stated calmly. But I do not know how. Chu Yenyun expressed her dilemma. Neither do I, Yuan Xiaorong added with a distressed expression. Fear not, I shall guide you, Ye Linfan comforted them. You can deliver a child? Chu Yenyun asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Aren't you a celestial being? Shouldn't you be above such earthly concerns? Why are you so grounded? You shop for groceries and cook daily, and now you claim to know how to assist in childbirth. What else do you not know? It seems that Ye Linfan, the celestial, is quite different from the legends. Chu Yenyun mused to herself. Nevertheless, this version of Ye Linfan felt remarkably approachable to her. Delivering a child is no trivial matter. Time is of the essence, and lives hang in the balance. You must assist immediately, Ye Linfan urged. Very well. Chu Yenyun reluctantly nodded in agreement. Seeing Chu Yenyun acquiesce, Yuan Xiaorong naturally had no objections. Old Fang, quickly arrange for everyone to face outward in a circle, and cover them with white cloth, Ye Linfan instructed. Fangde, not daring to delay, promptly issued the orders. Before long, the funeral procession formed a circle, all facing outward, as they simultaneously raised a white cloth to shield Fangde's wife. Xiaorong, go fetch a basin of hot water and a pair of scissors, Ye Linfan directed. Understood. Yuan Xiaorong nodded in response. At that moment, a helpful individual accompanied Yuan Xiaorong to his home to heat the water and retrieve the scissors. Miss Chu, please enter and prepare for the delivery, Ye Linfan said to Chu Yenyun gently. Yes, Mr. Yi, Chu Yenyun replied, her expression anxious. This was her first experience with childbirth, and she felt somewhat at a loss. Nonetheless, she took a deep breath and stepped inside. Mr. Yi, what should I do? Chu Yenyun's voice called out. First, help her elevate her legs and lower her trousers, then encourage her to push, Ye Linfan instructed. Although Fangde's wife was gravely injured, the acupuncture treatment would suffice to support her through the delivery of one child. Madame Fang, please exert yourself, Chu Yenyun spoke softly, while anguished cries from Madame Fang echoed from within. Amidst the encouragement from Chu Yenyun, Fangde anxiously paced back and forth outside. The crowd gathered around was enveloped in a profound silence, all awaiting the arrival of new life. After a while, a voice filled with excitement emerged from within. Mr. Yi, I can see the head. Keep going, do not relent, Ye Linfan urged promptly. Madame Fang, push harder, your child is about to be born, Chu Yenyun called out urgently. Responding to this, Mrs. Fang exerted herself once more, her pained cries resonating from within, stirring deep concern in all present. After a full half-hour, a resounding cry of a newborn pierced the air. Upon hearing the sound of the baby's wail, the crowd erupted in cheers, exclaiming, wonderful, the child has finally arrived. Dr. Yi is truly remarkable. He understands the nuances of childbirth. Indeed, this event today is an immeasurable blessing. All gazes turned reverently towards Ye Linfan. The child is born. Mr. Yi, what should we do now? Chu Yinyun asked with palpable excitement. Chapter 88. The child is born. Is it a boy or a girl? Fangdo inquired eagerly as he approached. It's a girl, Chu Yinyun exclaimed joyfully. Splendid. As long as mother and child are safe, Fangdo replied, his face alight with smiles. At that moment, Yuan Xiaorong approached with warm water and scissors. Quickly, go inside, Ye Linfan instructed. Yuan Xiaorong entered. First cutting the umbilical cord with scissors, then bathing the infant with warm water, and finally wrapping her in a cloth to bring her out. Ye Linfan spoke slowly. The sound of water is soon heard from within. Senior sister, look at how adorable this child is. Yuan Xiaorong giggled. Girls have always been powerless against cuteness, especially that of a newborn. Indeed. So very cute, Chu Yinyun agreed, her joy evident. This experience was a first in her life, leaving her with profound reflections. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of a different emotion stirred within. Before long, the child was clean, and Chu Yinyun emerged holding her. Fangda hurriedly took the child into his arms, gazing at his daughter with deep affection, causing Chu Yinyun to feel a twinge of envy. What troubles you? Ye Linfan inquired curiously, noticing her expression. It's nothing. I just envy this child for having parents, Chu Yinyun replied wistfully. By the way, I have truly never seen your parents, Ye Linfan remarked softly. Having lived with Chu Mingyang, he had indeed never laid eyes on Chu Yinyun's parents. My parents were killed by demon beasts when I was 5, Chu Yinyun said, her eyes reddening with sorrow. I'm sorry, I didn't know, Ye Linfan replied, feeling a pang of awkwardness for inadvertently touching upon her painful memory. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to being alone over the years. Chu Yinyun shook her head and said, all right, let us first save the person. Ye Linfan quickly diverted the topic and replied, although the child has already been born, Fangda's wife has yet to fully recover. What do you intend to do to save her? Chu Yinyun inquired. Originally, silver needles could completely heal Fangda's wife's injuries. But having just given birth, her vitality was somewhat diminished. To rely solely on the silver needles for her treatment would require a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, I brought a medicinal pill today, which should be able to cure her, Ye Linfan stated as he produced a pill. As soon as the pill was revealed, the air was infused with an exceptionally rich fragrance, invigorating the senses. It was extraordinarily aromatic, almost intoxicating. This is a supreme elixir. Chu Yinyun gazed at the pill in astonishment. There could be no mistake. It was indeed a top-tier elixir. The pill shimmered with a radiant white light, adorned with 9 distinct patterns, each signifying that it was a 9th-grade supreme elixir. Such elixirs had nearly become extinct in this world, as no alchemist possessed the skill to concoct them. Mr. Yi, where did you acquire this pill? Chu Yinyun asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. I refined it myself. Ye Linfan responded with a smile. You can refine pills? Chu Yinyun gasped in disbelief. Once again, she was left awestruck by Ye Linfan. Not only was he an exceptional cook, but his medical skills were also remarkable. To think he could concoct pills, and that he could produce a top-tier elixir at that. This would surely cause all the top alchemists in the continent to feel ashamed. Is alchemy difficult? One can simply produce it with ease, Ye Linfan remarked nonchalantly. Having traversed this world for 10 years, under the pressure of that ridiculous system, he had learned many skills, including alchemy. Chu Yinyun nearly fainted upon hearing this. Could alchemy truly be so casually performed? If that were the case, alchemists would not be so scarce on the continent. The power of immortals was indeed terrifying. Something beyond the grasp of an ordinary person like herself, she thought helplessly. At that moment, Ye Linfan approached Fangda's wife with the pill in hand. Observing this, Chu Yinyun hurriedly asked, do you intend to use this pill to save her? What else would I do? Ye Linfan countered. But this pill is so precious. How can you use it to save an ordinary person? Chu Yinyun questioned in astonishment. Life does not differentiate between high and low, and medicine is inherently meant to save lives, Ye Linfan replied calmly. Chu Yinyun had no choice but to fall silent. She then recalled Ye Linfan's earlier words, suddenly feeling a profound respect for him. An immortal with such formidable power was willing to use such a precious elixir to save an ordinary person. Such magnanimity was truly admirable. Ye Linfan then administered the pill to Fangda's wife. The immense medicinal power instantly enveloped her entire being. Her already severely damaged bodily functions were rapidly restored, and her breathing grew robust. Suddenly, she sat up with a start. I am fine now. The onlookers, witnessing this miraculous recovery, erupted in exuberant cheers. Finally, she is completely healed. This is truly wonderful. Indeed, with the esteemed Dr. Ye's intervention, a life was saved, transforming a tragic death into the joyous reunion of mother and child. Ye Linfan promptly urged her to lie down, saying, rest for a moment. I will remove the needles. At that moment, hundreds of silver needles were still embedded in her body, which Ye Linfan knew he must extract first. Before long, he had removed all the silver needles. The woman sprang up from the ground and swiftly approached Fangda, cradling her child in her arms. Her nimble movements made it hard to believe she had just given birth. Only Chu Yinyuan understood the true potency of the elixir she had consumed. It was a miraculous pill that could grant her at least an additional 100 years of life, with the aging process decelerating significantly compared to an ordinary person. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. At that moment, Fangda and his wife approached Ye Linfan and knelt before him. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving our lives." Ye Linfan quickly helped them to their feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality. I am merely a doctor, and saving lives is my duty." His words once again earned him the respect of all present. "Dr. Yi, this child is your saving grace. Perhaps you could bestow upon her a name?" Fangda suggested with a smile. "Very well, let me think," Ye Linfan replied with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gently. "This child has endured such great tribulations to enter this world. I hope she may lead a peaceful life henceforth. Let us name her Fang Jing." "Yes, Fang Jing it shall be," Fangda affirmed repeatedly. "This name is indeed fitting for a girl. It is quite splendid. Now, you may return home." Ye Linfan gestured with his hand. The couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude before departing. Observing this, the gathered crowd immediately converged around Ye Linfan. Not with any ulterior motive, but merely to forge a closer connection with him. Some even sought his attention for minor ailments, causing Ye Linfan considerable discomfort. Yet, he could not refuse them directly, landing him in a rather awkward situation. "Mr. Yi is quite busy. Why are you all clustered here? Please disperse." A voice of formidable authority rang out. The crowd, initially seeking to engage with Ye Linfan, felt displeased at being reprimanded. They turned toward the source of the voice, ready to retaliate. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, they were taken aback. It was a distinguished middle-aged man, renowned throughout Luoyun City, accompanied by a remarkably beautiful young woman. This man was none other than Li Qingyang, the lord of Luoyun City. Upon the arrival of Li Qingyang, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and they simultaneously knelt to the ground, paying their respects to the esteemed lord of the city. Li Qingyang held an exalted position in Falling Cloud City, a status that commanded utmost respect and caution. To offend him would be to forfeit one's livelihood within the city. "Please disperse. I shall attend to Mr. Yi." Li Qingyang waved his hand, speaking with a nonchalant tone. He swiftly approached Ye Linfan, offering a respectful bow. "Mr. Yi, I trust you are well." "Lordly, I am indeed well," Ye Linfan responded with a courteous bow and a smile. The onlookers were taken aback, having presumed Ye Linfan to be an ordinary physician. However, witnessing the evident respect Li Qingyang bestowed upon him unveiled the depths of Ye Linfan's background. The crowd hastily dispersed, leaving the area in its previous state. "Mr. Yi, I noticed you did not seek me out upon your arrival in Falling Cloud City." Li Qingyang feigned displeasure, though he had been observing Ye Linfan from a nearby tea house during the rescue. From his elevated vantage point, he had witnessed the entire process unfold. Initially dismissive of Ye Linfan's acupuncture techniques, he was soon captivated upon realizing that the silver needles were, in fact, top-tier celestial artifacts, an unprecedented sight. Even for the lord of the city. When Ye Linfan produced a supreme medicinal herb, Li Qingyang's astonishment reached new heights. He had not anticipated that Ye Linfan was also an alchemist, and a highly skilled one at that. A person who excels in a single domain is deemed a genius. However, one who thrives across multiple fields is akin to a deity. Li Qingyang's reverence for Ye Linfan deepened, as he understood the profound significance of befriending a master alchemist. Determined to extend an invitation for Ye Linfan to visit his home, Li Qingyang said, "I merely came to make a purchase, and I would feel remiss to impose." With a smile, Ye Linfan replied, "Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall have it delivered to your door." Li Qingyang laughed heartily. "That is unnecessary. I merely sought some fresh air while attending to my errands." Ye Linfan shook his head, feeling slightly overwhelmed by Li Qingyang's exuberance. "Ah, it seems that a spontaneous encounter is far more delightful than a formal invitation. Might I entice you to visit my humble abode?" Li Qingyang inquired gently. "Certainly." Ye Linfan considered his lack of commitments and agreed. "Please, follow me," Li Qingyang exclaimed with delight, gesturing grandly. The entourage swiftly made their way to the city lord's residence. Once within the opulent hall, guests took their respective seats. Ye Linfan surveyed the surroundings with envy. The grandeur of the city lord's estate was indeed magnificent. Adorned with gold and jewels, far surpassing his own modest dwelling. Had Li Qingyang been privy to Ye Linfan's thoughts, he might have jested, "Shall we exchange homes?" In Li Qingyang's eyes, 100 city lord estates would not compare. The small courtyard of Ye Linfan cannot be compared. "How does Mr. Yi find my humble abode?" Li Qingyang inquired with a smile. "It is quite splendid," Ye Linfan replied slowly. Hearing this, Li Qingyang's expression faltered momentarily. It seemed Mr. Ye found the city lord's mansion overly opulent. This was understandable. Mr. Ye was a person of extraordinary refinement and should be dismissive of such material extravagance. You speak the truth. These external possessions do indeed seem a bit ostentatious. Li Qingyang laughed heartily. Ye Linfan, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. What had I just said? Had he misunderstood my intention? Bring tea, Li Qingyang commanded loudly. Soon, a servant presented 4 cups of tea. Li Qingyang had his own special tea cup. Lifting it, he said, Mr. Yi, since you have graced us with your presence today, why not stay for a meal? After taking a sip of tea, he continued, it would be impolite to refuse. Ye Linfan acquiesced, realizing that in the city lord's mansion, the fare would undoubtedly be a feast of rare delicacies, far superior to what he could prepare himself. Having traversed this world for a decade, he was due for a grand banquet. After taking a sip of tea, he exclaimed, this tea is remarkably fragrant. Excellent tea indeed. You flatter me, Mr. Yi. Compared to your tea, mine pales in comparison, Li Qingyang replied with a smile. Chu Yinyun and Yuan Xiaorong also took a sip of tea, each secretly frowning. This tea was far inferior to Ye Linfan's. In truth, Li Qingyang's tea was quite good, but they had been spoiled by Ye Linfan's exquisite brew. After experiencing such a remarkable tea, all others appeared trivial. Thus, Li Qingyang and Ye Linfan engaged in light conversation in the hall. Suddenly, Li Qingyang's complexion changed drastically as he coughed up blood, collapsing into his seat. Father! Li Anren exclaimed in shock. And the others were equally startled by the sudden turn of events. What had begun as a pleasant conversation had taken such a dire turn. Yet, Ye Linfan reacted swiftly, rushing forward to check Li Qingyang's pulse. This was grave. He had been poisoned. Ye Linfan's expression darkened. Not only was Li Qingyang poisoned, but the toxin was exceedingly potent. Remarkably, the poison targeted not the body, but the soul. Could it be soul-eroding grass? Ye Linfan quickly deduced, for to become a physician, one must be well-versed in all herbs, whether for healing or harm. With the aid of the system, Ye Linfan was already familiar with every poison and its antidote. Mr. Yi, please, I implore you to save my father. Li Anren knelt before Ye Linfan. Miss Li, do not worry. I will certainly save the city lord. Ye Linfan replied without hesitation. As a physician, he could never stand by idly in the face of death, especially not now. Li Qingyang held him in the utmost respect, exhibiting none of the arrogance typical of a city lord. I require a quiet chamber, and additionally, some herbs, Ye Linfan stated in a deep voice. Understood. I will arrange it immediately, Li Anren responded without hesitation. Soon, Li Qingyang reclined in the tranquil room where he usually practiced. At that moment, Mu Qingyin arrived. Upon her entrance, she knelt before Ye Linfan, pleading, Mr. Yi, I entrust my husband to your care. Upon hearing this, Ye Linfan realized she was the city lord's wife. He replied promptly, rest assured, Mrs. Li, I shall do my utmost. Here is a prescription, please prepare the herbs listed. Chapter 90. Acupuncture to expel poison. Mu Qingyin accepted the prescription, which detailed 1 stalk of millennium-old Hishou Wu, 1 bloom of century-old sunflower, and 1 root of century-old Fengyun grass, among others. In total, there were over 10 rare herbs. Fortunately, the city lord's residence boasted a substantial stock, otherwise, acquiring these materials would have proven challenging. I will prepare them at once, Mu Qingyin declared. And prepare a large wooden tub filled with boiling water, Ye Linfan added slowly. Understood, she nodded, promptly turning to make the necessary arrangements. Mr. Yi, how do you intend to save my father? Li Anren inquired, her brow furrowed. First, we will control the poison with a medicinal bath, followed by acupuncture to resolve the affliction, Ye Linfan explained calmly. I understand. I place everything in your capable hands. Li Anren replied softly. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort, Ye Linfan affirmed with conviction. Before long, Mu Qingyin returned with all the herbs, accompanied by a large wooden tub and hot water. Ye Linfan instructed his aides to pour the water into the tub. Then he tossed all the herbs provided by Mu Qingyin into the water. The boiling liquid quickly transformed in color, and a rich herbal aroma began to fill the room, enveloping it in a misty haze. Everyone must leave, except for Mrs. Li, Ye Linfan instructed the trio. He required Li Qingyang to enter the tub for the medicinal bath. And naturally, Li Anren and the others had to excuse themselves. As Mu Qingyin and Li Qingyang were husband and wife, the notion of modesty did not apply. Upon hearing Ye Linfan's words, they left the room. Mrs. Li, please assist in removing the city lord's clothing and gently place him into the wooden tub, Ye Linfan said with a serious demeanor. Mu Qingyin, without hesitation, swiftly removed Li Qingyang's garments and carefully lowered him into the tub. As a martial artist, she possessed considerable strength, making the task effortless. Once Li Qingyang was submerged in the tub, the potent medicinal energy surged into his body, causing his skin to turn a deep purple. He began to emit low, pained moans, indicating that the overwhelming herbal potency had somewhat restored his consciousness. Yet this was far from sufficient. The toxicity of the soul erosion grass was notoriously formidable and exceedingly rare. Thus, Ye Linfan must employ acupuncture to completely eliminate the poison. He took out a cloth bag. "Mr. Ye, what is this?" Mu Qingyan inquired with curiosity. "To heal, lordly. Acupuncture is essential," Ye Linfan replied slowly. "What? Acupuncture?" A hint of disappointment crossed Mu Qingyan's face as she asked. Ever since Li Qingyang became acquainted with Ye Linfan, he had incessantly praised Ye Linfan's remarkable abilities. She had imagined that Ye Linfan would possess extraordinary skills capable of curing Li Qingyang in an instant. To her astonishment, she never expected that Ye Linfan intended to use acupuncture to treat him. Acupuncture is a method typically employed by ordinary individuals to heal ailments, isn't it? Li Qingyang is afflicted with a potent poison. Can acupuncture truly remedy such a condition? Nevertheless, Mu Qingyan refrained from voicing her concerns. At this juncture, Ye Linfan was her sole hope. She could only wish that his acupuncture would indeed restore Li Qingyang to health. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Linfan was unaware of her thoughts. He gradually opened the cloth bag, revealing hundreds of silver needles. Upon their appearance, Mu Qingyan felt a sudden jolt of astonishment. What is happening? Aren't they just a few silver needles? How could they emanate such a terrifying force? Instinctively, she glanced at the needles. As her gaze fell upon them, her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How is this possible? Each needle contained an incredibly formidable aura, implying that each one was a supreme artifact. With hundreds of these needles present, it signified that there were hundreds of supreme artifacts. Mu Qingyan had never witnessed so many supreme artifacts displayed together. The sight was overwhelmingly shocking, leaving her at a loss for words. She finally comprehended that Li Qingyang's descriptions of Ye Linfan were in no way exaggerated. How could someone possess such an abundance of supreme artifacts and not be an unparalleled master? Just as Mu Qingyan was engulfed in astonishment, Ye Linfan had already commenced his acupuncture. He deftly took a needle and precisely inserted it into the crown of Li Qingyang's head. Mu Qingyan gasped in alarm. The crown is a vital area. Any injury there could easily result in the loss of life. She had not anticipated that Ye Linfan's first needle would be placed at such a critical point. "Madam Li, do not worry. Lord Li is suffering from soul poison. I must administer acupuncture to his head to expel the toxin," Ye Linfan explained. "Please, Mr. Yi, do your utmost," Mu Qingyan immediately urged. At this moment, she had no choice but to place her faith in Ye Linfan. Ye Linfan nodded in acknowledgement, and then simultaneously grasped 2 silver needles, inserting one deftly into each of Li Qingyang's temples. Once again, he targeted a critical area, leaving Mu Qingyan both anxious and apprehensive. Had anyone else been present to witness Ye Linfan's needlework, they would have perceived each insertion as a masterful sword technique, the trajectory of his needles imbued with profound mystery. If Mu Qingxiang were to notice these events, her martial arts prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Unfortunately, her sole focus at present is the safety of Li Qingyang, leaving her oblivious to the remarkable skill with which Ye Linfan administers his acupuncture. Ye Linfan, undeterred, continues his work with deft precision. Each silver needle is expertly inserted into the corresponding acupoints. In terms of his medical expertise, he possesses an intimate knowledge of all the acupoints within the human body. He could perform the procedure flawlessly even with his eyes closed. The speed at which Ye Linfan works is astonishing, as hundreds of silver needles are swiftly embedded in Li Qingyang's head, creating a sight that is both dense and terrifying. The immense Tao rhythm emanating from the needles surges into Li Qingyang's body, causing him to tremble slightly. His brow furrows, indicating his discomfort. However, these silver needles are, after all, top-tier celestial artifacts. No matter how formidable the soul-corroding grass may be, it is ultimately a mundane substance, under the overwhelming power of hundreds of celestial instruments. The poison of the earthly realm stands no chance. Before long, dark remnants begin to seep from Li Qingyang's body, emitting a nauseating stench. The concoction in the barrel turns black, and the purplish hue on Li Qingyang's skin gradually fades. Soon, his complexion returns to normal, and even his breathing grows stronger. Observing this, Ye Linfan realizes that all the poison has been expelled from Li Qingyang's system. He promptly removes the silver needles from the latter's head. "Madam Li, please carry Master Li out and lay him on the bed," Ye Linfan instructs gently. "Mr. Yi, is my husband all right?" Mu Qingyan inquires anxiously. "He is perfectly fine now," Ye Linfan reassures her softly. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyan feels an immense wave of relief wash over her. She hastily lifts Li Qingyang from the barrel and dresses him before placing him on the bed. "Please dispose of the water in this barrel." Ye Linfan gestures towards it. The water has become foul, its stench permeating the room, an unpleasant aroma indeed. Mu Qingyan quickly calls for the servants to remove the barrel. Meanwhile, Li Anren and the others, who have been waiting outside, rush in at the sight. Mr. Yi, how is my father? Li Anren asks, anxiety etched across her face. Master Li is safe and sound. He should awaken shortly, Ye Linfan replies with calm assurance. That is wonderful news, Li Anren exclaims, relief flooding her features as her eyes glisten with unshed tears. She had been consumed with worry, her heart tightly strung. Now, hearing that Li Qingyang is all right, she naturally exhales a deep breath, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. Rest assured, Master Li will be fine, Ye Linfan reiterates gently. Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong gaze at him with admiration, marveling at his extraordinary abilities to dispel such a potent toxin. It seems as though there is nothing in the world that could pose a challenge to him. Just then, a soft murmur breaks the silence. Where am I? It turned out that Li Qingyang had awakened. My lord, you are awake, exclaimed Mu Qingyan and Li Anren with joy. What has happened to me? I remember fainting suddenly. Li Qingyang said, sitting up with a bewildered expression. You were poisoned just now. It was Mr. Yi who saved you, Mu Qingyan replied. What? I was poisoned? Li Qingyang's countenance changed. As the lord of Falling Cloud City, to be poisoned in his own home was clearly the work of a traitor, sending a chill through his heart. However, being the city lord, he quickly regained his composure. This was not the time to hunt for the culprit, but rather to express gratitude for Mr. Ye's life-saving intervention. Mr. Yi, you have saved my life once again. Your kindness is immeasurable, and I am at a loss for how to repay you. Li Qingyang immediately knelt before Ye Linfan. Previously, he had been poisoned by the flower-blooming toxin, and it was Ye Linfan who had helped Li Anren procure the ancient flame sungrass, thereby saving his life. Now, having been poisoned again, it was Ye Linfan who came to his rescue. The gratitude for such life-saving acts was akin to being reborn, leaving Li Qingyang uncertain of how to repay Ye Linfan's kindness. At that moment, he felt immensely fortunate. Had he not invited Ye Linfan to his home today, he might have met his demise. Behind him, Mu Qingyan and Li Anren also knelt down. Lord Li, you are too courteous. A healer's heart is that of a parent. And this is what I ought to do. Ye Linfan quickly helped Li Qingyang to his feet. After all, he was the lord of Falling Cloud City, and Ye Linfan could not accept such reverence. Lord Li, I believe your immediate priority should be to identify the poisoner. Otherwise, you will remain vulnerable, Ye Linfan said slowly. He recognized that this poisoning incident was undoubtedly the work of a traitor. If the perpetrator was not found, Li Qingyang could very well fall victim again. Today, by mere coincidence, Ye Linfan had been visiting, thus saving Li Qingyang's life. Were Ye Linfan not present next time, and Li Qingyang were poisoned again, no matter how skilled Ye Linfan was, he would be powerless to help. Mr. Yi is correct, Li Qingyang said, his expression darkening immediately. He raised his voice. Bring Ma Lu to me. Ma Lu was the servant who had served the tea. Soon, Ma Lu was brought in. The man, appearing to be in his 50s, looked honest and simple, trembling with fear upon arrival. My lord, I am so relieved that you are well, Ma Lu exclaimed as he prostrated himself on the ground. Ma Lu, are you disappointed that I am not harmed? Li Qingyang asked with a cold smile. My lord, do you think this poison was trivial? I am wronged. Ma Lu cried out, clearly distressed. The tea was brought in by you. If the poison was not administered by you, who else could it be? Li Qingyang retorted with a snort. My lord, it is truly not me. I am innocent, Ma Lu said in a panic, his voice trembling. Not you. Then who do you suggest? Li Qingyang inquired coldly. The servant recalled, as I was preparing to serve tea, Liang Fa approached me, offering to assist. Is what you say true? Li Qingyang asked, furrowing his brow. Absolutely. If you do not believe me, you may summon Liang Fa. And I am willing to confront him directly, the servant replied promptly. Bring Liang Fa here, Li Qingyang commanded. Before long, the servant returned. Lord of the city, Liang Fa has vanished. It is said he has not returned since he left moments ago. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyang abruptly rose from his chair. It appears he is indeed involved. How utterly absurd. I never imagined I, Li Qingyang, would almost meet my end at the hands of a mere servant. He spoke with fury etched across his face. Lordly, please remain calm. I believe this Liang Fa, being but a servant, could not possess such audacity without someone orchestrating him from behind the scenes, Ye Linfan interjected. Mr. Yi makes a valid point. Immediately deploy the city guards to apprehend Liang Fa swiftly, Li Qingyang commanded loudly. Luoyun City is his domain. As long as Liang Fa remains within its confines, he shall not escape his grasp. Seeing that the matter no longer concerned him, Ye Linfan stated, Lord Li, I must take my leave. Mr. Yi, I had hoped to invite you to dinner, but it seems, Li Qingyang said, somewhat sheepishly. Not to worry, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Ye Linfan replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, there will be plenty of opportunities, Li Qingyang nodded eagerly, his heart soaring at the prospect of establishing a relationship with Ye Linfan. Ye Linfan smiled and nodded before departing with Chu Yanyun and Yuan Xiaorong. On the way home, after parting ways with Chu Yanyun, Ye Linfan returned home directly. 2 days later, the city guards of Luoyun City finally located Liang Fa. However, their discovery proved futile. As they only found his lifeless body, he had been silenced by murder. In a fit of rage, Li Qingyang lashed out at the corpse 300 times, expelling the pent-up fury within him. Of course, Ye Linfan remained unaware of these developments, as he continued to carve his guqin at home. Soon, the guqin was completed. While engrossed in his craft, a figure approached slowly from the foot of the mountain where he resided. Chapter 92. It turns out he is not an ordinary person. This figure was a woman, or rather, a young maiden. She appeared to be around 22 or 23 years of age, tall and slender, with skin as smooth as jade and eyes akin to autumn waters, exuding an elegant aura. One could say she was exceptionally beautiful. At first glance, she resembled a daffodil, delicate and refined, instilling a sense of warmth and familiarity. However, the young maiden's face was marred by an expression of sorrow, suggesting she was burdened by troubling matters. The master is to engage in a duel tomorrow, yet he possesses no chance of victory. How I wish I could assist him, sighed the young girl. As she walked forward, lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently found herself at the foot of the mountain where Ye Linfan resided. She looked up and saw a small courtyard atop the peak, enveloped in swirling mist, evoking an inexplicably strange sensation within her. When did this place become inhabited? Perhaps I should ascend to investigate, she mused, and began to ascend the mountain at a leisurely pace. The mountain was not particularly tall, and she soon arrived at the entrance of the courtyard. Peering inside, she was struck by the harmonious beauty of every brick, tile, blade of grass, and tree, which left her utterly astonished. Could such an unassuming place truly be home to an extraordinary individual? Gathering her courage, she called out, "Is anyone home?" No sooner had her words left her lips than the door swung open, revealing a young man of about 25 or 26 years. His appearance was remarkably ordinary, and as the young girl regarded him, she detected not a trace of power radiating from him. He seemed, quite simply, like an average person. Disappointment washed over her. She had anticipated meeting a remarkable figure, only to find a common man instead. The young man was, in fact, Ye Linfan. Upon stepping outside, he was immediately captivated by the beauty of the unfamiliar girl before him. Although he had encountered stunning women like Chu Yanyun and Li Anren, they paled in comparison to her allure. As for Yuan Xiaorong, he had never regarded her as a woman. "Who are you?" Ye Linfan inquired, puzzled. He was certain this girl had never visited his home before. "Are you the master of this courtyard?" she asked. In her eyes, he could not possibly be the owner. More likely a servant of the true master. "Indeed, I am the master of this place," Ye Linfan replied, nodding. The revelation left the girl somewhat disheartened. It seemed a shame for such a beautiful courtyard to be occupied by an unremarkable mortal. "May I ask your surname, sir?" she inquired. "My surname is Yi. I am called Ye Linfan," he responded. "Ah, so you are Mr. Yi. I am Imo Qingwu. I happened to pass by and felt a bit parched, so I thought to request a cup of tea," Imo Qingwu said slowly. Though the courtyard appeared rather ordinary at first glance, she sensed something extraordinary about it, prompting her desire to enter and explore further. The fact that this young man had never heard of her name only reinforced her belief that he was undoubtedly an ordinary person. "Very well, please come in," Ye Linfan said, promptly opening the courtyard door to welcome Imo Qingwu inside. The moment she stepped into the courtyard, she was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, which was strikingly potent. The overwhelming influx of spiritual energy almost rendered Imo Qingwu breathless. The aura surged within her, causing her internal energy to swell uncontrollably. If she lingered here a moment longer, she would undoubtedly break through her current realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in this place was astonishingly rich, at least tenfold compared to the outside world. Should she be able to dwell here daily, her cultivation speed would surely accelerate by an equal measure. This courtyard was indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, it was inhabited by an ordinary individual, Imo Qingwu mused with deep regret. At that moment, an old hen wandered to Imo Qingwu's feet. Initially, she paid it no mind, but instinctively glanced at the hen, which, at that precise moment, lifted its head to meet her gaze. The moment their eyes locked, it was as if lightning struck her, rendering her motionless. Within the hen's eyes, she beheld a sea of flames, amidst which a colossal phoenix was undergoing a rebirth. Imo Qingwu felt as if her entire being was engulfed in fire, a searing pain coursing through her. She yearned to escape this illusory realm, yet felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, she sensed a gentle push from behind. With that nudge, the inferno vanished, and Imo Qingwu found herself back in reality. Miss Imo, are you all right? Came Ye Linfan's concerned voice. I'm fine, she stammered, swallowing hard. She dared not meet the hen's gaze again. However, her heart was now filled with astonishment. She could hardly believe that this seemingly ordinary hen was, in fact, an ancient divine beast, the phoenix. The notion that such a magnificent creature would willingly reside as a pet suggested that the person capable of this could not possibly be ordinary. Was Ye Linfan truly a hidden master of unparalleled prowess? Mo Qingwu scrutinized Ye Linfan once more, yet still sensed no fluctuations of power emanating from him. Nonetheless, she could no longer regard him as an ordinary person. The inability to discern another's strength could only imply one thing. The disparity in their abilities was vast. At that moment, a profound sense of reverence for Ye Linfan filled Mo Qingwu's heart. No wonder he could dwell in such a geomantically blessed location. He must be an extraordinary master. I'm fine, she managed a strained smile. Shall we go inside for tea? Ye Linfan suggested with a smile. Just then, a charming little white cat approached Ye Linfan's feet. Xiaobai, how did you come here? He asked, lifting the cat into his arms. With a grin, he said to Mo Qingwu, this is my cat, Xiaobai. Isn't it adorable? At first, Mo Qingwu too found Xiaobai quite endearing and had intended to hold it. However, the cat suddenly exuded a pressure so overwhelming that it instilled within her a profound sense of reverence. Could this also be an ancient divine beast? She thought. Swallowing hard once more, a tempest of emotions surged within her heart. The mere fact that she had taken an ancient divine beast as a pet was astonishing enough. However, to her utter disbelief, a second one appeared. This revelation was simply terrifying. Mo Qingwu felt her heart quiver with trepidation. It seemed that Ye Linfan's prowess surpassed her wildest imagination. Xiaobai, entertain yourself, Ye Linfan said as he set Xiaobai down and led Mo Qingwu into the house. The moment they entered, the courtyard erupted into a lively commotion. Chapter 93. A hasty breakthrough. The old hen mockingly remarked, this girl dares to underestimate our master. She certainly needs a lesson. Indeed, Xiaobai chimed in, brimming with pride. I gave her a fright. I believe you have acted recklessly this time. The carp leapt from the water and interjected. Why? The old hen inquired, puzzled. Do you find this girl beautiful? The carp questioned. Quite beautiful, but what of it? The old hen responded dismissively. A girl of such beauty, seeking out our master, implies an extraordinary connection. If she were to become our mistress in the future, then... The carp let out a chilling laugh, leaving the rest unspoken. The understanding hung heavy in the air, and the old hen and Xiaobai fell silent, genuinely alarmed. The thought that this woman might one day become the mistress and suddenly crave phoenix or white tiger meat sent shivers down their spines. I'm done for. Xiaobai quaked in fear, acutely aware of their master's formidable nature. The old hen fared slightly better, though its expression betrayed unease, evidently in agreement with the carp's words. Enough, do not frighten them. Our master is not that kind of person, the big yellow dog interjected calmly. Upon hearing this, the old hen and Xiaobai felt a measure of relief. Indeed, their master was not the type to resort to such extremes. Otherwise, they would have been slaughtered long ago. The old hen scoffed. Exactly. I know. I was merely jesting, the carp chuckled. Scram. If I weren't worried about alarming the master, I would give you a good thrashing, the old hen retorted angrily. Quiet down. Do not disturb the master. The big yellow dog commanded. As the elder and most powerful presence in the courtyard, its words silenced the old hen and the carp. At that moment, Mo Qingwu had entered Ye Linfan's chamber. As she stepped inside, she was nearly overwhelmed by the dense spiritual energy that enveloped the room, far more intense than outside. Struggling to acclimate, she almost succumbed to dizziness from the potent aura. Fortunately, her considerable strength prevented her from embarrassing herself. Miss Imo, please have a seat. I shall fetch some tea, Ye Linfan offered, gesturing for her to sit before departing from the parlor. Alone, Mo Qingwu surveyed her surroundings, and with each glance, her astonishment deepened, for she discovered every object within this room is extraordinary. On a distant table lies a brush, upon which the essence of Tao flows. Not far away, a long piece of wood rests, its purpose unknown, yet it emanates a terrifying aura of power. There are other items that appear unremarkable, yet each conceals a dreadful energy that overwhelms her senses. It is utterly terrifying. Ye Linfan is undoubtedly an unparalleled master. Otherwise, why would he possess such treasures? Typically, an individual without strength who owns so many precious items would have long been eliminated. The fact that Ye Linfan remains unharmed and can even tame ancient divine beasts clearly indicates his extraordinary prowess. As she gazes at these items, Mo Qingwu feels an irresistible urge to touch them. However, she is acutely aware that the more exceptional the treasure, the greater its sentience. Should she dare to reach out, she could very well face a fierce retaliation. Thus, the wisest course of action is to remain seated and still. Before long, Ye Linfan approaches with a cup of tea. Miss Mo, please enjoy some tea, he says, placing the cup on the table. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Mo Qingwu replies politely. As she opens the cup, a rich fragrance wafts into her nostrils, and the swirling smoke envelopes the entire room, transforming it into a realm of ethereal beauty. This is spirit tea, Mo Qingwu exclaims in astonishment, gazing at the pristine liquid within the cup. It resembles ordinary boiled water, yet it exudes an intoxicating aroma that captivates the senses. Merely inhaling its scent causes her internal spiritual energy to surge significantly. I merely sought an excuse to invite you in for tea, Ye Linfan remarks casually. Yet she is taken aback by his choice to serve her spirit tea. Such generosity is astonishing. If this cup were to circulate outside, it would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed. Yet here he is, offering it so nonchalantly. The disparity is overwhelming. Miss Mo, please partake in the tea, Ye Linfan gently reminds her, noticing her momentary daze. All right, thank you, she replies hastily, lifting the cup to her lips and drinking the spirit tea in one gulp. As the elixir flows down her throat, a torrent of spiritual energy surges within her, causing her vitality to swell with fervor. Suddenly, Mo Qingwu's body trembles violently as she feels the barriers within her shatter. Realization dawns upon her. She has broken through, ascending to the third tier of the earth realm. Just as her elation peaks, her expression shifts abruptly, for she senses that her breakthroughs are not yet complete. The fourth, fifth, and sixth tiers of the earth realm follow in rapid succession, culminating in a halt to her ascension. Once the breakthrough subsides, Mo Qingwu sits in a daze, her mind swirling. She had never imagined that such a simple cup of tea could wield such profound power. She had effortlessly ascended from the second to the sixth realm of the earthly domain. Under normal circumstances, such a breakthrough would require at least a decade of arduous cultivation to reach the sixth realm. In other words, this single cup of spiritual tea had saved her 10 years of relentless toil. Even now, Mo Qingwu felt as though she were trapped in a dream, having easily surpassed 4 realms. When did such breakthroughs become so hasty? Mr. Yi, thank you for your tea, Mo Qingwu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Not at all. Would you care for another cup? Ye Linfan inquired gently. That's quite enough. Thank you. Mo Qingwu quickly waved her hand in refusal. At that moment, she sensed a profound fullness within her body, aware that the effects of the spiritual tea had yet to fully dissipate. Should she indulge in another cup, she feared it might lead to a perilous explosion of her body. How wonderful it would be to bring a cup back for her master. Alas, such exquisite tea must be exceedingly rare. Having consumed a single cup was already a tremendous blessing. If she were to be greedy and request another, it might provoke Mr. Ye's ire. Contemplating this, Mo Qingwu swallowed the words that were almost on her lips. By the way, Mr. Yi, do you have an affinity for calligraphy and painting? Mo Qingwu asked, glancing at the 4 treasures of the study on the desk. Indeed, I must admit, I lack the talent for cultivation. So I occupy my time with writing and painting, Ye Linfan replied, somewhat embarrassed. Hearing this, Mo Qingwu's lips twitched. If even he lacked the talent for cultivation, then what of the rest of the world? However, she dared not voice this thought, having discerned that Ye Linfan preferred to present himself as an ordinary person. Perhaps he was a peerless being traversing the mortal realm. Given this, it would be unwise for her to expose him. May I have the pleasure of appreciating your calligraphy and paintings? Mo Qingwu inquired delicately. Of course. I hadn't anticipated that Miss Mo would also be a fellow aficionado of calligraphy and painting, Ye Linfan readily consented. After all, these works were merely casual creations of his, seldom viewed by others. Now that someone was eager to appreciate them, he could not have wished for more. The two approached the desk, and Ye Linfan asked, which piece would you like to see? Perhaps we could view one of your most recent paintings? Mo Qingwu suggested slowly. In truth, she had no specific piece in mind. She simply sensed that these works were extraordinary. Very well, I happened to paint a piece yesterday. Let Miss Mo evaluate it. Ye Linfan nodded with a smile. With that, he retrieved a painting, placing it on the desk and carefully unveiling it. As soon as the paper was opened, an overwhelming force radiated outward in all directions, causing Mo Qingwu to stagger back several steps in astonishment. What is happening? How can a single painting exude such tremendous power? The force was so immense that her heart continues to tremble even now. Fortunately, this power was not directed at her. It merely pushed her back a few steps. Had it been aimed at her, she would have likely been torn asunder by it. Miss Mo, what is the matter? Ye Linfan inquired, observing Mo Qingwu's sudden retreat with a hint of perplexity. Did you not express a desire to view the painting? Why the sudden withdrawal? It is nothing, Mo Qingwu replied, shaking her head as she returned to the table. However, upon her gaze landing on the paper, she felt her breath catch in her throat. The painting was astonishing. It depicted a white figure wielding a long sword, with feet seemingly treading the heavens, ethereal like an immortal, resembling a fallen celestial being. Surrounding this figure were thousands of floating swords, all aimed forward, exuding a menacing intent. Upon witnessing this artwork, Mo Qingwu inhaled sharply. This was an unparalleled sword technique. Utterly terrifying. Even as a mere painting, the sword aura emanating from it was enough to render her unable to look directly. Mr. Ye, is this an unparalleled sword technique? Mo Qingwu inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. This technique was overwhelmingly powerful, surely surpassing any sword technique known to this world. Indeed, it is an unparalleled sword technique. Ye Linfan affirmed without hesitation. Truly, to capture such a technique on paper while leaving behind a lingering sword intent was an astonishing feat. Such power was indeed formidable. Even those at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm might find it difficult to accomplish. Could it be that Mr. Ye's strength had transcended the 9th level of the Saint Realm, reaching the legendary Divine Realm? Contemplating this, Mo Qingwu could not help but swallow hard. No wonder she sensed no fluctuations of power from Ye Linfan. It was not due to his lack of cultivation, but rather her own inadequacy in perceiving his true strength. There was no doubt that Ye Linfan was an unparalleled expert of the Divine Realm. With this realization, her respect for him deepened. Suddenly, she recalled that her master was to duel the next day. If she could bring this painting back and have her master learn this technique, their chances of victory might significantly increase. This painting was extraordinarily precious. It was unlikely that Ye Linfan would part with it easily. However, one must always try. How could she know the outcome without making an attempt? Resolute in her decision, Mo Qingwu spoke softly. Mr. Ye, I have an ungracious request, and I hope you will consent. Please, go ahead, Ye Linfan replied, momentarily taken aback. Would you consider selling this painting to me? I would pay any price. Mo Qingwu asked. She believed that such a valuable piece would be cherished by Ye Linfan, and that he might not be willing to sell it for any sum. Thus, she had braced herself for rejection. This painting is not for sale, Ye Linfan stated, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, a trace of disappointment crossed Mo Qingwu's face. Indeed, her expectations had been met. Such a precious painting. How could anyone possibly sell it? Moreover, the owner is a being of divine realm, lacking for nothing. How could they possibly be interested in my meager wealth? However, Ye Linfan's next words elevated her from the depths of despair to the heights of bliss. But I can gift it to you. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingwu was momentarily taken aback. You say you wish to give me this painting? I must have misheard, she incredulously inquired. No, I truly mean to gift it to you, Ye Linfan affirmed with a nod. But that would be improper, Mo Qingwu replied, her face etched with concern. Accepting such a precious gift felt beyond her capacity to bear. What is improper about it? This painting holds no value, Ye Linfan remarked nonchalantly. No value? Mo Qingwu was rendered speechless. If this painting were to circulate, it would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed. Yet, in Ye Linfan's eyes, it was devoid of worth. Truly, he was a master of divine realm. His vision and perspective were realms beyond her comprehension. Then I shall express my gratitude to Mr. Ye. Mo Qingwu ultimately decided to accept the gift. She planned to take the painting back first, allowing her master to weather his difficulties. After which her master could personally thank Ye Linfan. No need for such formality. I could create a painting like this at any time. Ye Linfan waved his hand dismissively. His words left Mo Qingwu astounded. Indeed, as a master of divine realm, he could effortlessly conjure a supreme sword technique. Such prowess was formidable. Once she returned home, she would certainly recommend her master pay a visit to Mr. Ye. Establishing a rapport with such a distinguished figure would be an extraordinary opportunity. Mr. Ye, what is the name of this sword technique? Mo Qingwu inquired. The return of 10,000 swords, Ye Linfan replied coolly. What a commanding name, truly fitting, Mo Qingwu gasped, carefully securing the painting before bidding farewell. Observing her cautious demeanor, Ye Linfan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Was it merely a painting? Did it warrant such exaggeration? Alas, Mo Qingwu was unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely tell him, you do not realize the true worth of this painting. Should it be put up for auction, countless powerful figures would vie for it at any cost. After Mo Qingwu departed, Ye Linfan resumed his work on carving the ancient zither. The body of the zither was complete. Now he needed to install the strings. However, stringing a zither was not as simple as randomly selecting 6 strings. He had to ensure that the pitch of each string was precise before affixing them. Immersed in the task of crafting the zither, Ye Linfan soon forgot about Mo Qingwu. Half an hour later, she hurried back home. Her residence was not located in any city, but rather on Mingyang Mountain, several dozen miles from the clouds of Falling Cloud Mountain. In this world, apart from martial arts families, there also existed ancient martial sects residing in the mountains. These sects had secluded themselves deep in the mountains long before the resurgence of spiritual energy, indifferent to worldly affairs. After the resurgence of spiritual energy, the ancient martial sects have gradually emerged from obscurity, and Imo is the revered maiden of the Qianyang sect atop Mingyang Mountain. Her master is none other than the sect's leader, Qin Moyang. Upon her arrival at the mountain, disciples of Qianyang sect greeted her warmly. "Where's master?" Imo inquired. "The sect leader is currently in the council hall discussing matters with Elder Liang," replied one disciple. "At such a time, he still has the leisure to converse? I shall seek him out," Imo remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Within the council hall of Qianyang sect, two middle-aged men were engaged in conversation. The man seated at the head of the table, in his early 50s with a round face and narrow eyes, was none other than Qin Moyang, the sect leader. To his left sat Elder Liang Chang, a man in his late 40s, whose demeanor was somewhat stoic. "Sect leader, how confident are you regarding tomorrow's duel?" Liang Cheng inquired. "Not at all," Qin Zhang sighed deeply. "I never anticipated that after several decades, Qian Wuxing would possess such formidable demonic powers. When he came to provoke me a few days ago, I sensed that his strength had already ascended to the 4th level of the sacred realm." "What? Are you serious?" Liang Cheng's face paled in astonishment. At present, Qin Zhang himself had yet to reach the 4th level of the sacred realm, lingering at the 3rd. Though he was on the cusp of a breakthrough, he was still not yet at that exalted level. The difference between the 3rd and 4th levels, while seemingly slight, represented an insurmountable chasm. It could be asserted that Qin Moyang stood little chance of victory. It was, in fact, a near certainty of demise. "It is indeed true. I have no hope of winning this battle," Qin Moyang admitted, a look of resignation etched upon his face. "What shall we do?" Liang Cheng asked, his complexion ashen. He was acutely aware of the depth of Qian Wuxing's enmity toward Qin Moyang. Decades prior, Qian Wuxing had been a disciple of Qianyang sect, only to be vanquished by Qin Moyang in the contest for the sect leadership, prompting him to leave the sect in fury, disappearing without a trace. Until mere days ago, when he suddenly descended from the heavens, issuing a challenge to Qin Moyang for a life-or-death duel, the victor to claim the title of sect leader. "Do not worry. He merely seeks me out and will not harm you," Qin Zhang said calmly. As the leader of Qianyang sect, he could not evade this confrontation. Even if it meant his demise, he was bound to face it. "However, if I fall in battle, you must immediately take Qin Wu away. She is my direct disciple, and Qian Wuxing may not spare her." "I understand," sect leader Liang Cheng replied, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. He realized that Qin Zhang was making preparations for the inevitable. At that moment, Imo Wu rushed into the hall, breathless. "Master, I have returned." Qin Zhang turned his gaze toward Imo Wu, astonishment flooding his countenance. "Qin Wu, how have you progressed to the 6th level of the earth realm?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He distinctly recalled that just a short while ago, she had been at the 2nd level of the earth realm. How could she have undergone such a remarkable transformation in such a brief span? Even if she encountered a fortuitous opportunity, it seems implausible that her progress could be so remarkably swift. "Master, have you discerned something?" Imo Wu inquired with a smile. "Qin Wu, what has transpired? Pray tell me." Qin Moyer asked immediately. "Master, my rapid breakthrough is attributed to meeting an extraordinary master," Imo Wu replied slowly. "An extraordinary master? Is he a senior from some martial arts lineage or an ancient martial sect?" Qin Moyer asked, puzzled. "Neither. He is merely a young man in his 20s. Imo Wu shook her head. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the faces of Qin Moyer and Liang Cheng. How could a young man in his 20s possibly be an extraordinary master? It seemed evident that Imo Wu had been deceived. "Master, Elder Liang, do you not believe me?" Imo Wu said indignantly upon seeing their expressions. "Qin Wu, the sect leader is currently preoccupied. Perhaps you should take your leave," Liang Cheng suggested, clearing his throat. "Master, do you not believe me either?" Imo Wu asked, a note of grievance in her voice. "Qin Wu, I have a duel to prepare for tomorrow. Please excuse yourself." Qin Moyer replied gently. "Master, I have brought back an item from that master. With it, you are certain to triumph tomorrow," Imo Wu declared. "What item?" Qin Moyer asked. Intrigued. "A painting," Imo Wu responded. The expressions of Qin Moyer and Liang Cheng grew even more despondent. Their dissatisfaction with Imo Wu began to surface. "Nonsense. What use is a mere painting?" Liang Cheng said, clearly displeased. Though Qin Moyer remained silent, his demeanor reflected his discontent. Were it not for his fondness for Imo Wu, he might have already expelled her. "Master, please trust me this once and look at this painting," Imo Wu implored. "Very well, show it to me," Qin Moyer sighed. After all, he was nearing the end of his journey. There was no need to harbor anger towards Imo Wu, especially given her sincere intentions. "Yes, master," Imo Wu exclaimed joyfully. She produced the painting, which appeared rather ordinary, almost mundane. This only reinforced Qin Moyer and Liang Qing's convictions that it would serve no purpose. However, they soon realized how gravely mistaken they were. The moment the painting was unveiled, an overwhelming sensation of dread surged within Qin Moyer and Liang Qing. A torrent of sword intent emanated from the canvas, invoking a profound sense of reverence within them. Buzzing, their swords began to hum in resonance. The trembling sound was one of submission from the long swords. Not only did their swords react, but all disciples of Qinyang sect were astonished to find their own swords emitting a roaring sound. What is happening? Why has my sword transformed in this manner? Mine too. It seems there's an anomaly emanating from the council hall. Could it be that the sect leader has mastered a formidable sword technique? It is highly probable. It appears that in tomorrow's duel, the sect leader is destined to emerge victorious. Undoubtedly, the emergence of this painting has unexpectedly invigorated all the disciples of the Qinyang sect. Within the grand hall, Qin Zhang and Liang Qing were left utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the revelation before them. They never anticipated that a mere painting could possess such extraordinary power. The overwhelming sword intent emanating from it was capable of tearing through anything. Qin Zhang gazed at the artwork, quickly entranced by the sword moves depicted within. Is this an unparalleled sword technique? He stammered, swallowing hard. Indeed, it is a masterpiece sketched by that extraordinary individual, Imo Qingwu affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Qin Moyang's pupils constricted sharply. It was terrifying. A casual sketch could yield an unparalleled sword technique, and such potent sword intent had been captured on paper. Such a person was undoubtedly a supreme master. At that moment, Qin Zhang finally came to believe in Imo Qingwu's words. His heart swelled with joy. With this painting in hand, he felt a newfound confidence for the upcoming duel. Qingwu, please, enlighten me on the matter at hand, Qin Zhang urged with a serious expression. Chapter 96. The arrival of a strong foe master. Here is how it transpired. Imo Qingwu recounted her encounter with Ye Linfan in its entirety. After absorbing her words, both Qin Zhang and Liang Qing stared wide-eyed, their faces painted with disbelief. The courtyard was saturated with spiritual energy, the pets were ancient divine beasts, and the tea served was of unparalleled quality. The notion that a simple sketch could embody an unrivaled sword technique was nothing short of incredulous. Yet, the evidence lay before them, leaving no room for doubt. Who would have thought that a supreme master could be living among us, hidden from our knowledge? We have truly been remiss, Qin Zhang lamented. Master, Mr. Yi is indeed a supreme master. If he wished for us to remain oblivious, we naturally would not have discovered him, Imo Qingwu replied softly. Indeed, it is fortunate that Qingwu encountered Mr. Yi. This painting has given me the confidence to face tomorrow's duel, Qin Moyang remarked. Master, perhaps it would be wise to enter seclusion for the time being, Imo Qingwu suggested. Qin Zhang nodded in agreement, turning to retreat to his quiet chamber. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the next day. Imo Qingwu and Liang Qing stood anxiously at the door of the quiet room. Elder Liang, Qian Wuxing is about to arrive. Why hasn't he master emerged yet? Imo Qingwu inquired with urgency. Perhaps the sect leader is currently in a crucial moment of meditation, Liang Qing replied gravely. But what shall we do if master does not come out before Qian Wuxing arrives? Imo Qingwu frowned, her worry evident. If it comes to the worst, I can step in for him, Liang Qing declared resolutely. That is out of the question. It is far too perilous, Imo Qingwu exclaimed, her complexion paling. Qian Wuxing possessed the strength of the fourth stage of the Holy Realm, while Liang Qing was merely at the first stage. The disparity in their power was insurmountable. If Liang Qing insists on proceeding, there will be a peril to life. At this juncture, there is no other choice, Liang Qing declared resolutely. Just then, a chilling voice reverberated through the air. Qin Zhang, come forth to meet your demise. The voice struck like thunder, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Imo Qingwu and Liang Qing's expressions shifted dramatically. He has come, he has truly arrived. They looked skyward to see a figure enveloped in swirling black mist, exuding an overwhelming aura, standing in midair. This figure was a middle-aged man, approximately in his mid-40s, with a visage resembling jade, yet marred by an otherworldly allure. More disturbingly, his eyes were a blood-red hue. Meeting his gaze was akin to peering into a sea of blood and a field of bones. Qian Wuxing, you have arrived too early, Liang Qing bellowed. Whether early or late, the outcome remains unchanged. Summon Qin Moyang to face his fate, Qian Wuxing replied indifferently. What do you presume yourself to be? Seeking the sect master? To deal with you, I alone suffices. Liang Qing ascended slowly, speaking coldly. He drew his long sword, confronting Qian Wuxing in the air. An invisible pressure radiated in all directions. The sword in his hand flickered with light, its intent already spreading before it was even drawn. You are no match for me. Begone, Qian Wuxing scoffed. Whether I am your equal will be revealed through combat, Liang Qing retorted with a cold snort. He stepped forward in the air, his vitality surging, and unleashed his long sword against Qian Wuxing. The sword's brilliance shone brightly, its murderous intent overwhelming. This strike, fierce and determined, bore the weight of Liang Cheng's full strength. Though he was merely at the first level of the sacred realm, the might of his strike was not to be underestimated. Nonetheless, Qian Wuxing remained unimpressed. A mere ant dares to shake the heavens? With that, his long sword was drawn, black and malevolent. A single swing unleashed a tempest, striking directly at Liang Cheng. Boom! The clash of swords resounded like thunder. An unparalleled force stirred the skies. One figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep impression in the earth. The surrounding terrain cracked for miles. Elder Liang, Mo Qingwu cried out in shock. She had not anticipated Qian Wuxing's strength. Liang Cheng could not withstand a single blow and had been defeated. The Qianyang sect had indeed diminished in strength, all due to Qin Moyang's incompetence as sect master. He was unworthy of the title. Qian Wuxing, with disdain etched upon his face, remarked, "Qian Wuxing, you shall not insult my master." Mo Qingwu shouted defiantly. "You are a disciple of Qin Moyang. Since he wishes to cower, I shall slay you and see if he dares to emerge." Qian Wuxing chuckled coldly. As he spoke, his sword was raised. The roar of a dragon echoed through the skies. A black sword light descended, aiming directly at Mo Qingwu. The darkness of the sword light enveloped all in its path, shrouding the void itself. This is indeed the full-force strike of a fourth-tier Saint Realm expert. How could Mo Qingwu, merely a practitioner of the Dan realm, possibly withstand it? Should this sword strike find its mark, it would surely spell her demise. With no chance of survival, Qian Wuxing, as a senior figure, if you wish to slay my disciple, you must first seek my consent. Just then, a clear and resonant voice echoed through the air. As the words fell, the door of the quiet chamber burst open with a thunderous crash. A beam of golden sword light surged forth from within, accurately colliding with the black sword aura. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated in all directions. The intertwining gold and black sword lights unleashed a powerful shockwave, stirring up a tempest and enveloping the surroundings in dust and debris. The entire Qianyang sect trembled amidst the cacophony. "Qin Moyang, you have finally deemed it appropriate to show yourself," Qian Wuxing remarked with a smirk. "Were you not searching for me? Here I am." A tall figure emerged from the quiet chamber, emanating a palpable and formidable presence that enveloped the surroundings. This figure was none other than Qin Moyang. At this moment, the aura he radiated was in no way inferior to that of Qian Wuxing, having multiplied in strength since yesterday. "Master, you have broken through," Mo Qingwu exclaimed in delight. With Qin Moyang having achieved this breakthrough, there was now a glimmer of hope for victory in today's duel. Indeed, Qin Moyang nodded with a smile. He was but a step away from the fourth tier of the Saint Realm. With the aid of that painting, the breakthrough was only natural. "But what of your breakthrough? You remain no match for me," Qian Wuxing scoffed. Dark energy surged around him like a vast ocean, rolling forth as he advanced towards Qin Moyang. With a black long sword, he struck downwards, the blade ablaze with demonic flames. Qin Moyang, with an expression as calm as a still lake, stood resolutely in mid-air, neither dodging nor flinching. Gripping his long sword tightly, he pointed the tip towards the heavens. In an instant, the sound of a dragon's roar resonated through the sword, its piercing intent tearing apart the firmament, swiftly dissipating the surrounding dark, demonic energy. The sword light surged forth, directly assailing the black, demonic sword. Boom! The two sword lights collided with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling across the landscape. Nearby, a mountain was instantaneously flattened, reduced to mere powder. Both combatants were propelled backward by the impact. "I did not anticipate you had grown so powerful," Qian Wuxing remarked with surprise. Chapter 97. The Return of All Swords to Their Origin. Qian Wuxing, it would be best for you to withdraw now. This battle has yielded no clear victor. Qin Moyang spoke slowly. "Do not become too complacent, Qin Moyang. My true strength has yet to be fully revealed," Qian Wuxing retorted dismissively. "If that is the case, let us settle this with a fight to the death." Qin Moyang's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. He understood that today's confrontation with Qian Wuxing was a matter of life and death, and thus he would not utter any foolish words about camaraderie. Determined to strike first, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, ascending thousands of meters into the sky. Buzz! A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens. Qin Moyang's vitality surged, exuding an overwhelming aura. Before him, he positioned his long sword, which hovered in the air, continuously releasing its draconic chant. The myriad swords returned to their source. Qin Moyang's voice echoed in the ether, reminiscent of celestial beings whispering from the skies. With a graceful circular motion of his hands, the long sword before him suddenly multiplied, splitting from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 4. In no time, tens of thousands of swords floated before him, their overwhelming intent cascading like a torrential waterfall, akin to the Milky Way descending from the heavens. With a decisive gesture, Qin Moyang directed the multitude of swords to launch forth simultaneously. Wherever the swords traversed, the very fabric of the universe seemed on the verge of shattering, life itself extinguished. The sky was filled with swords, and an aura of lethal intent enveloped all. The spectacle of tens of thousands of swords poised to strike was nothing short of breathtaking. The disciples of the Qianyang sect stood agape, astonished at the depth of his swordsmanship. However, they lamented that his understanding was still lacking, and thus, he was destined to perish beneath their master's blade. Qian Wuxing, witnessing the return of the myriad swords, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he quickly discerned that while this sword technique was formidable, it was merely a temporary acquisition for Qin Moyang. In the execution of his move, it was evident that numerous flaws remained. As he gazed at the multitude of swords, Qian Wuxing continued to laugh with disdain, his aura of demonic energy surging, presenting him as a formidable demon incarnate. If you truly are a celestial being, then I shall sever the heavens, he declared with an indifferent tone. He unleashed a single strike, devoid of extravagance, a seemingly unremarkable blow. However, this strike was imbued with an overwhelming malevolence. The frigid demonic energy tore through the skies, soaring beyond the heavens with the intent to slay deities. Boom! The clash between the black sword and the myriad swords echoed in the void, unleashing a cataclysmic sound that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Even the very earth trembled in response. The multitude of swords collided with the demonic energy, and astonishingly, began to dissolve rapidly. In a brief moment, they vanished entirely, until finally, the last golden sword light shattered, and a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The earth was left with a massive crater. As Mo Qingwu focused her gaze, her expression shifted dramatically. "Master," she exclaimed, realizing that the figure who had fallen from the heavens was none other than Qin Moyang. The outcome of the battle was now unmistakably clear. It was over. The sect leader had been defeated. The Qianyang sect was destined to fall into the hands of the demon. All disciples of the Qianyang sect, upon witnessing this, were stricken with despair, their faces pale and their spirits dimmed. Qin Mziang was their strongest champion, the embodiment of their faith. With their faith now shattered, they felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. "Master, are you all right?" Mo Qingwu hurriedly helped Qin Moyang to his feet, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Qin Moyang, you have been defeated," came the voice of Qian Wuxing. Qin Mziang's complexion was ashen, devoid of any trace of color, revealing the severity of his injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face etched with unwillingness as he spoke. "Alas, I have yet to fully comprehend this unparalleled sword technique. Otherwise, the outcome of today's duel would remain uncertain." Just yesterday, he had acquired the art of 10,000 swords returning to origin. Although he had ascended to the 4th level of the Holy Realm in a single night, the intricacies of such a magnificent sword technique were overwhelmingly complex. After dedicating an entire night to it, he had managed to grasp only about 20 to 30% of its essence. "Regardless, you have lost," Qian Wuxing remarked with a cold smirk. "As per our wager, the position of the sect master of Qianyang sect now belongs to you. As for me, do as you will, kill or mutilate, it matters not," Qin Moyang declared resolutely. "I will indeed kill you, but first, I have a question to pose," Qian Wuxing replied nonchalantly. "What question?" Qin Moyang inquired. "Where did you acquire that sword technique?" Qian Wuxing asked. The earlier move of 10,000 swords returning to origin was indeed formidable, leaving him with lingering trepidation. Had Qin Moyang fully mastered it, he might have already perished beneath its might. Thus, he was deeply curious about the origins of this extraordinary sword technique. "I obtained it from an extraordinary master. To be frank, your sword techniques pale in comparison to his." Qin Moyang scoffed. "Impossible. Is there anyone in this world who surpasses my heavenly demon sword technique?" Qian Wuxing retorted with a cold huff. "Your heavenly demon sword technique is mere child's play in the presence of that extraordinary master," Qin Moyang stated icily. "I do not believe you. Tell me, where can I find this master you speak of?" Qian Wuxing pressed coldly. "Such a thought is futile. I will not disclose that information," Qin Moyang replied firmly. "Yesterday, Mo Qingwu mentioned that this master prefers to interact with others in the guise of an ordinary person. If you were to disturb him and provoke his wrath, it could bring about catastrophic consequences for Qianyang sect. If you refuse to speak, I shall kill your disciple." With that, he raised his demonic sword, pointing it menacingly at Mo Qingwu. With his strength, he could slay her in the blink of an eye, and even Qin Mziang would be powerless to intervene. "Stop. I will tell you, he is at Falling Cloud Mountain." Qin Moyang's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily divulged. "Excellent. I shall pay a visit to the extraordinary master you mentioned." If he disappoints me, I will not hesitate to eliminate your disciple as well, Qian Wuxing declared coldly. With that, a dark mist enveloped him as he ascended into the sky. Let us follow him, Qin Zhang urged, disregarding his injuries as he pulled Mo Qingwu along in pursuit. As Qian Wuxing traversed, a sinister energy engulfed the surroundings, painting the sky black. When he passed over Falling Cloud City, Li Qingyang quickly sensed the overwhelming demonic energy. Such astonishing demonic energy. It seems to be heading towards Falling Cloud Mountain. I must investigate, he thought, resolute as he leaped into action without hesitation. Within the martial arts academy, Chu Mingyang also sensed the demonic aura emanating from Qian Wuxing. What manner of fiend dares to provoke Mr. Yi? In the next moment, a figure soared from the martial arts academy, heading towards Mount Luoya. Qian Wuxing's speed was astonishing, and he swiftly arrived at Ye Linfan's courtyard. Come forth and meet your demise, Qian Wuxing bellowed. His voice reverberated, causing the leaves within 100 miles to rustle. Yet, there was no response from within the courtyard. Qian Wuxing, do not disturb the master. The consequences shall be yours to bear, came a voice. At that moment, Qin Moyang and Mo Qingwu had arrived. What an unparalleled master. Seeing me, they dare not even show themselves, Qian Wuxing scoffed. The master must not be home. Otherwise, how could you be so audacious? Qin Moyang retorted coldly. I suspect you have deceived me. If so, you too shall remain here forever, Qian Wuxing said icily. With a flick of his wrist, the heavenly demon's sword appeared, exuding a menacing aura. Qingwu, flee. I will hold him off, Qin Zhang declared, his expression changing. Master, Mo Qingwu's face paled. Hurry. Remember to live well, Qin Moyang urged loudly. No need for such sentimentality. None of you shall escape, Qian Wuxing cackled. With that, his sword surged with dark energy, ready to strike down the two. However, at that moment, the gate of the courtyard suddenly swung open. Qian Wuxing's sword hesitated, and he quickly turned, on high alert. Despite his outward disdain, he understood that anyone capable of executing such extraordinary swordplay was no ordinary foe, which is why he felt a sense of dread. Even Qin Moyang and Mo Qingwu were filled with elation, believing Mr. Yi had come to their rescue. Yet, their expressions quickly froze. It was not Ye Linfan who emerged, but rather a large, unremarkable yellow dog. Qian Wuxing's countenance shifted dramatically, while Qin Moyang and Mo Qingwu were filled with disappointment, particularly Mo Qingwu, who had seen the dog on her last visit and found nothing extraordinary about it, just an ordinary yellow dog. Who dares disturb your master's slumber? The yellow dog suddenly inquired, startling the three. The sight of a seemingly ordinary dog speaking was utterly surreal. It is I who summoned your master to face death. Qian Wuxing sneered. You dare challenge my master? The yellow dog shot him a disdainful glance. A mere dog speaks with such bravado. I shall slay you first. Then your master, Qian Wuxing replied coldly, and with those words, the light of his sword ignited. On the heavenly demon's sword, malevolent energy surged fiercely. The black sword light slashed forth with unyielding ferocity. Before the immense black sword light, the large yellow dog appeared as insignificant as an ant, clearly outmatched. At that moment, the large yellow dog moved, extending its front paw. This scene filled Qin Moyang and Mo Qingyang with a deepening sense of despair. They were well aware of the formidable strength of the heavenly demon's sword. Yet, this large yellow dog dared to confront it with its paw. Akin to striking a stone with an egg, a path to certain demise. Qian Wuxing observed this with a cold smile, thinking, a dog is merely a dog. How foolish to attempt to withstand my heavenly demon's sword with its paw. Truly a display of dwindling intellect. However, in the next heartbeat, his expression froze in disbelief. Clang. The heavenly demon's sword struck the large yellow dog's paw with great force, producing a shocking sound of metal clashing. To everyone's astonishment, the large yellow dog's paw remained unscathed, and its claws suddenly elongated, firmly grasping the heavenly demon's sword. Qin Moyang and Mo Qingwu were left utterly dumbfounded. Was this not an ordinary large yellow dog? How could it possess such extraordinary might? Impossible. How could this be? Qian Wuxing exclaimed, panic etched across his face. He could scarcely believe that his most cherished sword technique had been thwarted by a mere dog. Because you are too weak, the large yellow dog replied coldly. With that, it forcefully yanked its paw. Qian Wuxing felt an overwhelming force surge through him, and before he knew it, the heavenly demon's sword had been snatched away by the large yellow dog. Return my sword. Qian Wuxing's face turned pale with fear as he erupted in rage, lunging toward the large yellow dog. You insignificant ant, disturbing my slumber shall lead to your demise. The large yellow dog scoffed. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, transforming into a cavernous maw, wide enough to span several meters. Qian Wuxing was taken aback, realizing that this large yellow dog was far from ordinary. It was an unparalleled demon king. Gazing into the gaping mouth adorned with colossal teeth and an unfathomable throat, Qian Wuxing was finally gripped by fear. He sought to flee, to escape as far as possible, abandoning thoughts of the heavenly demon sword, for this was his only chance of survival. However, the large yellow dog had been roused from its slumber by Qian Wuxing's bellow, still irritable and unwilling to let him go easily. It took a deep breath, and Qian Wuxing felt a powerful suction pulling him backward, sending him spiraling in terror. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from this force. Helplessly watching as he was drawn toward the cavernous mouth. "Spare me. Help. Senior Qin, I no longer covet the position of sect leader. Save me." Qian Wuxing cried out in panic. Yet Qin Mo Yang and Mo Qing Wu were utterly astounded, rendered speechless by the shocking scene unfolding before them. They could only watch in disbelief as Qian Wuxing was devoured by the large yellow dog. At that moment, Li Qingyang and Chu Mingyang had also arrived. Just in time to witness the spectacle, their eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. It was terrifying. They had never taken note of this large yellow dog during their previous visits, having assumed it to be merely an ordinary canine. Little did they know that this creature was formidable, likely an ancient divine beast. It was reasonable to surmise that someone as extraordinary as Mr. Yi would only have an ancient beast as a pet. Poor Qian Wuxing, who foolishly attempted to provoke Ye Linfan, ultimately became a meal. From that moment on, Qin Mo Yang harbored no doubts regarding Ye Linfan's capabilities. Anyone who could have such a powerful creature as a pet was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure. After consuming Qian Wuxing, the large yellow dog reverted to its original form. It gazed at the crowd and calmly stated, "Do not inform the master of what transpired here, otherwise. Rest assured, we know how to proceed." Chu Mingyang promptly affirmed. The others hastily nodded in agreement, fully aware of the dog's overwhelming strength, capable of swallowing them all whole. Naturally, they dared not disobey. The large yellow dog, satisfied, returned to the courtyard, leaving behind the Tian Mo sword still lying on the ground. Just then, a voice filled with surprise broke the silence. Chapter 99, The Spirit of the Tian Mo Sword. The crowd turned to see Ye Linfan, cradling Xiao Bai, appearing behind them. His expression one of astonishment as he surveyed the scene. He had not anticipated that after merely taking Xiao Bai for a stroll in Luoyang City, he would return to find such a gathering in his home. "Mr. Yi," everyone greeted him with a bow. Following the earlier shocking incident, their respect for Ye Linfan had grown exponentially, especially for Qin Mo Yang, who was taken aback by Ye Linfan's youth upon their first meeting. Moreover, he sensed no fluctuations of power emanating from Ye Linfan. However, he recalled Mo Qing Wu's earlier words, explaining that the absence of power fluctuations did not indicate the individual was ordinary. Rather, it was a sign of immense strength. "Who is this?" Ye Linfan inquired, turning his gaze towards Qin Mo Yang. Being a first-time visitor, Qin Mo Yang felt rather unfamiliar. "Mr. Yi, this is my master, the sect leader of Qinyang sect." Qin Mo Yang, Mo Qing Wu introduced. The others recognized Qin Mo Yang, as they were all martial artists, accustomed to interacting with both sects and prominent families. However, there was a distinction between the two. Prominent families typically trained only their own kin, while sects welcomed all. As for martial arts academies, they were inaccessible to the impoverished due to exorbitant tuition fees, with only those affluent, yet not from martial arts families gaining admission. Indeed, a select few disciples from martial arts families have entered the martial arts academy. However, these families are not particularly powerful. They send their promising offspring to the academy in hopes of better development. Thus, in this realm, the three principal powers are the noble families, sects, and the martial arts academy. Notably, all three factions are under the jurisdiction of a single authority, the Martial Arts Alliance. Ye Linfan was taken aback to find representatives from the Martial Arts Academy, noble families, and sects visiting his home today. If we consider Lu Dongxian, he too would be intertwined with the Martial Arts Alliance. Little did Ye Linfan know that a fish in his pond had recently devoured a vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance. To him, these individuals were titans, and their visit brought him immense joy. For the more influential acquaintances he had, the stronger his foothold in this world would be, leading to a more prosperous existence. "Oh, it is indeed the esteemed sect master Qin," Ye Linfan exclaimed with a smile. "Mr. Yi." Qin Moya was about to speak when his complexion suddenly turned pale, and with a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master, are you all right?" Mo Qing Wu gasped in concern. "Sect Master Qin, what has happened?" Ye Linfan inquired, astonished. "It is nothing, merely a wound sustained in a duel," Qin Moya sighed. "I see. Let us retreat indoors. Allow me to tend to your injuries," Ye Linfan said softly. "You possess medical skills?" Qin Moya asked, astonished. To him, given Ye Linfan's formidable prowess, he presumed he would be a fervent practitioner of martial arts, lacking expertise in other areas. He never anticipated that Ye Linfan would also be adept in medicine, which was indeed surprising. Mr. Ye's medical skills are truly remarkable. Deserving of great respect, Chu Mingying interjected, having the most authority to speak on the matter. Indeed, I nearly lost my life previously, had Mr. Yi intervened. I might not be here today, Li Qingyang concurred. In that case, we are in your debt, Mr. Yi, Qin Moya said, secretly astonished. He understood that individuals of Chu Mingyang and Li Qingyang's stature would never speak falsely. As the group was about to enter, Ye Linfan suddenly exclaimed, "What is this black sword doing here?" The sword in question was the heavenly demon sword left behind by Qian Wuxing. Although it had lost its master, the malevolent aura it exuded remained exceedingly potent. Anyone who grasped it unprepared would likely be consumed by its dark energy, losing their sanity and transforming into a mindless killer. For this reason, the others had refrained from picking up the heavenly demon's sword. However, upon seeing it, Ye Linfan, filled with curiosity, picked it up without hesitation. The faces of the others turned pale, fearing that Ye Linfan would succumb to the sword's malevolent energy, and they sought to warn him. However, it was already too late. Ye Linfan had already grasped the celestial demon sword in his hand. Nevertheless, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, for Ye Linfan appeared to be unaffected. They quickly realized that Ye Linfan hailed from the celestial realm, his power surpassing the boundaries of this world. How could a mere celestial demon's sword possibly influence him? What they did not know was that within the sword resided a malevolent spirit. It was this spirit that endowed Qian Wuxing with such formidable prowess. Yet, this spirit was exceedingly wicked, while it could grant its master immense strength for a brief period. The stronger the master became, the more rapidly it would absorb the master's essence to enhance itself. If this continued, one day it could manifest as a human. Prior to Qian Wuxing, it had already dispatched several masters. Now that Qian Wuxing had suddenly perished, it was left waiting for a new master. After a tense wait, someone finally picked it up. Splendid. At last, a new master. Young man, do you wish to attain power? Sign a pact with me. Once you do, you shall become the strongest in this realm. The sword spirit transmitted its alluring voice to Ye Linfan. However, to its utter astonishment, Ye Linfan showed no reaction to its words, as if he had not heard them at all. How could this be? The sword spirit had never encountered such a situation. Reluctantly, it tried once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. This drove it to the brink of madness. If the new master could not hear its voice, all its plans would be in vain. Just then, Ye Linfan's voice echoed, though it was not directed at the spirit, but rather at Chu Mingyang and the others. This sword is quite good. It should suffice for chopping firewood, Ye Linfan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the sword spirit nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. How outrageous. I am the illustrious celestial demon sword, and you intend to use me for chopping wood? Now that you are in such numbers, I cannot teach you a lesson. Once you leave, just wait and see how I deal with you. The sword spirit thought furiously. It sensed no power fluctuations from Ye Linfan, concluding he must be an ordinary mortal. Since he was but a mortal, teaching him a lesson should be quite simple. The group followed Ye Linfan into the courtyard. For the others, it was not their first visit, so they felt little different. However, Qin Moyang, entering for the first time, exhibited an expression of sheer astonishment. The spiritual energy here is extraordinarily dense, Qin Moyang exclaimed, his face alight with shock. Although Mo Qingwu had previously informed him of the rich spiritual energy, he had not comprehended its significance, merely assuming it would be somewhat denser than the outside world. Yet, it was beyond anything he had imagined. What he never anticipated was that the spiritual energy here was at least tenfold more potent than that outside. Upon entering, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body. The injuries he sustained remarkably healed under its nourishing embrace. Truly, this was the residence of an extraordinary master, a realm of unparalleled distinction. Qin Zhang gazed at Ye Linfan with immense admiration, his previously naive expression noticed by others. However, no one displayed any mocking demeanor, for their own initial reactions upon visiting this place were not much better than his. At this moment, the sword spirit of the heavenly demon was also in a frenzy, as it too was encountering an environment laden with such rich spiritual energy for the first time. What a veritable paradise this was. Regrettably, it was occupied by an ordinary individual. Yet, soon enough, it would be to my advantage. Once these holy realm powerhouses leave, I shall usurp this ordinary person's body and become the master of this place. In an environment so saturated with spiritual energy, I believe within 50 years, I shall achieve complete transformation. There will be no need to seek out a master, the sword spirit thought, filled with exhilaration as it envisioned the splendid scene of itself as the ruler of this domain. Lost in its delightful fantasies, it overlooked the presence of the ancient divine beasts, a hen and a carp, who had long been aware of the sword spirit's existence. Nevertheless, before Ye Linfan, They were disinclined to act, fully aware that this sword spirit was too feeble to pose any threat to their master. Qin Moyang, on the other hand, caught sight of the hen and immediately recalled Mo Qingwu's words, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable hen was, in fact, the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Such beings could eliminate him with but a flick of their wrist. Thus, as he passed by the hen, he became exceedingly cautious in his steps. Not only he, but also Chu Mingyang and Li Qingyang mirrored his trepidation. The hen, however, paid them no heed, contentedly foraging on the ground like an ordinary hen. The group then entered Ye Linfan's abode, where the spiritual energy once again astonished Qin Moyang and the sword spirit. The energy here was even more concentrated than outside, and every item within the room exuded remarkable Taoist resonance, comparable to high-tier celestial artifacts. This intensified the sword spirit's covetousness for the place. How could such an exquisite domain be occupied by a feeble mortal? I must seize it. Meanwhile, Qin Zong was akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand garden, gazing left and right in awe. He had never encountered such an abundance of top-tier celestial artifacts. Each of these artifacts, if revealed, could incite a whirlwind of bloodshed. Yet, in this abode, they were merely ordinary ornaments. Please, take a seat. Ye Linfan casually tossed the heavenly demon's sword into a corner and addressed the assembly. Observing this, the onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips. This was indeed the heavenly demon's sword, carelessly discarded like refuse. Nevertheless, within the confines of this living room, the heavenly demon's sword was, in fact, the most insignificant entity. The sword spirit seethed with indignation. How dare these mundane beings treat me as mere trash, tossed aside in a corner? When I seize control of your body, I shall ensure that your soul is shattered, leaving you unworthy even of reincarnation. Lord Qin, I am here to tend to your injuries. Please extend your hand. Ye Linfan said as he settled beside Qin Moyang. Thank you for your efforts. Qin Moyang complied, extending his hand, fully aware that Ye Linfan intended to take his pulse. Ye Linfan placed his hand upon Qin Moyang's pulse point and began his examination. A profound silence enveloped the room, all eyes fixed upon Ye Linfan. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and spoke slowly. The energy within you is sword qi, and it bears a sinister nature. Truly remarkable, Qin Moyang replied, an expression of deep admiration crossing his face. Without uttering a word, Ye Linfan had discerned the cause of his injury merely through pulse-taking. Such medical skill was indeed beyond mortal comprehension. Indeed, I have been wounded by a sword. I wonder how you intend to treat this, Mr. Yi? Qin Moyang inquired. The energy within him was not that of ordinary sword qi, but rather the essence of the heavenly demon's sword. Such a force would not be easily dispelled. Dispelling the sword qi within you is rather simple, Ye Linfan remarked nonchalantly. Without allowing Qin Moyang a moment to react, he suddenly struck a palm against Qin Moyang's chest. The attack was swift and unexpected, leaving Qin Moyang no time to brace himself. Bang! The blow landed squarely, causing Qin Moyang to stagger and spit out blood. Master, are you all right? Mo Qingwu exclaimed, her face paling in alarm. Meanwhile, Qin Moyang was engulfed in terror, fearing that Ye Linfan had suddenly turned hostile. That palm strike, though devoid of embellishment, was elusive and unavoidable, plunging him into despair. A transcendent figure like Ye Linfan could easily take his life. Mr. Yi, Qin Moyang's face turned ashen, desperately seeking to plead for mercy. Yet, Ye Linfan interrupted him, saying, your injury is healed. These words left Qin Moyang utterly bewildered. Healed? With a mere casual strike? How could this be? He immediately summoned his internal spiritual energy and was soon astonished to discover that his energy flowed freely through his meridians. The sword qi left by the heavenly demon's sword had indeed vanished without a trace. Such prowess was utterly terrifying. Qin Moyang swallowed hard, his reverence for Ye Linfan growing ever deeper. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Rising, Qin Moyang bowed deeply in gratitude. This was a debt of life. It is indeed worth undertaking such a grand gesture. Coupled with the fact that the other party possesses greater strength, it is only fitting to show deference. Master Qin, you are being too modest. It is but a minor injury, remarked Ye Linfan, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiang felt a surge of admiration. Despite having healed him from such a grave wound, Ye Linfan feigned indifference, clearly wanting to alleviate any sense of obligation Qin might feel towards him. Such magnanimity is truly awe-inspiring. The others, while accustomed to Ye Linfan's extraordinary abilities, displayed expressions of nonchalance. As it happened, mealtime approached. Why not stay and share a simple meal? Ye Linfan suggested with a smile. The crowd's eyes lit up at his words. How wonderful. We can stay for dinner. This was indeed a rare opportunity, for every meal prepared by Ye Linfan resulted in a significant enhancement of one's abilities. Moreover, his culinary skills were unparalleled. The dishes were not only delectable but also potent in their effects. Who could possibly refuse such a meal? However, two individuals stood apart, Qin Moyang and Imo Qingguo. Neither had yet experienced Ye Linfan's culinary prowess and were thus unaware of its significance. To Qin Moyang, this seemed merely a polite invitation rather than a genuine offer to dine together. Without hesitation, he replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Yi. But I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." The others looked at Qin Moyang as if he were a fool, bewildered that he would decline such an opportune invitation. Typically, Qin Xiang was not perceived as lacking in intelligence, yet today he appeared rather foolish, as if struck senseless by the heavenly demon's sword. "Very well, I shall not insist," Ye Linfan nodded in response. "Mr. Yi, I would like to stay for dinner. It has been too long since I last enjoyed your cooking." Chu Mingyang immediately interjected. "Me too, just thinking of your dishes makes my mouth water." Li Qingyang added with a smile. This scene left Qin Moyang utterly perplexed. What was happening? These two were significant figures. What delicacies had they not tasted? Yet here they were, eager to remain for a mere meal. Was there some hidden allure to it? As the master of a sect, Qin Moyang was no stranger to strategy and cunning. He quickly deduced the underlying reasons. Yet he could not fathom what made Ye Linfan's cooking so enchanting that it captivated Chu Mingyang and Li Qingyang to such a degree. His curiosity was piqued. "In that case, I too shall stay to witness this for myself. Mr. Yi, I have suddenly changed my mind. I shall cancel my previous engagements and remain to indulge in your hospitality," Qin Xiang declared promptly. "Fear not, everyone, please bear with me. Today I shall treat you all to a delightful barbecue," Ye Linfan remarked with a smile. He still had a substantial amount of lamb he had purchased in Luoyang City, which was perfect for skewers today. Barbecue? What on earth is that? The expressions on everyone's faces revealed their perplexity. At that moment, Ye Linfan had already turned to head to the kitchen. "Director Chu, is there some secret to the meals prepared by Mr. Yi?" Qin Xiang inquired with intrigue. "You shall find out soon enough," Chu Mingyang replied with a mysterious smile. Before long, Ye Linfan re-emerged, wheeling out an iron rack. This rack was peculiar in shape. It was rectangular and had a trough on top filled with charcoal, with an iron mesh resting above it. Upon seeing the iron rack and the charcoal within, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This rack was crafted from Tianyang divine iron, one of the 10 most revered metals in the world, a premium material for forging. The hardness of Tianyang divine iron was unparalleled, and if infused into a weapon, it would undoubtedly elevate the weapon's strength by a tier. A piece the size of a fist was already considered a priceless treasure, and the fact that Ye Linfan possessed such an abundance of Tianyang divine iron was extraordinarily extravagant. Moreover, that was not all. When they beheld the charcoal in the trough, they were nearly overwhelmed. This was no ordinary charcoal, it was clearly Tianyang divine wood. One of the 10 most prestigious woods in the realm, equally priceless. "Mr. Yi, what purpose does this iron rack serve?" Chu Mingyang asked, swallowing hard. "It is a grill for barbecue." "Of course," Ye Linfan replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd nearly fainted, although they did not fully comprehend what a grill entailed. The presence of the word grill implied it was indeed a stove. "You are using Tianyang divine iron as a stove? This is an utter waste," Li Qingyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Indeed, you might be surprised, but this wood burns quite well. It ignites effortlessly," Ye Linfan stated without hesitation. At this revelation, the crowd instinctively clutched their chests, their faces reflecting profound sorrow. Whether it was the Tianyang divine iron or the Tianyang divine wood, if either were in their possession, they would be cherished as treasures. To think that in Ye Linfan's hands, they would be used merely as kitchenware and firewood was a notion far beyond mere wastefulness. It was akin to reckless extravagance. It was truly alarming. If converted into monetary value, it would equate to the tax revenue of Luoyang City for half a year, dissipating every second. At that moment, Ye Linfan brought forth a wooden barrel. As the crowd peered into the barrel, their bodies trembled in unison. Inside lay the lamb, meticulously sliced and skewered with small wooden sticks. There were hundreds of skewers, a staggering sight. Each piece of lamb is meticulously cut to uniform size and thickness, exceedingly thin, resembling translucent crystal, dazzling to behold, devoid of any greasy sensation. Such knife skills are nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, the wooden sticks employed are crafted from the divine wood of Tianyang, equally precise in length and girth. "Director Chu, I beseech you for a favor," Ye Linfan spoke slowly. The onlookers, previously ensnared in astonishment, were roused by his words. Chu Mingyang promptly responded, "Mr. Yi, please instruct us." "Kindle the fire." Ye Linfan gestured towards the trough. "Do you mean to burn these materials?" Chu Mingyang inquired, astonished. "This is divine wood. If we truly incinerate it, Such a loss would be regrettable. Of course. Without igniting it, how could we indulge in barbecue? Ye Linfan replied with a measured tone. Chu Mingyang, unable to resist further, steeled himself, and with a wave of his hand, a fiery orb descended upon the divine wood in the trough. Ye Linfan's assertion proved accurate. The divine would ignite it effortlessly, flames surging forth and engulfing all within. The temperature in the sitting room escalated significantly, yet the cultivators present were formidable enough that this increase in warmth posed no discomfort. Let us commence, Ye Linfan announced with vigor. He swiftly retrieved dozens of lamb skewers from the wooden barrel and placed them upon the iron grill, simultaneously opening a nearby small dish filled with an array of condiments. The guests gazed at the assortment, which included soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and an unfamiliar red powder. Their expressions shifted to one of profound astonishment as they perceived that these ingredients were far from ordinary. Chapter 102. The delectable lamb barbecue. These condiments were extraordinary, emanating a bluish glow. Within this azure luminescence, faint ripples of power danced, clearly imbued with profound Taoist essence. The onlookers found themselves swallowing hard. While the skewers were made from ordinary lamb, the addition of these condiments transformed them into extraordinary lamb skewers suffused with Taoist resonance. Consuming them would undoubtedly enhance their cultivation significantly. As the lamb skewers sizzled over the flames, they gradually turned a golden hue, oil dripping into the fire, producing a delightful crackling sound. An enticing aroma began to waft through the air, invigorating the senses of all present. How fragrant! And this is before the addition of condiments. Imagine the allure once they are added. Almost there. It is time to add the condiments, Ye Linfan stated softly. He picked up a small brush, dipping it into the condiments, soy sauce, vinegar, and salt, applying them gently and methodically to the lamb skewers. After finishing with the seasonings, the lamb's hue became increasingly vibrant, tantalizing the senses and igniting a fervent desire to indulge. The aroma grew richer, causing onlookers to incessantly swallow, yearning to seize the moment and devour the delicacy. However, they restrained themselves, acutely aware that the skewers were not yet fully cooked and that patience was prudent. At last, Ye Linfan grasped a handful of an unfamiliar red powder and sprinkled it over the lamb skewers. The powder danced gracefully as it settled upon the meat, and under the intense heat, it swiftly merged with the lamb, transforming it into a golden hue tinged with a hint of red, a sight most pleasing to the eye. Mr. Ye, what is this red powder? Chu Mingyang inquired with curiosity. This is cumin powder. A sprinkling during grilling enhances the flavor of the lamb skewers, Ye Linfan replied calmly. Years of diligent practice had honed his culinary skills to an extraordinary level, making the preparation of such simple seasonings a mere trifle. I see. Chu Mingyang nodded in understanding. After a short while, Ye Linfan declared, it is nearly ready, we can eat now. He handed a skewer to Mo Qingwu, saying, Miss Mo, do give it a try. As she took a bite, her expression froze in sheer delight. The lamb was exquisite, crispy on the outside, tender within, and melting in the mouth. With the first bite, a burst of flavor enveloped her senses, the aroma soaring to her mind, elevating her to what felt like a cloud of bliss. This sensation was utterly refreshing and pleasurable, and the essence of the lamb coursed through her, igniting a surge of spiritual energy within her being. It surged forth like a tempest, rapidly enhancing her cultivation. Having recently broken through to the 6th level of the Earth realm, she had anticipated it would take at least 5 years to reach the 7th level. Yet, after consuming just this one skewer, she had already attained a significant leap in her progression. This is simply divine, truly exquisite, Mo Qingwu exclaimed loudly, swiftly devouring the skewer in a matter of moments. Without hesitation, she seized 5 or 6 more skewers, indulging voraciously, disregarding the oil that coated her lips. Shedding her usual demure demeanor, Qin Zhang watched in astonishment. Having known Mo Qingwu since childhood, he was witnessing this side of her for the first time. Clearly, the lamb skewers were exceptionally delicious. At that moment, the long-suffering Chu Mingyang and Li Qingyang could no longer contain themselves. They too dove in, each grasping 7 or 8 skewers, indulging with abandon. Delicious, absolutely exquisite, they exclaimed. Despite their noble status, which typically commanded an air of authority, they now reveled in the sheer joy of the moment, their refined appearances forgotten, as they feasted like common folk. If anyone were to witness this scene, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. Mo Qingwu handed a skewer of meat to Qin Mo Yang, urging, Master, you should eat quickly, it's truly delicious. And if you delay, there won't be any left. Qin Mo Yang accepted the lamb skewer and took a bite. Almost immediately, his body trembled with delight. Indeed, it was exquisite. Not only was it delectable, but the profound essence within the lamb was remarkably potent. As the essence entered his body, it erupted like a thunderclap, causing his internal spiritual energy to surge wildly. In an instant, his power increased significantly, bringing him closer to the threshold of the 5th level of the sacred realm. "Don't snatch it all. Leave some for me," Qin Mo Yang exclaimed as he observed the rapidly vanishing skewers, promptly joining the fray. For warriors fervently devoured the food. And before long, the hundreds of lamb skewers had been completely consumed. Their faces were smeared with grease, yet they savored the lingering flavors. Once they finished eating, they immediately sat cross-legged, for their bodies were now infused with an abundance of essence, stimulating their internal energy. Thus, they needed to stabilize their powers. After consuming the skewers, the group's strength had significantly increased. However, Li Qingyang, Chu Mingyang, and Qin Mo Yang, being of the sacred realm, found it unrealistic to rely solely on the skewers for a breakthrough. Nevertheless, their spiritual energy had still grown considerably. The only one who successfully ascended was Mo Qingwu, who, being at the 6th level of the earth realm, had consumed enough skewers to break through to the 7th level. "What do you think? Are you satisfied with today's barbecue?" Ye Linfan inquired with a smile. "Absolutely. I've never tasted anything so delightful. I truly hope to come here often." The group chimed in with enthusiasm. Ye Linfan's smile deepened at their response. Their satisfaction was paramount. As long as these influential figures were pleased, they would surely support him. With their backing, his existence as a novice in this world would become considerably easier. "Of course, you're welcome to come anytime," Ye Linfan replied cheerfully. Their spirits lifted at the prospect of dining here daily. Breakthroughs would then become as effortless as eating and drinking. "By the way, allow me to brew you some tea," Ye Linfan added before rising to head to the back. The other's eyes brightened at the mention of spiritual tea, including Qin Mo Yang, who was particularly excited. Having heard about its remarkable effects from Mo Qingwu, he never expected to have it so soon. Moments later, Ye Linfan emerged with a tray, upon which rested a teapot and 4 teacups. He poured the tea into the cups, and in an instant, the room filled with swirling mist, resembling an ethereal realm. The invigorating aroma of the tea wafted into the air, refreshing everyone's spirits. Qin Mo Yang raised his cup and took a sip. As the liquid touched his throat, his expression became momentarily frozen in awe. Chapter 103. The fragrant tea. The tea is delightful. This was the initial thought of Qin Mo Yang. The aroma was distinctly different from that of lamb skewers. The fragrance of lamb skewers was rich and intoxicating, enveloping one completely. In contrast, the scent of the spiritual tea was crisp and refreshing. Although not as potent as that of the lamb skewers, a single sip left an everlasting aftertaste, lingering enticingly between his teeth and making it impossible to resist. He immediately tilted his head back and consumed the spiritual tea in one swift motion. The effects of the tea manifested quickly. After devouring the lamb skewers, Qin Mo Yang's strength had already surged tremendously, bringing him close to breaking through to the 4th level of the sacred realm. Now, after sipping the spiritual tea, he felt a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within him. Suddenly, his body trembled, and he experienced a breakthrough, ascending from the 4th to the 5th level of the sacred realm. Qin Mo Yang sat bewildered. An expression of disbelief plastered across his face. What just happened? He had only just broken through to the 4th level today, and now, in less than half a day, he had advanced again. This was utterly outrageous. Under normal circumstances, a breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th level would take at least 20 years of arduous cultivation. One meal of lamb skewers and a cup of spiritual tea had spared him 2 decades of toil. If future breakthroughs were this effortless, one might as well sustain themselves solely on meals and beverages, rendering cultivation unnecessary. Others had also experienced breakthroughs. Chu Mingyang advanced to the 6th level of the sacred realm, while Li Qingyang reached the 5th level. The least powerful among them, Mo Qingwu, remarkably broke through from the 7th to the 9th level of the earth realm, now just a step away from ascending to the celestial realm. At her young age, possessing such strength marked her as a formidable talent among the younger generation. "How about another cup?" Ye Linfan inquired with a smile. The group promptly declined, joking that another sip might cost them their lives. "Mr. Yi, why aren't you drinking?" Mo Qingwu asked curiously. "I'm not particularly fond of it. I rarely indulge." Ye Linfan replied slowly. "What do you drink then?" Mo Qingwu inquired. "Certainly, I prefer this." Ye Linfan gestured toward the exquisite spiritual milk stone nearby. "This is the exquisite spiritual milk stone," Qin Mo Yang exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this Li Qingyang's possession? How did it end up here? Did he gift it?" He looked toward Li Qingyang, who, catching his gaze, nodded affirmatively, confirming Qin Mo Yang's suspicions. Qin Mo Yang inhaled sharply, taken aback by Li Qingyang's generosity. It appeared he would need to prepare a significant gift for his next visit to foster a closer relationship with Mr. Yi. "Bring me a Sprite," Ye Linfan instructed, placing his cup beneath the exquisite spiritual milk stone. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo Yang was rendered speechless. He was aware that the exquisite spirit milkstone could only yield 2 drops of the mysterious ice spirit liquid per month. Yet, Ye Linfan audaciously requested a full cup. How could that possibly be achieved? However, Qin Mo Yang was soon left in a state of shock and disbelief. Just as Ye Linfan's words faded, the mysterious ice spirit liquid began to flow forth from the exquisite spirit milkstone. Indeed, it flowed rather than dripped. In no time, a cup was filled to the brim, and a chill swiftly enveloped the entire room. Qin Mo Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that a mere stone would seek to curry favor with such an extraordinary individual. It seemed even the stone comprehended the wisdom of understanding worldly affairs and the nuances of human relationships. Once the cup was filled, Ye Linfan lifted it and drank it in one swift motion. Qin Mo Yang gasped in astonishment. How could one consume so much of the mysterious ice spirit liquid at once? With his own capabilities, he could manage no more than 2 drops, which required immediate cultivation to digest. Otherwise, he would be frozen solid. Should one drink the mysterious ice spirit liquid as Ye Linfan had, death was inevitable. He wished to intervene, but it was too late. Yet, he soon realized his concerns were unwarranted, for Ye Linfan appeared completely unaffected, even smacking his lips, revealing a look of lingering delight. Indeed, the prowess of an extraordinary individual was beyond his comprehension. The mere mysterious ice spirit liquid posed no threat to him whatsoever. After a brief exchange, the others took their leave. At the foot of the mountain, they dispersed, leaving only Qin Mo Yang and Mo Qing Wu behind. Qing Wu, next time you visit, bring the Qianyang fire dragon pendant to present to Mr. Yi. Qin Mo Yang stated slowly. Master, that Qianyang fire dragon pendant is the treasure of our sect. Mo Qing Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Since Li Qianyang is willing to part with the exquisite spirit milk stone, I too shall part with the Qianyang fire dragon pendant. Qin Mo Yang replied nonchalantly. The Qianyang fire dragon pendant was the sacred treasure of the Qianyang sect, imbued with formidable dragon fire power, capable of summoning a protective fire dragon and launching attacks against foes. Nevertheless, in Qin Mo Yang's eyes, no matter how precious the pendant was, it paled in comparison to the delightful lamb skewers and that cup of spirit tea. Since Ye Linfan had offered such rare treasures to host him, it was only fitting that he reciprocate with his own most cherished possessions. Only in this manner could their bond endure over time. Disciple understands. Mo Qing Wu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two departed together. In the mountain cabin, Ye Linfan remained, continuing his work on the guqin. Now, he was engaged in attaching the strings. He had already secured 2 of the 6 strings, and each string needed to be tuned with utmost precision before he could proceed further. If even one string was out of tune, the entire guqin would be rendered worthless. However, with the assistance of the system, Ye Linfan had already ascended to the status of a maestro in the realm of musical harmony, possessing an unparalleled sensitivity to melodies. The art of tuning, a seemingly simple task, was effortlessly within his grasp. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, the spirit of the heavenly demon sword was beginning to stir with anticipation. How splendid! Those martial artists have finally departed. I shall seize this ordinary individual. The spirit of the heavenly demon sword sneered as it fixated its gaze upon Ye Linfan, who had his back turned. In no time, it harnessed its own power to levitate the sword into the air, propelling it swiftly towards Ye Linfan. As soon as it drew near, it would be able to possess him in an instant. However, just as it took flight, a formidable force struck it down, sending it crashing to the ground. What transpired? Who dared to ambush me? The spirit of the heavenly demon sword glared furiously at its surroundings, yet found no one else in the spacious living room besides Ye Linfan. Reluctantly, it abandoned its search for the assailant and ascended once more, launching itself at Ye Linfan. This time, however, it proceeded with caution, flying while remaining vigilant of its surroundings, eager to discern the source of the attack. At that moment, a beam of white light surged forth from an angle, hurtling directly towards the heavenly demon sword. This assault was even more ferocious than the last, significantly diminishing the malevolent energy enveloping the sword, which plummeted to the floor. Finally, the spirit of the heavenly demon sword discerned the identity of its assailant, a brush resting atop the desk, surrounded by a shimmering azure glow, unmistakably a top-tier celestial artifact. Initially, the spirit had underestimated the items within the room, presuming they lacked consciousness. Little did it know, it was gravely mistaken. Everything in the grand hall possessed its own sentience. Infuriated, the spirit vowed not to be vanquished. It swiftly commanded the heavenly demon sword to dart towards Ye Linfan once more, trailing a streak of demonic light. In its eyes, speed was paramount. As long as it moved swiftly enough, these objects could not harm it. Yet, before it could soar far, Another beam of white light struck it down again, further dulling the sword's malevolent energy. This time, it was not the brush that had attacked, but rather a phantom, a figure depicted in a painting hanging on the wall. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Ye Linfan, clad in white garments, exuding an ethereal grace, wielding a long sword, truly reminiscent of a celestial being. The spirit of the heavenly demon sword was taken aback upon witnessing this apparition, for it sensed the immense power radiating from it, far surpassing its own. What astonished it further was the eerie similarity between the phantom and Ye Linfan. Could it be that this individual was not merely an ordinary person, but rather a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing? The spirit mused silently, realizing the gravity of the situation. Within his heart, he had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. Given that the opponent's mere shadow was so formidable, the true power of this entity must be nothing short of extraordinary. The audacity to usurp such a significant figure was undoubtedly an act of folly. It was far wiser to withdraw and seek a new master. With this contemplation, the spirit of the demon sword immediately urged the weapon to depart from this place. Such a diminutive sword spirit dares to threaten my true form. How audacious! I shall send you to the cycle of reincarnation, the shadow sneered coldly. With a swift motion of his sword, a cascade of sword light filled the air, enveloping the demon's sword entirely. The spirit of the demon's sword could not withstand such overwhelming might. It felt an excruciating pain in its consciousness. Aware that its end was nigh, I am on the verge of transformation. I refuse to accept this fate. It howled in despair. Alas, its demise was all but assured. Soon, it succumbed to darkness, losing all awareness. That blow eradicated the spirit of the demon's sword entirely. The weapon clattered to the ground, its malevolent energy extinguished, reduced to a mere sharp, ordinary longsword. After the demon's sword fell, the shadow silently returned to the painting, restoring everything to its original state. However, at that moment, Ye Linfan, who was engrossed in crafting his Qilin, heard the sound of the sword hitting the ground. He turned around to see that the demon's sword, which had previously been tucked away in a corner, had inexplicably appeared not far behind him. How peculiar! How did this sword end up here? Did it sprout legs and walk over? Ye Linfan mused, bewildered. The conversation between the shadow and the spirit had transpired solely through consciousness, and thus Ye Linfan had heard no audible sounds. He found it odd, but was too indolent to delve into why the sword had suddenly relocated to his vicinity. Rising, he placed the demon's sword back in the corner and resumed his work on the Qilin. Time flowed gently by, slipping away unnoticed. Within the martial arts academy, Chu Mingyang was diligently practicing in his room when Chu Yinyun burst in. Grandfather, the Shun family is already festooned for celebrations today. Chu Mingyang, upon hearing this, opened his eyes and remarked, "So, today marks the 250th birthday of Shin Tianfang? Indeed. I wonder how Mr. Yi will deal with the Shun family." Chu Yinyun said curiously. The affairs of the Shun family had transpired some time ago, and now the day of Shun Tianfang's grand celebration had finally arrived, coinciding with Ye Linfan's impending confrontation with the Shun family. The downfall of the Shun family was undeniably imminent. The only intrigue remained in the manner in which Ye Linfan would orchestrate their obliteration. Aside from Chu Mingyang, Lu Dongxian shared the same anticipation. Alongside them were Li Qingyang, Qin Moyang, and Lin Langtian, all of whom were already aware that the Shun family had pilfered Ye Linfan's painting. Such an act, in their eyes, the sins were utterly unforgivable. Thus, they awaited with bated breath for Ye Linfan to take action and deliver a severe punishment to the Shun family. Unbeknownst to them, Ye Linfan was engrossed in his craft, diligently working on his Qilin, having only one final step remaining. The instrument was suffused with azure light, and the essence of the Tao flowed through it, clearly an artifact of the highest caliber. However, there remained a slight flaw. The resonance of the Tao was somewhat stifled due to the absence of a single string. At that moment, Ye Linfan was in the process of affixing the last string, which he had already perfectly tuned. Once attached, the Qilin would be entirely complete. The task of securing the string was not complex, and soon enough, it was in place. At the instant the string was attached, the Qilin erupted in a brilliant azure radiance, sending forth a towering beam of blue light that pierced the heavens. The ambient essence of the Tao transformed into a flowing river, ceaselessly cascading through the void. A raw and formidable aura pervaded the small courtyard, so potent that it compelled the ancient divine beasts within to prostrate themselves, rendered immobile by its might. "Our master is causing quite a stir again," the old hen remarked with resignation. It had grown accustomed to the tumult that accompanied Ye Linfan's creations. "Once you get used to it, it's not so bad," the big yellow dog added, also lying on the ground in a state of exasperation. Meanwhile, Little White gazed at Ye Linfan's abode with wide-eyed terror, experiencing such a phenomenon for the first time, and once again grasped the sheer terror of his master's power. Even the branches of the peach tree bowed low to the ground under the weight of this overwhelming force. This is horrifying. I feel as though my trunk might snap. The peach tree trembled in its voice. What trunk do you have? You're just a tree, the old hen teased. As for the usually exuberant carp, it remained hidden at the bottom of the pond, unable to surface, not out of desire, but rather due to being pinned down by the overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, the courtyard provided some protection from the outward leakage of this energy, and as it was seldom noticed by others, it did not create a significant commotion. However, those who had been observing the activities in Ye Linfan's courtyard had begun to notice the unusual phenomena and were taken aback. Could it be that Mr. Ye is preparing to take action? One pondered. I must investigate immediately. In the next moment, 5 figures soared into the air, hastening towards Ye Linfan's residence. Chapter 105. The pleased Shen family. The Shen family was adorned with festive decorations today. Shen Tianfang and Shen Qianshan sat in the hall, their spirits soaring. Beside them was Shen Xiang, while all the younger members of the Shen family, numbering over 300, filled the seats below. The Shen family was indeed a large clan, thriving in numbers. Recently, Shen Tianfang's mood had been exceptionally buoyant, as he had achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of the Saint Realm, thanks to a painting. Meanwhile, Shen Xiang had also ascended to the Celestial Realm, marking a significant rise in their standing on this continent. Such youthful masters of the Heavenly Realm are indeed few and far between, largely due to the influence of that painting. Shen Xiang has already ascended to the forefront of the continent's young elite. As for the words spoken by Chu Mingyang, they have long been cast aside. Shen Tianfang would not be swayed into believing that the owner of the painting is an unparalleled master. If that were the case, the individual would have sought the painting long ago, rather than remaining silent for such an extended period. Shen Tianfang has resolved to regard that painting as the treasured heirloom of the Shen family. Let us raise our cups to celebrate the 250th birthday of our esteemed patriarch. Shen Qianshan proclaimed loudly. May the patriarch's blessings be as vast as the eastern sea and his longevity rival that of the southern mountains. All present lifted their goblets in unison, echoing his sentiments. Shen Tianfang, filled with pride, rose to his feet. The Shen family continues to prosper, and it brings me immense joy. Let us all partake in this toast. With that, he initiated the toast. Witnessing this, the others followed suit, clinking their cups in camaraderie. Subsequently, he took his seat, and the banquet officially commenced. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and revelry, a true celebration. Father, I broke through again yesterday, Shen Qianshan announced. Is that so? What wonderful news. Shen Tianfang responded with a smile. With the presence of that painting, breakthroughs are as effortless as eating and drinking. Shen Qianshan declared with pride, noting that his recent advancements have surpassed the arduous cultivation of the past several decades. All of this is attributed to that painting. I have heard that Yuan Xiaorong possesses other paintings. How splendid it would be to acquire them all, Shen Tianfang remarked nonchalantly. That seems unlikely. Now that Chu Mingyang has taken Yuan Xiaorong as his disciple, those artworks have been securely hidden within the Martial Arts Academy, making them exceedingly difficult to obtain. Shen Qianshan replied, shaking his head. Chu Mingyang is merely a defeated foe, Shen Tianfang scoffed dismissively. It is laughable that he would alarm others by claiming the painting's owner is an extraordinary master. Such assertions are utterly baseless. Shen Qianshan snorted in agreement. Indeed, if the individual were truly a master of unparalleled caliber, they would have made their presence known by now. Grandfather, father, I feel that I am on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd level of the heavenly realm, Shen Xiang suddenly interjected. Marvelous. My son is truly a prodigy destined to become the foremost young master of the continent, Shen Tianfang exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, outside Ye Linfan's small courtyard, 5 figures stood in astonishment. They were none other than Chu Mingyang and his companions. Upon arriving at the courtyard entrance, they were utterly taken aback by the extraordinary phenomena within. At that moment, the sky above the courtyard was suffused with a brilliant azure light, replete with ethereal rhythms. The entire courtyard was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of the great Tao. The sheer might of this energy was so profound that even from outside, they were filled with trepidation. Fortunately, this aura remained confined within the courtyard, as if an invisible force were locking this torrent of Tao rhythms inside, preventing any trace from escaping. If there were even a whisper of leakage, this entire realm would likely have collapsed. This illustrates just how formidable these Tao rhythms are. What is Mr. Yi truly doing? Chu Mingyang swallowed hard and inquired. I am uncertain. In any case, I dare not enter now, Li Qingyang replied, shaking his head. Should they venture inside at this moment, they would undoubtedly be crushed to smithereens by the swirling Tao rhythms. While Tao rhythms can sometimes enhance one's power, if they become excessively potent, they transform into a terrifying force capable of annihilating everything. Let us wait here at the entrance and refrain from entering for the time being, Ye Linfan said, his eyes wide as he observed the strange phenomena in the courtyard. I suspect this is Mr. Ye preparing to take action, Lu Dongxian remarked slowly. Take action? Here? Chu Mingyang exclaimed in astonishment. Although not far from Luoyang City, it is still over 1,000 meters away. To think Ye Linfan would choose to strike against the Shun family from here seems utterly implausible. Mr. Ye's prowess is beyond our comprehension, Lu Dongxian replied, his tone measured. The group fell into silence. Lu Dongxuan's words rang true. Ye Linfan had always exhibited extraordinary abilities. Eradicating the Shun family from a distance of 1,000 meters is not entirely impossible. Let us patiently await Mr. Ye's move, Li Qingyang suggested gently. No one objected, and they all remained obediently in place. They had no choice, for they dared not enter the courtyard at that moment. Unbeknownst to them, the interior of Ye Linfan's residence was even more terrifying. The room was suffused with azure Tao rhythms, emanating from the ancient zither he held. This zither had finally been completed. An endless stream of Tao rhythms flowed from its body, filling the entire room to capacity, even spilling out into the courtyard. However, these Tao rhythms had no effect on Ye Linfan, who was utterly captivated by the zither. Finally finished, I shall play a little to test it out, he said eagerly as he approached the table. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have been astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. As Ye Linfan advanced, the myriad Tao rhythms parted to create a pathway, not daring to touch him. He settled at the table, placing the zither before him. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a sound of ethereal clarity resonated, swiftly carrying far and even creating ripples in the void. The onlookers outside the courtyard felt a jolt through their bodies upon hearing this melody, which washed over them, leaving their minds refreshed and their thoughts remarkably serene, as though the dust on their souls had been cleansed away. What kind of zither sound is this? How can it possess such powerful effects? They wondered in astonishment. Just then, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from afar, startling everyone, who quickly looked up in alarm. Several hundred meters away, atop an unnamed hill, numerous trees suddenly toppled without warning. The once lush forest was instantly cleared of a substantial area. The onlookers swallowed nervously, fully aware that these trees had fallen right after the sound of the zither resonated. This signified that Ye Linfan was playing, and that the music indeed possessed the power to kill from a distance. Inside the room, after testing the feel of the Qilin, Ye Linfan felt immensely satisfied. Now, let me perform a piece. Which one shall I choose? After a moment's contemplation, he decided on a particular melody and began to play. Chapter 106. The Zither's Revenge on the Shun family. With determination, Ye Linfan commenced his performance on the Qilin. His right hand swiftly glided over the strings, producing a sharp, resonant note that echoed through the heavens. The sound permeated the ears of the onlookers, causing their blood to surge and their heads to spin, overwhelmed by the palpable aura of slaughter that filled the air. What a terrifying sound, exclaimed Lu Dongxian, utterly astonished. It appears that Mr. Yi has made his move, murmured Chu Mingyang. Without hesitation, the group took to the skies, hastening towards the direction of the Shun family in Luoyang City. Since Ye Linfan had initiated his attack, they were eager to witness the fate that awaited the Shuns. The five were swift in their flight, aside from Ye Linfan, who lagged slightly due to a lack of strength. The others soon arrived near the Shun residence. Inside the Shun household, the family members were previously indulging in merriment, drinking and laughing heartily. However, a sudden note from an unknown source shattered the atmosphere, sending all into a state of confusion, their blood surging, heads spinning, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloping them. What is happening? Where is this eerie music coming from? Roared Shen Tianfang, astonished. At that moment, another sharp note pierced the air, more urgent and filled with an even greater aura of slaughter. Some of the weaker members of the Shun family cried out in agony as they collapsed. What is going on? Who is launching this ambush? Shen Tianfang bellowed in rage. Though he too felt the disorienting effects of the music, his strength allowed him to endure, yet no one was able to respond to his inquiries. The relentless notes continued, a series of sharp, menacing sounds that transformed the once joyous banquet into a veritable hell. The chilling cries of despair echoed throughout, as some of the weaker individuals began to bleed from their orifices. Outside, Lu Dongxian and the others could hear the screams emanating from within the Shun residence. Their feelings towards Ye Linfan had shifted from reverence to sheer terror. Indeed, it was fear. In this period, they had anticipated the methods Ye Linfan would employ to deal with the Shen family, yet they could never have imagined the reality that unfolded. Ye Linfan chose to wield the melody of his Qilin as a weapon. From 1,000 miles away, he played a tune, silently slaying his foes. Should such prowess not invoke terror? Although the music was not directed at them, its fervent and impassioned notes resonated with a relentless aura of death. leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Moreover, the members of the Shen family who were directly assaulted by the sound would surely suffer 100-fold more. The piercing notes rang out, resonating through the heavens, saturating the entire realm with a palpable sense of annihilation. Within the Shun residence, many descendants had succumbed, their blood spilling from 7 orifices. Slain by the very vibrations of the music, Shun Xiang had already collapsed, his breath faint, while Shun Qianshan sat cross-legged on the ground, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Though he too was barely clinging to consciousness, only Shen Tianfang remained upright, albeit in a state of utter disarray. Who is this despicable foe, intent on obliterating my family? Shen Tianfang bellowed in fury. The members of the Shen clan were on the brink of annihilation, yet even now, he remained oblivious to the enemy's whereabouts. At that moment, another urgent note pierced the air, akin to the final crescendo of the entire composition, infused with an even greater ferocity than before. This sound transformed into a colossal sword within the void, slicing through the Shun estate with cataclysmic force. The mansion crumbled beneath the weight of its own destruction. Shen Tianfang, already weakened, found himself powerless to evade the impending doom, forced to witness the roof descend upon him. As the estate collapsed entirely, every member of the Shun family was buried beneath the ruins, with none escaping the inevitable fate. Amidst the swirling dust, the once mighty Shen clan had been reduced to mere ashes. The 5 observers stood in silence from a distance, their hearts gripped by an icy dread. This was the extent of Ye Linfan's power, his chilling methods. Having stolen from me, they would now pay with their lives. They silently resolved never to provoke Ye Linfan's wrath again, lest they end up like the Shen family. Just then, from the rubble of the Shun estate, a figure emerged, struggling to rise. It was Shen Tianfang, covered in dust, blood spilling from his mouth. His face pale and his body weak, a stark contrast to his former pride. He had sustained grave injuries, yet his survival was remarkable in itself. With immense effort, he clawed his way out from the debris. Before him stood 5 pairs of feet. He laboriously lifted his gaze, and upon first sight, he locked eyes with Chu Mingyang. "It's you," Shen Tianfang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if blaming Chu Mingyang for the destruction of his family. "Shen Tianfang, I previously stated that the owner of that painting is an extraordinary master. The Shen family, having stolen his artwork, shall inevitably pay a price. Do you believe it now?" Chu Mingyang said with an indifferent tone. "Nonsense about an extraordinary master. What skill is there in lurking in the shadows? If you bring him out, he may slaughter my entire family, and I will certainly seek vengeance upon him." Shen Tianfang retorted with wild fervor. "You are unworthy to meet that master. Since your family is already dead, I shall show you mercy and send you to reunite with them," Chu Mingyang coldly replied. He forever recalled the humiliation endured at the Shun residence that day. Were it not for Ye Linfan's intervention, he might have long lost his life. Now, 30 years of fortune and misfortune have shifted. The Shun family has finally paid the price, while he has secured favor with Mr. Yi. Since Mr. Yi intends to annihilate the entire Shun lineage, no one shall be spared. With Shen Tianfang as this lone remnant, he must eliminate him on behalf of Ye Linfan. Shen Tianfang's expression shifted as he was about to speak. Yet, Chu Mingyang could not be bothered to engage him further. With a decisive strike, he struck Shen Tianfang's head. Bang! That blow, Chu Mingyang exerted all his strength, shattered Shen Tianfang's skull. Shen Tianfang clung desperately to Chu Mingyang's trousers, his face contorted with unwillingness as he fell to the ground. Once a formidable figure, he never anticipated such a fate. Li Qingyang shook his head and remarked, "It is unfortunate that he provoked someone he should not have." Chu Mingyang replied coolly, "Lord Li, this is the aftermath orchestrated by Mr. Yi. Please handle it." Lu Donxian said slowly, "Rest assured, I will issue the orders immediately." Li Qingyang nodded. "We should pay a visit to Mr. Ye's residence now," Qin Maxiang suggested gently. "We must certainly go. Do you think Mr. Yi would be unaware of our earlier visit?" Lu Donxian inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized the validity of his words. With Ye Linfan's prowess, it was impossible for him not to sense their presence. Thus, the group promptly ascended into the air, hurrying towards Ye Linfan's abode. Chapter 107. A beautiful guqin at this moment. Within Ye Linfan's courtyard, a piece concluded, the sound of the guqin dissipating. Yet, the echoes lingered. Though the extraordinary phenomena in the courtyard had vanished, the ancient divine beasts and the peach tree within finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previous overwhelming resonance had nearly suffocated them. As ancient divine beasts, they were accustomed to dominating others with their presence. Little did they expect to be perpetually subdued before Ye Linfan. It was truly a daunting experience. Who would have imagined that their master could play the guqin with such formidable prowess? The hen remarked with lingering trepidation. "The master is indeed masterful." Everything he does is earth-shattering. At that moment, the carp finally dared to leap from the pond. You foul fish are utterly disgusting, audaciously flattering so openly, the hen scoffed. You insolent foul creature, am I not speaking the truth? How dare you question the might of your master? The carp retorted defiantly. The hen fell silent upon hearing this. The carp's assertion was indeed accurate. Ye Linfan possessed an unparalleled ability to create waves with his every action. Little White, the last to arrive, never dared to voice an opinion. Instead, it curled up on the ground, casting a gaze filled with trepidation towards the nearby cottage. In its eyes, the being residing within was the most formidable and terrifying entity in existence. The peach tree chimed in. I have heard of the master's piano playing before, but it never caused such a commotion in the past. Why is the noise so great this time? The carp, curious, inquired. That is because the master previously played on an ordinary instrument. This time, however, he utilized a truly exceptional celestial artifact, the golden retriever explained slowly. The assembly of ancient divine beasts fell into a contemplative silence, punctuated only by the sound of drawn breaths. No wonder a terrifying force emanated from the master's abode earlier. It turned out he was crafting a supreme celestial zither. The hen quickly deduced the reason. That is indeed correct, the golden retriever nodded. I hope the master refrains from playing again. It is too frightening. I fear I may not withstand another performance. The carp lamented, feeling utterly aggrieved. As a five-clawed golden dragon, it was renowned for its formidable physique. Being the mightiest among dragons, its physical strength was unparalleled. Yet even it found itself unable to endure the recent melody from Ye Linfan. This illustrated just how terrifying that piece truly was. All the ancient divine beasts, including the peach tree, wholeheartedly agreed. Even the hen, typically eager to spar with the carp, remained unusually silent this time, acknowledging the truth in the carp's words. Someone is approaching, the golden retriever suddenly announced. Instantly, all the ancient divine beasts returned to their respective positions, pretending to be ordinary pets. Soon, 5 figures descended at the entrance: Chu Mingyang, Li Qingyang, Lu Dongxian, Qin Moyang, and Lin Langtian. Following the annihilation of the Shen family, they had hastened to this location. As they reached the door and prepared to knock, Ye Linfan emerged from within. Having just finished a musical piece, he intended to step outside for a stroll. To his surprise, he found the 5 figures standing there. A wave of curiosity washed over him. How is it that they arrived just after I played? Could it be that they heard my performance? The possibility seemed likely. After all, they were martial artists with hearing capabilities far superior to those of ordinary individuals. It was not surprising that they could discern his melody from afar. With a smile, he approached the courtyard entrance and greeted, "You have arrived." Upon hearing this, the group noted that Ye Linfan's tone bore no hint of astonishment, as if he had anticipated their arrival. Lu Dongxian exchanged a knowing glance with the other 4, silently conveying, "See? I told you so." Mr. Yi had indeed been aware of our arrival all along. Shortly thereafter, Ye Linfan inquired, "How did you find my recent composition?" This question astonished everyone present. The fact that Mr. Yi could discern our visit to the Shen family, while simultaneously playing the piano and observing us, instilled a profound sense of dread. Such prowess was truly terrifying. Mr. Ye's composition is magnificent, grandiose, and decisive, stirring one's blood with its intensity, Chu Mingyang remarked immediately. The crowd turned to him with admiration, recognizing him as the esteemed head of the Martial Arts Academy. His assessment of the piece was both incisive and objective, a testament to his cultured nature. Had they been asked, they might have only been able to exclaim, "Wow, that's incredibly beautiful." I didn't realize that Director Chu was also well-versed in music. We should exchange ideas more frequently, Ye Linfan expressed with satisfaction. Of course, that would be delightful, Chu Mingyang responded with a smile. Such an exchange symbolized a deepening of their relationship, a rare opportunity indeed. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongxian and the others felt a surge of jealousy, their eyes turning green with envy. They regretted not having said anything earlier, even if it had been mere conjecture. Who knows, they might have guessed correctly. "Please, come in," Ye Linfan invited, and the group entered his quarters. As they stepped inside, they were enveloped by an oppressive force that seemed to permeate the air, making it difficult to breathe. This sensation was a residual effect of Ye Linfan's recent performance. However, Ye Linfan suddenly waved his right hand, saying, "Please, have a seat. I shall prepare some tea." With that gesture, the oppressive weight lifted, leaving them feeling light. The power he wielded was indeed formidable. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had dispelled such a terrifying force effortlessly. After making his way to the kitchen, the guest sat and glanced around, curious about the appearance of the guqin he had played. Soon, Lin Langtian exclaimed, "Look over there." Following his pointing finger, they beheld a guqin resting elegantly on the table. Though it lay quietly at a distance, its body shimmered with a radiant glow, emanating an overwhelmingly potent energy. It was evident that this instrument harbored immense Taoist resonance. Clearly a top-tier celestial artifact. Lu Dongxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured in awe. The group collectively gasped, astonished that such a coveted top-tier celestial artifact was so casually displayed, akin to mere trinkets. They hurried to examine the Qilin closely. What a beautiful instrument, Qin Zhang remarked in admiration. Upon the ancient zither, one can observe exquisitely intricate carvings. A closer inspection reveals that these designs are composed of an array of profoundly complex runes. Each rune bears a trace of Tao rhythm, and there are at least tens of thousands of these runes, corresponding to an equal number of Tao resonances. Such a multitude of resonances converges, imbuing the zither with an overwhelming aura of the great Tao. With such abundant Tao rhythms, could this not be classified as a supreme immortal artifact? Behold the strings, Lin Langtian suddenly exclaimed. As the crowd turned their gaze to the strings, they noted that the 6 strings were far from ordinary. They were not mere steel-like strands. These strings were a pristine white, emanating a gentle luminescence. This soft light enveloped both the strings and the body of the instrument, imparting an ethereal sensation to the onlookers. These strings are crafted from heavenly snow silk, Chu Mingyang quickly recognized, his voice trembling with awe. Is it truly heavenly snow silk? Li Qingyang inquired, his eyes widening in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. Others were equally astonished, their eyes round with astonishment as they gazed at the strings. Heavenly snow silk is ranked as the second most precious material among the top 10 refining materials in the world. It possesses both hardness and softness. When hard, it rivals divine weapons, and when soft, it flows like water. However, heavenly snow silk is typically not employed for crafting artifacts, but is specifically utilized for offensive purposes. Whoever possesses even a fragment of this silk can easily ensnare an adversary's throat with it, dispatching them without a sound. It is, without a doubt, a fearsome weapon for silent assassinations. Moreover, heavenly snow silk is exceedingly rare and valuable. A mere half-meter length is worth a fortune. Even if one were to sell an entire city, it would be insufficient to procure it. To discover so many strands here, merely used as strings, is indeed a testament to the limitations of one's imagination forged by poverty. The realm of the elite is truly beyond our comprehension. Come, let us have tea, Ye Linfan announced as he returned with a tray of tea. Upon his arrival, he noticed the crowd gathered around his ancient zither, and with a smile, he inquired, do you all share an interest in the study of the zither? The martial artists in this world appeared quite different from those depicted in the online novels he had read. The warriors in those tales were often portrayed as diligent in their cultivation, decisive in battle, and indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet, every martial artist he encountered exuded a refined disposition. Each one had a penchant for calligraphy and painting, and they all possessed their own artworks. It was only now that he realized these martial artists not only reveled in the arts, but also cherished the harmony of music. It seems this is a cultured world of martial practitioners. This ancient zither is truly extraordinary, Lu Dongxian remarked with deep admiration. The Tao resonance flows endlessly, and the aura of the great Tao fills the heavens. It is clearly a top-tier immortal artifact, and it may even surpass the highest echelon of such artifacts. For among all the supreme immortal artifacts within this chamber, this Qilin stands as an extraordinary entity, distinctly superior to all others. In my realm, it enjoys considerable fame, which prompted me to craft a replica, Ye Linfan remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Ye Linfan's world is none other than the celestial realm. Thus this Qilin is an artifact of that divine domain. As for Qin Moyang, it was his first encounter with Ye Linfan's admission of not belonging to this world, leaving him utterly astounded. Mr. Yi, are you truly not of this world? He inquired incredulously. Indeed, but please do not divulge this information. Ye Linfan nodded in affirmation. After all, those present were individuals of stature and influence. They were unlikely to become gossip mongers, spreading his identity far and wide. Qin Zhang stood there, momentarily stunned. Not of this world. Did that imply he hailed from the celestial realm? No wonder he possessed such formidable strength. He was an esteemed figure from the celestial realm. Until this moment, the celestial realm had merely been a legend, and now it was revealed to be a tangible reality. Qin Zhang became exceedingly exhilarated and hastily asked, Mr. Yi, does that mean you come from? Just then, Chu Mingyang discreetly kicked him, interrupting his words. It dawned on Qin Moyang that Ye Linfan was currently living as an ordinary person and preferred not to have discussions regarding cultivation, let alone the mention of the celestial realm. Should he carelessly utter such words, it might provoke Ye Linfan's wrath, and all present, along with their respective factions, could face dire consequences, an ominous reminder of the recent incident involving the Shin family. What does the Qin clan leader wish to convey? Ye Linfan queried with a hint of confusion. Qin Zong swallowed hard and swiftly rephrased. I am curious about what your world is like. My world, as I previously shared with them, is both a beautiful and a dreadful place. In that realm, one can effortlessly converse with someone thousands of miles away, traverse vast distances in mere moments, produce weapons capable of annihilating a nation in an instant, and even soar beyond the heavens to explore the cosmos. A nostalgic expression graced Ye Linfan's countenance. Hometown, native land, and old friends. All these he had left behind a decade ago, never to return. Upon hearing this, Qin Moyang stood transfixed. The ability to transmit thoughts across vast distances, to conquer nations with a single hand, to ascend to the skies by day. Was this not the very essence of the celestial realm? Indeed, it was immensely powerful. The others had heard Ye Linfan narrate the essence of his world before, though not their first exposure to it. They remained deeply impressed and filled with yearning. The prospect of one day ascending to the celestial realm to witness its splendor rendered their lives complete. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. As they were rendered speechless by Ye Linfan's words, the celestial realm felt impossibly distant from them. In this world, rejuvenated with spiritual energy, no individual had ever successfully ascended to the celestial realm. Over the years, countless prodigies and extraordinary talents, regardless of their might in life, all shall ultimately return to a mound of yellow earth. This epitomizes the sorrow of the warriors in this world. All right, everyone, please take a seat and enjoy some tea. Ye Linfan invited, prompting the gathering to settle down. Upon hearing his words, spirits were lifted. Indeed, the spiritual tea lay before them. How could one afford to be distracted? This was an exceptionally precious brew, unattainable outside these walls. Thus, they took their seats and began to sip. After finishing a cup, as anticipated, the tea proved to be of extraordinary quality. With its essence consumed, the strength of the guests enhanced, albeit not to the point of a breakthrough. After all, they were all at the Saint Realm, and transcending a level was a formidable challenge. Only Ye Linfan, whose prowess was slightly lesser, managed to experience a significant advancement, achieving the 5th level of the Earth Realm thanks to this cup of tea. This revelation filled him with exhilaration. Although the calligraphy gifted by Ye Linfan would also facilitate his breakthrough, it could not match the rapid efficacy of the spiritual tea. If he were to partake in such brews more frequently, reaching the celestial realm would soon be within his grasp. And even ascending to the Saint Realm might not be an impossibility. Would anyone care for another cup? Ye Linfan inquired as he noticed their cups were empty. The assembly promptly shook their heads in refusal. While the tea was delightful, none wished to indulge excessively. Overindulgence could be fatal. Since it was a rare occasion for everyone to gather, Ye Linfan proposed, "Shall I play a tune to elevate the atmosphere? What do you all think?" "That sounds splendid." Li Qingyang responded immediately. Having heard Ye Linfan's melody at the Shun family earlier, he was already aware of his profound musical talent. Now, to be graced with a performance was indeed a privilege. "Mr. Yi, may I inquire the name of this guqin?" Chu Mingyang asked. "This instrument is called fushi," Ye Linfan replied. "And what was the name of the piece you just played?" Lu Dongxin questioned. 10 Directions Ambush, Ye Linfan answered slowly. Upon hearing this, a shiver ran through the crowd. 10 Directions Ambush, what a name. It was no wonder the piece was imbued with an aura of relentless slaughter. Fortunately, it had not been directed at them. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as those from the Shin family. Such a melody was an insidious weapon of death, concealed in its beauty. "Are you intending to play that piece for us?" Li Qingyang gulped nervously. "Of course not. Today, as friends gather, I shall play a tranquil and harmonious composition." Ye Linfan shook his head. Upon hearing this, the assembly breathed a collective sigh of relief. As long as it was not 10 Directions Ambush, they were grateful, especially with the recent events involving the Shun family still fresh in their minds. Shin Tianfang had met his just deserts. They had no desire to suffer an unwarranted calamity themselves. "What piece do you intend to play?" Lin Langtian inquired with curiosity. Seated before the fushi, Ye Linfan placed his hands upon the strings and responded gently, "High mountains and flowing water." Upon hearing this, the audience understood immediately. High mountains and flowing water. Its very name suggested a composition dedicated to the reclusive, depicting hermits dwelling atop lofty peaks, listening to the sounds of falling petals and flowing streams. Isn't this precisely the current state of Ye Linfan's life? It appears that Mr. Yi is subtly indicating his desire to simply lead a tranquil existence as an ordinary person. It would be best if no one spoke of cultivation in my presence, for I have no inclination towards such topics. Unbeknownst to Ye Linfan, the thoughts of those around him were far removed from his own. At that moment, he began to play. A crisp and melodious sound of the zither reverberated, filling the air and invigorating the spirits of the onlookers. It was as though the very essence of their internal energy responded to the enchanting melody. The crowd quickly realized this, their faces reflecting a profound astonishment. Ye Linfan remained oblivious to their reactions, his hands dancing across the strings, producing a continuous stream of music. However, this piece was entirely different from the previous one he had played. The melody flowed gently, and as it unfolded, the audience suddenly found themselves transported to a world bursting with the fragrance of blossoms and the vibrant hues of nature. It was a realm where spring could not be contained, a landscape adorned with a riot of colors. Countless birds soared freely among the flowers, and the gentle streams in the mountains flowed melodiously, resembling the very essence of the music itself. Captivated by the breathtaking scenery before them, the crowd surrendered to the enchantment. Reluctant to awaken from this dreamlike vision, the ancient mythical beasts in the courtyard were equally entranced. Enveloped by the ethereal light of the flowing Tao rhythm, they lay prostrate on the ground, revealing their true forms, completely unaware of their surroundings. Fortunately, no one happened to pass by. Had they seen dragons, phoenixes, and white tigers resting in the yard, they would surely have been overcome with terror. These creatures, too, were drawn into the illusion created by the zither, unable to awaken for a long while. In the distance, a flock of birds approached, circling above the courtyard, unwilling to depart under the influence of the enchanting music. The trees surrounding the peaks of Luoyun Mountain, nourished by the melody, instantly grew robust and strong. This peace, high mountains and flowing water, enriched the spiritual energy of the entire Luoyun Mountain, which began to extend beyond the confines of the courtyard. The composition was not lengthy, and soon it reached its conclusion. As the last note resonated, the sound lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The audience emerged from their reverie, returning to reality. Their first instinct to gaze upon Ye Linfan. They were soon rendered speechless by the sight before them. Ye Linfan was enveloped in a dazzling azure light, an endless stream of Tao rhythm flowing around him like a river. He appeared to be one with the cosmos, embodying the state of unity between man and heaven. How many times had he entered this state of oneness? It was a question I could no longer recall, Lu Dongxian remarked with great difficulty. The attendees understood all too well the challenges of attaining such a transcendent state. Some martial artists can only enter this state once in their lifetime, which is already considered an extraordinary feat. The majority of practitioners, however, spend their entire lives without ever achieving it. Yet, for Ye Linfan, entering the state of unity with heaven and man seems effortless. While I can play the piano well, to do so in this transcendent state is merely a game for him. Lu Dongxian was among the first to recognize Ye Linfan's talent, and he genuinely cannot recall how many times Ye Linfan has entered this state. Such innate ability is sufficient to instill shame in countless self-proclaimed geniuses, driving them to despair. Suddenly, Lin Langtian exclaimed, "I believe I have broken through." His face was alight with excitement. As the melody concluded, his strength surged unexpectedly, elevating him from the fifth realm of earth to the first realm of heaven. The speed of such an enhancement, if known, would surely terrify many. Not long ago, Lin Langtian was merely a practitioner of the Dan realm. In Luoyun City, there are numerous martial families with leaders of such modest strength. Yet, in a short span, he has ascended to the heavenly realm. A martial artist at this level is considered a formidable force in this world, thus elevating the Lin family's status in Luoyun City. Upon hearing this, others hastily examined their own bodies and were delighted to discover their own breakthroughs. They had been so astonished by Ye Linfan's prowess that they failed to notice their own advancements. It was only now that they realized the spiritual tea they had consumed had significantly boosted their cultivation. Coupled with the enchanting melody of high mountains and flowing water, breaking through a realm was hardly surprising. Chu Mingyang had ascended to the 6th level of the Saint Realm, while Li Qinyang, Lu Dongxian, and Qin Moyang all reached the 5th level of the Saint Realm, experiencing a remarkable surge in strength. Everyone rejoiced. Their previous incredulity at the notion of breaking through Ye Linfan's calligraphy or cuisine now seeming trivial compared to the miraculous experience of achieving a breakthrough simply by listening to music. The possibilities of what Ye Linfan might offer in the future are beyond imagination. They had already resolved to visit him frequently, knowing there were immense benefits to be gained. Meanwhile, the ancient divine beasts in the courtyard had reverted to their pet forms. As the music faded, the carp was the first to speak. This melody was exquisite. My strength has increased. Me too, the hen said slowly. I've sensed a substantial awakening of my white tiger bloodline. Little Bai chimed in with uncontainable excitement. The peaches on my tree are about to transform into celestial peaches. The peach tree also expressed its joy. The divine beasts were taken aback by the mention of celestial peaches, legendary fruits from the celestial realm, which could grant immortality to those who consume them. For martial artists, the potential for ascension to the heavens is even greater. I want to eat them, the carp said, swallowing hard. Chapter 110. Who is Fushi? As long as you are not afraid of your master seeking retribution, feel free to indulge. The peach tree let out a cold snort. Upon hearing this, the carp instinctively shrank its neck, casting a fearful glance at the house before it. The master within was the most powerful and terrifying being in the world. Should it dare to consume the peaches without permission, it would likely find itself as a dish on the master's table. The carp was acutely aware of the master's culinary prowess and had no desire to tempt fate. "Brother dog, how has your strength fared?" The carp, left with no choice, shifted the topic. The big yellow dog remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at it. That gaze sent a chill down the carp's spine, enveloping it in an icy dread. Nervously swallowing, the carp thought, "This foolish dog has grown stronger." It had initially intended to probe its strength. If the dog had not improved much, it would have relished the opportunity to retaliate for years of oppression. However, it seemed that while it had gained strength, the foolish dog had surpassed it. With no other option, the carp slinked back into the pond, too intimidated to surface again. The little courtyard returned to a serene quietude. Inside, Ye Linfan was exceedingly pleased with the melody of high mountains and flowing water. Although this Fushi was a replica, after his meticulous craftsmanship, its tone, pitch, and tactile feel were remarkably exquisite. "Esteemed guests, how do you find this piece?" Ye Linfan had now risen to his feet, and the strange phenomena around him had vanished. "Beautiful. This melody seems only to exist in the heavens. How rare it is to hear such a tune on earth." The audience, enchanted by the music, felt as though they were amidst picturesque mountains, their spirits uplifted. They all sincerely praised the piece, recognizing not only its beauty but also its ability to enhance cultivation. Such a melody was unparalleled across the continent, and their admiration was genuine, devoid of any insincerity. "By the way, Mr. Yi, may I inquire why this qin is called the Fushi qin?" Chu Mingyang asked in curiosity. For Ye Linfan, this world was an entirely different realm, utterly disconnected from the one he had traversed before. Hence, there was no concept of the ancient history of the primordial era. Although there had been a calamity caused by the dragon and phoenix clans in ancient times, it was merely coincidental and had no ties to the primordial age. Thus, the sages from that era certainly did not exist. It was understandable that the audience had never heard of Fushi. Fushi is a legendary ancient deity from my world, said to possess a human head and a serpent body, revered as the emperor of humanity, Ye Linfan explained slowly. The notion of an ancient god with a human head and a serpent body astonished the audience. People in this world had a vague understanding of ancient times, completely unaware of what truly existed in that era. After hearing Ye Linfan's words, they realized that the celestial realm indeed contained records of ancient gods, and those who could be honored as the human emperor by the denizens of the celestial realm were indeed exceptional. The power exhibited is undeniably formidable, and it is astonishing that this Fushiguchin was crafted by such a terrifying entity. No wonder this ancient zither possesses such overwhelming potency. "Is this exquisite instrument a gift from the sage Fushi?" Li Qingyang inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What are you thinking? I fashioned it myself," Ye Linfan replied, casting him a sidelong glance. In his realm, the existence of Fushi is a subject of much debate. How could he possibly be acquainted with such a legendary figure, separated by a span of 5 millennia? Upon hearing this, the others collectively gasped in disbelief. A mere imitation, yet it exudes such terrifying power. If it were indeed Fushi's Guqin, it would surely possess earth-shattering capabilities. One can only imagine that this world could scarcely withstand a single note from the Fushi Guqin. It appears that the celestial realm where Ye Linfan resides is far more formidable than they had previously conceived. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, the group took their leave, and the small courtyard returned to its former tranquility. Ye Linfan had grown accustomed to such a life. Once the guests departed, he picked up a handful of feed and ventured into the yard to distribute it. As he scattered the feed, all the pets scurried over to partake, including the typically lethargic yellow dog. To Ye Linfan, this feed was merely ordinary sustenance. However, to these ancient divine beasts, it was anything but mundane. Each grain was infused with an immensely rich aura of the Tao. Consuming this feed would bolster their strength. And this was the reason they had willingly remained in this place for so many years. Outside the confines of this courtyard, they would find no comparable treatment elsewhere. After tending to them, Ye Linfan tossed another handful of feed into the pond. The koi promptly surfaced, opening their mouths to devour the floating morsels. Such treasures must not be squandered. As the feed quickly disappeared, the koi did not retreat into the depths of the pond. Rather, they continued to beseech Ye Linfan for more. "You greedy fish," Ye Linfan chided with a chuckle. The pets in the courtyard displayed remarkable intelligence. Initially, he found this surprising, but he soon recalled that this was a world where spiritual energy had revived, making the animals' heightened intellect rather unsurprising. Over time, he acclimated to their behavior. Nevertheless, he tossed another handful of feed into the pond, and the koi swiftly consumed it once again. After finishing this latest portion, Ye Linfan noticed a change in the scales of the koi. They appeared increasingly lustrous and golden. Good heavens, are they evolving into goldfish? Ye Linfan shook his head in disbelief. Soon, he fetched a large bucket of water, its fragrant essence wafting through the air, shrouded in mist. Were anyone else to witness it, they would likely faint in awe, for this was a bucket of spiritual water. A single sip could transform one's very being. It was also the water Ye Linfan typically used for brewing tea. Little did he anticipate, here lay an immense vat of spiritual water. Ye Linfan approached the peach tree, bearing this considerable vessel, and promptly poured all the spiritual water onto the ground. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly berate Ye Linfan for his extravagance. Such an act would be deemed as sheer wastefulness, for this was spiritual water, used merely to nourish a tree, an utter squandering of a precious resource. The contents of this vat, even a mere fraction, would be revered by all factions as a treasure. Yet, in this instance, such a priceless substance was merely employed to nourish a tree. As the spiritual water seeped into the earth, it reached the roots of the peach tree, which immediately began to greedily absorb the essence, drawing every drop into its roots. The peach tree swiftly exhibited visible growth, becoming sturdier and rising several meters in height. Ye Linfan felt no surprise at this phenomenon, attributing it to the fact that this world was undergoing a resurgence of spiritual energy, rendering such occurrences entirely natural. Meanwhile, in the city of Mingyu, within the Fan household, Fan Xian, Fan Jian, and Fan Ming sat in grim silence. They were astonished that the soul-eating grass had failed to poison Li Qingyang. What on earth is happening? Fan Xian said darkly. Second uncle, what is the situation? Fan Jian inquired, furrowing his brow as he looked to Fan Ming. I sent someone to investigate Li Qingyang a couple of days ago, and to my surprise, he is very much alive, Fan Ming replied, his expression somber. Could it be that your informant failed to administer the poison? Fan Jian interjected with a scoff. Impossible. I witnessed him poisoning Li Qingyang with my own eyes. Fan Ming asserted emphatically. At the time, he was disguised and overseeing the operation. How could Li Qingyang have survived? We all know how potent the soul-eating grass is. Fan Xian frowned. I have heard that on that day, a miraculous healer happened to be at the Li residence and revived Li Qingyang. Fan Ming spoke slowly. What? Such a thing occurred? Fan Xian exclaimed in shock. The soul-eating grass has no antidote. Who could possibly possess the ability